Even if the universe explodes, I will not die. This is the containment of Sequence 001. Yet here I am, such a terrifying existence. Yet I am imprisoned in a glass chamber, treated as a mascot for the containment facility, studied by workers. I can only scoff at this, because in this world, no one knows the terrifying power of Sequence 001. Due to an accident years ago, the containment object monitored by the Foundation exploded, allowing countless sequences to escape. This ultimately led to the entire blue planet being contaminated by Sequence 002. Countless cities turned to ruins in an instant, with the human survival rate dropping below 1%. As Sequence 001, I directly used my abilities to contain Sequence 002. As a result, I fell into a long slumber. This gave the Foundation an opportunity, leading to my capture. When I awoke again, I found myself locked in a glass containment chamber. Around me were dozens of people in heavy protective suits, some operating equipment, others taking notes. Confusion filled my eyes. Where am I? Who am I? Who are they? Hey, I decided to try to communicate, but unexpectedly, one person desperately rushed to the side and pressed a button, causing the entire area to flash with blinding red light, accompanied by a piercing sound. Containment breach alert. Evacuate perimeter personnel. Containment target 001 has prematurely breached containment. Execute emergency protocol. Prepare self-destruct devices 3, 4, and 5. What is this? What containment breach? What target 001? What are they talking about? My eyes were filled with confusion. Before I could think too much, a sharp pain struck my neck, my consciousness blurred in an instant, and my eyelids began to flutter, slowly closing. A 2000X sedative was injected. The anomaly exhibited strong resistance, awakening 3 days early. It is recommended to maintain the original dosage of 4X for suppression and to enhance sealing measures. I don't know how much time has passed, but when I woke up again, in the year 113 of the Xia calendar, anomaly 001 state is stable. Observations and comparisons show that its data is identical to 73 years ago, indicating it possesses immortality. What is this? Is it real? I slept for over 70 years. Are they really talking about me not dying? Before I could think further, external voices continued. Today, anomaly 078 is being contained. This anomaly is highly infectious, and the breeding predators are all swollen, undergoing genetic mutations. At worst, they lose their sanity and become mindless monsters. At worst, they turn into giants dozens of meters tall, impervious to firearms. Current methods cannot induce sleep in them. Note, place in iron coffins in Zone 7 to isolate from all external observation. Do not experiment or observe. Ignoring my bewildered expression, I turned to look at the so-called anomaly 078. However, a bronze giant over 10 meters tall stood at the edge of the room, expressionless, staring at me with a chilling gaze. I felt my heart skip a beat, sensing some great terror approaching me. With my movements, another alarm blared in the room. Anomaly 001 has awakened and is staring directly at 078. The consequences are unknown. Immediately seal the containment shaft. 001 is attempting to breach containment. With a familiar snap, I felt the sharp pain in my neck and began to give up. What does 078, the giant, or the containment object matter to me? When I opened my eyes again, I didn't know how much time had passed. At that moment, a voice appeared beside my ear. Big brother, you're awake. Can you take us out of here? The sudden voice left me stunned. Where did that voice come from? The next moment, a sweet voice in my head hurriedly said, Big brother, don't speak out loud, just think it in your mind. I can hear you. Who are you? I thought, waiting for a response. I am Anomaly 299, they call me the Mind Cat. My mind immediately started racing. 299 means that at least 299 anomalies have been contained here after me. Hello, 299, my cellmate. How do we escape? The Mind Cat was silent for a long time, and after a moment, he finally spoke. So you are also at a loss. I've spoken with the other awake anomalies, and everyone agrees that you are the strongest and the most qualified here, the earliest captured anomaly. We should escape under your leadership. The most qualified anomaly? I don't even know what makes me anomalous. Suppressing my urge to scoff, I slowly asked, what do the other anomalies think? Upon hearing this, the Mind Cat immediately began to explain. For instance, Anomaly 002 advocates that since we cannot escape or eliminate the researchers here, we can instead project our power outside and destroy the entire world. Without supplies and everything from the outside, this containment facility would become powerless, and we would naturally break free. I maintained a calm exterior, but inside, I was shocked. The Mind Cat continued speaking, but then Anomaly 009 raised another point. If 002 employs such methods, it could indeed wipe out 90% of humanity instantly. However, the remaining 10% of humanity that withstands the first wave of contamination may gain certain powers and, through genetic mutations, develop a cultivation system, giving rise to a civilization stronger than the current one. By then, we might not only be contained but completely exterminated. Just as I wanted to continue the conversation, a familiar sharp pain struck my neck again, and I lost track of how long I had been asleep. Slowly, I opened my eyes. "Little cat, are you there? You were the last one to talk to me, the only one who has spoken to me in all these years." I desperately wanted to communicate with him, but this time there was no response, and there seemed to be a crack in the container that held me. After confirming that there was no one outside through the crack, I suddenly punched and shattered the glass. Dust was everywhere, indicating that this place had not been visited for a long time. It was likely abandoned. But why? Could it be that Anomalies 002 really succeeded in destroying the world? Looking back at my home of countless years, my gaze suddenly sharpened as I focused on the front of my container. There was a label attached detailing the characteristics of Anomaly 001, no anomalous traits, most of the time behaves like an ordinary human, has not exhibited destructive tendencies. Multiple instruments have detected anomalous power within, but the source remains unidentified. Known anomalous abilities, immortality and agelessness. This anomaly has not shown any changes during containment. Suspected to possess telekinetic abilities. During one awakening, our researchers exhibited multiple irrational reactions before triggering the alarm. It is still uncertain if this is related to Yi Chen. Item 3 Activation. Yi Chen was reading the introduction related to item activation when it abruptly stopped. In his confusion, he suddenly thought of something. Activation? Could I really have some sort of superpower? I looked at the closed door nearby but didn't rush to open it. Since I had escaped, I should at least have some self-defense capability. Just as I pulled it open, I nearly held my breath. Fortunately, there was a revolver inside the drawer. Outside the hallway, the entire building resembled a structure that had undergone an earthquake, shattered into pieces, with some fragments floating in the air as if defying gravity. Before you can even react, a creature with a searchlight for a head appears before you, advancing step by step. A searchlight? Why on earth would a person have a searchlight for a head? It can't be a zombie, right? In the urgent situation, I grabbed the handgun and fired several shots, 6 rounds, all hitting the target vital points. With the final gunshot, one searchlight fell to the ground. Behind you, a wall was covered in tentacles, and with the sound of flesh tearing, it suddenly separated from the main wall behind you. Then, from the bottom of the wall, 2 tentacles with eyeballs extended, the eyeballs filled with glaring red veins, staring at me wildly while rushing towards him, shouting for help. "Take me away! Take me away!" I fired my gun and threw it away like it was a brick. Without hesitation, I turned and ran, thinking, what are you? If I take you out, am I crazy or wanting to die? I sprinted all the way to the end of the hallway, until I reached dozens of flickering doors, whose destinations were unknown. Suddenly, I seemed to see one of the doors glowing with white light, and from behind it came a sound that seemed to only I could hear. "Stupid house, you need to tidy up. Big brother might come out at any time. You've turned this place into a ruin, even stray cats wouldn't want to stay here, okay? Meow." The sound of resetting, contrasting sharply with the eerie darkness, and the cute kitty, it's clear even without thinking. I also knew which of these dozen doors leading who knows where would be safer to take. I ran down the stairs, with the ground shaking behind me, collapsing one after another. Transforming into bizarre creatures, they charged toward me. I quickly stepped into the flickering door, and the moment I entered, the world fell silent. A seemingly transparent white cat stood at the entrance of the room, looking at me with a gaze as if it had seen a ghost. 001 Night God, you've come out. Night-Chin paused for a moment, feeling a hint of embarrassment upon realizing that the other person was calling out to him. What kind of name was that? Trying to raise my status again? Call me Night-Chen. Correcting the other person's nonsense title, Night-Chin felt somewhat relieved and took a step forward, confirming once again that this was just an ordinary, almost abandoned small house. The entire building seemed to have collapsed due to some kind of power like an earthquake, leaving only the ground floor, clearly no longer suitable for human habitation. But for this cat, it didn't matter. Majestic and extraordinary, how could it not survive? It seemed like he was extraordinary too, but he didn't really want to live here. Thinking about their relationship, the other person's attitude, the conversation he almost heard clearly in the end, and considering the current situation and his own needs, Night-Chin couldn't help but speak in a casual manner. "Why are you still here?" He wanted to ask directly what had happened, especially how he had ended up here from that weird place just now. But wasn't the other person's repeated use of honorifics making him lose face? After all, he was wearing the Anomaly 001 vest. At these words, the spiritual cat lightly leaped onto Night-Chen's shoulder, making him almost nervous. However, Night-Chen soon realized that the little cat was just lying on his shoulder without any further action, which somewhat reassured him. Was this little cat so familiar with everyone? I don't know where to go, meow. I'm not good at fighting, and it's no longer safe for me outside. At these words, Night-Chen shuddered slightly. For an anomaly, the outside world was already becoming unsuitable for survival. Was that too abstract? After some contemplation, Night-Chen couldn't help but ask, where are the other people from the containment tower? This weird place. There were so many powerful and formidable things contained here in the past, unlike the current situation with just the two of them, a big cat and a small cat. They've all left. This place is destroyed. Who would stay here? Night-Chen narrowed his eyes, shaken. Whenever he heard the word destroyed now, he would remember the conversation he had with this little cat decades ago. The escape plan of 002 was to destroy the outside world to create an opportunity for a massive escape of containment subjects due to the inadequate supply within the containment tower and the inability of the containment facilities to sustain them. Night-Chen could see from his own unreasonable experience of leaving that it was beyond human capabilities, so it must be an anomaly. The anomalies had successfully escaped, the containment tower was destroyed, so, did 002 destroy the human world? Saying this, he was truly starting to feel uneasy. People could usually imagine the worst outcomes, but they would still hold some hope. It couldn't be like that. Although he was almost certain in his heart, the real confirmation would only bring complete confusion and fear. Were there still people outside? It couldn't be just me left, right? What should I do in the future? However, to his surprise, the white cat's expression turned strange upon hearing Night-Chen's words. Ah, you didn't destroy them, did you, Night-Chen? This can't be said randomly, beauty. What did I do? What did I do again? I'm just sleeping every day. Seeing Night-Chen's confusion, the spiritual cat hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Well, it might not have been you after all? Hearing the uncertainty in the other's tone, Night-Chen had to follow this line of thought closely, digging deeper with his questions. Why do you think it was me? He hadn't done anything, suddenly becoming a damn Anomaly 001, the familiar world having nothing to do with him anymore, trapped in a cycle of forced sleep. And then he woke up. The world was destroyed, he had been locked up for hundreds of years, and now he had to bear a huge blame? This was too much. Meow. Since most anomalies in our containment tower oppose 002's doomsday plan, and you are still asleep, with no one leading us, only 003 can hold up the banner and resist 002. Although 002 is powerful, it is not a match for so many anomalies like us, so the plan is simply impossible to carry out, until over 20 years ago. Ye-Chen took a deep breath. What happened 20 years ago? The mind cat cautiously observed Ye-Chen's emotional state, carefully choosing his words. Over 20 years ago, while you were still asleep, you suddenly released a tremendous power, sweeping through the entire containment tower. All our anomalies underwent some form of mutation or enhancement, including 002. And then, there was no need to say anything more. Ye-Chen hesitated to speak, clenching and gradually releasing his fists. Are you sure it was my power that was unleashed? The mind cat nodded. Apart from you, no anomaly could have done this. After saying this, admiration filled the cat's eyes. Ye-Chen felt helpless. I really don't know anything. Looking around, Ye-Chen made a rough guess in his mind. This should be the surface building of the former containment tower, where one could take the elevator to reach the interior of the tower. However, now it was all desolate with nothing left. The elevator was broken, the upper part shattered, and the underground part non-existent. Night God, you. Call me Ye-Chen. Okay. Ye-Chen, can you take me with you? Ye-Chen hesitated, scrutinizing the little cat. Although anomalies were quite frightening, this little cat had proven to be friendly and harmless in their few encounters. Feeling both unfamiliar and uneasy in this post-apocalyptic world, having such a companion seemed much safer. Alright, but you have to listen to me. Even though he was now an anomaly, he still wanted to live as a human. He was afraid that this little cat might bring about more unknown changes. Okay. The cat cheered, jumping up joyfully. It seemed reluctant to stray too far from Ye-Chen, taking a few steps before quickly bouncing back. This scene made Ye-Chen chuckle silently, and his mood couldn't help but relax a bit. In this lonely post-apocalyptic life, having such a little companion by his side was indeed a joyful thing. So, it's just us left here now? Listening to Ye-Chen, the mind cat jumped down again, happily running ahead. As it ran, it proudly waved its paws. There's one more meow. We're already familiar with it. If you're willing to take it with us, With 001 leading us, we'll be invincible meow. Yechin smiled, feeling indifferent. Having one or two anomalies by his side didn't make much difference anymore. If he could go out into the world with two anomalies, it would indeed boost his confidence and sense of security. Where is the other companion? It's right under our feet, can't you feel it meow? Before Yechin could respond, the ground beneath his feet began to tremble loudly. The earth shook, and the entire house began to rise. Yechin walked to the nearest window in 2 steps, looking outside, only to see 4 huge pillars supporting the massive building below. What the? Yechin was completely stunned. What the hell is this? What is this? Yechin was a bit dumbfounded. How did this house under his feet suddenly come alive? In terms of anomaly and combat power, it has indeed weakened a bit. But don't worry, it's very obedient, won't cause trouble, and is quite useful. Just think, our headquarters will be mobile. Boom 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 boom. It seemed like an attempt to prove its own worth, as the building beneath their feet, the first floor of the original containment tower, contracted its 4 pillars and swiftly moved a few steps on the ground. Just those few steps were quite fast, if one didn't consider the people inside the building trembling in fear. No, what Night-Chen was currently entangled with wasn't its function anymore, but, what is this? Seeing this, the Mind Cat couldn't help but respond. It's this house. Of course, I know it's a house. No, why is it moving? Is it alive? The expression of the Mind Cat became even more puzzled. Yes. Didn't you give it life with your ability? Night-Chen? Why is it always me? Although this might make me seem powerful and prestigious, it also implies that I might end up being a scapegoat at any moment. However, giving life does sound like my ability indeed. So, it was influenced by my ability and turned into a new anomaly? Night-Chen furrowed his brows, pondering the significance of this situation. If this was true, then being called 001 might not be an exaggeration, as he could actually produce anomalies. It can only barely be considered an anomaly, its strength and abilities are relatively weak, which kind of tarnishes the title of anomaly compared to anomalies like you. Boom! The house trembled again, seemingly expressing discontent, but then seemed unsure of what it was discontent about. Compared to Night-Chen, it was indeed just a small fry. Excuse me, what is this? I mean, how should we address this house? Boom! 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 The house trembled more violently, and the white cat quickly translated for it. It says its life was bestowed by you, so it named itself Night House, hoping you wouldn't find it offensive. Night-Chen. Whatever, as long as you're happy. Wait, there seems to be another question. Escaping from the containment tower to this place, which was originally part of the containment tower, everything there, including the walls and ceiling, underwent changes, and there were even mutated creatures calling out "Save me, take me away." And now, aside from itself, Night House, everything else seemed normal. But Night House was also one of the main structures at the time. Does that mean it also has a problem? However, with the Mind Cat as its protector, if the Mind Cat wanted to betray him, he wouldn't even have a chance to leave that place. Okay, I got it. Night-Chen temporarily buried some unanswered doubts, clapped his hands, and sat on the sofa. So, let's have a little meeting with the 3 of us. After saying that, his expression was slightly strange. A meeting of 3 people, but only 2 were physically present. But it didn't make a difference, as you were having a meeting in Night House, so it could definitely hear you. I want to know, what's it like outside now? Are there still living people? At this, the Mind Cat spoke up. You mean humans? There are definitely humans, but not as many as before, and the cities are not as bustling. Most of the surviving humans now live in small settlements, established around the outlines of the former cities, creating certain habitats. There might still be some large cities, but I'm not sure, as I've never left this place. Humans are still strong. We've encountered quite a few human teams while staying here, giving us a sense of danger. Night-Chen suddenly felt a lot more relaxed. With humans of such strong capabilities, it indicated that civilization still existed among them, and they were capable of self-preservation, so the crisis wasn't too severe. It wouldn't lead to the most extreme situation, where he, as the last human, lived in a world filled only with strange tales and eerie occurrences. So, what are your plans then? Night-Chen observed the white cat's reaction, actually probing their 2 unusual positions. Night-Chen, don't you have any thoughts? I thought you finally came out prepared to lead us in the anomalies. Meow. The cat of the mind said, seeing Night-Chen's lack of further reaction, then spoke again. My personal idea is under your leadership, to recontain all the containment items from back then, and then decide whether to contain anomalies born later based on the situation. Put. Night-Chen was greatly shocked. What the heck, you guys haven't had enough of being contained? It was hard enough to escape, and now you want to contain them again? And you're suggesting that I, the Grand Anomaly 001, should do this? It's different, actually. This was the concept proposed by 003 in your absence. Let anomalies be anomalies, humans be humans, unrelated to each other. Not like the Containment Tower's imprisonment of us, nor like 002's extreme destruction. Each restrains themselves and lives their own life well. Night-Chen slightly opened his mouth. Such noble goals and ideals. But are you sure they will be willing to be contained by us? That's the key issue. Ideals are lofty, but the problem is, which one of us can beat them? Even a moving house can give itself a shock, with walls and ceilings with tentacles almost scaring itself half to death. Contain those anomalies back? You go? You can't fight, so isn't it me who has to go? Can I win? You need strength, I can feel it. With everyone leaving, your current state is a bit lacking. Every time you contain an anomaly, you become stronger. It's not just a bit lacking with everyone leaving. I've always been in a bad state, right? But containing anomalies will make me stronger? What's the principle behind this again? The cat of the mind patiently explained. Each anomaly has completely different powerful abilities and characteristics, and as 001, you have inclusiveness and compatibility, meaning you can at least use their abilities, so you will become stronger. Night-Chen blinked, feeling like he had finally found the reason for being contained for so many years. Who wouldn't be afraid of this? So, how exactly are anomalies born? This is the most confusing thing for him. How did he become an anomaly? How did these so-called anomalies come about? Meow. I don't know either, none of us do. We thought you would tell us the answer. Night-Chen asked with suspicion. Then why are you an anomaly? What were you before? The cat of the mind was also helpless. I don't know. I woke up as a cat, suddenly found myself with strange powers. Just when I thought I was unique, I was suddenly caught and then in the containment tower. Not just me, 002, 003 are also investigating the reasons for all this. Night-Chen nodded gently, but felt that the mysteries in his heart were increasing. Alright, I got it. So now the three of us anomalies have a plan of action. Contain other anomalies, investigate the origin of anomalies, and most importantly, we need to see what kind of world this has turned into. Night-Chen took a deep breath, expressing his greatest need at this moment. I'm so hungry, do you guys have any food? He regretted it as soon as he said it. A house, a cat that didn't even have a physical form. Who looks like they need to eat? Instead, it was the white cat shivering. Ah, but I can't eat. Boom! Night's house moved with heavy yet unhurried steps, resonating across the endless wasteland. At first, Night-Chen was worried that such a loud noise would attract others' attention. But then he realized, there seemed to be hardly anyone on this wilderness. Having been on the move for nearly 3 hours, the spirit cat only sensed the presence of humans nearby once. Nighthouse immediately coiled up its 4 pillars, and shortly after, a vehicle roared past without causing any ripples. If the little cat hadn't solemnly assured itself that a human town was just a dozen kilometers away, it would have doubted whether humans had already become extinct. Finally, Nighthouse settled 3 kilometers outside that town and firmly rooted itself. Big clumsy house. You stay put here, even if someone comes in, don't move. Just pretend you're a regular house. Rumble. Nighthouse grumbled discontentedly. Be good, don't go looking for a new home. We're just going to the human world for a bit. No, to restock supplies. We'll be back soon. Ha? You say it's not safe for you alone? How about this, later on, I and Big Brother 001 will catch a few anomalies to guard the house, okay? Night-Chen. Casually catch a few anomalies? Every time at this moment, he really wanted to ask, are you going or am I going? If possible, he didn't want to encounter anomalies at all. He just wanted to find something to eat. He was already dizzy from hunger. After hesitating, Night-Chen ultimately didn't say anything. After all, containing anomalies and investigating their origins was indeed the goal he had just set. Becoming stronger was also important. At this point, in this crisis-ridden world, even if not for some noble goal of saving all of humanity, even if just to live a little better, one must strive to become stronger, no matter what. With his feet firmly on the ground, the earth was filled with silence and desolation. The land had turned into ash. Night-Chen didn't know if all places had become like this, or if it was just the terrain in this area. But clearly, such land couldn't grow plants. What could the people of the apocalypse eat? In an instant, a shadow fell over Night-Chen's heart. The mighty anomaly 001, if he starved to death just after leaving, that would be quite ironic. Walking forward, years of inactivity had left Night-Chen somewhat lacking in stamina. However, the desolate wilderness was somewhat eerie, making Night-Chen's steps gradually lighter. Finally, the outline of a small town appeared in his line of sight. Inside the town, one could vaguely see the still-standing steel bars, indicating that the tallest building in the town had completely collapsed. leaving only a few steel bars standing, with some houses built on top resembling treehouse structures. The entire town seemed to be only a few hundred meters in size, similar to the size of a slightly larger village in Night-chan's memory on Blue Star. Around the outskirts of the town, a fragile line of defense was built with a mixture of wooden fences and barbed wire, which seemed extremely vulnerable to Night-chen. Has human living space become so harsh? Night-chen murmured, looking at the spirit cat on his shoulder. Just as he was about to speak, he realized that it had disappeared. Big brother, I'm here. Hearing the voice, Night-chen looked down and saw that the little cat had somehow jumped into his pocket without a trace from the outside. From the outside, nothing could be seen, the pocket remained flat. At that moment, Night-chen suddenly realized something. You don't have a physical form? The voice of the spirit cat echoed in Night-chan's mind. That's right. Only when I want to be seen can I be seen. That's quite scary. Then why did you jump in? The little cat couldn't help but explain. Be more careful, some humans have very strange abilities, it could be troublesome if discovered. Most importantly, what if there are powerful anomalies here, and if it discovers itself, wouldn't it affect your containment plan? Damn it! An anomaly in this dump? Although he didn't agree with the spirit cat's view, Night-chen nodded. Its calm demeanor made Yechen feel infinitely at ease. Finally, Yechen approached the front of the small town. Above the town hung a wooden sign with 3 large characters that Yechen could understand. Wastewater Town. Halt! Just as Yechen approached the town's gate, a guard with a gun aimed and stopped him. Who goes there? Why are you approaching Wastewater Town? Yechen looked at the guard, dressed in tattered clothes with a complexion that seemed unhealthy, either from sun exposure or pollution. Despite the ragged appearance, the guard's western cowboy hat gleamed brightly. It seemed he cherished that hat. Glancing at the guard's fully automatic rifle, Yechen knew this was no joke. He raised his hands slightly to show he was unarmed. I'm passing through and need supplies from the town. The sheriff with the exquisite cowboy had assessed Yechen's appearance and lowered his gun slightly. Supplies? Are you from a major faction? How could you venture out without supplies? A major faction? Why would they think he belonged to a major faction? Looking at his own clothes, Yechen suddenly realized. Indeed, compared to these people, his skin was not as weathered, and his clean, casual attire stood out. He needed to be more mindful of this, or he would attract too much attention. Seeing the guard lower his gun, Yechen knew he had passed this test for now and smiled calmly. The resources are with my teammate, but we have a long way to go. I came to resupply our team. With these words, he subtly played his hand. He confirmed the guard's assumption that he was from a major faction and issued a warning. I have a teammate, and they know I'm here. Can your small town withstand the wrath and retaliation of a major faction? I see. The guard muttered and gestured for the guard on the platform to lower their weapon before turning to walk into the town. Follow me. Just a reminder, don't cause trouble here, and don't bring the trouble of your faction here. He paused for a moment. You can call me Sheriff. Our security here is very good, and we don't have many outsiders. Get your supplies and leave quickly. Bang! Before the sheriff could finish speaking, a loud gunshot echoed from the town. Yechen looked in shock and saw a person in the crowd holding a revolver, smoke billowing from the barrel. Another person opposite them was bleeding profusely. This is your idea of good security? I haven't even entered, and someone is already shot right in front of you. Damn! The sheriff cursed and ran towards the town, leaving Yechen behind. After a moment of hesitation, Yechen followed suit, running after him. He wanted to see what was happening. He thought the sheriff would charge in with his rifle to suppress the criminals, followed by intense gunfire. But reality proved to be entirely different from what he had imagined. You idiot! Are you out of your mind? Why create chaos for no reason? Ha! Yechen realized the situation was nothing like he had imagined. The sheriff didn't forcefully subdue the culprit at the scene but instead questioned them with a hint of blame. What chaos for no reason? What was this new term he couldn't understand? Yechen silently observed the scene, with 3 people in total, including the deceased and the culprit, and scattered worn-out playing cards on the ground, seemingly from a game similar to Landlord. The appearance of the murderer was extremely honest, just like everyone else in this small town, exuding a simple black earthy color all over. No one could have imagined that he would brazenly shoot in the town, in front of so many people. Oh my! Sheriff Arthur, he invited me to play chaotic roulette, and then he lost. The honest townsfolk explained like this. The townsfolk who had just seemed to have played a game of Fight the Landlord together corroborated his words. Sheriff Arthur was obviously furious, perhaps because he had just finished telling Night-chen that the public order is good and then faced such a big embarrassment. He cursed loudly. Crazy! How many times have I said it? It's forbidden to play chaotic roulette outside the festival time? A life is wasted just like that. Just like that. Damn. Bang. Arthur kicked Egg 2 and angrily spoke. Go back to solitary confinement. I let you play roulette. Let you play roulette? Don't come out before the next festival, I'll let you have your fill. Night-Chin frowned slightly, becoming more unable to guess the current situation. The situation developed in a way that made him feel like he had missed some key factors, even though he had observed the victim more than once, and it was clear that he was dead. This was definitely not a small game, not something to be taken lightly, he was truly dead. It was also evident that Arthur was truly angry at the incident, even wishing to take immediate action against the shooter called Egg 2. But for some reason, he couldn't. It was strange. What are you all looking at? Get the hell out of here. Listen up. Before the festival starts, if anyone dares to play chaotic roulette again, I'll personally accompany you. The group showed signs of fear, waving their hands and retreating. Forget it, we won't play with you, who can beat you anyway? The crowd dispersed, Egg 2 and another card player were taken away and put in solitary confinement. Arthur sighed softly, bowed his head, and silently collected the victim's remains. I made a fool of myself. Night-Chin was worried that he couldn't make conversation in such a strange atmosphere, not knowing where to go, so he immediately picked up the conversation. He killed someone, and the result is just solitary confinement? Arthur didn't even look up, as if he had already guessed that Night-Chin would ask this question. He didn't kill unilaterally, but both sides played chaotic roulette. You can also understand that it could have been him who died, he just got a bit luckier. Night-Chin's mood shook slightly, feeling that the chaos here was far more difficult to understand than he had imagined. So, is this some kind of privately agreed life and death duel? So in this situation, the sheriff doesn't intervene? But something still doesn't seem right. What is the festival? And what is chaotic roulette? Hearing Night-Chin's question, Arthur paused, then looked at him with a dangerous gaze. This is not something you should know, outsider. Night-Chin could feel the sudden dangerous aura emanating from the other party, and he stopped asking about this matter. Since he had made the supply, he was going to leave anyway. There was no need to dig deep into questions that touched a nerve with the other person. At this moment, he was only concerned about one thing. So if someone were to brazenly shoot at me too, you wouldn't intervene? Arthur raised his head. If someone invites you to play chaotic roulette, just refuse. Night-Chin probably understood the sheriff's implicit meaning. As long as you don't agree to enter the state of chaotic roulette with others, then no one will act against you like that. If someone really dares, it's also because of a vendetta, and he will deal with the person according to the law. At least it's a way of avenging you. It's really not safe. Night-Chin murmured, nodding. At least for now, he was safe by the sheriff's side, and a feeling of hunger swept over him once again. I need to buy some food. Is there anywhere here that sells? Arthur's mood was not very good. Apparently he had no desire to stroll around the town with him personally anymore, just pointing in the direction of the town center from afar. There is the only restaurant in town that sells food, with a sign at the entrance. If you want to solve your hunger problem, go there. If you want to buy in bulk, I don't know if they have any surplus. Yachin nodded lightly, memorized the direction pointed out by the mayor, and quietly walked towards that direction. This place exuded strangeness, not a place suitable for living. However, he also faced quite a few problems himself. First, just because he ate a meal, it didn't mean he wouldn't be hungry later. If he wanted to stay in the night house for a while, he would need to stock up on a week's worth of food at least. Secondly, no money. Yes, the Grand 001 made its debut and immediately found itself in a moneyless predicament. Moving forward with these complicated thoughts, he did not attract as much attention as he had expected due to his attire and appearance. Most people stayed in their rooms, occasionally children would peek through the windows at him. The scene of silence and desolation, coupled with this sight, was quite eerie. Soon, Yachin arrived at the town center and saw the restaurant indicated by the guard. There was indeed a crooked signboard on the restaurant, but just the name made Yachin hesitate. Mosquito Cuisine. Yachin fell silent. Yachin didn't want to speak. Yachin wasn't hungry anymore. After much hesitation, Yachin sighed and walked in. Let's go in and take a look first. What if they have some normal food? Pushing the door open, Yachin found that the scene inside was completely opposite to the outside, with many people gathered. So, the reason there was no one outside was because they were all having a tea party here? Facing numerous curious, strange, and scrutinizing gazes, Yachin ignored everyone and walked straight to the front desk. The restaurant's shopkeeper. Or it was more appropriate to call him the front desk attendant. He had the appearance of a bartender, wearing the same old coarse cloth, with the same grayish-black skin, but compared to most of the people Yachin had seen along the way, he seemed much fatter. Visually, the food should be quite good. Mentally, How could someone eat mosquitoes every day and still be this fat? With a hint of confusion, Yachin calmly spoke up. I'll buy something to eat. Oh. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then quickly pulled out the menu with enthusiasm. Come, guest, take a look, these are all our signature dishes. I guarantee you'll eat and drink well, maybe you'll even bring people to eat in our town in the future. Yachin fell silent. He decided not to judge a book by its cover, and would see before making any decisions. Then, the signature dishes: 1,000 mosquito silk cake, smooth and chewy, full of meat. 2 mist blue coins, signature dish, devil cockroach noodles, nutritious, distinct grains, spicy and refreshing. 2 mist blue coins. Yachin silently closed the menu. He swore that even if he starved, he would never eat this stuff. Then how about a drink? A drink? This is really unbelievable. Every time you genetically modified people from the big cities see my menu, you all have the same expression. The boss muttered to himself, then beamed with enthusiasm. What would you like to drink? It's all on the menu. Yachin glanced at it and fell into silence once again. Signature sewage special blend, made from the pure sewage of Sewage Town, mixed with the exclusive blend of firefly juice and devil black pepper, a popular beverage for all ages in town. Signature sewage brew, made from the pure sewage of Sewage Town and fermented with wheat, combined with the harmless juices of 2 poisonous insects. 1 sip will make you drunk, 2 sips will make you forget all your worries. 5 mist blue coins. Yachin, help, what are you guys eating every day now? Boss. Yachin carefully chose his words, trying not to offend the other party. Can you just boil some sewage and give me a bowl of noodles without anything else? The boss frowned and sighed lightly. I knew it. I just don't understand. How can this noodle be tasty without any meat? Is that thing even considered meat? The boss muttered, nodding. It's possible, but I have to make it clear. Even though I'm not adding any seasoning for you, the price remains the same. Don't accuse me of cheating you. The most expensive ingredient in this dish is actually the flour. Yi Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Even if this water is dirty, at least when boiled, it can be drinkable, as long as no random stuff is added. Just eating a bowl of plain noodles is already a form of enjoyment. But noodles without seasoning are a bit tough to handle. You can still add a little seasoning. How about some devil black chili? Ha! The boss looked surprised at Yi Chen, causing goosebumps to rise on Yi Chen's skin. Then he excitedly spoke up. Sir, you truly have great taste. You are the first outsider in our town to choose this flavor. I guarantee you will be hooked after trying it. You'll feel uneasy if you go a day without it. Wait a minute. This chili doesn't have anything to do with bugs, right? Yi Chen was clearly starting to panic, feeling like he had just opened Pandora's box. No, rest assured. Once it was confirmed that this devil chili had nothing to do with bugs, Yi Chen felt a bit relieved. As long as it's a normal crop, it's fine. And then, the most crucial matter arose. Boss, this mist blue coin is not the common currency where I come from. I don't have it with me. Can I exchange it with something else? The boss looked at Yi Chen in shock, his gaze as if he was looking at someone trying to get a free meal. Are you kidding me? Where under the sun doesn't use mist blue coins? Are you broke? Caught in an awkward situation, Yi Chen wasn't even upset. The only thing that surprised him a bit was the currency issue. In a post-apocalyptic world, there's still a unified currency in circulation? Although he didn't know what mist blue coins looked like, the power behind issuing them must be significant. That's right. Yi Chen defended himself firmly. But I can pawn some things. I believe a bowl of noodles can still be exchanged. He questioned Yi Chen, gradually turning into understanding. Indeed. Although he didn't bring money, judging by the appearance and attire of the other party, just this outfit alone could buy him over 100 bowls of noodles. Even the mayor couldn't dress this well. Well, it's not impossible. Let me see what you have to offer. His eyes shifted, revealing a seductive smile. Sir, would you like to play a round of chaos roulette with me? If you win, the whole store is free for you. No, the entire store will be yours. I refuse. Yi Chen decisively interrupted the boss's proposal. The effect. The scene of entering the small town was still vivid, Arthur's words still echoing in his ears. Screw this. For a moment, the shop indeed stirred up a commotion. Damn, it's so lively here. I've been craving your food for so long. I want to play too. What's the fun in playing with outsiders? You can't underestimate us. The entire Mosquito Rice restaurant became lively. Get lost. Who wants to play with you guys? The boss scolded, ending the commotion in the shop, then turned to Yi Chen. Well, let's leave it at that. Let me see what you have to exchange. Yi Chen narrowed his eyes, maintaining a calm exterior, but inside, he was already completely disgusted with this restaurant owner. He had figured it out. They were just taking advantage of an outsider who knew nothing, right? He didn't care about being ripped off. But this chaos roulette, it could be deadly. He could no longer be a harmless pretty boy. Yi-Chen didn't have many things on him that could be pawned, but coincidentally, he had something very valuable, very prestigious, and something he couldn't use at all. Smack! Yi-Chen slammed a revolver on the table. The restaurant owner's face changed suddenly, clearly startled. He took several steps back, leaving Yi-Chen puzzled about the reason for his fear. Nevertheless, it seemed the owner had achieved his goal. I don't need this for now. Give me a price, he said after a few seconds, cautiously approaching. A revolver? You want to keep this? Yi-Chen sensed something amiss but didn't mind. Yes, I have many. Many. The owner muttered to himself, then respectfully spoke to Yi-Chen. Thank you for not killing me. Take this gun back. All expenses in the store today are on the house. Not killing him? This turn puzzled Yi-Chen. He couldn't understand the reason for this not killing favor just because he took a revolver. Was it really necessary? In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, who wouldn't carry a gun? If everyone who brought a gun to your store deserved a not-killing favor, you'd owe the whole town hundreds of favors. What was the reason behind it? Yi-Chen gently wiped his revolver but didn't put it away. Name your price. I want to buy some things. I can't. Accept this, esteemed guest, the owner said, almost in tears. Yi-Chen decided to take it back, seeing how distressed the owner was. Relieved that Yi-Chen took back the revolver, the owner said, take this, and I'll immediately serve you a specially brewed dirty water, ensuring you eat and drink comfortably. Yi-Chen's lips twitched as he declined. No need for the dirty water. Just give me a cup of hot water. Seeing the agreement, Yi-Chen found a quiet corner, sat alone at an empty table, and pondered. The restaurant owner invited me to play the Chaos Roulette, and everyone here seems excited about it. But what exactly is the Chaos Roulette? The only thing I know is that someone died from it when I entered Sewage Town. Arthur, who despises evil but can't intervene, indicates that the Chaos Roulette is legal in this town. But why? The restaurant owner hasn't played the Chaos Roulette with anyone for years, yet he invited me as soon as I arrived. Why? The revolver I was about to pawn was found by me, confirmed by the Soul Cat, and deemed normal. It had only undergone a certain level of activation by me, far from the standard activation. So why was the restaurant owner so terrified? Countless questions flooded Yi-Chan's mind in that brief moment, partly due to hunger. Hungry. So hungry. Yi-Chen had never experienced such hunger before, feeling almost on the verge of losing control. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked at the wall beside him. On the wall hung a grayish-white framed picture. In the frame, there were several people in a group photo, with a handsome, well-armed figure in the center, but Yi-Chen couldn't see his face clearly. It wasn't that the photo was unclear, but rather he couldn't see it. Strangely, he felt like the eyes in the picture were staring at him. Just as he felt a chilling sensation creeping up his spine, someone tapped his shoulder. Sir, your noodles are ready, the owner's voice interrupted his thoughts. Yi-Chen turned around, and the owner personally brought the noodles to him. If it weren't for the invitation to play the Chaos Roulette earlier, Yi-Chen would have felt embarrassed. It was like dining and dashing. Yi-Chen suddenly realized and turned to look at the portrait on the wall again, but the eerie feeling was gone. He could now clearly see the face of the handsome figure in the center of the portrait. This painting. Following Yi-Chen's gaze, the owner also noticed the portrait and chuckled. Here is the founder of our sewage town, the first mayor, and his most trusted powerful subordinate, the creator of our little town. Yi-Chen frowned, carefully examined it several times, but still didn't find anything unusual. Gradually, he decided to temporarily ignore it. For him, as long as the spirit cat didn't warn him, it meant he was at least temporarily safe. Unsafe things could be considered at a more appropriate time. Like eating first. He looked down at a bowl of messy stuff, nothing in it but steaming hot noodles. Yi-Chen felt much better after eating, and the glutton in his stomach was also clamoring. He picked up the chopsticks and slurped a mouthful. He had many fantasies, like it would be incredibly delicious with one bite, or tasteless with no flavor. But he never expected that with this bite, he almost choked. Cough. What the? Cough cough. What the hell is this? After drinking a mouthful of soup, his mouth felt like it was filled with a massive amount of dust and debris. Every inch of that dust emitted a sharp sensation that penetrated his pores. It was a tasteless, pleasureless, extremely pure spiciness. The dust and debris stuck to his tongue and mouth like glue. How is it? Isn't it an unparalleled taste? If you find it delicious, why not take some back to your hometown to try? Excited, the boss's voice came from beside him, waiting to boast about his cooking skills. Screw your unparalleled taste. Screw your post-apocalyptic world. Yi-Chen gulped down several cups of cooled sewage water, which tasted like pre-apocalyptic lukewarm water, and felt a bit better. The spiciness wasn't the issue, the problem was that this thing stuck to your tongue like a scab, without any flavor, pure torture. Perhaps noticing Yi Chen's discomfort, the boss reluctantly cooked another bowl for him. This time, he ate very cautiously, making sure there was nothing deadly in it before finally swallowing it in one go. Wiping his mouth, Yi Chen showed a satisfied expression. However, there was still something bothering him. Are you sure this is your specialty, something unique to Sewage Town, right? Absolutely, the boss said proudly. You won't find our devil black pepper produced anywhere in the wasteland. Yi Chen gradually regained his color, feeling that there was still hope in life. Apart from this weird place, there wouldn't be such bizarre cuisine elsewhere. After sending the boss away, Yi Chen sat in silence for a long time. It wasn't until there was no one around him again that he softly spoke. Little cat, but I'm still so hungry. Soon, the voice of the spirit cat resonated from within him. Not full yet? Have another bowl. Yi Chen shook his head gently. I'm full, but I'm still hungry. It was a contradictory statement, but that's how Yi Chen felt. He was full, yet still hungry, as if his soul was starving. The spirit cat fell silent, until much later, its voice echoed in Yi Chen's mind again. Can you try touching me? Yi Chen hesitated, not knowing why he should do it, but since the little cat asked, he discreetly reached into his pocket and gently touched it. In a trance, Yi Chen felt an indescribable force entering his body. Feeling better? The spirit cat's voice sounded weak in Yi Chen's mind. Yi Chen hesitated and nodded. Much better. What did you do? Why do I feel a bit weak? He wasn't a fool, whatever the spirit cat did, it surely had side effects. It's nothing, meow. Just a bit of energy consumption. Yi Chen wanted to say something but ultimately remained silent. So, what's going on? He swore to himself that he must figure out the reason, find a solution, instead of letting the spirit cat bear his discomfort with him. Meow. You are 001, encompassing everything, the most powerful anomaly. If the energy on your body is insufficient, or if there are too few anomalies around you, it will cause this situation. I should have thought of it earlier, meow, I thought you were just hungry in a human physiological way. Yi Chen shuddered. Is it really because of this? For a moment, he couldn't help but ask, what will happen if this hunger is not replenished for a long time? If it's just feeling hungry, he thought he could endure it. Not starving, enduring a bit wouldn't hurt, right? But the voice of the spirit cat this time sounded faintly. You will temporarily lose your sanity completely, then devour the nearest anomaly around you. Yi Chen looked at it, hesitating to speak. The nearest anomaly, isn't that it? How much time do I have left? He didn't want to accidentally devour the spirit cat, or he would regret it for the rest of his life. Meow? 3 days at the shortest, 7 days at the longest. 3 days. Yi Chen murmured. So, I just need to contain an anomaly, right? Yes, meow. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen got up and returned to the hotel's front desk. Boss, does your town have a place to stay? And is there a professional pawn shop? Ha! The boss looked extremely surprised. Had enough of the taste? Not planning to leave? Yi Chen's eye twitched slightly, but his rational mind didn't want to discuss this topic further. I'm done eating. Of course, he hadn't finished eating, but indeed, he wasn't planning to leave for now. Mysterious gunshots, strange Arthur, the chaotic roulette of unknowns, the abnormal photo frame. If he wanted to try containing anomalies to delay his extreme hunger on the soul, then this was definitely the only chance. This strange little town. But if he wanted to stay here, he had to consider the issue of money again. Food, drink, accommodation, even replenishing ammunition. If you want to stay, it's not far from here. Just go through an alley, and the shop built on the abandoned canal is the best place with the nicest view around here. As for the pawn shop, he hesitated for a moment, carefully choosing his words. The pawn shop is right next to the inn, but if you're going to sell that gun, forget it. No one around here dares to take it. No one around here dares to take that gun? What kind of logic is that? That gun is clearly just an ordinary gun. Without another word, Yi Chen bid farewell to this heartbreaking hotel. The place where the mighty anomaly 001 almost got spiced up would also go down in history. Yi Chen left the Mosquito and without hesitation, and many restaurant guests watched him leave, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. Being in the spotlight wasn't all that great. As soon as he walked out of the Mosquito Inn's gate, Yi Chen immediately found the location described by the manager. Mainly because it was too obvious, it was exactly what Yi Chen had seen from the beginning, a structure that had lost all its middle parts, leaving only steel bars towering high like treehouse shapes, but actually wrapped in normal materials. Indeed, not far, just a few alleys away. Mapping out the route in his mind, Yi Chen headed in that direction. Walking into the alley, Yi Chen immediately frowned. It was dark, too dark. This was a place where sunlight couldn't reach. Taking a few steps further in, Yi-Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. Behind him, there was a whistling sound of wind, as if a strong wind was generated by rapid movement. Yi-Chen reacted swiftly, completing a turn in an instant, only to see a figure rushing towards him at an inhuman speed, followed by a huge fist coming straight at him. Damn it! Bang! Yi-Chen reacted at the fastest speed, responding swiftly, meeting the fist head-on. Click! In an instant, Yi-Chen felt like his hands were about to shatter. It was as if he was facing not a fist, but a stone. Not only was the speed off the charts, but this was definitely not a strength that an ordinary person could possess. Damn it! Yi-Chen stepped back repeatedly, pressing against the wall. The other party kept advancing, then a rusty dagger was pressed against his neck. Ha! Humans! Yi-Chen raised his head, scanning the figure behind the dagger. Even in the dimness after stopping his movement, he was nowhere to hide. A figure dressed in rags, with a face almost indistinguishable from the other residents of Sewage Town. If one had to point out a difference, it was that his face was slightly paler, with a few more grim scars, making him look even more weathered. However, how could a human have such strong physical abilities? Are you from the restaurant just now? Yi-Chen asked coldly. With a dagger at his neck, it was fake to say he wasn't nervous, but he wasn't that nervous either. After all, according to the research and analysis of the Containment Tower's scientific researchers, he should have the undead trait. Although he hadn't tested it personally, at least for now, he wasn't too panicked. Good lad, indeed from the glorious city, quite courageous. The man was surprised by Yi-Chen's composure, chuckling coldly. Enough talk, hand over all your money, and I'll spare your life today. Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. After pondering for a while, he still couldn't believe this was a robbery. Isn't? Yi-Chen was speechless. Are robberies blind these days? No target selection? I'm so broke, I don't even have a single coin on me. Rob me? I feel like we can skip straight to the fighting part. Since you came from the Mosquito canteen, you should have seen for yourself that I have no money on me. Yi-Chen calmly shrugged. Nothing is more convincing than seeing it with your own eyes. He. The man chuckled ominously, waving the dagger in his hand, signaling Yi-Chen not to move. I know you don't have money on you, but what you do have are valuable things. Even if I strip you of your clothes and sell them, I could get dozens of mist blue coins, right? Yi-Chen furrowed his brow lightly. Leave a way out for yourself. Are you coming to strip me naked right away? Robbery doesn't involve stripping clothes, does it? What about professional ethics? For example, that revolver. Greed gleamed in his eyes. Although it's a style I haven't seen before, revolvers are the cheapest, and I could still get 20 mist blue coins for it, right? Yi-Chen's brow furrowed, suddenly realizing something, blurting out, You're not from Sewage Town? The manager of the Mosquito canteen made him realize something. Maybe it's not this revolver that holds special significance to the whole Sewage Town, but the revolver itself. This could be quite interesting. So what if I am or not? Stripping you naked will be enough for me to head to Glorious City. That place is nice, right? I heard the girls in Glorious City have all undergone genetic modifications, all as fair as you. I'll just grab a few for fun, that would make my life worthwhile, huh? Yi-Chen frowned at his words. Your mindset is wrong. There are many ways to achieve what you want, but you only know how to rob. This is a path that will eventually lead to irreversible consequences. So, why do the people of Sewage Town hold such deep taboos against the revolver? Yi-Chen even wanted to gather some information. Since you're leaving here anyway, there's no need to guard this secret for them, right? The robber visibly hesitated, then his eyes glinted with malice. Enough idle talk, hurry up and strip. Okay, calm down. Yi-Chen looked as if he had been scared silly, starting to frantically search his pockets. It seemed as if he had been scared dumb, until he pulled out the revolver from his pocket. A faint red glow covered the revolver, and with all his might, Yi-Chen aimed it with his right hand, the powerful wind roaring forth. First, the dagger's edge was deflected, then it struck the robber's face. Damn it! I am 001, even if I can be killed at the beginning, but if I let you rob me, I will never have the face to see any anomalies again in my life. The dagger was forcefully pushed away, clearly catching the opponent off guard. However, Night-Chen's second move did not succeed but was instead held in his hand. Weak and powerless, the man sneered at Night-Chen's fair wrist. Have these hands never touched a knife in their life? No wonder you sold all the guns by your side. Ha! Night-Chen tried to free his right hand with a strong punch but felt as if he were bound by steel, unable to move. This guy was definitely a problem. His arm was as strong as steel, and even the strongest man couldn't be immobilized like this. However, he wasn't too worried yet. His left hand swiftly reached for his left shoulder and pressed the flashlight switch. The grayish light illuminated the darkness, flashing into the opponent's eyes. The man paused, then sneered again. What, shining a light for me to see how you tremble helplessly after I strip you of everything? Ha! You're really good at fantasizing. Night-chan slightly opened his restrained right hand, causing the revolver to drop. Then, while keeping the flashlight on the opponent, he aimed the revolver at the man's head with lightning speed. He then smirked. So, do you want to bet that my gun is empty? The robber's face changed drastically with Night-chan's words, looking at Night-chan with a mix of fear and disbelief, as if he were watching the lunatics playing roulette in Sewage Town. You. Just as Night-chan was about to hear what else he had to say, his voice was forever silenced at that moment. Ha! Night-chan had been waiting for the moment when the opponent would not believe that he indeed had no bullets, but he didn't expect his right hand to move again. He slipped out of the opponent's iron-like grip. Night-chan raised his head in confusion, seeing the man frozen in the last moment of terror, as if he were petrified. What's going on? Hey! Night-chan tentatively called out, then lightly kicked him, and he collapsed like a falling pillar, falling backward. The man lay on the ground, eyes frozen in a look of terror, never moving again. Damn! Did he just kick the bucket? He was so tough just a moment ago. Night-chan's expression changed slightly as he turned off his flashlight, crouched down, and checked the man's breathing. His breath had completely disappeared, as dead as a stone. Is this thing really that powerful? Night-chan marveled at the power of the flashlight, feeling somewhat silent. There was no pity here. After all, this was already a wasteland. Anyone who dared to rob you, not many would be left alive. If he hadn't won just now, what were the chances that this man wouldn't have silenced him directly? Of course, it wasn't that easy to make him die. Calming his emotions, Night-chan crouched down and began searching for loot. Night-chan's fingertips moved lightly and found a heavy cloth bag in the man's bulging pocket. With a slight joy, Night-chan opened the bag's mouth. Coins, lots of coins. Night-chan's fingertips delicately picked up 2 exquisitely crafted coins and examined them closely. Are these mist blue coins? He murmured, inspecting the appearance of the coins. The coins were made of a material he couldn't name, with excellent craftsmanship. Just based on the quality of these coins, Night-chan was puzzled. If this thing was distributed in sufficient quantities, it was completely inconsistent with the chaotic situation of the present world. The mist blue coins were also engraved with exquisite drawings. Drawings? Night-chan squinted his eyes, carefully examining the exquisite design on the coin, believing that it must contain clues he could see. He had thought it would depict the main city of the coin-casting power, or some landmark buildings that could still show remnants of the pre-apocalyptic world. But to his surprise, the image on it was of a familiar sight. Abandoned and towering steel bars coiled around some houses. At the base of the steel bars was a uniquely shaped sewage ditch, the symbol of Sewage Town. What on earth? Night-chan's mind short-circuited the moment he recognized the drawing on the coin. The impact of this discovery exceeded everything that had just happened. What the hell is this? The mist blue coin was the universal currency of the entire post-apocalyptic wasteland, and it featured the design of Sewage Town? What kind of setup is this? Was this coin minted by Sewage Town? No, it couldn't be. This is too absurd. Following that, Night-chan discovered even more incredible things. The mist blue coin emitted a faint mist around it. The mist was slightly blue and brought a chilling coldness when lingering on the fingertips. This is... Night-chan's expression changed slightly. Having accumulated some experience since awakening, he knew that this kind of irrational style always had something to do with anomalies. Little cat, are you watching? Night-chan didn't know how to telepathically communicate, so he placed his hands on the table, buried his mouth behind them, and softly asked, hoping the Mind Cat could hear. Soon, the Mind Cat's response came into Night-chan's mind. I'm here. This coin is indeed unusual. I can feel it. What? Despite having some guesses, getting confirmation from the Mind Cat left Night-chan dumbfounded for a moment. This coin is unusual? Then, after handling it for so long, shouldn't he have encountered some anomaly by now? Don't panic, big brother. This coin is not abnormal, but rather, all mist blue coins in the world are minted by that anomaly. Ha! Night-chan's expression shifted from slight fear to confusion. All the major circulating currencies in the world belong to one anomaly. How powerful must this anomaly be to have such extensive coverage? Also, what's its deal? Why create mist blue coins of all things? Do you know why it made these mist blue coins? The voice of the Mind Cat sounded. I don't know, but I know who it is. Night-chan's heart skipped a beat. Who is it? Anomaly 012, the Mist Forger. What? Night-chan was shocked once again. Just casually going out for a meal and actually encountering an anomaly. Not only that, but it was a senior anomaly starting with a 10. Will there be any problems if I hold it? This was what Night Chen was most concerned about at the moment. Holding a mist blue coin minted by an anomaly, would there be any negative effects? And what kind of conspiracy was 012 planning for the entire post-apocalyptic humanity? Mist blue coins were the universal currency, everyone had them regardless of wealth. If anomaly 012 set some trap here, the apocalypse might happen again. Don't worry, big brother, there's nothing to worry about. Just treat it as a regular currency. I've met 012 before, it's quite an interesting anomaly. It usually likes to play around with various coins or draw. Among so many anomalies, if it hears about you, it will probably come to join you directly. Well, the little cat's evaluation was quite high. But, could it hurry up and join me? I'm almost broke. Sorting through the mist blue coins in his bag, Night Chen counted them. Not a lot, but not few either. Based on the information he had, it was probably enough for a week's stay at the inn in Sewage Town, along with a handgun, 5 portions of 1,000 spider silk cakes, and 3 portions of special sewage brew. Quite luxurious. After sorting out the spoils of war, Yechen hesitated. How should he handle the scene? In theory, with no one around, in this pitch-black alley, whatever happened was known only to the heavens, the earth, himself, and you. Even if he left directly, there would be no suspicion pointing back to him. However, the problem was that the starting point, the Mosquito Inn, was too close. Under the watchful eyes of the public, the two of them walked into the alley, one in front and one behind. If something had happened to him just now, Arthur would definitely be able to pinpoint the culprit immediately. If something had happened to the other person, he would also directly implicate himself. The difference was that the other person was prepared to finish the job and run, leaving Arthur unable to catch him even if he wanted to, while Yechen needed to stay in Sewage Town for a while. Instead of being filled with suspicion and passively waiting for trouble to come knocking, Yechen decided to surrender. Of course, it was with a certain degree of assurance, a surrender filled with skill. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Over 10 minutes later, the Sheriff Arthur of Sewage Town hurried to the scene following Yechen's footsteps. As soon as he arrived, he saw the dead body of the bandit lying on the ground with eyes wide open. Are you saying he attacked you? Arthur looked at the disheveled Yechen with deep eyes. When Yechen had approached him, he was disheveled and unkempt, not pretending. No one else could imitate being disheveled and unkempt. But with Yechen, this neatly dressed pretty boy, a little smudge of dirt on his face, and a hint of panic, he looked quite pitiful. Arthur walked forward and examined the bandit's body on the ground. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. He was hit by an unusual attack. Hearing Arthur's affirmative conclusion, Yechen's heart stirred slightly. He could actually tell? Was this sheriff not as simple as he seemed? Would he discover that it was caused by him? And if he did, what would he say? It was already doomsday, and Yechen didn't know if the Sewage Town's laws included the concept of self-defense. Sure enough, Arthur quickly looked at Yechen, making Yechen slightly nervous. But then, the next words from Arthur finally eased Yechen's tension a bit. You're lucky to have been attacked by an anomaly at such a close range and come out unscathed. Then, Arthur's tone changed. Of course, it's also possible that I was just not paying attention, and you are very strong. After all, you come from a powerful force. Yechen completely avoided this question, pretending to be innocent. How did he get hit by the anomaly? I don't know, Arthur shrugged, then turned to continue surveying the scene. Anomaly's abilities are usually diverse. He may have undergone a mutation after you left, or he may have experienced a mutation in the wilderness before, only for it to erupt now. Yechen remained silent. He wasn't quite sure how much he should know about anomalies. Suddenly, Arthur let out a soft exclamation. He's actually a one-time genetic enhancer? His brow furrowed, and although he didn't turn around, Yechen could easily guess what he was thinking. How could he have escaped? A tense atmosphere had begun to spread in this small space. Yet Yechen wasn't too panicked. After all, there was still no evidence. And such an obvious weakling like himself could beat him like this. This calm attitude was completely shattered in the next second. Arthur's gaze lingered on the thief's pocket. There was a bag there, and the bag had already been taken by himself. Oh no! How could he forget about this? An endless oppressive atmosphere spread in the scene. Perhaps the right thing to do at this moment should be for Yechen to take the initiative. But maybe he hadn't adapted to the rules of the wasteland yet. Maybe he simply thought Arthur seemed nice, or maybe he wanted to wait and see, not wanting to leave this town. Arthur squatted on the ground, his back to Yechen, his expression changing constantly. It was certain that this kid definitely had a problem. But to be honest, he had no idea what was going on in his mind. All the eyewitnesses saw clearly that this person followed Yechen into this alley, and his intentions were obvious. With evil intentions and inferior skills, one could only say it was well-deserved. The only thing he should really worry about in all this was dying from an abnormal power. After a while, Arthur stood up, his voice filled with emotion. I hope this abnormal ability won't show up in this town again, or it will be in trouble. With these words, Yachin immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Basically, it meant not causing trouble and not pursuing further. Yeah, Yachin said, going with the flow. Is this place really safe? It's too scary. Arthur. His mouth twitched slightly. Are you still pretending? After adjusting his breathing for a moment, he looked at Yachin with a serious tone. One last question, answer seriously. Yachin suddenly looked serious. Are you from the noble forces of Radiant City or the forces of the church? Yachin was somewhat puzzled. He could understand Radiant City, as he had heard it mentioned several times already, and guessed it was the largest human force in the area. But what were the forces of the church? Was there a church in the wasteland? Who was their god? After some thought, Yachin gave a relatively risky answer. I don't belong to either of them. He had no understanding of these forces at the moment, so he didn't want to get involved and complicate things for himself. Ha! Arthur looked extremely surprised at Yachin, but soon his expression gradually softened. What puzzled Yachin was that Arthur's gaze towards him now held more trust. Your honesty impresses me. Who knew what kind of convenience Yachin would enjoy in this small town by admitting to either of these identities? You're welcome. Yachin waved his hand and pointed to the dark alley. If you have time, could you escort me there? Arthur was taken aback for a moment, almost laughing. He really didn't see himself as an outsider, did he? But it was fine. This mysterious guy probably carried some strange supernatural items due to the abnormal mutation. Since he had decided not to act, he might as well take matters into his own hands and quickly serve this Buddha and send him away. Where he came from, he should go back there. Where are you going? Arthur asked cheerfully. Yachin was puzzled by his enthusiasm and had no intention of hiding it. To the inn. Arthur's steps came to a sudden halt. Silence was the theme of the night. You're not leaving? Yachin couldn't help but look at him in confusion. I am leaving, just staying for a few days. What's wrong with that? In Yachin's view, Arthur's reaction was a bit exaggerated. Ha, nothing. Come with me. He led the way into the alley, turning back halfway and saying, It's getting dark here, do you have a flashlight on you? It would be convenient to light it up. Turn on the flashlight. You must not want to live. No batteries, Yachin replied succinctly. Arthur. Well, that's quite convincing. Click. A faint light shone in Arthur's hand, illuminating the path in the alley. You have a flashlight. It's not very powerful, but it'll do for now. Yachin, there's nothing you can't do, you can even butter up someone. Your strength and firepower, who needs a flashlight? Ha. It's all the same, isn't your flashlight hanging around with you too? During the long journey, Yachin's confusion grew. If you don't understand, just ask, that's Yachin's usual style. As the only inn in the small town, why design it so remote, and even have to pass through alleys without lights? You seem to be doing this on purpose. A place specially designed for shady dealings. This is a path known only to the townspeople. Who knows how you ended up here? Yachin clearly misunderstood his meaning. Got it, this must be a path specifically for doing bad things, right? Finally, amidst different thoughts, clarity dawned, and the scene unfolded before his eyes. The location where the coin drawing was, the very center of Sewage Town, with only steel, concrete pillars visible from afar, below which was the sewage ditch. Then, Yachin saw the only inn in Sewage Town. Half of its body was directly submerged in sewage, smoke slowly rising, dirty sewage connecting to the inn's foundation, emitting bubbles. The whole inn exuded a damp, corroded smell. People can stay here? Can people really stay here? At that moment, Yachin suddenly realized how wonderful the night house, which he had considered dirty and messy, actually was. Are you deliberately making things difficult for me? Arthur felt puzzled. Why would you think that? This is a place specially prepared for guests. Yachin hesitated to speak, thinking about the signature dish at the Mosquito restaurant they loved, but stopped abruptly. Perhaps there was already a deep generation gap between them. If I don't want to stay here, is there any other way? Hearing Yachin's question, Arthur hesitated. There is indeed only one inn open to the public, but you can ask the locals if any family is willing to accommodate you, although the answer will surely be no. If that doesn't work, you can stay at my place first? No, thank you. Yachin decisively rejected the proposal. Why would I go to your place? I investigate you, you investigate me. Mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Everyone has a bright future. I understand. Arthur casually mentioned. He also had secrets that Yachin shouldn't see. If you only mind the dampness and the pungent smell, you can stay in the top floor room. Of course, the price will be higher. Following Arthur's gesture, Yachin noticed that the inn was not just a few low floors. Along the steel bars from bottom to top, there were probably about 4 floors in height. Indeed, the environment would be better on the top floor. After comparing, this seemed like a very good choice, but Arthur mentioned the price. How much is it? Yechin asked sensibly. Unexpectedly, Arthur gave him a faint glance. Well, if it's the person trying to rob you, it's definitely affordable. Yechin. Alright, I get it, stop pointing me out. Alright, I'll leave you here. If you need anything, find me anytime, I patrol the town during the day. Yechin nodded, thinking that Arthur was quite understanding, knowing that I wouldn't easily spend money in front of him. Watching Arthur leave, Yechin took a deep breath. Crossing the sewage, he entered the lobby of the inn. The lobby wasn't very large, but it was empty, giving a sense of spaciousness. As Yechin pushed the door open and entered, the farthest point was probably the front desk, where a thin figure sitting on a high chair glanced up, then slouched back, showing no sign of awareness of a guest. Boss, I'd like a room. Yechin got straight to the point, stating his purpose. The man didn't seem eager to deal with Yechin, raising his head and pointing. Following his gesture, Yechin happened to spot a wooden signboard with the inn's price list written crookedly on it. Night Chen's immediate focus was not on the price list, but on the plaque next to it. Identical to it, a picture frame. Night Chen didn't ask what was in this frame anymore, as the owner of the Mosquito Inn had already explained it to him at the beginning. The first mayor of Sewage Town. Even if he wanted to ask something, he had no idea where to start. At this moment, Night Chen felt a bit uneasy just because of its presence. But it was only a bit. What are you looking at? A sudden, faint voice startled Night Chen, and when he turned around, he saw the thin and old innkeeper sitting up, gazing at him faintly. Just like Night Chen had been gazing at the picture frame. Admiring the style of the first mayor, Night Chen said nonsense with his eyes wide open, clearly catching the innkeeper off guard. After a moment, the innkeeper nodded. Don't stare too long, it'll affect your rest. Don't stare too long, affect your rest? What did that mean? After a moment of confusion, Night Chen no longer seemed to have more interest in the old photograph and instead looked at the plaque the innkeeper had initially pointed to. That is, the price list. Special room, 5 missed blue coins/week. Deluxe twin room, 9 missed blue coins/week. Deluxe double room, 10 missed blue coins/week. Top floor deluxe single room, 20 missed blue coins/week. It seemed okay, not too expensive, considering the pouch he had just acquired. After all, Night Chen was still very unfamiliar with the new economic system of the current post-apocalyptic world and found it hard to gauge its value. But is it really not expensive? A revolver for 20 missed blue coins. And this rundown shack costs 20 missed blue coins for a week. Can ordinary people afford to stay here? Which resident of Sewage Town would come to stay in this place? No wonder it's specifically for outsiders. In contrast to this price range, it highlighted another extremely expensive black market. Sewage Special Brew, 5 missed blue coins. Devil Cockroach Noodles, 2 missed blue coins. Great, just arrived, and Night Chen had already explored the 2 top black markets in Sewage Town. And crucially, he had no alternative but to go there. Give me a top floor suite. Night Chen gritted his teeth. It was no longer just a matter of being pretentious about the environment. With the lousy soundproofing in this place, if he ever wanted to plot something, he couldn't go to the mezzanine where everyone upstairs and downstairs could hear everything clearly. Ha! Hearing the words top floor suite, the thin innkeeper's face lit up with a smile, dispelling the gloom from before. Oh, you really know your stuff. How many weeks will you be staying? Enduring the pain in his heart, Night Chen took out 20 missed blue coins from his bag and laid them on the table. The innkeeper immediately gathered all the coins into his arms and began to inspect them. However, as the currency produced by the prestigious 012, no one in this world should be able to counterfeit it. Alright, here's your room key. 4th floor, room 401. Enjoy your stay. I'm not enjoying at all. I arrived in the post-apocalyptic world empty-handed, got robbed almost naked. That fool dropped dead in front of me, and I reluctantly inherited his legacy, only to lose most of it in a blink of an eye. I don't know what I'll encounter in this small town next, and whether that money will be enough is already a problem. And before leaving, I still need to stock up on enough food, as spiritual hunger doesn't mean physical hunger doesn't exist. The eerie town, the bewildering chaos, the mysterious picture frame, the strange missed blue coins minted by 012, the robbers with incomprehensible strength and speed, along with the dried-up wallet and the unsolvable hunger. Bang! 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 In the distance, a series of rifle shots rang out from the main gate of the town, not just a pistol this time, but a continuous burst of assault rifle gunfire. What's happening again? But what does it have to do with me? Night Chen climbed up the stairs, pushed open his surprisingly sturdy door, and entered his room. In the coming week, in his own room. The room was about 40 square meters. If it were to be considered as a residential building, it would be extremely small. But as just a room, it was still acceptable. A large bed was placed in the corner, accompanied by a wardrobe and bedside table. On the bedside table, there were a water glass and a kettle, and that was about it. The living room had a carpet, stickers, tables, chairs, and a sofa, a layout that was quite common in hotels before the apocalypse. It was just that he was staying in a standard room for the price of a presidential suite. No, even in a discounted room, wouldn't there be a TV provided? Some even had air conditioning. But after all, it was the end of the world, and the TV must have become a decoration, or even abnormal. Observing the facilities in the room, Yechin noticed a menu placed on the bedside table. He picked it up and read it. Mosquito Restaurant. Are you two big black market businesses collaborating now? It indicated free delivery, but the price per dish had increased by 2 to 3 mist blue coins. It wasn't until Yechin noticed a small square box placed on the bedside table that he curiously fiddled with it. A radio? After some awkward manipulation, a continuous static sound echoed. After tuning through more than 20 channels and almost giving up, the voice from the radio suddenly became clear, playing soothing and beautiful music that he had never heard before. It's quite pleasant, Yechin murmured, remembering the frequency and placing it back on the bedside table. The room only had one window on one side. Yechin pulled back the curtains slightly, facing the hotel entrance, and he seemed quite satisfied. Compared to the entire 4th floor, this is considered a good room. Finally, Yechin began to feel like this money was well spent after comparing. In a corner piled with folded beds, Yechin noticed a stack of neatly folded bunk beds and hesitated slightly. Can this place accommodate team stays? But then again, in this eerie town, which team from the wasteland would dare to split up recklessly? If that was the case, the average cost per person would decrease. Once again confirming that the room had decent soundproofing, Yechin half lay, half leaning on the bed. It was quite soft, the mattress should be of good quality. Apart from the room being quite damp, the blanket was dry. Yechin put his hand in his pocket, originally empty, but suddenly touched something furry. Little cat, how's the situation around here? The spirit cat had once told him about its 2 abilities, anomalous perception and scene reconstruction. Not strong in combat, but its practicality was indeed top-notch. If you're asking if it's safe, then I'm definitely safe, and there are no abnormal entities around. The voice of the spirit cat echoed in Yechin's mind. But I can't be sure if there are any anomalous items that have been affected. Yechin's heart stirred slightly. For example, mist blue coins? The spirit cat nodded. So, would you be sensed if you came out now? The spirit cat hesitated before replying. I'm not sure, it's best to stay like this for now, but I'm certain that talking to me here won't attract any abnormal attention. Of course, speak softly to avoid physical eavesdropping. Yechin breathed a sigh of relief. He indeed had too many questions to discuss with the little cat. When you were in the alley, were you watching? As Yechin brought this up, the spirit cat was filled with righteous indignation, its whole being bristling. It really makes me furious. Overstepping boundaries. How dare anyone rob you like that? If I had even a bit of power, I would have tortured them thoroughly. That's not the point. And if it weren't for that flashlight, the other party would have had more than enough to beat him. That's not the point. Okay, being robbed like a soft tomato made Yechin very angry, but that incident was already in the past. What he didn't understand was, where did the other party's power come from? I vaguely heard the words, gene enhancer, what is that? The mind cat also had some doubts. Meow. Maybe it's a way for humans to become stronger? In this chaotic post-apocalyptic world, if there are no means to enhance oneself, civilization as we know it would cease to exist. Night-Chen nodded. Reasonable. But I wonder how exactly they become stronger. Through genes? Is it through some kind of potion? A one-time gene enhancement. So are there second and third times? I do feel stronger, but I haven't gained any extraordinary abilities. At least when my flashlight shines on me, I feel like I have no resistance, even if it's due to my carelessness and underestimation of the situation. By the way, do you find this picture frame strange? In fact, Night-Chen didn't hold much hope because usually at times like this, the little cat would just come up with some meaningless flattery. You are the weirdest one. But unexpectedly, this time the mind cat nodded in agreement. Indeed, it's unusual, and it's something I'd never seen before. An anomaly that even the mind cat had never seen. Night-Chen blurted out, suddenly sitting up straight. An anomaly born after the apocalypse? The composition of this sewage town is a bit too complex, isn't it? It's fine for now, meow. The mind cat decisively stated. It's definitely not its true form, and it's not paying attention to us right now. Night-Chen breathed a sigh of relief. This thing was still hanging over his head like a sword of Damocles, a bit frightening. If I move it a bit, it should be fine, right? Watching Night-chan's cautious movements, the Mind Cat couldn't help but chuckle. Big brother, what are you afraid of? If it dares to come out, you can just take strong measures to contain it, right? Night-chan. What a strong containment. Are you not afraid your precious 001 will perish on the spot? Holding the picture frame, Night-chan felt no abnormalities. Just like the flashlight that still worked on the zombie's head. As he walked to the door, Night-chan suddenly hesitated. It was still unclear what the relationship between this town and the painting was. Would discarding this thing and having the locals find it cause some unknown changes? After some thought, Night-chan ultimately discarded the frame in a corner of the room. Anyway, the Mind Cat had a warning ability, so he didn't need to panic. Leaning against the bed, Night-chan gently pulled back the curtains and looked at the post-apocalyptic scenery outside. So, what are 002 and 003 like? Are they like you, these biosynthetic individuals? I dare not presume. You anomalies within the top 10. It leaped lightly, pointing towards the sky on Night-chan's shoulder. Do you see that? That's 003. Night-chan looked up, silent. He then looked at the Mind Cat, silent. For the first time, he felt that this little cat was talking nonsense. Isn't that the sun? The Mind Cat stood on Night-chan's shoulder, also gazing at the sun in the sky, somewhat silent. It wasn't until the light became too bright that they averted their gaze slightly. It's the sun, but not the same as the one from before. Wow. Night-chan no longer cared whether this thing was the sun or not. What he cared about was this thing shining in the sky like the sun. And it being 003? What kind of position is this? Forget it. I won't belittle myself. The Mind Cat also had eyes, and since it still firmly believed it was the most powerful anomaly, I'll just assume I'm pretty awesome. What about 002 then? What is it? The Mind Cat shook its head. I don't know. I haven't seen its true form, but it should be a tree, emitting endless corrosion and pollution. Doesn't sound too bad, not as extreme as 003. But in any sense, 003 can't beat 002. The Mind Cat's voice was faint. Night-chan. Just from this one thing, you can see the huge gap between anomalies. Indeed. How do you contain this thing? Can it even be contained? It's up in the sky. If it's contained, does that mean there will be no sun in the human world? Or even, if the sun in the sky is 003, then where did the real sun go? In the midst of these endless incomprehensible questions, Night-chan's spiritual cat suddenly bristled. I'll hide for a bit. A powerful human is coming. Before Night-chan could even ask anything, the spiritual cat had already completely disappeared once again. The clothes pocket lightly bulged, indicating it had gone inside. There was no need to ask further, as through the window, a group of figures was approaching the inn. Even compared to Night-chan's attire, the group's clothing seemed somewhat exotic. Unlike the rough hemp clothes of the townspeople, and different from his own modern casual wear, they were wearing robes, entirely in off-white with a hint of pink, the pink varying in depth, with bright golden patterns outlined at the edges, and a shiny object resembling a badge on their chests. It was both discordant and strangely natural, hinting at a touch of extraordinary power. The group consisted of 4 people, their faces obscured by the hoods of their robes, but one could vaguely see the pristine white skin underneath, completely different from the townsfolk of Sewage Town. Clergy? Night-chan murmured, thinking back to the question Arthur had asked him before. Are you from the noble forces of the City of Radiance, or from the church forces? It was fortunate he hadn't hastily claimed an identity, or he would have been exposed by now. Suddenly, the leader seemed to sense something, abruptly lifting his head and looking in Night-chan's direction. Night-chan's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a calm and indifferent expression, meeting the gaze squarely. After their eyes met, the other party looked away, and Night-chan promptly drew the curtains. Did these people make the spiritual cat sense danger and hide temporarily? Night-chan muttered. It seems this post-apocalyptic church is not simple. The group of 4 entered the inn, and Night-chan leaned lightly against the door, listening for sounds in the stairwell. Clatter, clatter, clatter. A few minutes later, light footsteps ascended the stairs and proceeded to the 4th floor. Night-chan held his breath, sensing someone stop outside his door, facing his direction. After a silent pause that seemed to last forever, just as Night-chan was finding it hard to contain his breath, the person outside pushed open the adjacent door. Bang! The door closed, and the person entered the room next to his. 402. Outside the door was quiet, while Night-chan paced back and forth in his room. It was time to sleep, but sleep eluded him. Why had the church forces come here? Were they friend or foe? Did their purpose conflict with his own? Was it a problem that they were staying next door? He was extremely wary of the possibility that someone might be staying next to him, but he had no idea if the other party felt the same. Perhaps it was just his own paranoia. Of course, the other party likely had the confidence of coming from a major power and could afford not to fear scrutiny. From what Arthur had vaguely hinted at, the City of Radiance was the most significant force in the wasteland after the apocalypse. Or city, even if it was just his perception, it was still impressive. In his eyes, the church forces were as powerful as the City of Radiance, or even a top-tier force even more powerful. No matter how you looked at it, this situation was troublesome. But of course, trouble also brought opportunities. For himself, eager to understand the post-apocalyptic situation, gaining some information from them would be extremely beneficial. Little cat, is there a way to listen in on their conversation? Looking inside was not realistic, but listening in should be within the professional scope of the spiritual cat, right? No. The spiritual cat decisively shook its head. They likely have means to deal with anomalies, of which I am unaware, and it's very likely I would be discovered. Is that so? Night-Chen nodded, and the Mind Cat remained as steady as ever. As long as he didn't believe the occasional Night-Chen is invincible that it said, he was definitely in an unbeatable position. Besides, I don't think eavesdropping is necessary, meow. I have a better plan, meow. With that, the Mind Cat proudly lifted its head, pleased to be of help. Wait for an opportunity. Once they all leave the room, we sneak in, and I can perform a scene reenactment, meow. Night-Chen's mind stirred, feeling like he had opened the door to a new world. So this was how scene reenactment worked? That seemed quite powerful. No matter what others were plotting, how secretive or well-defended they were, as long as he knew the time and place, he could witness it firsthand. This made all the tricks of the trade seem insignificant. It seemed like no one could outsmart him in the future. But then, Night-Chen felt a bit uneasy, a hurdle in his mind. What if there are women? Wouldn't it be creepy if I saw something I shouldn't? This seemed a bit off for the Mind Cat to hear, and it took a while before it cautiously responded. Boss, are you still concerned about the formalities of human society before the apocalypse? Nonsense. I haven't spent a single day in that apocalypse, this is the first day. Meow. Then maybe tomorrow you can find a way to make some initial contact, just see if there are any women around? Night-Chen. You don't have to be so dramatic, just take it as a passing comment from me. I still need to adapt to this new world. The Mind Cat didn't quite understand but felt it was profound. Weren't you quite decisive when you took down that human who tried to rob you? Humans are quite interesting, meow. But you've given me an idea, meow. That group has 2 rooms in total, paired up. Maybe they are grouped by gender, meow. Grouped by gender. What a joke. It seems more like they are divided by responsibilities. But Night-Chen was clearly focused on something else. Can you sense it? Just now the little cat said it couldn't eavesdrop, so Night-Chen thought it couldn't sense either. Listen to the sounds, meow. Just now 2 doors opened and closed. Is that so? Well, he didn't hear it, maybe the Mind Cat's hearing was more acute. But if they were grouped in pairs, it would make things easier for someone like him, a suspicious person. With the power divided, the difficulty of investigation would be reduced. And now, most importantly, he needed to enhance his strength. Night-Chen's ability to protect himself was currently too weak, to the point of having no means to defend against enemies. Until his pistol magazine, which had displayed great power, was replenished, his only strength was shining a flashlight on people. But this had a bit of a delay. If someone wasn't there to rob him and had no intention of communicating, but simply came to take his life, he would be gone before the flashlight took effect. The urgency to enhance his strength was extreme. Even if it was for this mysterious 001 vest on him, he shouldn't rely solely on others saying you're powerful, when in reality, he wasn't anything special, right? Suddenly, he remembered the ability labeled on him when he left the containment tower, an ability he seemed to have unknowingly used before. Little cat, I vaguely remember having an ability called activation, but I don't quite remember how to trigger it. Any ideas? The Mind Cat hesitated for a moment, not with the question Night-Chen feared, why don't you understand your own abilities, but rather seemed genuinely puzzled. Meow. How could I know about your great power? Night-Chen was starting to get used to the flattery, so he just waved it off and skipped the usual praise. Tell me your analysis. After a moment of thought, the Mind Cat shared its understanding. Generally speaking, this kind of contact-based manifestation of abilities requires emotions as guidance, followed by physical contact to activate it. Yi-Chen listened in a daze, continuing to inquire. For example? The mindful cat pondered, leaping onto the bedside table and tapping the radio. For example, if you touch it and then focus your mind, wake up, meow. It might come to life. Yi-Chen. Sounds unreliable. Am I supposed to speak and it happens? But Yi-Chen couldn't help but recall two unusual incidents. Touching the gun, then shooting with a skill beyond his usual level. Touching the gun again, then hitting a vital point he didn't understand, stunning the robber for a few seconds and providing precious light from the flashlight. This didn't seem like mere luck. And coincidentally, his emotions were intensely fluctuating at those times. The first was encountering something eerie suddenly, the second was getting robbed and feeling furious, leading to a reckless adventure filled with excitement and tension. So, what happens to things I activate? Do they come to life? This question required deeper understanding beyond the literal meaning, and the mindful cat shook its head repeatedly. Of course not, meow. Only items with exceptional talent or rare items have the potential to come to life, to gain consciousness. Of course, if you put all your effort into making something come to life, it might be possible. Mostly, they are given a certain level of awareness, limited to understanding and execution. For example, a cabinet you activate might open itself when you want to put something in, or lock itself when an unfamiliar person approaches. An activated weapon might sense something nearby and search for weaknesses or even attack autonomously. If it's a melee weapon on your back, it might move closer to your hand when someone attacks you, helping you strike back. If it's a gun, it might shoot automatically in your hand. How far it goes depends on its innate talent and how far you're willing to go, meow. Yi-Chen paused, looking slightly surprised. The mindful cat didn't understand, but what it said matched the actual events. Wasn't the revolver in his hand now explainable by this ability? The first time, automatic shooting, saving his life by shooting precisely when he couldn't. The second time, automatic attack combined with weakness detection, stunning a genetically enhanced opponent for a few seconds, creating a gap to use the flashlight. Yi-Chen lowered his head, glancing at the objects on the bedside table, pondering his experimental target. The most suitable, least risky options were just three: the radio, the bedside table itself, and the kettle on top. If it truly comes to life, what will happen? What else, meow? The mindful cat waved its paw, looking fierce yet stylish. Either it worships us, or it attacks us, only to be suppressed by your dominance, meow. That seemed unnecessary. After a moment of consideration, Yi-Chen slowly placed his hand on the radio. Among these three items, the changes in the bedside table and kettle were predictable, as they had their limits. Only this radio might bring unexpected changes and possibilities. Well, couldn't resist a little mischief. What did the kitten just say? Yi-Chen concentrated his emotions and softly spoke, "Wake up, meow." I probably don't need to add the meow, right? Oh, wasn't that gesture a bit silly? If it didn't react after all that fuss, I'd be too embarrassed to face anyone. But the radio responded the moment it called out in Yi-Chen's heart. A red light flashed like a wave passing over the object. Every time before, Yi-Chen had been passively triggered in a panic, almost unaware, but this time he had been staring at the target all along, finally witnessing the scene with his own eyes. Did I really succeed? Yi-Chen's expression grew more serious. This thing is not something to be used lightly. Although his practical combat ability is still relatively limited at the moment, just glimpses like this occasionally make him feel deeply apprehensive. Although this world is abnormal, strange, and full of all sorts of chaos, at least ordinary things are still normal. But if he were to go crazy, unrestrained, and without hesitation in activating, this world could even temporarily shift from a post-apocalyptic to a magical post-apocalyptic world. Or even a post-apocalyptic world where magic and Cthulhu coexist? That would be too absurd. As he fantasized about these things, Yi-Chen suddenly paused, finally remembering that he seemed to have forgotten something. The radio. Why isn't it reacting? According to the mind cat's speculation, objects activated by oneself usually fall into two categories, friendly or hostile. But it still hadn't responded. Could it be? Just then, the radio suddenly started playing music. Oh, how lucky to meet you at the most beautiful age, Yi-Chen. What's going on? Why is it playing music? The mind cat was also a bit puzzled, hesitating as it said, "Listen to the lyrics, maybe it's trying to show goodwill to you through playing music?" Yi-Chen was shocked. Could it really be explained like that? Of course, I'm not sure, meow. Maybe it's just broken. I heard that in the pre-apocalyptic era, if something was broken, you could just give it a tap to fix it. Let me try, meow. With that, the little cat leaped off Yi-Chen's shoulder, approached the radio in a few steps, a set of cat punches already poised and ready to go. The sound of the radio abruptly stopped, cutting off a song in an instant. Let's learn to meow together, meow meow meow, mind cat. Well, it's not broken, Yi-Chen shrugged. But it seems like it's not very useful either. Anyway, this round of experimentation was considered complete. As a proud anomaly, he finally had some control over these strange abilities, no longer powerless against these big shots. After some more research, night fell. Yechin looked at the next room and sighed. No matter how itchy he felt inside, now was not the time. It was already evening when he entered, and most likely, the other party wouldn't have any activities tonight. At the earliest, he would have to wait until tomorrow to carry out the reconnaissance plan. But there was some good news. The other party couldn't possibly spend the whole night without discussing the mission target, so the more they talked, the better. Success and rewards require patient waiting. Yechin sat on the chair by the bed, looking at the pitch-black night outside, the faint green water ditch, and the dim light coming from the next room, lost in thought. He was hungry again. Hopefully, he was just overthinking it. They weren't here for the anomaly. The night is so beautiful, even though it's dangerous, there are always people staying up with red eyes. Slap. Yechin's hand hit the switch of the radio. This is too absurd. Why did I bring you back to life? This sudden burst of music also brought Yechin back from his daze, and he gently closed the curtains. Good night, little cat. Meow. Lying drowsily on the bed, Yechin felt himself entering a dream. Until. Cold. So cold. Yechin abruptly opened his eyes again, shivering, his whole body completely soaked. Raising his head, all he could see was a pitch-black night sky, devoid of stars and moon, only illuminated by the glow of streetlights amidst a drizzle. What the hell? Why was he standing in the middle of the street? It was almost surreal. Nightchin was on the verge of suspecting that everything he had experienced before was just a dream, and he was actually living in the pre-apocalyptic civilized society. Lowering his head, Wastewater Town was built on a massive drainage ditch. With the heavy rain pouring down, the water level had risen above his ankle boots. Soaked from head to toe, it was incredibly uncomfortable. Nightchan had just woken up, his mind still groggy. Staring at the flooded ground, his gaze suddenly sharpened. The water was murky, which was normal for Wastewater Town. Dirty rain was also common in this post-apocalyptic wasteland, but the water looked surprisingly clear, except for the faint reddish patches floating on the surface. Blood. Although it wasn't a river of blood, the water covering the ground was tainted with flowing blood. Little cat. Something big must have happened in Wastewater Town. Why hadn't the spirit cat warned him? Yet, everything around him was eerily quiet. No voices, no sounds of cats. Where were they? Nightchan's heart clenched, sensing that something was terribly wrong. What had happened? Wasn't he just sleeping moments ago? The little cat wasn't powerful, but now he realized that its presence was his greatest comfort in this post-apocalyptic world. Perhaps this was another aspect of the spirit cat's ability? Emotional solace? Nightchin tried to stay calm, scanning the surroundings along the buildings, and soon his expression turned graver. This was still a small town, somewhat desolate but well-preserved, unlike the dilapidated Wastewater Town he had seen. How different it was from the town he and the little cat had arrived in. Nightchan tilted his head slightly. He wasn't very familiar with the roads and terrain of Wastewater Town, but he could roughly determine his location based on the landmark of the drainage ditch. It was close. After swiftly traversing a few steps along the street, the vast drainage ditch appeared before him. His goal was simple, the inn. Although he didn't know what had happened, generally, where it started was where it would end. Perhaps when he returned to the inn or even to his room, he would figure out what had occurred. However, when he reached the location of the inn, he silently halted his steps. Empty and desolate, it was unlike anything he had ever seen, with the water level even higher by nearly 2 meters. Where the inn once stood was now vacant. Above the drainage ditch, where the inn used to be, there stood a sturdy bridge spanning the gap. Beside the bridge was a tall building, the tallest in Wastewater Town, a high-rise with over 10 floors. While not impressive in a big city, it was indeed the most luxurious building in this small town. Judging by the timeline, this was probably decades ago, when the apocalypse had just begun, and the last civilization had just ended. Nightchin wasn't entirely sure what had happened, but he had a rough idea. Time travel was definitely impossible. He had just arrived in the apocalypse. Where could he time travel to? It could be a dream. But whether it was a dream or not, the underlying reason was the same. He had been messed with by some anomaly. What anomaly? A chaotic roulette? A mysterious frame? It couldn't be ruled out that the neighboring church's influence was behind this, pulling him into something. Regardless, his current mindset was clear and alert. Find a place with people. Without hesitation, Nightchin plunged into the dim alley that had once been robbed, following his memory. He had already thought of a very suitable place for himself. There were still lights in the alley, and the street lamps were still working. Even if they were dim, at that time, flashlights couldn't penetrate the darkness. He twisted and turned all the way until suddenly his vision cleared up. Along this path, he could see clearly. The entire residential area was mostly empty, not a single light in sight. Even the useless street lamps were on. In such a dark night, wouldn't anyone in a room bother to turn on a light? From the moment he woke up until now, the only place brightly lit was still there. The striking sign, seemingly unchanged after a long time, read Mosquito Restaurant. Yechin found it hard to describe his current feelings and expression. What the heck? Is this place really a century-old shop? This is unbelievable. After mentally preparing himself, Yechin politely knocked on the door, then pushed it open with a calm and indifferent expression. The aroma of soup, the warmth, the crowded atmosphere, created a lively scene that contrasted sharply with the outside world. Different people's scents mixed together. The strong body odor and the pleasant perfume scents emanated from different people in different places, entering his nostrils together. It was pungent, explosive, yet it somehow brought back a sense of humanity he hadn't felt in a long time. He hadn't seen so many people in a long time. However, this scene was a bit unsettling. The entire Mosquito restaurant was densely packed with people, and from the moment he walked in, everyone was looking at him. Their gazes carried a mix of surprise and ferocity, exuding fear and panic. Yechin wasn't really scared, but rather embarrassed. In this crowded place full of women and children, click, followed by a series of bullets being loaded, then Yechin felt numerous gun barrels pressing against his temple from the side. Still women. Suddenly, Yechin realized something. There must have been trouble in Sewage Town now. All the men from the town had disappeared, and this was a shelter for all the town's families. I'm not an enemy, I seek refuge, Yechin quickly said, raising his hands. What else could he do? Even though he wasn't defenseless, did he have to start a massacre here? After speaking, Yechin discreetly scanned the faces of these people. Unlike the residents of Sewage Town he had seen before, these people still seemed relatively normal, just slightly darker in skin tone, completely different from the atmosphere in Sewage Town before he entered. Did they mutate genes from eating mosquitoes and cockroaches when they had nothing to do? Thinking somewhat sarcastically, Yechin knew it couldn't be the case. The skin of these people was getting darker, more like the beginning of some kind of transformation. Suddenly, Yechin's gaze froze. Not far away, on the wall, hung that familiar picture frame that had once made him feel eerie. The same frame, the same photo. But at this moment, that frame shouldn't have held that photo that hadn't happened yet. Just as Yechin's mind was changing, a slender, frail woman blocked the position of the frame. Yechin couldn't see her face clearly because she lowered her head the moment his gaze passed over her. The only thing he saw was the color of her skin. A pale, smooth skin similar to his own. Of course, he also had yellow skin, but compared to the people after the apocalypse, he was almost unnaturally fair. Before he could focus on that, a path had already been cleared in the crowd. At the end of the path, a fat but good-natured man walked towards the restaurant's front desk from his memory. He was the only man present, the current owner of the Mosquito restaurant. He held an RPG launcher, probably the most powerful weapon in the entire town at that moment. Who are you? I've never seen you before. The owner of the Mosquito and had a dangerous look in his eyes, with a resolute attitude that seemed to welcome death. You're not from this town. In a place with a small population, as the only remaining innkeeper in town, he was indeed qualified to claim he knew everyone here. I seek refuge. Yechin, avoiding the main issue, calmly stated. Although Yechin didn't answer his question, his words did ease the tension for many. As long as he wasn't an enemy, the ones who could fight were not here. We don't shelter men here. The innkeeper's voice was cold and firm, his vigilance unwavering. Even the old man missing a leg in our town has gone to guard the outer walls, and you, young and strong, have come here to escape? Guarding the walls? Does that mean all the able-bodied men in Wastewater Town have gone there? I can go to the walls. Yechin understood, there was no place for him here now. If he were the innkeeper here, in times of crisis, with lives at stake, in a place that housed all the townspeople's families, allowing a stranger with a dangerous aura in would be foolish. He wasn't really seeking refuge, he just wanted to find someone to communicate with, someone who could help him escape this abnormal situation. You can tell I'm not from this town. Yechin's thoughts flowed more smoothly, his responses becoming more fluent. I just woke up from being unconscious. At least, you need to tell me which way to go. The innkeeper's expression gradually faltered. Judging by Yechin's demeanor, he didn't seem to be lying. And at the moment, he didn't pose any threat. You're young and an outsider, I can make an exception for you to stay here. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. Of course, you must be under my armed supervision at all times and not engage in any unnecessary activities. Yechin hesitated, reassessing him. This was much better than the conscienceless restaurant owner in Wastewater Town later on, who let him in fearing for his own life. But Yechin had changed his mind, he didn't plan to stay here. Despite the suspicious picture frame, staying here would mean being completely monitored in every move, with no chance for investigation. Instead, he preferred to move freely. He wanted to see what crisis Wastewater Town was facing, to see if it was related to the abnormality here, and perhaps lend a hand within his capabilities to tackle the threat, returning later to investigate with a better cover. Being kind-hearted in the apocalypse isn't a good thing. Ha! The owner of the Mosquito and was puzzled for a moment before understanding Yechen's meaning, showing a mix of amusement and goodwill. Being kind-hearted was like being taken advantage of. Well, then go guard the walls. With that, he stopped communicating with Yechen, taking out a walkie-talkie from his waist and pressing the talk button. Mayor, there's a stranger here. No, a young man, unarmed. Let him stay there? Forget it, he seems more interested in going to guard your walls. Alright, I understand. Are you gathering weapons nearby? Running out of ammunition? I see, I'll keep an eye on him until you arrive. The communication ended, and Yechen and the innkeeper stared at each other in silence. Yechen was eager to go inside and see that picture frame, but the crowd had blocked the view completely. He believed that although the conversation was somewhat harmonious now, if he dared to step forward without explaining his motives clearly, he would face the wrath of the firepower waiting for him here. Yechen searched for the girl he glimpsed earlier. He had a keen sense that she had some issues, just like himself, not quite fitting in here. The figure of the other party had completely disappeared, perhaps intentionally submerged in the crowd, as my gaze could no longer find them. Suddenly, heavy footsteps approached from behind Night Chen, most likely the mayor coming over. Boss, be careful, there's someone different around, Night Chen said, feeling he had done his duty by raising his hands to both sides, indicating he meant no harm, then turned around. Behind him, a man in a poorly made all-black suit, more like a bodyguard than the mayor, rode a motorcycle, revving the engine as he rushed towards them. Seeing the face of the person on the motorcycle, Night Chen couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It was indeed the mayor. The same one he had seen in the old photos in the frame. Had he really gone back to the founding of Drainage Town? Kid, where are you from? The mayor put down the motorcycle stand, walked up to Night Chen, and scanned him sharply, as if trying to see through his soul and uncover any hidden intentions. However, Night Chen's appearance, except for some inexplicable times when people called him 001 for no reason, he always seemed harmless. He might even be seen as an easy target. Night Chen dared not mention random place names from his memory or make up hostile names, knowing he had to speak but also couldn't risk being eliminated in this critical moment for the town's survival. He needed a bit of risk to gain more freedom of action. I come from Glorious City. Glorious City? The mayor paused, his eyes showing a hint of joy. Glorious City? How is Glorious City? We haven't been able to contact them for a long time. Good, I guessed right. I don't know, Night Chen shook his head. I've been away for a long time. If he didn't even know where Glorious City was, how could he make up stories about it? I see. The mayor's eyes flickered with some regret, but not disappointment. Do you doubt what I'm saying? Night Chen asked curiously. The mayor just glanced at him and chuckled. You, with such delicate skin, who else could take care of you besides Glorious City? All right. With this, come with me to the front line to defend the town. The mayor handed Night Chen the heavy sack that was originally on his back and placed it on the motorcycle's rear seat, then got on the motorcycle, started it in one go. He was the one driving the motorcycle, and since there was no one on the back seat, he could carry the sack. If he had to take Night Chen, he would have to carry it himself. After a moment of hesitation, Night Chen hoisted the heavy bag filled with weapons on his back, got on the motorcycle's rear seat. Hold on tight, the mayor instructed, revving the engine, and the motorcycle raced towards the edge of the town. Crazy. Sitting on the back of the motorcycle, holding onto the mayor with one hand, if he had any evil intentions, he could have struck now, and the mayor wouldn't have stood a chance. In a matter of seconds, the motorcycle roared to nearly 100 miles per hour, showing how urgent the situation was. In the dark night, the strong wind howled in his ears as he rode on the back seat with the mayor. It was really outrageous. Night Chen was considering whether to take this opportunity to ask something when the mayor spoke as he slowed down for a turn. You're not one of us from Sewage Town, just show some attitude. Don't let others laugh at you later. We force outsiders to go to their deaths together in our small town. Night Chen was taken aback, while the mayor continued, once we reach the front line, I'll appoint you to manage and distribute this batch of close combat weapons. Don't move around too much at the back, it's not much different from staying in a hotel for shelter. If we lose, we'll all die, just a few minutes sooner or later. If we win, where you'll be staying is far enough back, you'll definitely be among those guarding the outer walls who can see the sunrise tomorrow. The mayor glanced at Yechen through the rearview mirror and sighed softly. What a pity. You're so good looking. If it weren't for that doomsday event, you would have definitely been a big star. Yechen fell silent, watching the trees speeding by on both sides, feeling somewhat unworthy of such kindness. The mayor was indeed a good person. We will definitely win, Yechen said. The mayor hesitated for a moment, his voice drowned out by the roar of the engine. You just woke up from a coma, don't you know what we're facing? Young people are always so confident. I really don't know, Yechin thought silently. But you, all of you, obviously survived. Many years later, a restaurant like Mosquito and Vegetable could dominate the underworld cuisine market here, and your portrait could still hang prominently between the two major black market shops in Sewage Town. Can we lose today? Finally, Yechin could hear the distant gunfire getting closer, and he couldn't help but mutter to himself, it's probably going to be a fierce battle. Sewage Town now is much busier and bigger than when I first saw it. SKRRT. The motorcycle finally reached its destination, performing a stylish drift under the mayor's control, splashing water all around. It was still raining. Following the mayor off the motorcycle, Yechin could finally see the scene here. The outer wall was still mainly made of wooden stakes, but with distinct levels, traps everywhere, fully prepared, nothing like the scene when he first arrived here. What exactly has happened? Well, Yechin didn't need to wonder anymore because he could see it now. Beyond the wooden stakes, there were endless shadows, making him feel as if he was experiencing the zombie siege only seen in games. Countless creatures resembling zombies and something very similar to the flashlight zombies he encountered when escaping the containment tower. However, their heads didn't grow out in that peculiar way, but they still had disgusting, tentacle-like swollen areas. Yechin noticed that these zombie-like creatures often took multiple shots without falling, but it was hitting their strange parts that could kill them, seeming to be their weak spot. They had very low intelligence, relentlessly attacking the outer defenses of Sewage Town. How wonderful! Yechin murmured in a voice only he could hear. If the crisis facing Sewage Town was just this, then it wasn't a big deal. Small zombies. For well-equipped humans, they were truly insignificant. What could be more despairing than the K-series apocalypse? Unfortunately, the current scene before him, with over 1,000 so-called zombies, was most likely just a manifestation of some abnormal abilities, or perhaps simply low-level creatures driven mad by pollution. In other words, sorry, this was just an appetizer. Alright, you stay here with these things, the mayor instructed Yechin, taking out a megaphone and shouting urgently, those without weapons, come here to get armed. No need to rush. Wait until we've used up all our bullets before advancing. Okay, Yechin tore open the sack wider and placed it on the ground. He didn't try to stand out, instead carefully observing the situation here. The equipment. It's hard to say. 2 heavy machine guns made up a firing position, over 10 fully automatic rifles, forming a firepower network capable of wiping out everything except artillery. This was why just a few small wooden defense stakes could keep such a large number of enemies at bay. But if you really looked closely, apart from the mentioned equipment, the quality of the subsequent gear was severely lacking. Most of the townspeople were here loading ammunition, and there was even a muscle man over there shooting a crossbow. The ammo boxes were visibly running low, and what they were currently using was almost the last of it. Thinking that the mayor only brought back close combat weapons this time, this batch of ammunition should be the last reserve of Wastewater Town. Once the ammunition runs out before the issue is resolved, they can only charge with these close combat weapons. It also indicates that Wastewater Town has no military production capability of its own, nor a stable source of acquisition, all of which are obtained from unknown sources. Then, it's gone. People have started to come one after another to receive weapons in front of him, and he has done a decent job, distributing them based on body size. For the stronger ones, he gave a shovel, for the weaker ones, a sickle. Some more agile ones chose batons, nunchucks, and similar items. Suddenly, Night-Chen's distribution of weapons paused, his gaze freezing. A slender young man in his 20s, wearing a striking western cowboy hat, was rummaging through a sack in front of him for a suitable weapon. At the sight of his profile, Night-Chen almost blurted out, Arthur? It was too alike, incredibly alike. They looked like they were carved out of the same mold. But logically, Arthur couldn't possibly be here, especially not looking this young. Before he could observe further, the mayor suddenly shouted and rushed over in a single stride. Aman! What the hell are you doing here? The young man, referred to as Aman by the mayor, was visibly startled, looking at the intimidating mayor, feeling extremely uneasy. I'm here to get a weapon. Where the hell is your gun? The mayor was furious. Didn't I give you a fully automatic rifle to use? Aman lowered his head, clenching his fists tightly. I lost it during the last assault. Useless. The mayor cursed. How many guns did they have left now? Losing one meant one less. Why are you so cowardly? It's not like that. Aman raised his head, his neck turning red with urgency. The gun was too heavy for me. I could barely handle it. When we were retreating, it jammed, and in my panic, I dropped it. Damn it! The mayor scratched his head vigorously, pulling out a revolver from his pocket. Stand aside and watch. If you can't handle a gun, don't go into close combat with a shovel. Just hold on to this chaos bell for self-defense, and don't use it unless it's a matter of life and death. Amon's face paled as he looked at the gun, hesitating to take it. Chaos. You're giving this to me? Stop dawdling and take it, let's go. The two of them left in a hurry after their conversation, leaving Night-Chan lost in thought. A revolver? With the word chaos on it? He wondered if this had any connection to the chaos carousel in Wastewater Town, as many things were starting to subtly link together. His gaze shifted between the mayor and Amon, lost in contemplation. Damn it! This thing is fast, quick shooting. Ah! A scream rang out before he could react, followed by the mayor's roar. Everyone, charge with your knives. Push them back, they're about to break through the heavy machine gun position. Night-Chan saw a zombie-like creature rushing forward burst into several small dog-sized entities with creepy spider-like tentacles. It was incredibly fast and agile, piercing through several rifle hands who were reloading within moments, not a good sign. Night-Chan's expression changed slightly as he watched the ragged people charging with sickles and shovels, feeling uneasy. If this continued, Wastewater Town was doomed without a doubt. He wasn't a saint, he wouldn't bat an eye if the bastard who dared to rob him died, but whether it was the mayor or the one who resembled Arthur, currently suspected to be Arthur's grandfather or father, Night-Chan was willing to help them out. Night-Chan lightly touched the self-selected self-defense dagger from the sack, a faint red light flashed and disappeared, making Night-Chan show a pleased expression. Activated, it's still usable here. With no more hesitation, he swiftly charged into the front line ahead. It was unclear from a distance, but clear from here. After all, they were just a group of ordinary people holding weapons but lacking training. Their marksmanship was terrible. They couldn't hit who they wanted to hit, relying only on suppressing firepower, shooting off target, and by chance hitting another unintended target. This was very dangerous. Charging all the way into the heavy machine gun position, watching the heavily sweating machine gunner who had just loaded the final magazine, Night-Chan roared, "Move, let me do it." Ha! The other side was clearly confused, looking back at the mayor in a loss, thinking the mayor was dissatisfied with his marksmanship and sent someone to replace him. But Night-Chan was clearly getting into the zone. The mayor also noticed the change here, apparently more confused than the machine gunner, with a very puzzled expression. "You brat! What are you doing?" Bang! Before the mayor could finish, Night-Chan knew he couldn't delay any longer, so he punched the machine gunner, taking his place at the machine gun position. Activated! Accompanied by Night-Chan's low growl, a red light began to flicker on the Gatling gun, covering the huge machine gun in a wave-like glow that disappeared along the barrel, spreading over the entire Gatling gun. The most immediate sensation was that everything felt lighter to Night-Chan. Then, rat-tat-tat-tat. The deafening gunfire created the terrifying firepower it was meant to. Holding the trigger, Night-Chan felt no difficulty in controlling the gun, as if it were a part of his own body. Ammunition poured out, emptying a 500-round magazine in an instant. As the gunfire ceased, the world fell silent. Before Night-Chan lay nothing but a pile of corpses. Regardless of their weaknesses or mutations, none of them could rise again to launch an attack. At such a high rate of fire, every bullet from Night-Chan could hit one or even two different targets, almost always hitting a vital spot. The number of these seemingly zombie-like creatures was only a little over 1,000, with 400 to 500 killed by the townspeople's random shooting, the rest completely destroyed by the ammunition from his magazine. Before him, there was nothing left. Silence, complete silence. The townspeople were so shocked by this scene that they forgot to breathe. Despite the many people around, it was as quiet as a library at night. Even the mayor was almost jaw-dropped. They often needed dozens of bullets to hit one target, and even when hit, they wouldn't die, they would get up and attack again. Awesome! The mayor cheered and rushed over, patting Night-Chan's shoulder vigorously. Good lad! Damn! You've been hiding your skills. What kind of marksmanship is this? Are you a genetically enhanced person? Genetically enhanced person? Night-Chan didn't know which question to answer in the string of questions, but he heard the name and felt something. But there was no way, it wouldn't make sense for him, a genetically enhanced person, to ask the other person what is a genetically enhanced person, right? Night-Chan decided to accept this title, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain why his marksmanship was so terrifying. I have indeed had some enhancements, Night-Chan answered cautiously, but I'm not sure if it's what you call genetic enhancement. It must be. This technology came from your glorious city. The mayor clapped his hands. Truly a big city, scientific technology is amazing. Extracting abnormal aura, combining it with the blood and materials of mutant creatures, strengthening our human genes, how did you come up with this? Night-Chan's pupils slightly contracted. Extracting abnormal aura? He couldn't help but feel uneasy, because he was the abnormal one. But it was not convenient to ask further questions. His current persona should not be so ignorant. Is it over? Yi Chen lightly moved his wrist, but his mind was elsewhere. What was the purpose of getting himself into this mess? After resolving the crisis on the surface, was it good or bad to leave this place? Kid. No. Hero. Don't leave, okay? Stay, and I, the mayor. I'll be your servant. I'll find you the most beautiful bride in town, and I promise the Mosquito restaurant will provide you with free and unlimited supply forever. How about that? Yi Chen had just done something significant and was somewhat happy, but now he suddenly felt unhappy. Mosquitoes, damn it. I don't want to. The mayor cheerfully embraced Yi Chen's shoulder. Don't rush, don't rush, don't rush to refuse. He gestured enthusiastically, waving to the others with joy. Let's go home, lads. We'll have a celebration at the Mosquito restaurant tonight, and we won't rest until we're drunk. Yi Chen. Get lost. How come the people of Sewage Town can't avoid the Mosquito restaurant? Come on. Let's lend a hand. Let's carry our hero back. Alright. Hey, I'm coming too. A group of townspeople who had survived a disaster were very enthusiastic, happily surrounded Yi Chen, lifted him up with excitement, and cheered as they carried him. Hey, you guys. Yi Chen had never been the center of attention like this before, being lifted up and down by everyone, almost thrown into the sky, suspended, then stabilized, and then thrown up again. You guys. Yi Chen felt a bit helpless, being cheered and tossed around for half a day. Finally, he managed to break free. His emotions were somewhat infected, returning to the carefree time before all this started. However, it was also a good thing. With his current reputation in Sewage Town, there was no way he would be stopped from going to the Mosquito restaurant to see the restaurant's picture frames. Even the mayor wanted to give himself away, so where in this small town was off limits to him? Just as Yi Chen was about to say something, he suddenly felt a palpitation all over his body. It was as if something terrifying had locked onto him. Yi Chen pushed through the crowd, walked a few steps towards the outskirts of the town, and gazed into the distance. But it seemed there was nothing there? Is it an illusion? Yi Chen was a bit worried, feeling like everything he had experienced so far was just an appetizer. But what else could there be? Suddenly, Yi Chen's heart trembled. In the distant sky, behind the thick fog, there seemed to be two hanging green triangles. Their gazes met, and those things suddenly moved. It was eyes? Before he could understand what was happening, the emerald green eyes of those triangles had already started moving rapidly, followed by a violent shaking of the ground. Boom! The emerald green eyes kept growing larger, gradually breaking through the mist, revealing its mountain-like length, yet extremely slender limbs. It was nearly 10 meters long, with limbs as sharp as blades, covered in thin flesh wings. It looked somewhat like a giant mantis, with each part razor-sharp and deadly. What the hell is this? Yi Chen looked at the mayor, only to see him completely stunned. Reaper! It's the Reaper! He shouted, his eyes filled with despair. Yi Chen was not desperate yet, as he didn't know what this thing was. What is the Reaper? At this moment, the mayor had no time to think about why Yi Chen from the glorious city didn't even know what the Reaper was. It's a creature that has undergone a terrible mutation due to extreme contamination. It's called the Devil's Scythe on the wasteland. It's impervious to weapons, filled with poison, and extremely fast. Every part of its body, even the softest, is as sharp as a blade. Anything it touches will be cut in half instantly. Swords and spears are ineffective, touching any part means instant death. It carries poison inside. It's so big, and so fast. Damn it! He began to understand why the mayor was in a panic. Can ordinary people deal with this thing? Once this thing enters the town, there won't be any living creatures left in the town. But, wait! If this thing is so invincible that one dies as soon as it appears, forget about the town, no human city can withstand this thing. Does that mean anyone it encounters will die? This doesn't make sense. What do you think? When the apocalypse first arrived, without any anomalies needing to intervene, this thing almost destroyed over 30% of the world's cities. The best outcome was to use nuclear weapons to self-destruct the city along with it. Until the appearance of the Radiant Cult and the appearance of the gene enhancers. The mayor's voice suddenly paused, looking at Yechen with intense eyes. And then the Reaper appeared in Radiant City, the first time in human history that Reaper was repelled. Yechen was slightly stunned, countless pieces of information converging in his mind. Radiant Cult should be the name of a religious force in the wasteland. They have the ability to repel the Reaper. Judging from the tension of the Mind Cat, they have the ability to deal with anomalies. Radiant City, currently the largest human city in the wasteland, they have the ability to repel the Reaper. Based on his current understanding, they possess the ability of gene enhancement. The power of the Reaper comes from anomalies, so its status is lower than anomalies. It's just something that can't be considered an anomaly. Unreasonably, Yechin felt a bit relieved. What's there to fear from something less than an anomaly? I am the anomaly. Why are you all standing there dumbfounded? Load up! The huge Reaper was already flapping its wings and charging towards them. Yechin roared, rushing to the heavy machine gun position, activating the Gatling gun at the other position with less than half a magazine of bullets at the fastest speed. A red light flashed over it. Yechin aimed at the charging Reaper and pulled the trigger. The massive barrel unleashed a terrifying firepower, all directed at the charging Reaper. Hiss! To everyone's shock, the Reaper actually let out a painful hiss. It's injured. It was actually wounded by ordinary weapons. Hero! Countless people forgot they should be shooting right now, looking at Yechin with some fanaticism and awe. The figure at the forefront, confronting the monster's charge with the muzzle. They also realized Radiant City developed gene enhancement technology and was the first in history to repel the Reaper. And Yechin, claiming to be from Radiant City. Looking at the opponent, Yechin also breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that the gun became stronger, but that he activated it himself, now possessing the abilities of automatic shooting and finding weak points. His guess was correct. Even if it's said to be impervious to swords and spears, this thing also has weak points. Roar! The Reaper let out a furious roar, its emerald triangular eyes fixed on Yechin, flickering. With its iron limbs flexing, it unexpectedly leaped tens of meters high while charging forward. It directly blocked Yechin's shooting angle, then leaped over, crossing the entire defense line, bypassing the town's gate, and heading towards the town center. In that direction. In that instant, the mayor, for the first time, lost his voice. Mosquito restaurant. At that moment, countless people screamed in terror. Wife! Child! No! Come back here, you bug! Your opponent is here! I'll fight you! Countless voices filled with despair and agony echoed here. Those hoarse voices in pained expressions. Yechin gently lowered the machine gun, pursed his lips. For him, now was not the right time to provoke such a monster. Thanks to the damage he caused earlier, the other party shouldn't be eager for trouble. They shouldn't come back here, to this heavy machine gun position. This place is temporarily safe. But he softened, even though he knew that all of this might be a kind of illusion at the moment, originating from some abnormal illusion, even though he knew that he currently did not have enough certainty to deal with such an opponent. He could be decisive and ruthless, like the guy who robbed him before. He had no psychological discomfort. But being decisive and ruthless is not the same as having a conscience and empathy. At least, for those who have shown kindness to him, he couldn't bear to see the despair and sorrow of losing their families. I don't want to be a hero, Night-chan murmured softly. Suddenly, he thought of the soul cat. Night-chan also wanted to be a scoundrel. He would often joke with the little cat. You go first or I go first? But when you happen to be the only one with such power, who else will go if not you? A rifle, 10 magazines, car keys. Night-chan's faint voice attracted everyone's attention, making many people think of his previous power. He could injure the Reaper. For a moment, everyone was excited, some with fanaticism and madness, or with the mentality of grasping at the last straw. Take mine. My gun is of good quality and never jams. Please. You must save my wife and children. Hero. Thank you. If something happens to you, I'll be the first to accompany you on the road to the afterlife. He. Night-chan chuckled lightly, looking at the mayor, then his gaze sharpened. And then, after waking up this time, he asked the most straightforward and bold question. Is there any anomaly available? No one would have expected Night-chan to ask such a question, and no one understood how Night-chan could ask such a question. How could our small town have anomalies? If we had anomalies here, would this ghostly thing dare to cause trouble? The mayor stared at Night-chan, unable to read his expression for a moment. Anomaly. Did you really come for it? Outsider. But, at this point, what does it matter? Amon. The mayor finally made up his mind and shouted, give him the bell of chaos. Night-chan remained expressionless, but his heart jumped suddenly. There really was an anomaly. This small town indeed had anomalies. And this mayor was not simple. He knew about this anomaly. Was this good karma for good people? For the first time, he had a real clue about anomalies. Mayor, are you sure? Surprisingly, Amon seemed to know something too and appeared very hesitant. Stop the bullshit. Hurry up. Taking a deep breath, Amon solemnly handed the revolver to Night-chan. As soon as he held it, Night-chan felt its unusualness. This gun was struggling. A huge revolver with eerie mist swirling around the barrel and fine orange-red stripes on the gun barrel. None of us can use this gun. The mayor did not explain how he encountered this anomaly or why he knew all this. Night-chan felt a bit regretful. The soul cat had not told him how to contain anomalies. Of course, using and containing should be two different things. Noticing the reaction of the Bell of Chaos in Night-chan's hand, the mayor's gaze narrowed slightly, then quickly returned to calm as he spoke. Based on current information, the Radiant Cult defines it as an evil anomaly. I don't know the reason, but you need to be careful. Known characteristics: 1. Prankster. It will always make you hit the target it finds amusing. Known characteristic 2. Once the 6th bullet hits, no matter what, it will be a certain death. Known characteristic 3. You must aim at the target, and all 6 bullets must aim at the same target consecutively to trigger the effect of characteristic 2. In other words, if you miss, it's useless. Night-chan's eyes lit up slightly. Good stuff. As for what evil anomaly? I am the damn 001. Without making any promises, Yechin inserted the key into the motorcycle, sat in the driver's seat, ignited the engine, and twisted the throttle. Full speed towards the Mosquito restaurant. Under the swift motion, Yechin held the throttle with one hand and gently stroked the left wheel with the other. Activation. However, Yechin's expression changed slightly. The first attempt at activation failed. In the past, activation would cause a red light to flicker from one side of his vision to the other and disappear. But this time, it flickered halfway, as if encountering an insurmountable obstacle and bouncing back. Abnormal activation failure? No, according to the Soul Cat, Yewu was activated by himself. So, is it about willingness or unwillingness? Click. Suddenly enlightened, Yechin slammed on the brakes and jumped off the motorcycle. He returned to the Mosquito restaurant once again. Boom! A dazzling fire and thick smoke erupted in the sky, the Reaper hovering directly above the Mosquito restaurant, emitting billowing smoke as if momentarily hindered. This scene, probably caused by the RPG fired by the Mosquito restaurant's owner. Although it didn't cause any damage, the impact was enough to pause it. Without a word, Yechin aimed at it and fired the first shot. Bang! The tremendous impact almost shattered his wrist. The gunshot sounded like a bell, reminding Yechin of a phrase. The death knell tolls for you. Boom! Although aimed at the sky, the bullet drew a beautiful arc and thunderously blasted the door of the Mosquito restaurant, achieving what the Reaper had not done yet. Damn! It was only now that Yechin realized how tricky this thing was. No matter how precise your aim is, you never know what it will hit. Hiss! This sound startled the Reaper. Seeing Yechin approaching, its triangular eyes flickered. Unsure if it feared Yechin or the handgun, it hesitated for a moment before fleeing backward. Where do you think you're going? Anxious, Yechin remembered that he had to aim at the target to trigger the 6th shot's deadly effect. Boom! Yechin jumped back on the motorcycle, twisted the throttle, and pursued relentlessly. Thus, the chase led them to the center of Sewage Town. There stood the iconic, yet different from Yechin's memory, the large ditch. Bang! The view was vast, and Yechin fired continuously, 3 shots in a row, releasing the ammunition. Boom! The 3 bullets missed their mark, instead hitting near the ditch, the only tall building in Sewage Town, in different, seemingly unrelated positions. What did this mean? Yechin remembered that the chaotic gun had a mischievous nature, targeting what it found amusing. But what was interesting about this building? It was abandoned, with no one living there, and the town's current population and scale didn't justify it as an office or commercial building. However, the chaotic gun wouldn't miss such a valuable shooting opportunity. What did it hit? Bang! The Reaper leaped up and down in the sky, but besides the tall building, there was too much space. Finally, Yechin found an opportunity, and the 5th shot roared towards it. The bullet once again entered the high-rise, and Yechin didn't dwell on it. 6 bullets, 5 hits, it was time to end this. You can finally die. Yechin raised the handgun, aimed at the Reaper. Regardless, this shot was sure to hit. Then, he could bid farewell to this thing. Initially not intending this, he had ultimately become a hero. But just as the crosshairs aligned perfectly with the target, Yechin seemed to understand something in that moment. 4 bullets shot into the high-rise building. Decades later, the high-rise building that was no longer visible in Wastewater Town. The bridge, the sewage. He finally understood where the fun of those 4 bullets with penetrating and terrifying power, like small bombs, hitting this building lay. The 4 bullets could completely penetrate the building, hitting 4 crucial points of the high-rise structure. The penetration of these 4 points had already destroyed the balance of the entire building. In other words, this building was already on the verge of collapse. You could leave it alone, but once you touched it, and the side was now right above the building, there was no turning back. The next second it would plunge towards him. Perhaps it hadn't realized the seriousness of the situation yet. Instead, Night-chan's 5 consecutive shots missing gave it the confidence of, this person is nothing special, I can counterkill, and now was the time to strike back. The arrow was on the string and had to be released. If he acted, it had to be now. This was its prank, the sixth bullet. Bang! The revolver emitted a sharp roar, finally hitting the side's body. The giant mantis-turned monster let out a piercing scream, splattering dirty and disgusting fluid all over, drenching the surrounding land, drenching even the not-so-polluted ditch. Boom! Its massive body fell from the sky, crashing into the towering building. The building was already on the brink of breaking, and with the collision of its body, it shattered into countless pieces, falling apart like paper, collapsing and scattering. Boom! The roaring building toppled into the ditch, smashing through the bridge directly. Boom! The bridge collapsed, along with the ruins of the building, all sinking into the emerald water. And from then on, everything was no more. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Countless hurried footsteps approached, and the mayor finally arrived with others. Night-Chen was still somewhat dazed. Witnessing this scene before him was indeed shocking. It was as if he was witnessing the birth of history with his own eyes. What the? The people of Wastewater Town looked at the scene before them, completely stunned. Could a person really do this? They were a step too late, only able to see the powerful scythe falling from the sky, and then everything was destroyed. Only, by the ditch, stood an invincible lonely figure, resembling a man watching an explosion. It looked like the scene of Godzilla fighting King Kong. It seemed almost the same. Your energy is not weaker than that of a giant beast. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Bubbles rose from the ditch, and Night-Chan's pupils shrank. A force that made him feel fearful was emanating from the water. Whirlpools formed in the ditch, leaving a hollow space in the middle, spinning deep down without a bottom, making one think this was not a ditch, but an ocean trench. It spun rapidly, and all the debris floating on the ditch was swallowed inside. Except for the emerald water and the debris still floating, everything had vanished without a trace. It was as if nothing had ever happened. This was different. The scythe only brought palpitations to himself, but from start to finish, he never had any fear of surpassing it. He was even in pursuit. But under this ditch, there was an indescribable danger for him. He couldn't win now. What the heck was this? For a moment, Night-Chan's mindset was on the verge of exploding. What kind of poison does your Wastewater Town have? How many more monsters and demons are there? Why was it so difficult for a newbie village to make progress? Young man, you're truly amazing. The mayor rushed to Night-Chan's side, disrupting his splendid MVP moment. I must capture your heroic figure. Hang it here. No! Hang it in the mayor's office, hang it in the Mosquito and Vegetable restaurant, and pass it down for eternity. Night-Chan's mouth twitched. The solemn atmosphere he had just created was severely disrupted. It's really not necessary. But please, don't let people think that the establishment of your Mosquito and Insect Vegetable restaurant is related to me. I can't afford that kind of reputation. Yi-Chen hesitated for a moment, picked up the Bell of Chaos, and waved it in front of the mayor. This thing. Let's talk about it later, okay? The mayor chuckled and pushed away the revolver, not taking it immediately. This made Yi-Chen squint involuntarily, feeling that there was something inexplicable between the mayor and the gun. The speculation about the original ambitious type also seemed a bit untenable. This is abnormal. Even if it is very weak, it is abnormal compared to oneself, incomparable to 002003, and even incomparable to the Mine Cat. But it is still abnormal, having just killed the Reaper, a creature like that. However, since the other party acted like this, Yi-Chen didn't say anything and hung the Bell of Chaos around his waist. Under this ditch. The mayor looked at the ditch, his expression becoming more serious. Especially since the poison from the Reaper's body had contaminated the water source on which the town relied. What was that just now? I don't know. Yi-Chen shook his head. I wanted to ask you. The mayor shook his head. I really don't know about this. He looked at Yi-Chen with some expectation. Do you want to investigate? No, Yi-Chen decisively refused. You figure it out yourself. He didn't belong here, nor did he belong to the present. For him, the most important thing was to go back. He seriously doubted that investigating this thing at this stage would definitely backfire. If he really wanted to investigate, he would have to meet up with the Mine Cat first and then plan carefully. I see. The mayor nodded, appearing carefree. Let's leave it for now, there's a lot to be done now. He embraced Yi-Chen, getting more excited. No one lives in this building, and I find it obstructive. This place is quite nice now. I have a very good idea, care to guess? You. Normally I really can't guess, but now. Yi-Chen hesitated to speak, then finally spoke up. For example, building a hotel on top of this? The mayor. He was stunned, his expression was simply, kindred spirit. He shouted. It's a pity we didn't meet earlier. My goodness. If I had met you earlier, after the apocalypse, it wouldn't be the glorious city ruling this wasteland, but us in Sewage Town. Yi Chen. Wow, you're already planning to build a hotel on this stinky ditch? And what can Sewage Town do to rule this wasteland? Sorry, Yi Chen could only think of the mosquito and insect vegetable restaurant chain spreading across the land. Sarcastically commented, feeling a sense of relaxation after a big battle. It was a satisfying fight, indeed. Since leaving the containment tower, he didn't act like a troublemaker this time, but fully unleashed his power. He had seen and come into close contact with an anomaly, even witnessed the birth of Sewage Town. And with his extraordinary performance, he achieved an almost unscathed perfect ending. However, there were still many, even more confusing things to figure out. What was his current state? If, as he suspected, he had entered into some anomaly, how did this happen years ago? When this incident occurred years ago, he wasn't there, but Sewage Town survived. This means that at that time, someone here must have done it. Who could have done it? It's not self-conceit, but against such enemies, who could win? The only difference between the two is that his power is more dominant, thus saving the women and children here. In the real situation at that time, the mosquito and insect vegetable restaurant had probably been wiped out. So, when he arrived at Sewage Town decades later, the population there was so sparse. But the problem still remains. What is the Chaos Roulette, and what is its connection to this Chaos Gun? Just the thought of this gun made Yechen furious. Still playing dead? Fine. Just wait until I get back and reunite with my little cat at home, then we'll see if I spare you. Whether it was an illusion or not, Yechen felt the chaos gun in his hand tremble slightly, but just as he was about to do something else, the mayor suddenly grabbed him. Come on, come on. No, I want to be in the picture too. I must be in the frame with you. After surviving the ordeal, the atmosphere below became lively. I want to join too. Take me with you. I also contributed greatly. Aman also joined in. I want to be in the picture too. What picture are you talking about? Forget it. Come. The mayor scolded and waved his hand. Only 10 spots available. Any more and it will block the view. Hurry up. Yechen was once again surrounded by people. Yechen and the mayor stood in the middle, with a row of first-generation pioneers of the polluted water town standing beside them, bearing scars. When the camera from a distance pointed at them, Yechen forced a smile, but then suddenly he was startled. This position, apart from himself, wasn't it the same as the one in the portrait he had seen in the polluted water town? Click! The camera's flash made Yechen's vision turn pure white. Then, everything turned pitch black. Ah! Yechen exclaimed, sitting up abruptly, opening his eyes as if waking up from a nightmare. A somewhat decaying ceiling, a dim environment, and a few candlelights. His room. He was back. What's wrong, meow? The spirit cat leaped lightly to Yechen's side. It didn't need sleep, but Yechen's sudden startling awake in the middle of the night scared the cat a bit. From its perspective, Yechen just suddenly shouted without warning, then sat up stiffly. Indeed. Was I dragged to some unknown place by an anomaly? Yechen had a clue, but before he could say anything, the radio at the bedside started playing music again. Knowing it was just an old dream, wow, don't sigh as the heart turns cold while winter goes, spring returns, flowers bloom again. Click. Skillfully turning it off, Yechen sat up straight. Outside the window, the sky was already faintly lit. Is it almost morning? Without much thought, Yechen suddenly remembered something and reached for his waist. The chaos clock was gone. Indeed, it couldn't be brought out, right? He had thought of that earlier. He wasn't even in the real world at the time, and that anomaly might not even be the anomaly itself, but some kind of replica. This was getting more and more terrifying. In an anomalous space, could one actually meet and communicate with another anomaly? Wait, considering he might be an anomaly himself, it was even more absurd. Meow. The little cat seemed a bit confused, not knowing what was going on. Kitty, what's the situation next door? Did anything unusual happen last night? The spirit cat decisively shook its head. Nothing, meow. Everyone was sleeping. Click. A faint light came through the curtain. Room 402 turned on the light. Yechen silently looked at the spirit cat. So, this is what you call sleeping? The spirit cat's expression suddenly looked very aggrieved. It clearly felt like it was just sleeping. Forget it, they should be fine. I need to tell you something. Just now. For over 10 minutes, Yechen finally explained as briefly as possible what had happened inside. The spirit cat listened. It was not just amazed, it was utterly shocked. The polluted water town from decades ago? The scythe of the demon cat? The former mayor had some control over anomalies to a certain extent? How did you see the polluted water town turn into this? There's something powerful underwater? Did you use the chaos clock? The spirit cat excitedly rubbed its hands. Truly worthy of 001. Even when sleeping, you can come up with such exciting things. Yechin, can you really exaggerate this much? Let's not talk about that. Do you know where I went? This was Night Chen's biggest question at the moment. The spirit cat nodded, then shook its head. I can confirm that you have been under an unusual influence, and it's highly likely that it's related to that picture frame, but I'm not sure how it managed to do that. However, I am certain, and I must tell you one thing. The spirit cat's next words completely surprised Night Chen. I know the Clock of Chaos. It was once a member of our containment tower. What a surprise! The spirit cat knew it. Then, the spirit cat continued. Meow. Honestly, I didn't expect it to be, considering that chaos will sound somewhat similar, but many aspects are different. Now, even if chaos will is not it, there must be a connection between the two. Night Chen asked curiously, what kind of person? Oh, what kind of anomaly is it? The spirit cat thought for a moment and replied, meow. Very reclusive? Doesn't like to communicate with us much, and enjoys playing pranks. Of course, it had a very unpleasant time in the containment tower because we were all stronger than it, so it couldn't play pranks. Its only joy was scaring those researchers occasionally when they were not paying attention. Meow. It sounds quite pitiful. It was clearly such a strong anomaly. A one-shot kill. When I held it, I could feel it struggling. Is that a sign of malice towards me? Upon hearing Night Chen's question, the spirit cat couldn't help but look at him with a mix of words. Are you sure it was struggling and not afraid? Night Chen. Afraid of me? What is there to fear about me? Meow. Think back if you could use it. If it really resisted and fought back with all its might, it would be difficult for you to harness its power until successfully contained. Night Chen recalled that the Clock of Chaos was indeed obedient, even though his attempt to activate it failed. He had carried it to hunt down a Soul Reaper. So, it can communicate? Night Chen asked curiously. Like you? The spirit cat shook its head. How is that possible? Meow. At most, it has consciousness, but unlike anomalies within the top 300, most anomalies do not have the ability to communicate. Top 300. Then what number are you? 299, just barely passing. What are you so proud of? What is its number? 312, Clock of Chaos, the spirit cat answered confidently. 312. Trailing behind the spirit cat by more than 10 places. After some thought, Night Chen couldn't help but ask, so, after this incident, would it have noticed my presence and reacted by avoiding me? The spirit cat pondered for a moment and shook its head. Meow. To be honest, I don't think what you saw was its true form, but rather an imitation created by another anomaly. So unless there is a connection between the two anomalies, it shouldn't have memories of this experience. That's a relief. He could still proceed cautiously. Based on what happened during that time, Night Chen speculated that the Clock of Chaos should have ended up in Amon's hands. So as long as he continued to follow the thread of Arthur, he should be able to find clues about the Clock of Chaos. However, he needed to pay attention to what the Chaos Wheel really was. And why did the mayor at that time know about the Clock of Chaos and how did he obtain it? These were likely the links between the current strangeness in Sewage Town and the Chaos Wheel. Previously, he had heard Arthur and the townspeople mention a festival. What could that be? There's one more thing, Night Chen recalled. The former mayor once said that the Twilight cult defined the Clock of Chaos as an evil anomaly. What does that imply? The spirit cat shrugged its paws. I have no idea. Meow. It might have done something wrong, so it was classified into this zone, or perhaps the Twilight God sect is an evil sect, so what it calls evil anomaly is actually a kind anomaly. Yi Chen nodded slightly. Indeed, he had no idea what the Twilight God sect was or what they were up to, so discussing this issue was beyond his knowledge. Speaking of which, he didn't know which sect the power next door belonged to. Could it be this Twilight God sect? Why haven't they left yet? Urgent. Now. I think we can start recording them in advance, which is necessary preparation for future containment. Meow. The mind cat waved its paw, the transition from the contained to the container clearly not as calm as it seemed on the surface. Very pleased. This is a crucial step in containment. Meow. Yi Chen's mind stirred. Was this little cat finally going to tell him how to contain these things? It seemed that although the other party didn't show it, this exotic adventure had also had an impact on it. Yi Chen found a pen and paper in the drawer and capped the pen. Alright, it seemed he was also trending towards becoming a lunatic. You tell me what to record. Meow. With pen and paper ready, the mind cat began speaking. Number 312, Chaotic Bell. Form, physical form, in the shape of a revolver. Personality, mischief, mixing. Trait 1, the first 5 bullets will always hit the intended target. Once the 6th bullet hits, the vast majority of living beings including anomalies will die. Except for the first 100 and anomalies with restraining abilities. Trait 2, must aim at the same target with 6 consecutive bullets for Trait 1 to take effect. Trait 3, I don't know, leave it blank, meow. Preference, lubrication, room temperature, individual interest. Existence form, low self-motivation, humans are the optimal cohabiting individuals. Containment method, capture using containment facilities after deciphering the anomaly. The anomaly is temporarily unknown. Unknown? Yi Chen's rapid writing came to a halt, looking at the mine cat with a "are you kidding me" expression. Yes, meow. I don't know what its anomaly is, but if you say that, I still don't know how to contain it, right? That's right, meow. You can understand the anomaly as an environment created by the anomaly's most proficient ability. Once you decipher its most skilled ability, it loses its defensive capabilities, and then you can face the entity directly. It paused, making a very unexpected speculation. I guess you have successfully deciphered the anomaly of that picture frame anomaly, but you haven't seen the entity yet, missed the opportunity for contact, so you haven't reached the containment step. Suddenly, that memory flashed back in his mind. The starting point of the incident, being sucked into the photo inside the picture frame. At the end of the incident, he restored the scene in the photo. The final group photo. So, even this is considered the most crucial step in the containment process, deciphering the anomaly? Lost in thought, Yi Chen's expression changed slightly, and the mine cat seemed to have realized something too. It jumped to the ground, took a few steps and ran to the corner where Yi Chen had piled up clutter. Yi Chen also approached with a slight tension in his heart, picking up the picture frame that had been thrown there. I'm sure you were influenced by it, but I didn't feel any abnormal reactions from it tonight, meow. Yi Chen nodded gently, looking at it. On it, there was still that gray-white photo. The difference was that he could now recognize every person in it. I was standing right here. Yi Chen pointed to the middle, and the mine cat leaned over to look, giving its approval. You were in the center, meow. Night Chen. Did I want to say this? But in fact, there is no trace of me on it. It means that everything I experienced never actually happened. The mayor, Aman, the owner of the Mosquito restaurant, and those lively townspeople. It's hard to believe that this is all false. That's how extraordinary abilities work, meow, said the cat of the mind. Is that so? Why do I feel like I'm not that absurd at all? Maybe I'm just a fake anomaly after all. Perhaps knowing what Night Chen was thinking, the cat of the mind softly spoke up. You chasing after a scythe howling like mad all by yourself in there, is that really not absurd at all? Night Chen. If you put it that way, it does seem a bit. So, in the end, being expelled can actually be understood as its rejection and resistance, nodded the cat of the mind. That's right, meow. It cracked its knuckles. The anomaly born afterwards is unruly, we should properly train it next time, meow. Night Chen nodded, although his desire to discipline this picture frame was not as high as disciplining the clock of chaos. Let's start by making a simple record of it that we know. With the assistance of the cat of the mind, Night Chen quickly separated a page for it. When it came to anomaly numbers, Night Chen paused slightly. How do we number them? The cat of the mind thought for a moment and said excitedly, let's create a new section for these new anomalies. After all, the previous anomaly numbers are all filled up. It's not easy to insert new ones. If the number is too high, it won't match its power level. Night Chen nodded, pondered for a moment, and wrote a title on the blank page. New anomalies. Anomaly number, New 301. After all, Night Chen had personally experienced it, and even if this picture frame was eerie, it couldn't compare to the level 003 existence in the sky, and it was only a 50-50 chance compared to the cat of the mind. Ranking between 300 to 400 was already considered quite high. Ability unknown, suspected to draw people into the world of the photo inside the frame. Known feature 1. Can completely recreate everything in the photo. Known feature 2. Can enter the world inside the photo. Known feature 3. Only photos hanging in the frame have this effect. Hanging other photos will trigger new scene worlds, suspected. Known preference. Hang valuable photos where many people can see them. Suspected. Containment method. Enter the photo, restore the final scene, then capture with containment equipment. Containment suggestion. Personnel who do not heavily rely on external objects for combat. Night Chen paused as he finished writing. What do you think might be under that ditch? Any guesses? The cat of the mind remained silent, standing by the window and looking outside. The emerald green ditch, now appearing pale before the emerging dawn, seemed even more murky. I didn't sense anything different, meow. But I have some ideas, the cat of the mind continued, gazing at the calm water surface. The first possibility is that it has already been resolved, so now we can't feel it at all. After all, it's been decades now. Night Chen nodded, as everyone had witnessed that scene, and as long as the mayor's brain wasn't kicked by a donkey, he would definitely find a way to resolve it. If he couldn't solve it himself, he would ask for help. Look for Radiant City, look for the church. There must be someone in this world who can at least figure out what that thing is. The second possibility is that it's too strong, far beyond my perception range. The cat of the mind paused. But I don't think that's possible. That level would have to be at least level 003, and here. This is just a damn newbie village. The third possibility. It has been controlled, in a way similar to containment, it's being controlled. This possibility was what worried Nichiren the most. That means at least one force is hidden in this place, watching every move here, including trying to contact the abnormal self little by little. Of course, there is another possibility. That thing is just an abnormality created by the frame, and it doesn't actually exist. Yachin added the sentence that it didn't finish in his mind. But this possibility is so low that it seems to exist just to have one more option. Taking a deep breath, Yachin temporarily put it aside. Then let's not worry about this for now, until we get relevant clues again. The most urgent task now is to contain the first anomaly, temporarily solve the hunger problem. Pausing, Yachin spoke again. And if we can't solve this problem quickly, we'll have to find a way to earn next week's rent, ensure food supply, and replenish ammunition. Well, just a moment ago discussing such big issues, and the next moment it turned into a tight situation of rent and the impending rent. Going over the plan in his mind, it was actually good news. The Mind Cat said its hunger problem would erupt at the latest in 7 days, and at the earliest in 3 days. Yachin didn't want to wait until the 7th day, he would try his best to solve this problem within 3 days. And today is only the 2nd day, he already has 2 relatively specific clues about the anomalies. The next steps are clear. Follow the line of Arthur, search for the entity of the Clock of Chaos and the mystery of the Chaos Wheel, and go to the Mosquito and Insect Restaurant again to check the status of that frame. Speaking of the Mosquito and Insect Restaurant, Yachin raised his head gently, the faint sunlight had already spilled into the room. It's time for breakfast. Let's go, have breakfast. The Mind Cat hesitated, a hint of worry between its brows. Are you hungry? Yachin hesitated, shaking his head helplessly. Not that kind of hungry, don't worry. Yachin thought for a moment, then returned to the radio. If someone has sneaked into our room, you should be able to notify us when we come back, right? The radio responded to Yachin's call for the first time, immediately emitting a generous voice. I want to become the angel you love in the fairy tale. Oh, open my arms, turn into wings to protect you. Oh, you want to be. Click. Yachin turned off the radio. Keep it low-key, stay put. Even if someone really comes in, hide yourself, got it? Maybe because it was his creation, Yachin always found it particularly easy to understand it. Not only did it agree, it even seemed to express a rhythm of guarding the home. No need for that. Tucking the Mind Cat into his pocket, pushing the door open, locking it behind him, Yachin paused slightly in front of room 402, then continued downstairs. When he reached the ground floor, the innkeeper heard the sound of someone coming down and casually looked over. When he saw it was Yachin, he suddenly straightened up. Then, he called out to Yachin. Oh, esteemed guest. Yachin furrowed his brows slightly, not sure why he was being called out for no reason. But Yachin still stopped in his tracks. In any case, he had to listen to what the other party had to say in this situation. Esteemed guest, do you want to extend your stay next week? Ha? Isn't today just the first day? I don't know yet. Why? The innkeeper grinned. Well, you better make a decision soon. This inn operates on a reservation basis, and now the rooms are tight. There's only your spot left for next week's reservation. Yachin understood, if he didn't confirm his stay for next week, his room would be reserved for someone else. So, you see, do you want to reserve your room for next week? Yachin took a deep breath, grinding his teeth lightly. If I want to reserve, do I have to pay now? The innkeeper nodded with a smile. Exactly. But you only need to pay 50% in advance. That's 10 mist blue coins. It's a good deal and reassuring. Yachin, you're such a shady business. How could this be happening? It's only my first day here, and I'm already forcing myself to pay for next week in advance? Spending this money is truly against my will. After all, I still don't know how long I'll be staying in this place. I might end up wasting the money for next week. But if I don't make a reservation, what if I can't finish everything this week? That would just double the trouble, wouldn't it? This is unbelievable. The 2 guests next door also booked for next week? Yachin suddenly felt that something was off. And what about room 404, isn't it still vacant? He suspiciously looked at the dark owner of this shady inn. Are you trying to create demand through scarcity? Both rooms next to yours have been booked for an extended stay, with a month's payment in advance, the innkeeper explained seriously, with a look that said, I'm not trying to deceive you. Room 404 has also been reserved and will probably be occupied tonight, with next week's payment made in advance. In other words, you need to be more aware, as you're the only one left with the top suite in town for next week. Unbelievable. Yechin couldn't help but curse inwardly. Who are these extravagant people, staying month after month in this dingy place? Who else is coming now? Isn't Wastewater Town lively enough already? Yechin sighed and took out 10 mist blue coins from his pocket, hesitated for a moment, then pushed them across the counter. The good news was that only half of the payment needed to be made in advance, or he wouldn't even have enough to secure his room for next week. The bad news. This was an unexpected expense that further strained his already precarious finances. He had obtained a total of 37 mist blue coins from the marauder, and now, without doing anything significant, just renting a room had already cost him 30 coins, leaving him with only 7 mist blue coins. 7 coins, just enough for breakfast later. Suddenly, Yechin realized how wonderful it was that the mayor had offered him permanent free meals at the Mosquito and Insect restaurant. With that in mind, Yechin made his way to the restaurant. This time, it was still early, and he had learned his lesson, so he took a wider road after studying the route, feeling a bit more confident now. After all, not long ago, he had just defeated the scythe. Creak! Pushing open the somewhat antiquated door of the restaurant, Yechin's expression turned slightly strange. He remembered holding the chaotic clock in his hand, shattering the door with the first strike. Friendly fire first. Oh, you're here. The owner, upon seeing him, first looked puzzled, probably thinking, why are they still in Wastewater Town? Then broke into a warm smile. Enjoyed the flavors, have you? How about pushing the boundaries today? What choices do I have? After a couple of complaints, Yechin tossed 2 mist blue coins onto the counter. A bowl of vegetarian noodles without any insect juice or devilishly spicy sauce, and a special blend of sewage without any insect fluid. Seeing the coins on the counter, the restaurant owner hesitated. That won't be necessary. I can give you a D. Keep it. Yechin didn't want to owe any favors. I'll be staying in this town for a while, coming here every day. Can you handle that? A long time? Calculating at 2 mist blue coins per meal, 3 meals a day, if he stayed for a week, that would be 42 mist blue coins. A substantial revenue indeed. After a moment of hesitation, the owner took back the 2 mist blue coins from the counter. All right, but since you've been kind to me, I'll make sure to give you extra servings. Yechin nodded. There was no more room for refusal. Being generous now would save him from future obligations, especially since he hadn't achieved any remarkable feats like the previous night. It was better not to owe too much, at least before figuring out what the chaotic roulette was all about and why the boss had invited him to participate. Night Shen's grudge against him had not dissipated. He didn't want to get too close either. As the boss went to cook, Night Shen surveyed the surroundings and walked back to where he had sat last time, taking a seat. The current situation in Wastewater Town was likely a gathering of various forces, a mix of good and bad, with everyone watching from unseen places. He needed to be even more cautious in his every move. Night Shen looked up, relieved to see the photo frame still there. But in the next moment, he almost lost his composure. The photo in the frame had changed. What? In that instant, Night Shen's mind was thrown into disarray. What did this mean? Why had the photo changed? It must be related to him, but what had he done to cause this change? Little cat, are you watching? Soon, Night Shen heard a voice. Meow. I'm watching. Don't panic, I think it's panicking. The mind cat expressed its opinion. Last time, you almost perfectly broke its anomaly. It's scared and has raised the difficulty level at night. Night Shen. Little kitty, you have a way with setting the mood. Just a moment ago, I was quite scared, but your words not only clarified the current situation but also made it a bit funny. Pausing the communication with the mind cat for now, Night Shen observed the content of the new painting. It still depicted the prominent ditch of Wastewater Town, with a scene of pitch-black darkness and drizzling rain in the sky. In the ditch, there was a dark green surface of water. In the center of the water, there was the giant water vortex he had seen before. This time, they directly hung the image of the vortex? Night Shen squinted, and on the vortex. No, on the water surface of the ditch, several small wooden boats were sailing towards the vortex. Each boat carried 4 people, all wrapped in black robes, making it impossible for Night Shen to see anyone in the middle. But he could clearly see the figure of the most elegant person at the front of the first boat. The mayor of Wastewater Town. The several small boats swayed on the seemingly extremely toxic water surface, resolutely heading towards the vortex. The heavy rain and the dark night, accompanied by faint flashes of lightning, the dark green water, the black-robed figures, and the mayor formed a dark and beautiful picture as if crafted by the most top-notch artist, recording an epic story. Who are those black-robed figures? This question lingered uncontrollably in Night Shen's mind. One thing could now be confirmed. After the crisis in Wastewater Town years ago, the mayor must have hired someone to deal with the issue under the ditch. But who was hired, whether the matter was resolved, what was under the ditch, and how things were now, all remained unknown. Guest. Your face looks good. The boss walked cheerfully, placing a steaming bowl of noodles and specially brewed wastewater soup on Night Chen's table, his voice filled with confidence and anticipation. I've come to understand the taste of you outsiders a bit. Today, I've applied my unique technique to upgrade and enhance this bowl of noodles, adding precious spices. Give it a try. Night Chen's expression changed slightly. Please, don't enhance it, just don't add any bugs. But after hesitating for a moment, the aroma emanating from the soup was richer and more enticing than before, tempting Night Chen. So, should he try it? Glug! Night Chen took a sip of the soup, the long-lost deliciousness stimulating his taste buds, as if he had finally tasted something good again. It felt like plain noodles had been transformed into a delicacy, with an instant burst of rich fragrance, like two different foods. With one bite, Night Chen felt completely at ease. It's good. Night Chen gave himself a thumbs up, acknowledging the dish. It seemed that Mosquito and Worm Restaurant truly lived up to its reputation as a century-old establishment, having something special indeed. The boss doesn't make this kind of thing probably because the locals here have unique tastes or there's a shortage of food, so meat can only be supplemented with insects. But as long as customers have such demands, with a little improvement, a completely new and satisfactory answer can be achieved. I knew it. For the first time in history, he received recognition from an outsider, and the boss seemed quite excited. Then I announced that from now on, it will officially be on the menu of this store. However, to be featured in the signature section, it may take some time to gain more recognition. Wow, on the menu? Night Chen asked with some confusion. The taste of this seasoning is good. Why not try adding a little to other cuisines? Hearing this, the boss felt embarrassed. Well, spices are expensive. We can only source them from other cities. The cost is extremely high. Locals here don't eat them at all. That's why I had to raise the price of this secret vegetarian noodle dish to 4 mist blue coins. Raise the price? Before Night Chen could be alarmed, the boss quickly added, of course, you won't have a price increase. You'll always have the cost price of 2 mist blue coins. Night Chen had to admit, he breathed a sigh of relief, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford this big restaurant at all. Well, it seems fine to sell this thing at a higher price. Locals can't afford it and don't like it. Its positioning is for outsiders who come to Sewage Town. And those who can come all the way here are mostly from powerful forces or at least have some financial means, so what's 4 mist blue coins to them? Quietly lowering his head to slurp a few bites of noodles, Night Chen casually asked, how come the photo in this frame has changed? Asking this question was already a somewhat risky probe, and Night Chen was prepared for the boss to react negatively. But unexpectedly, the restaurant owner just looked slightly puzzled. Puzzled? Changed? It's been hanging here for decades. Night Chen's pupils shrank, feeling that things were developing towards a horrifying direction. Didn't you personally tell me yesterday that it was a portrait of the first pioneers of Sewage Town? How come you changed your statement so naturally in just one day? Is that so? Night Chen lowered his head to eat noodles, his face filled with endless worry and complexity. What's this about? Hearing this, the restaurant owner showed a look of anticipation. That's truly an epic story. That year, Sewage Town faced a great change. The mayor led the way. With the help of powerful human reinforcements from somewhere in the wasteland, they bravely marched into the heart of the vortex and saved Sewage Town. Night Chen narrowed his eyes. Powerful human reinforcements? Indeed they brought people here? What's that place? How would I know? The restaurant owner retorted. All I know is that since then, the people of Sewage Town have been living, at least a little better than before. Night Chen wasn't surprised by this answer. After all, if something stronger than oneself is known by so many people, then there's a problem. However, he still asked, so, have the issues inside been resolved? The restaurant owner stared straight at Night Chen with a very penetrating gaze, his voice low and eerie. What do you think? Can't you see it? In an instant, Night Chen was truly frightened, as if he had suddenly turned into a different person, a monster that preys on others. But in the blink of an eye, the boss blinked as if his senses had returned. Ha? What did you just ask me? Night Chen's face was solemn, feeling conflicted. What's going on? Did he really not know anything just now, or is he pretending to be clueless now to test the waters? To probe the purpose of his visit? Creak! Before Night Chen could respond, someone suddenly pushed open the door. Oh, customers are here. The boss immediately went over with the menu, and Night Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, finally. Something must have gone wrong, terribly wrong. What was the boss's final reaction? And most importantly, this photo. Little cat, are you there? I'm here. Big brother. Night Chen adjusted his position quietly, making sure to avoid others' gazes, then spoke up. Did you see it? The expression of the mind cat was also somewhat serious. If this human wasn't acting, it can only mean one thing. Its breath quickened. Cognitive modification. Cognitive modification, somewhat like memory alteration, changing certain things in memory into something else and affecting everyone. Without an unaffected person breaking the logical loop, no one would notice anything amiss. Its power lies in subtly ensnaring even just a portion of everyone without them realizing. Is this frame really that powerful? Night-chan was genuinely surprised. Cognitive modification is indeed a core ability in any system, permeating the essential elements of most paranormal abilities. In a novel, this scenario would likely have been crafted into a terrifying scene by the author. It shouldn't possess such power, or achieve such effects. Meow. The mind cat shared its analysis. We can't rule out that cognitive modification stems from the powerful anomaly in the drain, as the frame selected its image, passively emitting cognitive modification. Night-chan nodded slightly. It sounded convoluted, but it was likely close to the truth. Another photo replaced the frame, containing a potent anomaly, which then emanated its power. This is really chaotic. This damn sewage town. With no boss around and probably understanding what was happening, Night-chan couldn't help but observe the new photo in the frame without much panic. Clues are often hidden here. Robe. Robe? Suddenly, Night-chan thought of something. Who on the wasteland would wear a robe? Could it be some kind of religious robe, like the one in room 402 next door? Are they involved? But soon, Night-chan shook his head. No, the colors of the robes on both sides are too different. It's likely not the same church. I only know there are church powers in this world. Who said there's only one church power? With endless thoughts, Night-chan suddenly noticed a small detail. At the edge of the photo, amidst the overgrown weeds, a cylindrical elongated object seemed to be visible. Like some miscellaneous junk or mechanical waste, in a more polite and sophisticated term, it looked like a silencer. And it was indeed relevant, because it was a gun barrel. Why couldn't others recognize it? Only he could, because he had seen it before. The revolver barrel with its bulk and firepower, interspersed with orange-red stripes. The Bell of Chaos. In other words, in the scene captured in this photo, someone was holding the Bell of Chaos in this thicket. Who was holding the gun? Amon? Then what was he doing? Aiming? Aiming at whom? Following the angle of the gun, it didn't seem to be aimed at a person, but at everyone heading towards the center of the vortex on the boat. Was there a conflict in the town at that time? Because of the arrival of these people? Click. Just then, the door of the Mosquito restaurant was pushed open again, accompanied by a completely different fragrance from the small town. Stepping in with light footsteps, Night-chan glanced over and discreetly withdrew his gaze from the frame, took a sip of the swamp special on the table, just like an ordinary diner eating noodles. The ones entering were the church forces from the room next to his own. However, no matter how well Night-chan hid and tried not to attract their attention, it was all in vain. His attire alone clashed with the entire sewage town. Sitting there, he was bound to attract attention. Damn it! Yi-chan felt the unusual atmosphere and cursed inwardly. Clothes, clothes, clothes. He should have changed into something more suitable for the wasteland. But it wasn't entirely his fault. He had only arrived last night, went to sleep, and now it was morning, just getting up to have breakfast. And he wasn't sure if he had enough misty blue coins left to buy a set of clean, tidy, and era-appropriate clothing. The person in a white and burgundy robe suddenly stopped in the restaurant's aisle, silently staring at him, giving Yi-chan a sense of unease, beads of sweat forming. What are you looking at? Just as Yi-chan was considering taking some action, someone intervened for him. Oh, you're here? The tone of the restaurant owner was even more attentive than towards Yi-chan. Of course, this attentiveness was somewhat exaggerated and affected. It felt sincere, yet also somewhat offensive. Yi-chan breathed a sigh of relief as the person finally averted their gaze from him. Although unable to see the face hidden under the long hood, the eyes that were visible seemed composed with a hint of delicacy. It felt like, could it be a woman? With the owner shifting their gaze, the person nodded, but their eyes flickered briefly towards the frame above Yi-chan's head. This is the menu. Once again, the owner interrupted her thoughts, presenting a newly redesigned menu. She visibly frowned at it. Can this be eaten? At that moment, she really wanted to turn and leave, but the thought of not having eaten for 2 days and her empty stomach made her hesitate. So, she pointed at Yi-chan. 4 portions of what he ordered. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Since she had to eat something today, the food not typical for Sewage Town that this person was ordering should at least be somewhat decent. The manager was not surprised, exuding confidence since introducing new dishes. Alright, 4 portions of fresh fragrant vegetarian noodles at 4 misty blue coins each, for portions of sewage special at 1 misty blue coin each, totaling 20 misty blue coins. Damn! Even though it wasn't his money, Yi-chan winced at the cost. 20 misty blue coins for a meal? The person from the church seemed slightly taken aback by the amount, showing a hint of dissatisfaction. She felt like she was being taken advantage of. But as she thought about the signature dishes like thousand worm silk cake and devil cockroach noodles, she couldn't help but shudder. If 20 misty blue coins could provide a decent meal for the whole team, she felt it was worth it. As long as it's edible. It must be. I guarantee you'll enjoy it so much that even if your Twilight sect has to come back to Sewage Town just for it. Where had she heard that before? Oh, right, when the owner recommended the Black Devil chili to her. Wait, Twilight sect? Yi-chan's eyes twitched slightly. It really was them. The girls living next door to him. The girl didn't respond, silently mocking in her mind, unless I've gone crazy. She didn't respond to the restaurant owner's comments on food taste but casually asked, why did the content in the frame change? Yi-chan sat up slightly. Just as he suspected. They had also noticed the unusual frame and had come for that reason. He hoped to discern their intentions and hear what different answer they might get from the owner. But in the next moment, the owner's muttered words almost made Yi-chan want to flee. It's strange. You're the second customer today to ask about this. Damn it! Owner, you're really causing trouble. Isn't this dangerous? Based on the current information and analysis of the little cat, most of the newly hung photos are likely to have cognitive distortions, so anyone who notices a change is definitely not normal. I am already under her attention, and once this is added, how could I remember? There were so many guests coming and going today, chatting about this and that, I don't even know if they were talking to me. Yi-chan breathed a sigh of relief. He really didn't expect the boss to say that, which was a clear attempt to help him conceal the truth. Why would he help me hide it? And how did he know that this needed to be hidden? Boss, you are not simple either. The girl from the Twilight cult furrowed her brows slightly, casting a glance in Yi-chan's direction. Yi-chan has a lot to deal with. In this situation, the best possible outcome is that he has already made it onto the other party's observation list. Of course. In a way, it's quite fair. The other party is also within his main observation targets. However, to Yi-chan's surprise, the other party's gaze lingered on him for a moment before moving away, finding a seat on their own. This action actually left Yi-chan feeling a bit puzzled. Isn't my suspicious aura obvious enough? Smooth skin, an unidentified outsider sitting under what seems to be an abnormal frame. Yi-chan thought he was in trouble, but he never expected things to take such a turn. Who is this person? A powerful figure? In such a situation, when encountering a suspicious person, shouldn't one just confront them directly? But to notice their own problem and not want to delve deeper, what does that mean? Are they not as strong as imagined? Or simply unwilling to invite trouble? Yi-chan remained seated, bowing his head to eat the fragrant noodles. The other party paid him no mind, sitting there waiting for the 4 takeout dishes to be prepared and packaged. There seemed to be no connection between them, just 2 ordinary diners, yet the tense atmosphere continued to spread. The most noticeable change. Yi-chan's appetite diminished even further. The silence was finally broken by the boss's voice. Guests, your noodles are ready. The boss's cheerful voice rang out, followed by 4 bowls of specially made vegetarian noodles emitting a rich aroma. The scent wafted through the air, even loosening the furrowed brow under the other party's hat. So fragrant. Next time you want to eat something, just tell the innkeeper. He can contact us, and we provide delivery service. The person from the church faction nodded, turned, and walked towards the restaurant's entrance without looking back. Bang! The door opened and closed, and Yi-chan quietly breathed a sigh of relief. After a few minutes of silence, Yi-chan pretended to continue eating noodles, taking a few sips of soup. Only when it was certain that the other party had left did he quietly initiate a telepathic message to the Mind Cat. Can you sense her strength? The Mind Cat shook its head. I didn't dare to probe recklessly, there was an unusual aura around her. Yi-chan's pupils shrank, sitting up straight. She carries something unusual? What is this anomaly? Someone who is to some extent on par with the big shots like me. It may not be an anomaly, meow. The Mind Cat shook its head. It's more likely she's carrying an anomalous object. Anomalous objects are items influenced or endowed with strange abilities by anomalies. Like the radio in his room, like his enhanced revolver. Like the night house. Anomaly and anomalous object, just one word apart, but a world of difference. Of course, it must be very powerful. Inheriting the ability of the anomaly, it possesses a certain degree of strange attack. Under the right circumstances, it could pose a threat. And meow. The cat of the soul hesitated for a moment, uttering words that deeply unsettled Yi-chan. I vaguely overheard that after the other party left here and regrouped with their companions, they mentioned you. They are likely to take some action. Yechen's heart skipped a beat, feeling trouble and a sense of crisis looming. There were only two actions he could take. Either a domineering attack to forcefully control the situation or surveillance. The good news was that since he hadn't acted earlier, it probably ruled out a violent attack on himself. But the bad news was that he had likely become a target for surveillance. Trouble. Did he have a guilty conscience? Was he being watched? Wiping his mouth, Yechen fell into deep thought. What should he do now? A sudden brush with danger had disrupted his rhythm. There were only two things he needed to do at the moment. Firstly, to contain an anomaly with all his might, and since he was still in the clue phase, the easiest success would be the chaotic clock, the revolver he had used in another abnormal scene. However, it was evident that the revolver held special significance for the people of Sewage Town, beyond what he could comprehend. For instance, what was the chaotic roulette? Why did every person in this town have such an eerie connection to it? His biggest lead at the moment was to track down Arthur. The connection between Arthur and the chaotic clock was probably even closer than he had guessed, and the clock might very well be in his hands. But Arthur patrolled the town during the day, making it unprofitable to tail him and risking being discovered by others. He could only act at night, eavesdropping on the neighbors. They were probably having dinner now, so there might not be an opportunity. Investigating the frame at the restaurant posed even greater challenges. It was likely not the real thing, and the restaurant owner might be in the know. It was fine to ask questions, but any sudden movements could trigger a chain reaction in the entire Sewage Town. Moreover, the frame had surely caught the attention of the church forces, and any preemptive action from him might lead to a story of the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. The frame had also set up new difficulties, making it almost impossible for him to truly contain it before delving into its dream again, only increasing risks and wasting time. I need to proceed cautiously, step by step. Yechen muttered to himself, making up his mind and returning the bowl and chopsticks to the counter. Oh, dear guest, there's no need to trouble yourself, I'll take care of it. The boss seemed somewhat flattered, as if he had never encountered such a polite customer before. However, it was apparent that Yechen's politeness was not just for show but to engage in casual conversation. You seem very respectful towards her. This time, the boss's expression became extremely peculiar. Ah, the Twilight Cult. Their attire is unique in the entire wasteland, don't you know? Yechen's heart skipped a beat, feeling a mix of speculation and surprise. The Twilight Cult. Yechen remained silent, as if the other party's distinctive attire was something he, as a supposedly more worldly outsider, should have known, lest he make a fool of himself. However, watching the other's shocked expression, Yechen couldn't help but feel a bit smug. You have time to mock me? Don't you know your homes are about to be raided? You took away the evil anomaly they controlled decades ago, and now they're back. Yechen vaguely remembered the reminder the mayor had given him in the world of the frame decades ago when he was handed the chaotic clock. We don't know the specific dangers, but according to the internal markings of the Twilight Cult, it is an evil anomaly. It's not ruled out that the Twilight Cult might have more important reasons for coming to this small place this time, or that they are here to punish you and retrieve lost items. Shifting the topic, Yechen spoke up. Boss, is there anywhere to make some money? Make money? The restaurant owner looked at Yechen in surprise, unable to help but mutter to himself. How come this guy who looks like a little boss always asks such low-level questions? Seeing the boss fall silent, Yechen couldn't help but mutter to himself. Oh no. If there's nowhere to make money, I'll have to pack up and leave next week. There are many ways to make money, like my shop is hiring waiters, 1 missed blue coin a day, includes a meal but no accommodation. But I guess you're not looking for just this little money, right? 1 missed blue coin a day, not even enough to eat at the Mosquito restaurant, but adding up to 30 missed blue coins a month. Hiss, that's actually quite a sum. According to the current purchasing power in this wasteland, 30 missed blue coins are not a small amount. According to the person he robbed before, 100 missed blue coins would be almost enough for him to travel all the way to Radiant City and settle down. Of course, it wouldn't be enough to buy a house in Radiant City, but he could probably rent a small single room. However, it would still be a drop in the bucket for the sewage and expenses. Yes, Yechen affirmed his words. I want to rent a room on the 4th floor of the sewage inn for a while. Renting a room on the 4th floor of the sewage inn. Even he couldn't help but feel amazed at Yechen's financial strength at that moment, and once again made associations with his background. Just as Yechen had speculated, apart from the major forces coming to do business in Sewage Town, no one would rent the 4th floor of the sewage inn. Yechen's actions silently confirmed his background of belonging to a major force. If you think you're strong enough, go check the notice board in front of the town guard's office. There will be some commissions posted there, with rewards that have no limit based on the difficulty. Commissions? Yechen was taken aback. it did sound like a good place to make money. But how much reward could there be on a commission board in a small place? Would it really meet his current needs? Don't underestimate that commission board. The commission board belongs to a continent-wide organization called the Wasteland Wanderers. Besides local commissions, there are also some tricky, continent-wide commissions shared there. The rewards for those commissions. The boss couldn't help but click his tongue even as he spoke. Let's just say, completing one of them would be enough for you to buy a villa in the wealthy district of Radiant City, and you wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Saying that, he seemed to remember something, looked at Yechin, and shook his head helplessly. I almost forgot. You're from Radiant City, you shouldn't need to take on commissions with that goal in mind. What I mean is, if you need money urgently, that's the place to go. However, you can't just take on any commission you want, you'll understand more when you get there. Although your reputation isn't enough to take on those kinds of commissions right now, there are still many high-paying tasks, at least enough for you to stay at the sewage inn for a week or two. Yechin nodded gently. It did suit his current situation very well. Not only could he quickly accumulate his first bucket of gold, but he could also deepen his understanding of Sewage Town and even the entire current wasteland without arousing any suspicion. And with such actions, even the Twilight cult shouldn't think there was anything unusual about him. Leaving the Mosquito restaurant, Yechin once again stood on the town street, inevitably feeling a sense of change in the world. Town guard. Yechin touched the revolver at his waist, which was his greatest comfort in this dangerous era. Buying ammunition was also a top priority. Feeling the subtle gazes on the street, Yechin couldn't tell if they were curious townspeople or spies from the Twilight cult. Since they hadn't made any moves or shown clear opposition, Yechin was fine with it. No conflict, just a game of tracking and counter-tracking to come. He didn't dare claim expertise, but he wasn't too worried either. Following the directions given by the boss, the terrain of Sewage Town gradually matched his memory, and Yechin walked along the wide street towards it. The autumn wind whispered, the streets were dry and yellow. If only I had a means of transportation. Yechin muttered, followed by a bitter smile. Money, money, money. Needs kept increasing, but money was tight. With this in mind, he encountered no obstacles on the way. As the sun rose, it seemed to dispel the gloom and fog hanging over Sewage Town. If he didn't know that the sun in the sky might be his roommate, he might have felt even happier. And so, Yechin passed through several streets and saw a two-story building that exuded a sense of security. Despite the vintage materials, it gave an inexplicable feeling of safety, with its appearance well-maintained and orderly. Familiar in a way. This building somewhat resembled a pre-apocalyptic police station. Standing in front of the building, Yechin knew he had arrived at the town guard of Sewage Town. The only thing he wanted to complain about was, why was it so close to the edge of the town? Did even the post-apocalyptic Sewage Town want to play the noble role of protecting the country's gates? Glancing around the outer wall fence, Yechin didn't see anything like the notice board described by the boss. After a moment of contemplation, Yechin entered the courtyard of the town guard. If it wasn't there either, then the mission board was probably in the ground floor office hall of the town guard. Just as he was pondering, a neatly dressed figure, looking somewhat sleepy and about to start work, suddenly emerged from the town guard building. Arthur. Ha, it's you? Coming face to face as soon as he stepped out, Arthur seemed surprised, even looking more alert all of a sudden. How did this guy end up here? While Arthur assessed Yechin, Yechin was also observing him. It wasn't their first meeting, but after that dream experience, looking at Arthur again made Yechin feel different. Like, really similar. Combined with the fact that he was likely the bearer of Chaos Bell, a holder of an anomaly, even if a weak one, Yechin couldn't help but feel a bit strange. You, too, are a person shrouded in mystery. Meeting again. Yechin smiled naturally. I need to make some money, heard you have missions available here? Making money? Arthur was clearly taken aback by Yechin's request. Not up for any strange conspiracy or being a humanoid nuclear bomb, but here to make money? However, considering the other's situation and what had happened before, it didn't seem so out of place. Wasn't he in need of money? Even though Yechin knew he had gotten his hands on that bastard's ill-gotten gains, it wasn't enough for Yechin to stay at the sewage inn for much longer. Taking on missions wasn't a bad idea, at least he could be under the supervision of the town guard, and with his abilities, he might actually solve some of the town's current difficulties. With this in mind, Arthur also smiled. Sure, the mission board is inside, you can choose one, register, and you're good to go. Yechin nodded. This was how he liked to proceed. It seemed that their first encounter didn't bring any obstacles or surprises. Just a glance at Arthur's equipment, a concise and full tactical suit, although aged but polished automatic rifle. He clearly understood that the post-apocalyptic mission couldn't be something absurdly mundane like helping a neighbor fix a toilet, and anything related to danger required him to enhance his own current strength. Like ammunition. I'd like to get some bullets. Do you sell them here? Buying ammunition? Arthur looked at him strangely. You, a big shot like you, how come you don't have everything you need? But he did ask the right person. Ammunition, in a place like this, only he had it. However, buying such dangerous stuff from me, the one who maintains the town's security, do you really have no problem in your head? Sorry, the town guard's bullets are not for sale to the public. Not necessarily not for sale, if the quantity is large. But then again, when it comes to large-scale ammunition transactions, the town guard mainly focuses on purchasing. Why would they have extras to sell? He understood from the records of that crisis decades ago. Weapons and ammunition were always insufficient for a small town. All right, Yechin nodded, indicating his understanding. With a thought, he spoke again. I'd like to buy some clothes. Do you have any here? Arthur, are you kidding me? Do I look like a clothing store? And he glanced at Yechin's outfit, feeling a bit ashamed in comparison. With such nice clothes, you come to me to buy? Have you seen what we're all wearing here? But soon, he realized. Perhaps it was precisely because he dressed so well that he needed to buy clothes here? Otherwise, he would attract too much attention wherever he went, making it impossible to get things done. There's no place in town that specializes in selling clothes now. Everyone's not dressed well. If you really need it, go find a tailor shop. The tailor shops here mainly focus on mending clothes, but they might also have a few ready-made pieces for sale. You can communicate with them for specifics. As he spoke, Arthur suddenly had a thought. A certain idea began to uncontrollably spread. Short of money. Need bullets. Need clothes. Mysterious and powerful. With the current chaotic situation in the town, many people came with all sorts of intentions, and his town guard happened to be short-staffed. If he could win him over. Arthur knew it was a risky move at this point, but given the circumstances, he couldn't help but grit his teeth, as if he had made a decision. Do you want to work for the town guard for a few days? Yechin, what kind of development is this? So you'll sell me bullets then? And how is the salary calculated? Yechin was also puzzled, but to be honest, his whole mindset had opened up. Although he didn't know what Arthur was up to, if he could really put on the town guard's uniform, his actions would be much more convenient. Even when facing the followers of the Twilight cult, this uniform would come in handy. Yechin's interest took Arthur by surprise, but once the words were spoken, there was no turning back. And since saying this was also a gamble in itself, he made up his mind. The usual salary for a town guard member is 2 missed blue coins per day, settled weekly, with a bonus of 1 missed blue coin for full attendance. But considering your strength, the current shortage of manpower, and a sufficient budget, I can increase it to 3 missed blue coins per day for you, and 4 for full attendance. In other words, you can receive a weekly salary of 25 missed blue coins from me. This sounds good. The Mosquito and Vegetable Restaurant only pays 1 missed blue coin per day, right? Not only is this 3 times that, but there's also a full attendance bonus. As for ammunition, the town guard covers it all. In the absence of incidents, you'll be given a weekly quota of 2 magazines, and if you use them up, the replenishment price is 5 missed blue coins per magazine. If you purchase more than 10 magazines a month, you'll need to apply to me. After all, I can't let you buy them all out. I hope you understand. Alright, the ammunition issue is also resolved. And then there's the clothing. I think I understand what you mean. You want an outfit that doesn't attract too much attention, something that can blend in with the attire in Sewage Town, right? Well, we happen to provide uniforms to new members, so your issue should be resolved. However, if you haven't worked for a full month or if I dismiss you early, you'll have to return the clothing. That's how it is. Arthur finished in one breath, feeling relieved. Making this decision was tough, but it felt better once it was all out in the open. There was no turning back now. So, any thoughts on specific details you'd like to discuss with me? Let's negotiate. How about that? This is amazing. I misjudged you, Arthur. You're truly my benefactor, aren't you? What do I need to do? Knight asked rationally. There's no such thing as a free lunch, and Knight understood this principle well. If you accept this benefit, you must also take on the corresponding responsibilities. This isn't a wealthy town, and all these expenses add up to a significant amount. If someone is giving you this money, they surely expect something in return. Knight's question somewhat eased Arthur's mind. At least it sounded like this guy was ready to get things done, right? Normally, there's not much to do. In theory, you just need to patrol the town all day during daylight hours. But considering you have your own arrangements, I've managed alone for so many years, so I can let you patrol for 3 hours a day. Of course, I'll arrange which 3 hours. Knight nodded, not questioning this clause but seeming to have an epiphany. Arthur was a bit overwhelmed and needed some time for personal matters. As for what these personal matters were, who knows if they're related to the current secrets of Sewage Town. 3 hours of patrol time didn't seem like much tonight. In fact, it seemed a bit short. This was a legitimate opportunity to investigate and understand this town openly. Knight could go to various places without arousing any suspicion. No problem. Seeing Knight's decisive agreement, Arthur nodded. And that's about it. If there's a major incident or crisis in town, or if there are any outsiders causing trouble, you need to quickly gather and join me to resolve the issue on site. Outsiders causing trouble. Is it the Twilight Cult? Knight nodded calmly, seemingly gaining more insight. The presence of outsiders made Arthur uneasy, and now he, who seemed to have the least ambition in town, became the person he needed to rely on? It's quite daring. I have no problem with that. As long as you're not the villains, I can help you. After all, many years ago, I did the same thing once. The only thing I need to make sure of is, can I still take on commissions if I join the town guard? Arthur was taken aback, looking at Knight with a puzzled expression. Isn't the high salary enough for you? Everything will remain the same, and it might even be more convenient. More convenient? Knight pondered these words, not hiding his confusion. Yes, because regular commissions are mainly for the townspeople of Sewage Town. As you've noticed, Sewage Town is quite exclusive. If you take on such commissions, you might face resistance from everyone. But if you do it as a member of the town guard, it'll be much easier. Knight nodded in realization. Indeed, that would be a significant advantage. With everything settled, Arthur had done all he could inside. Well then, follow me to get your equipment and complete your induction. Knight had no objections and followed Arthur into the town guard's hall. The layout of the hall finally had a touch of the pre-apocalyptic style, giving off a sense of a crucial place. After passing through several rooms, they arrived at what seemed to be an office. This is our office area, the documents are in the next room. Feel free to access them if needed. Of course, the highly classified ones are insured, you won't be able to see them. If it's really related to the safety of the town, then you can apply to me. Yi Chen nodded, it was only natural. If all the town's information was readily available to an outsider like himself, he would truly start to suspect if there was some conspiracy going on here. However, as he looked around the spacious office with over a dozen individual desks, Yi Chen suddenly realized what was amiss. Town guard. How many people are there now? Arthur glanced at Yi Chen, hesitated for a moment, then finally spoke honestly. Just the two of us. Yi Chen? Is this what you mean by short-staffed? There's basically no staff at all. No. This is like the end of the world. In such a large town, with only you and the town guard, how do you manage to survive? Or rather, how strong are you really? In an instant, Yi Chen pondered many things, but Arthur gently shook his head. The town defense team and the town guard do not belong to the same system. The town has other departments for external defense. Our town guard is responsible for the internal security of the town. After speaking, Arthur let out a bitter smile. As you can see, it's been decades since any outsiders have visited us. Yi Chen fell silent, unsure of what to say at that moment. Yes, with so many outsiders arriving, even the most obtuse person could sense that something was about to happen here. Feeling a wave of despondency, Arthur continued to lead Yi Chen, opening another door not far away. Looking inside, Yi Chen saw a room filled with miscellaneous items. Windbreaker, inner lining, stun baton, grappling hook, flashlight, leather gloves, leather boots. If you want a hat, I can find one for you, but I don't have one on me, this is my own. Yi Chen was speechless at his words. Your Western cowboy hat is so out of place. If I wear it, it's basically like changing my clothes to stand out even more. As for this set of equipment, they are all very useful. Indeed, it really makes me look the part, feeling a straight surge in combat effectiveness. The clothes have been washed a long time ago, no one has worn them for so many years, but it's hard to say if they've been damp all these years. If you're in a hurry, you can just wear the windbreaker, and you can wash the inner lining yourself when you get back to the room. Yi Chen nodded, it was indeed convenient. Whether to wear the inner lining or not was uncertain, but this windbreaker was almost knee-length, completely covering up his original fancy outfit. The clothing issue was actually resolved at that moment. Although Sewage Town is not large, our jurisdiction is quite extensive. In case of emergencies, the time it takes to get to the scene is also a problem. Do you want a means of transportation? Oh, yes. Yi Chen was almost unable to describe his feelings, he was so sleepy he needed a pillow. Didn't he just mention wanting a means of transportation when he arrived? A car? Yi Chen was stunned by the benefits of joining Sewage Town, his voice filled with anticipation. Give an inch and take a mile. If you're like this, I'll really do my best to make you happy in Sewage Town, okay? We don't have a car. Arthur chuckled. After the apocalypse, oil on the wasteland became scarce. Cars consume too much fuel, we can't afford to use them anymore, but well. At that moment, Arthur had already led Yi Chen to the basement. Motorcycles, however, we still have some. Arthur raised his hand and uncovered the vehicle cover in front of them, revealing a motorcycle that looked aged but exceptionally well maintained. A motorcycle he had once ridden. Gently touching the body of the motorcycle in front of him, Yi Chen felt like he had returned to that rainy night in his dream. The cheerful mayor rode his motorcycle to the front line on that rainy night. Although he didn't pay much attention, Yi Chen was very clear that the other person was riding this motorcycle at the time. Is this fate? Yi Chen gently touched the motorcycle in front of him, and Arthur showed a satisfied smile. The history of this motorcycle. It holds a special significance for Wastewater Town. If it weren't for all the other vehicles being requisitioned by the town defense team and the high fuel consumption of cars being a concern, this is the only one available for immediate use. He was actually reluctant to let the other person use it. This vehicle. For me? Hearing Yi Chen's complex voice, Arthur shook his head. It's not for you, this is public property, just for your use. As if worried that he had diminished the gift's value, he added, of course, if you truly make an indelible contribution to Wastewater Town, we can discuss these matters. Yi Chen remained silent, and the scene fell quiet once again. Behind Yi Chen, Arthur looked at his back, his expression not as casual as it seemed, but rather filled with infinite melancholy. Faced with this mysterious and eerie visitor, goodwill had already been conveyed. Whether this seed of goodwill could eventually take root and grow into a tree of goodwill for the entire town, only the future could tell. Boom! Yi Chen turned the key that Arthur had given him earlier, and the engine roared to life, as if celebrating its new owner. I'll take it. After a soft reply, Yi Chen put the key in his pocket and turned to look at Arthur. So, the bullets. Arthur nodded, led the way out of the ground floor garage, pushed open the nearest room, sat on a chair, and gestured for Yi Chen to sit on the other side. It seems you don't need a gun specially assigned by the town. Show me what weapon you're using, and I'll check if the town has compatible bullets. He's really efficient, not beating around the bush at all. Yi Chen had nothing to hide in this matter. Just like when he wanted to pawn something at the restaurant, he calmly placed his revolver on the table. This is the one. Do you have matching bullets here? The moment the revolver was placed on the table, Arthur's pupils contracted, his arms tensed uncontrollably, as if he was on the brink of a crisis. This action lasted for several seconds, and Arthur's body slowly relaxed. He tried to act nonchalant, but his previous actions left him with no chance to disguise the truth. It explained everything. Yi Chen smiled, but his lower body also tensed, prepared for the other party to turn hostile. It's one thing to deceive outsiders and ordinary people, but this person is in charge of a post-apocalyptic town. Lacking such insight would be a performance. Is there a problem with this pistol? Didn't he check it himself? A pistol that had been activated by himself, could it possibly have no issues? However, in terms of his other secrets, this was already the smallest and most visible issue. An extraordinary item, Arthur said with a piercing gaze. An extraordinary item is an object that, through special circumstances, acquires abnormal abilities, creating strange powers. Weaker than anomalies and different from anomalies, but still something that can be possessed and controlled by humans. It is almost a representation of power and wealth in the wasteland, and no one wants to provoke someone who possesses an extraordinary item. In the eyes of the ordinary world, it is almost a qualification for having superpowers. Each one is worth a fortune. Isn't it because of this that you want to win me over? Yi Chen's warm smile carried a natural charm. Yi Chen's composure took Arthur by surprise. He took a deep breath, his gaze fixed on Yi Chen. Aren't you worried that I might use it against you? It's not possible. Yi Chen originally didn't have much feeling about it. This thing was ordinary enough for him, something he could even pawn off. But at this moment, he suddenly realized, the value of this thing seemed to be even higher than he had imagined. This is the gap in acquisition difficulty. Yi Chen can easily activate items, but for others, this is almost an opportunity as rare as ascending to the heavens. I can possess it, naturally, with the confidence of possession. It was almost a meaningless statement, yet indeed more effective than 1,000 words. I can hold it, still intact in front of you, not because no one wants to take it, but because no one can take it. Arthur stared at Yi Chen for a long time, finally relaxing back in his chair. Yes, he was someone from a major power. It seems I have underestimated your strength. Arthur chuckled, then continued, I hope you won't find the salary I offer too meager. In Arthur's original plan, Yi Chen was a genetically enhanced individual similar in strength to him. But at this moment, what stood before him was an owner of supernatural abilities. A genetically enhanced individual with supernatural abilities. That's enough. Less said, the better. Yechin silently expressed that he didn't mind, wasn't short of money, just didn't have enough on hand at the moment, and this was just enough to get by. Arthur seemed to believe him, relieved. So be it. We'll present more money in the form of bonuses. He stood up, extending his hand. I represent Sewage Town, welcoming your arrival. This was the first time since Yechin entered Sewage Town that he used the word welcome. Regardless of the actual situation, Yechin responding to his invitation was already a preliminary gesture of goodwill, a mutual declaration. Bullets. Yechin briefly shook hands, emphasizing, oh. Arthur was momentarily puzzled, only then recalling the fundamental reason the other had brought out the pistol. However, his expression soon turned somewhat bitter. We don't have bullets that can adapt to supernatural items in town. We only have regular bullets for this pistol. Regular ones will do, Yechin immediately replied. Why bother with fancy stuff for this piece of junk? I'll worry about it when I get my hands on the chaos clock. Ha! Arthur was left dumbfounded, his face showing confusion. Are you sure? Using regular bullets for this thing? What kind of play is this? I'm very sure. Yechin felt the other was clueless about what he was dealing with. If this gun doesn't take bullets, what else can it take? After confirming multiple times that Yechin wasn't joking, Arthur sighed and said no more. Fine. It's your stuff, as long as you're happy. I'll go get it for you later. Do you have any other questions? Yechin paused briefly, making a bold decision. Yes. Can you answer my previous question now? Yechin stared at Arthur, not blinking. What is the chaos clock? This was a very bold probe, a breakthrough in the relationship and stance of both parties, unlikely to directly rupture the relationship and possibly get an answer. There wouldn't be a better opportunity to ask. Indeed, when the chaos clock was mentioned, Arthur's gaze changed slightly, a hint of alertness in his eyes and expression. This isn't your first time asking. Arthur leaned back in his chair, hands clasped together. Why are you so interested in the chaos clock? Good. No direct confrontation, there's room for discussion. Yechin appeared nonchalant, not very interested, and spoke earnestly. As you said yourself, you want to win me over, help you solve the problems in Sewage Town. But in my view, the chaos clock is currently the biggest issue at hand. If you don't tell me anything, how can I help you solve it? This was Yechin's most reasonable argument at the moment. You're feeling uneasy, aren't you? First me, then the Twilight Cult. If things go as expected, I guess more people will come here, right? They are all keeping an eye on the chaotic wheel, aren't they? You're not telling me anything, this isn't cooperation, it's being used as cannon fodder. Even if that's the case, how can I patrol like this? I don't even know if I'll get shot by one of those lunatics playing with the chaotic wheel while on patrol. Or, like when I first arrived in town, if someone dies because of the chaotic wheel, should I intervene or not? Have you thought about these issues? Arthur fell into a long silence. Today's developments were sudden for him, with no deep thought or consideration given to all aspects, and these questions indeed existed. But how could he be told about this? Coming here at this time, to him, was also suspicious. His recruitment was merely an attempt to get Nightfall, who seemed to be a powerful and mysterious visitor on his own, to stand by his side compared to the Twilight Cult, which had clear and strong subjective motives. Everything fell into a contradictory cycle once again. After a quiet moment, Arthur finally managed to sort out the cause and effect, taking a deep breath. I can't tell you right now. I believe we need time to build more trust between us, he said, looking at Nightfall. I promise you that I won't let you deal with anything related to the chaotic wheel until I inform you of the truth about it, nor will I allow conflicts to arise between you and others because of it. Nightfall nodded slightly, not entirely satisfied but accepting his response. All right, was a significant breakthrough. Nightfall didn't expect Arthur to be completely open with him, as he would continue his own investigations in secret. About the mission. Arthur's mouth twitched. Why do you always go off script like this? We just discussed such a taboo topic, and now you want to talk about taking missions to earn money? What kind of move is this? It's like in some novel games, saving the world at night and then going to school with a backpack the next morning, right? The mission board is in the lobby on the ground floor as soon as you enter. Just take a quick look first. As he finished speaking, Arthur seemed to realize something and paused. You're not thinking of taking on advanced missions, are you? He hadn't considered this before because Nightfall's strength wasn't impressive to him. But things had changed. Nightfall's overt strength now exceeded his highest expectations. Yes, is that not allowed? Nightfall keenly sensed that there was something he didn't know about. The innkeeper had mentioned that advanced missions required higher-level certification. He thought he was already part of the town guard and could take on any mission, but it seemed that wasn't the case. If it's about advanced missions, it's not that I won't let you take them, it's just a rule limitation, you're not ready yet. So, go check out the regular mission list first, and I'll prepare ammunition and the Wanderer's Crest for you to take on missions, then I'll give you a brief introduction when you return there. Nightfall nodded, temporarily setting aside his doubts and left the room. Watching Nightfall's departing figure, Arthur's smile gradually faded, replaced by a pensive expression. An unknown origin, a gene-enhanced individual with extraordinary abilities? Truly mysterious. Aren't extraordinary abilities supposed to have side effects? They can subtly influence the user's character or lead to very negative consequences if not used according to the rules. But looking at him, it's as if he's just using an ordinary handgun. I'm really curious about the rules governing the use of that revolver. The people of great power should not lack money, but judging by the way he came here this time, he is basically empty-handed. So perhaps the side effect of that supernatural item inevitably leads to the loss of all belongings on the body? Yes, that should be the case, otherwise how do you explain that he has nothing on him except for that revolver? Even buying clothes might not be for discretion, but rather out of fear that at any moment even his clothing might be lost, without any spare items, right? It's truly a powerful supernatural item, with such low side effects, unlike me. Muttering to himself, Arthur suddenly stopped in his tracks. But as he thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh again. How skilled must that person who robbed him be in choosing his targets? This is no longer something that can be summed up by the phrase kicking the iron plate, right? At this moment, Yachin, who had left the room, was still unaware of the scenarios Arthur was imagining with his revolver. This sudden turn of events left even him somewhat bewildered. Ensuring that he was far away from Arthur's location, Yachin quietly contacted the Mind Cat. Do you sense any traps? The voice of the Mind Cat quickly echoed in Yachin's mind. I don't sense any traps, meow. The feeling this person gives me seems more like a desperate move, meow. Yachin nodded gently. The thoughts of the Mind Cat and himself were basically in agreement. The waters of Sewage Town were probably deeper than what he currently glimpsed, and Arthur probably had no certainty left to solve the problem on his own, to the extent that he had to take a big risk to win him over as an ally. But no matter what, he had indeed gained benefits for himself, and the goodwill of the other party, no matter what the underlying reasons were, had ultimately reached him. This goodwill had been accepted. Yachin was very reluctant to owe favors, but this seemed to be the best solution in this unpredictable and conspicuous situation. Providing himself with a convenient identity, having a certain ally, replenishing his empty wallet, supplying equipment and combat power, and facilitating his investigation. This was truly a win-win situation, where he had no reason to refuse. Do you think, if the Chaos Bell truly belongs to Arthur now, should we still stick to the original plan? Yachin said softly. This doesn't seem like containment, it feels more like stealing things. This was Yachin's biggest psychological burden at the moment. He could coldly take away a stranger's belongings, and even give himself noble and lofty reasons. But for Yachin and Arthur, they had already formed a bond. This meant an inevitable future of turning against each other and going to war. However, unexpectedly, the Mind Cat gave Yachin an answer that was beyond his expectations. I think you don't need to worry at all, the Mind Cat spoke up. They can't control it. Being able to use something and being able to control it are two different things. Oh? Yachin was taken aback. This was truly something he had never heard of before. An abnormal existence can exert almost uncontrollable influence on its surroundings. For abnormal items, they are often referred to as side effects, which can be paid for to counteract. But for abnormalities, no one can counteract them. Just like 003, it hangs in the sky, silently influencing everything in this world. If it didn't have goodwill, protecting human civilization, with just a thought, it could destroy everything within a time limit. But even so, everything on this wasteland is still being subtly changed by it. The Mind Cat paused, but Yachin understood what it wanted to say next. So what about the Chaos Bell? As an abnormality mainly inclined towards mischief, residing in Sewage Town, what consequences will it bring about? Therefore, in my opinion, unless Arthur has been completely and thoroughly seduced by the power brought by the Chaos Bell, he has no reason to refuse you to contain it. In the end, the Spirit Cat made its final statement. So, the initial designation of those researchers and the practices we have continued are correct, containment. In this world today, only you can truly contain anomalies. Yachin nodded gently. Yes, the strangeness of Wastewater Town today isn't the source of all this anomaly? I understand. Gathering his thoughts, Yachin found himself back in the town guard's hall, where a conspicuous commission board appeared before him. It was a rather ordinary-looking wooden notice board, fitting well with the current scene in Wastewater Town. However, as he stood in front of it, Yechin was completely stunned, halting in his tracks. It was hard for him to describe his emotions. At that moment, he almost doubted if he had crossed over again. On the wooden retro notice board, instead of the expected bounties, there were rows of paper-like fluorescent bodies, resembling real-time floating electronic screens. But how could this be possible? The technology of this wasteland had completely collapsed, with food supplies running scarce, fundamental energy shortages, and mineral veins in oil long corroded beyond recognition by anomalies. The partial supply of electricity was already a miracle that Yechin couldn't explain. But what is this? A pre-apocalyptic technology that was hard to come by, a holographic display? What in the world? In that shocking moment, Yechin suddenly noticed something amiss. Beneath each of the commissions, there was a faint, almost invisible gray mist emanating. Is this another anomaly-related thing? Yechin couldn't describe his feelings anymore. He was gradually becoming numb. Alright, Wastewater Town, huh? I've seen it all now. He really couldn't imagine this being a beginner's village. Little cat, is there any danger? He wouldn't ask the spirit cat if this was abnormal anymore. He had his own basic discernment ability now. He could even analyze the nature of this commission board, similar to fog coins, a derivative that had already covered the entire wasteland. And just like fog coins, the danger level wouldn't be too high. No danger, meow. You can use it with confidence. Yechin nodded gently, reaching out to touch one of the commissions. As the gray mist gently surged, the words on it gradually imprinted in his mind. Commission clearing distorted beings. Content: dozens of mutated giant rats have recently appeared at the foot of the mountain 700 meters west of the city, possessing strong aggression. All herb collection activities have been forced to stop, hoping someone can clear them out. Reward: 10 fog coins. Collection method already pledged to the Wastewater Town Guard, completion upon acceptance. Mutated creatures? 10 fog coins, not a small amount. At least for Yechin, it was a commission worth taking. As for clearing mutant giant rats, it didn't seem to have much to do with anomalies, falling within the category that could be solved as long as firepower kept up. The only trouble was that this commission seemed to require leaving Wastewater Town. Even if temporarily, Yechin didn't want to do that, fearing he might miss even a hint of opportunity or detail in this turbulent time. His gaze lingered on the bottom of the commission, where another line of text appeared. No authorization detected for accepting the commission. Please go to the local authorized agency to obtain the Wanderer's badge. Local authorized agency? Yechin suddenly remembered Arthur mentioning before they parted ways that he wanted to give him a Wanderer's badge. So, this Wanderer's badge was the qualification to accept this commission, and the Wastewater Town Guard was the authorized agency for this commission business within Wastewater Town? It was really a lucky coincidence. Unable to decide right then and there, and not obligated to accept just by looking, Yechin's fingertips moved, opening up other areas of commissions. This time it was even more straightforward, with only one headline, which read "You are not qualified to view." And the reason why Yechin became interested was precisely because this headline was intriguing enough for him. Devil's Black Pepper Plantation. This was the signboard of the Mosquito restaurant, the unique landmark of Sewage Town. This thing was put up for commission. Was there a problem in the supply chain? Well, as a top product that almost burned his mouth off, Yechin was really curious about how that thing was produced. As long as the price was right, he was indeed going to take on this commission. Hey, I brought your stuff. At the end of the hall, Arthur's figure once again emerged. He glanced at Yechin, handed him a bullet bag, and then took out an object shining with a faint blue halo from his pocket, resembling a ring, and gave it to him. Here, this is it. Just wear it on any finger, then touch the commission board to view and accept it. As for advanced commissions, you'll need to upgrade your Wanderer's medal. I can't give you that privilege. Yechin furrowed his brows, becoming more certain of a certain speculation. This entire commission board was interconnected across the wasteland. Even this Wanderer's medal was some kind of abnormal derivative. It was a vast system. The Wanderer's medal was both an identity and a ticket, and even the abnormality itself could elevate its privileges. Generally, completing 3 ordinary local commissions can elevate your privileges, and further advancement will be more troublesome. Yechin nodded slightly, hesitated to speak, and finally pointed at the commission board, looking meaningfully at Arthur. This thing is not simple, you know that, right? Arthur was taken aback, paused for a moment, then nodded gently. Yes. It was created by the Wanderer's camp. It should be the power of the abnormal they serve, right? Serve? The use of such a term left Yechin's mind a bit puzzled, but he quickly caught on. This organization called the Wanderer's camp serves. No, they serve an abnormal? Shouldn't abnormals be universally condemned in the wasteland? With a normal person's thinking, without them, where would the apocalypse be? Some extreme groups could be overlooked, but the commission board created by the Wanderers camp had already spread throughout the wasteland from just a few words. This kind of influence clearly no longer belonged to certain extreme groups. It was, in a sense, orthodox. Serve? It's more appropriate to say they believe in it, right? Arthur looked at Yechin with some doubt. Aren't there many like this? The major churches in the wasteland now, including orthodox ones like the Radiant Sun Church, all believe in their own abnormals, right? In that instant, Yechin felt like his world was collapsing. The churches in the wasteland, they believed in different abnormals? Even top-tier powers in the wasteland like the Radiant Sun Church? No. Had this world gone mad? Previously, he had been wondering where the churches in the wasteland came from, what gods they believed in. Well, goodness, it turned out to be abnormals. But objectively speaking, the power of these abnormal beings in the apocalypse wasn't much different from gods. When he left the containment tower, he had mentally prepared himself to possibly become a world enemy upon coming out, but he never expected the abnormals to be so prevalent. The Radiant Sun Church. He just didn't know which abnormal they worshipped. What a bizarre apocalypse. Yechin muttered to himself, taking out a revolver magazine from the bullet bag and awkwardly reloading it. Thanks, I want to be alone for a while. Arthur was taken aback, nodded gently. Your freedom. He handed a walkie-talkie to Yechin, concluding their final conversation of the day. Keep this, contact me if you need anything. She nodded gently as she watched Arthur leave. Nightchen let out a soft sigh and murmured to himself, what about you? Do you believe in the clock of chaos? It was a question without an answer. Nightchen calmed his mind and let his fingers, adorned with the Wanderer's ring, touch the commission he had no permission to access before. Devil's Black Pepper. Commission, investigate the abnormal wilting of the Devil's Black Pepper plantation. Commission information, all crops in the plantation suddenly withered, and no reason could be found. All possible methods have been tried, and anyone capable is implored to solve it. At this rate of wilting, within 3 days at most, this year's Devil's Black Pepper output in Sewage Town will be lost. Commission reward, 20 missed blue coins. Note, number of incomplete commission acquisitions, 4. Last acquirer, Arthur of Sewage Town. What? If everything before was driven by curiosity, Nightchen was genuinely surprised at this moment. Arthur took on this commission but didn't complete it? Or perhaps, he couldn't solve the problem? Although crop wilting sounded like an agricultural issue, it was mentioned as non-natural wilting, suggesting there might be underlying problems, possibly related to anomalies. Wasn't that normal? The entire Sewage Town seemed to be a chaotic battleground of countless visible and hidden anomalies and conflicting forces. Since you can't handle it, then I will. Nightchen muttered and tapped on the accept button. Consider it a little return on your investment. By solving this, you should also tell me more about the Wheel of Chaos, shouldn't you? This was not an exaggeration. From Nightchen's current perspective, Sewage Town had no unique resource output of its own. Without output, there would be no resource trade, which was crucial for a small town to sustain itself in the post-apocalyptic world. Devil's Black Pepper was likely the town's largest circulating external resource each year. If there were no harvest, Sewage Town might not need any anomalies this year, interference from factions, it might collapse internally first. Arthur might be powerless or too preoccupied, but solving this problem would be a great favor for Sewage Town. However, on second thought, for such a significant matter, offering a reward of 20 missed blue coins? Was he being stingy, or were missed blue coins more valuable than he imagined, or were the black market levels of the Mosquito and Sewage even more outrageous than he thought? Glancing at the commission location, Nightchen turned and headed straight for the garage. The familiar motorcycle appeared before him once again, but this time, it was his own. He gently shook the fuel tank, which was full. It seemed Sewage Town wasn't lacking in fuel but was conserving it. Estimating roughly the engine size and the tank capacity, Nightchen figured he could easily cover 300 kilometers without any pressure. Was he naive or bold? With a full tank, he could escape to a place in Sewage Town where no one could catch him. The motorcycle might not be worth much now, but this tank of fuel, Nightchen felt it couldn't be summed up in just a few dozen missed blue coins. Roar! The engine roared loudly as Nightchen twisted the throttle and sped away. Once again, he raced through the streets of Sewage Town, roaring. Passing through a gate wide open to the main road, he continued a short distance inside, parking his motorcycle by the roadside, facing a vast vegetable field. Removing the key, he looked around, feeling for the first time like he had truly returned to the past. Driving outside the city, parking by the roadside with fields on both sides. Yet, the sense of immersion was still weak. The desolate gray-black aura of this wasteland was so lifeless. In the vegetable fields by the roadside, rows of endless black plants, from stems to fruits, spread out as far as the eye can see. It is the famous specialty of Wastewater Town, devil black chili. Perhaps to prevent outsiders, the vegetable fields are still within the outer walls of Wastewater Town, albeit very close to the boundary. The entire vast vegetable field is enclosed by a circle of wire fences, looking quite secure. The easy access is also due to the fact that the gate faces the town, and perhaps because of some kind of authentication for the new identity. There is a narrow path leading from the roadside to the vegetable fields, with a small house at the end of it. Although it's at the end of the road, the distance is not far at all. The people living here can keep an eye on the roadside activities while also part-time guarding the fields. However, for Yechin, this arrangement seems a bit unusual. Farmers don't usually live directly in their vegetable fields. Creak. The door of the small house is pushed open, and a tall, spirited old man with a hint of vitality between his brows and eyes steps out. Although his clothes are a bit tattered, he gives off an overall impression of being ready for work, with better physical and mental condition than most of the residents Yechin has seen in Wastewater Town. However, beneath that spirited look, there is a hint of hard-to-hide weariness, a furrowed brow with a touch of anxious clouds. Without a word, Yechin understands that the changes in this vegetable field have already caused the old man a lot of distress. Who are you? The old man quickly walks to the roadside, approaching Yechin. Initially, it was fine, but after a closer look, his eyes were filled with vigilance. But it's understandable. Given the age of the other party, he must have witnessed many vicissitudes in the years of Wastewater Town. Even though Yechin is wearing a uniform, he is still a new face after all. Town guard member, received your commission, came to check the situation. Yechin doesn't intend to waste time on ineffective communication, stating his identity clearly and succinctly. I haven't seen you before. I just started today. The old man is not very surprised. After all, Yechin's uniform says it all. With a slight decrease in vigilance, he also appears somewhat interested. Oh, it doesn't matter. You're too young. If you're not confident, don't waste time. If even Arthur couldn't solve it, can you? Yechin shrugged, well aware of the exclusivity of Wastewater Town. But now with the advantage of his identity, it's time to persuade. Whether I can solve it or not, we'll know when we see. If Arthur couldn't do it, who else can you rely on if not me? The old man glanced at Yechin again, muttered something under his breath, sighed lightly, and nodded. I see, follow me. Although I don't know why Arthur let you join the town guard, you don't seem to have any experience in farming. I'm getting old, I don't want to go through hope and disappointment again. Yechin fell silent, suddenly realizing something. The identity of a town guard member, for the people of Wastewater Town, is enough to offset the negative impact of being a new face. With the old man leading the way, Yechin followed closely behind, stepping into the devil black chili field. It's a bit better than the farmland before the apocalypse. Stepping in, instead of soft soil and mud, it's very solid. Especially solid, as if the soil has lost its vitality, just like the current state of the wasteland. As they walked, Yechin observed up close the famous devil black chili that almost choked him to death with its spiciness in the apocalypse. The stems grow upwards like those in a cornfield, black like veins on fine stems, with every few segments bearing several pure black fruits. The fruits are triangular, not too sharp at the tips, each the size of a small pouch, black like burnt charcoal, giving the impression that touching them would stain one's clothes with ink. The old man stopped in his tracks, probably reaching the most convenient spot for observation. Yechin tried to appear as professional as possible, reaching out to touch the pure black devil black pepper on the stem. The pepper was swollen in the middle, soft, almost hollow, easily flattened with a pinch, except for a slight resemblance to a green pepper. Yechin thought so and acted accordingly. However, as soon as he applied a little pressure with his fingertips, the black pepper made a crisp sound, followed by a dusty gas spreading out. Cough! Cough! Damn, it's so spicy! The dusty substance emanating from the pepper carried an extremely pungent smell, making his eyes water. In his second encounter with the devil black pepper, Yechin found himself overpowered once again. Suppressing his discomfort, he looked at the old man, who gazed back with a hint of melancholy, silently questioning. Can you really handle this? Tell me the details, Yechin inquired calmly, without questioning, seeking to understand the situation. The old man detailed the current situation, mentioning that everything from soil to water to fertilizers met the necessary standards, yet the peppers were withering despite ideal weather conditions. Yechin nodded lightly and asked, do you have any normally grown devil black peppers from before? Show me for comparison. Yes, wait here, the old man replied, heading back to the cottage to fetch a sample. Left alone, Yechin felt a bit puzzled. Confident at first, he realized the complexity of agricultural issues, especially in this post-apocalyptic new agriculture context. Should he give up? Yet, he couldn't let go so easily. Soon, the old man returned with a huge, jet-black triangular pepper, leaving Night-Chen astonished. Initially, he saw no issue with the peppers in the field, but upon comparison, he understood the severity of the withering. The sample brought by the old man was large, ripe, contrasting starkly with the shriveled ones on the stem, akin to a ripe summer watermelon versus a struggling winter fruit. Assuming everything goes well, how long until the peppers here grow to this size? The old man seemed touched by the question, closing his eyes. Soon. Perhaps in a few days, it will be harvest time. Just 3 days ago, these peppers were almost this size. But overnight, they shrunk by a quarter, getting smaller and smaller, until they became inedible. Night-Chen suddenly grasped the anomaly ripe one moment, then wilting the next? No, it wasn't wilting, it was degeneration. His confidence surged back. The inexplicable event led him back to his expertise. Have there been any unusual occurrences recently? Night-Chen inquired, adding a final question. For example, are there any special changes in the surroundings, special people? The old man paused, looking at Yi-Chen with a puzzled expression, then pointed to his side. Isn't this unusual enough? Yi-Chen. I mean other things, such changes are mostly caused by external forces. The old man shook his head, somewhat disappointed. Arthur asked the same yesterday, but indeed found nothing. He even tried to check for any invasion of mutated creatures, like the mutated giant rats causing trouble around the town, right? It's just a bit regretful, nothing. Has Arthur ruled out the possibility of mutated creatures invading? Yi-Chen's brows furrowed even tighter. The most likely possibility has been ruled out, making the situation inevitably more mysterious. Well, his current knowledge seems to have reached its limit, unable to investigate further. If he wants to proceed, he can only resort to unconventional methods. Can you be more specific about the time? Is this time 3 days ago accurate? The old man decisively nodded. Forget about 3 days, 4 days ago everything here was completely normal. Yi-Chen nodded lightly, issuing a dismissal order, although he seemed to be the guest. I have a certain confidence in finding the cause of the problem, but I need you to stay away. Ha! The old man widened his eyes, looking at Yi-Chen as if he were an intruder with malicious intent. Stay away? What are you up to? If I leave and you cause trouble here or faint, what should I do? I don't even know you. Yi-Chen's mouth twitched, using magic to counter magic. Is there a need for me to cause any damage in the current situation here? The old man. He was speechless for a moment. This pepper field was already ruined, there was hardly any value in causing further damage. Well, I've been here for decades, and every time I leave, I lock the door tightly, never letting anyone stay here. By staying here, can you make it return to its original state? Yi-Chen rubbed his forehead somewhat helplessly. Why does this sound like I'm forcing you to relocate? Then, Yi-Chen emphasized. First, if you don't stay away, there will be danger. Second, if you stay here, I won't be able to use my investigative methods, which are my exclusive secret. Do you still want to solve the problem here? The old man seemed to want to argue for a few more words, but suddenly thought of the motorcycle parked by the roadside, and his heart stirred slightly. That motorcycle. Did that brat Arthur give it to you? Ha! Why such a sudden change of topic? Although unsure why he was asked this, Yi-Chen nodded. Yes, I see. The old man muttered, finally making up his mind. Alright then, how far should I go? Yi-Chen was slightly surprised. Why the change of heart again? Not too far, just out of sight from here. You, old man, make a cup of hot water, grab a sun umbrella, bring a small stool, and enjoy the sun by the roadside. The old man. God, you're quite the organizer, I wasn't planning on having such leisurely time. Alright, I'll go sunbathe. Let me tell you, if you mess around for a while and find nothing, I'll report you. Yi-Chen felt a bit helpless, not knowing who he was going to report to. However, during this little back and forth, his plan had become more mature, and now it was time for urgent implementation. Fine. It might take a while, within 4 hours, don't come over, or don't blame me for quitting. Yi-Chen's tone wasn't very friendly, but it was precisely this firm and confident attitude that elevated his professionalism significantly. Alright. If you need anything, just shout. I see you might not be able to handle this pepper, don't faint in my field. The old man didn't linger anymore, turning and walking away. But as he walked, he couldn't help but turn back. In those old eyes, there was a glimmer of hope. Please, I'm counting on you. Night-Chen nodded gently. He smiled wistfully only after the other person disappeared from sight. This old man. With no one in sight, Night-Chen looked around but found no hidden cameras. He quietly summoned the Mind Cat and licked his lips. Little cat, can we use scene regression now? This was Night-Chen's plan. I may not understand how this thing grows or its habits, but I can see. I can witness what happened with my own eyes. Meow meow meow. Ready to strike at any time, meow. The Mind Cat appeared on Night-chan's shoulder, eager and ready. Finally, he had a chance to show his worth in front of Night-chan. How far back are you planning to regress, meow? Night-chan thought for a moment before responding without much urgency. Embarrassingly, he was still relatively clueless about the Mind Cat's abilities. How far back can you regress at most? The Mind Cat pondered, rubbing its 2 cat paws in a human-like manner, seemingly calculating. I can perfectly restore up to 3 days, meow. For 4 to 7 days, there will be some margin of error, and beyond 7 days, the error increases with time, meow. Error? Night-chan was puzzled, chewing on the word. Can you give an example? The Mind Cat thought for a moment and provided an answer. For instance, the actual fact was a person swimming in a pool, but the restored scene shows a pig diving in the deep sea? Night-chan, isn't it hard to describe that as an error? Night-chan pondered the information the old man had provided. Arthur arrived yesterday, and things had already reached an irreversible point. Arthur hadn't found the cause or a solution. The first withering of the Devil's Black Pepper field occurred 3 days ago, so regardless of the reason, the cause should be traced back 1 more day, making it 4 days ago. 4 days. Just beyond the Mind Cat's perfect restoration limit. But it should be fine. 4 days fell slightly beyond the perfect restoration threshold, so any errors wouldn't be too far off. At most, it might be something like the true scene of a man swimming being restored as a woman swimming. Let's begin. Meow. The Mind Cat happily waved its paws, and Night-chan felt the light and shadows in his vision flicker intensely. Gray mist emanated from the Mind Cat, spreading in all directions. The mist extended to over 10 meters before seeming to reach its limit and halting its expansion. It then spread outward from the farthest point, finally forming a square area with a gray mist border centered around Night-chan and the Mind Cat, visible only to them. Subsequently, the entire space was filled with projected illusions. Boom! The instantaneous scene changes brought about a drastic transformation, making it almost impossible for Night-chan to see the path around him clearly. The low Devil's Black Pepper field suddenly grew immensely, towering at least half a person's height over Night-chan. The previously relatively spacious area under his feet suddenly felt crowded. So this is the untouched Black Pepper field. Quite spectacular. Just like a few scattered cherry blossom trees by the roadside might only cause a moment of surprise, but if an endless expanse were to bloom, it would become a breathtaking sight. Night-chan sighed softly, reaching out to touch the nearest large pepper, holding his breath as he squeezed it. His fingers passed through the Devil's Black Pepper the size of a watermelon, touching nothing. As expected, I can't touch anything. All of this is an illusion created by the Mind Cat, a reenactment of what happened before. Clatter, clatter, snap. Clear footsteps came from behind him, and Yechan suddenly turned around, only to see the old man slowly approaching, pushing aside the stems of chili peppers one by one as he walked towards him. Yechan squinted his eyes. It was no longer a matter of dissatisfaction but rather the fear of the other party uncovering the secrets he had hidden, a situation he was not willing to face. I told you not to come, but you insisted. What should I do now? Should I keep quiet or not? Are you forcing me? Ah, it's another great harvest this year. Little Arthur and the others are truly blessed. The old man hummed a tune, his face beaming with joy as he passed by Yechan, reaching out to touch the nearly head-high pure black chili peppers. Ha! Yechan was taken aback. Was he being ignored? And, touching the peppers? Could he touch them? Oh! Yechan instantly realized that it wasn't the old man ignoring his warnings and stumbling upon his secret, but rather a scene from 4 days ago with the old man. At that time, he had just arrived here. Meow. Don't be nervous, these are all scenes from the past, they can't see you, meow. And if someone can enter here, I can sense it, meow. The cat of the soul always had the power to soothe the heart. Yechan did feel a bit nervous, but then relaxed. Yes, the little cat was indeed exceptional. The scenes you recreated are even more realistic than I imagined, Yechan complimented, observing the old man's actions. This appearance was truly different from the old man just now, as if he had aged several years in an instant. The joy of the harvest was hard not to empathize with. Even if he didn't like to eat these things, he could still empathize with the feeling of a bountiful harvest earned through sweat. However, this feeling quickly faded. Yechan glanced at the sky, having gone through the town guard's inspection, eating, and traveling. It was now noon, and Yechan had a rough idea in his mind. Everything seemed normal now, with no signs of any changes. The old man was here to work on the farm, and judging by his level of care, he would probably come out every 10 minutes to check on things. Under this level of supervision, any unusual situation would be discovered immediately. But people needed to sleep eventually. The old man had mentioned that nearly a quarter of the entire farmland had shrunk overnight, making the night 4 days ago the key to the problem. The reward of 20 missed blue coins was not for solving the problem but for finding the cause. His task was simply to find out what had happened. Kitty, speed up, accelerate to 9 o'clock in the evening. Okay, meow. Time flew by rapidly, and the scenes kept changing. Everything in front of Yechin seemed to be on fast forward, swiftly passing by. The sun rose and set in the sky, turning day into night. Everything was eerily quiet. Yechin looked up, but could no longer see the hint of Ningxia before the apocalypse. There were no twinkling stars in the sky, no chirping of cicadas in the wilderness, and no flickering fireflies in the distance. 9 o'clock had arrived, and Yechin waited quietly, prepared for a prolonged battle. The dark night of the apocalypse was eerily silent. Apart from the faint lights in the distant town of Wushui, there was nothing else. Even the wind blew sparingly, not causing the plants to sway much. Suddenly, after waiting for nearly 2 hours in this absolute silence, Yechin was startled by a tremor throughout his body. A sound. In this absolute silence, even the slightest sound was crystal clear. But what was this sound? Was it the grass on the lawn colliding in the wind? Crack! Before he could locate the source of the sound, there was a crackling sound closer to Yechin, making him shudder. The sound was right beside him. And this sound. Footsteps. Someone was approaching. Yechin glanced at the old man's cabin in an instant. No light, the room tightly shut. It definitely wasn't him. During this time period, if it's not the person themselves, who would come secretly like this to do good deeds? Taking a deep breath, Yechin knew that the most critical situation was approaching. Clatter, clatter. The footsteps were getting closer. Although they were already very light, at this distance, Yechin could hear them clearly. There were a few rustling sounds of plants being touched in front of him, and suddenly, a tall and thin figure emerged from the side of the open space. The person was holding a very dim small lamp, so dim that even at this distance, Yechin couldn't see the other person's face clearly. It was impossible to detect anything in the dim light, even if it was a little further away, like in an old man's hut. How cautious. As the figure approached closer and closer, almost about to touch Yechin's face, Yechin finally managed to see the other person's face clearly. Middle-aged, weathered, with a prominent scar on the face, exuding a lingering sense of gloominess. Who is this person? The enemy is clear while I remain hidden. Yechin remained calm, not worried about being discovered, observing as he pleased. The person was dressed in ordinary attire, not as eye-catching as Yechin's own distinctive novice outfit, but still quite out of place compared to the town of Wushui. Not from Wushui Town, are you? Yechin muttered softly. The person was wearing leather armor, muscles filled with strength. This feeling. Even Yechin himself was stunned. Why did this person resemble the one who robbed him a bit? The more he looked, the more similarities he found. Were they both affiliated with the same organization? It couldn't be true. If that guy really had the backing of an organization, would he come to rob Yechin of a small amount of money? Well, unless it was some kind of bandit organization, specializing in looting. Before Yechin could ponder further, the person made a move again. Hey, once this job is done, I'll get a reward of 50 missed blue coins. Working with them, money comes quickly. Save a bit more, just a bit more, and I can go to Glorious City. Ha! Yechin was at a loss for words for a moment. Another person up to no good, aiming to go to Glorious City. How much does that place captivate your souls? And in this state, would Glorious City even accept you? The figure in leather clothing glanced around, revealing a hint of melancholy. But if I do this, Wushui Town will probably experience an unprecedented economic disaster this year, right? The town's annual revenue and supplies depend on these things for export to the entire wasteland. At that moment, this person, unexpectedly, showed a hint of conflict. Why, do even such villains have hometown sentiments? Yechin couldn't help but think as he witnessed this scene. After hesitating back and forth repeatedly for a long time, the person finally gritted his teeth. Screw it. What does it have to do with me? This damn town should have disappeared into history in this damn world long ago. It's not like they're the ones paying me to do this, right? Me. I just want to go to Glorious City. The person made a painful decision, took out a small box from his pocket, opened it, revealing an extremely bright stone that looked like a stalactite. Yechin suddenly became fully alert. This thing, without any surprises, was the tool he used to strike. His investigation had reached an unprecedented, crucial moment. After struggling with his conscience for the last moment, the person no longer hesitated, bent down, picked up the multifunctional military shovel on his back, and vigorously started digging beneath his feet. The movements were clean and efficient, appearing very skilled. Coupled with this specially made advanced shovel, it was as if the sound had been silenced. He dug down nearly half a meter before stopping, carefully took out the stalactite-like object from the small box beside him, and buried it. Then, without a word, he filled the entire small pit, compacted the soil, and from the outside, it looked as if there were no traces at all. Seemingly tired, he sat on the ground, took out a cigarette, and put it in his mouth. But as he was about to light it, he paused, seemingly worried about leaving a trace. Damn this little town. Damn Arthur. He cursed, stood up, and put the cigarette back in his pocket. That's it. His footsteps gradually faded away. Quietness returned, leaving only the night. The answer had been obtained. Everything that followed originated from this thing, starting with this person. Watching the man's departing figure, Night-Chin fell silent for a moment, gently stroking the back of the soul cat. That's enough. Stop now. Meow. The soul cat retracted the scene playback, and everything before him changed like the shifting of the tides. The mist receded back into the soul cat's body, suddenly transitioning from darkness to the brightness of day, the sunlight warming his body. It was back to that sunny afternoon. Impressive, little cat. Night-Chin gave the soul cat a thumbs up. No matter how much you hide or scheme, everything is exposed in front of this ability. Meow hee. Pleased with Night-Chin's praise, the soul cat appeared very proud. Oh, it's nothing, meow. Just glad to help you. Meow. Night-Chin nodded, walked to where the other person had buried the pit in his memory, and with a deep mark on the soil, he turned and walked away. You can leave now. Returning along the path to the position of the cottage, Night-Chin looked towards the road and saw the old man still waiting there, visibly anxious and glancing in his direction from time to time. The moment Night-Chin appeared, the old man stood up and hurried over. Young man, have you found anything? It's been over 2 hours. Nearly 2.5 hours, and there's been no movement inside. If it weren't for the promise and the possibility of a long wait, I couldn't resist going in to check. I have. But we need to investigate further, Night-Chin said as they met. Do you have a shovel? The old man hesitated for a moment, then blurted out, how could I not have one? It's an essential tool, but would a hoe work? It made no difference, and Night-Chin had only thought of a shovel. Wait here, the old man said, then hurried back to the cottage and quickly returned with the tools. Night-Chin hesitated for a moment, almost losing his grip. It was so heavy. Night-Chin couldn't help but suspect that the shovel had been modified, given how hard the ground was. As Night-Chin walked in, the old man couldn't help but ask anxiously, can I come in now? Night-Chin hesitated, then nodded. Of course. His actions from then on did not involve any secrecy. Returning to the original spot, Night-Chin found his mark on the ground and dug down with the shovel. Clang! The shovel hit the ground, as hard as hitting a rock. After some effort, Night-Chin managed to dig up a small piece of soil. Is the hardness of this post-apocalyptic soil for real? Oh my goodness, at this rate, it'll take ages to dig through. Give it to me, I'll do it. Seeing Night-Chin struggling to dig, the old man snatched the hoe, measured the ground, and said, let me tell you, if we dig and find nothing, my old bones will be very upset with you. Night-Chin, wasn't it you who came over and took the hoe away from me, old man? It seemed that the old man had realized that Night-Chin had truly discovered something. He was full of energy and vigor. Rolling up his sleeves to his shoulders, he vigorously dug into the ground. Bang! With one shovel, the depth reached half of what Night-Chin had just dug. Then the speed increased, leaving Night-Chin dazzled, even making him question life. Not. Old man, you're making me look so fragile. It seems that the physical fitness of ordinary humans in the apocalypse has improved a lot, meow. The voice of the mind cat entered Night-Chin's embarrassed heart, making him pause and inexplicably relieved. If you want to improve your physical fitness, you don't need this inefficient method. I can find you some suitable anomalies to contain. Night-Chin, little cat, you really need to take things step by step. Why do you always make anomalies sound like cabbages? Bang! The old man jumped out of the pit, threw the hoe aside, wiped the sweat off his head vigorously. I've dug it open, now what? Night-Chin calmed down, looked down, took the hoe, and dug a few more times. Then, a bright light appeared. Unlike the night pearl, it was a light that shone even in the daytime, under the sun. Is there a gem in my field? The old man was also surprised by this sight, scratching his head in confusion. Night-Chin jumped down, squatted, and grabbed it in his palm. A cool sensation like mint spread through his body in an instant, as if there was a magnetic pull towards his palm. Before Night-Chin could study it, the old man's exclamation came from beside him. It's growing! It's growing! What's growing? The old man's voice was filled with urgency, causing Night-Chin's gaze to be forcibly drawn towards it. Even Night-Chin was stunned. Everything around him. No! More accurately, the devil black pepper that occupied almost his entire field of vision was slowly expanding, growing. Night-Chin was astonished and puzzled, while for the old man at that moment, there was only ecstatic joy. But his joy was short-lived, as the bad news arrived unexpectedly. Why isn't it growing? Why isn't it growing? The growth of the devil black pepper stopped. Yechin looked over. It didn't shrink back, but it also didn't grow to the size of the sample, probably only reaching 2/3 of it. Old man, calm down. Look, is it still withering? This was where Yechin didn't understand. The old man paused, then realized, quickly confirming based on his lifelong planting experience. After a moment, he stopped. In his complex expression, there was a mix of joy and sorrow. Indeed, the withering has stopped. At this rate, in a few days, it will be time for the harvest. But he found it hard to smile. It can only be considered a substandard product. Not only will our annual income be halved, but the quality is also much worse. If we continue to sell it, it might even be a crisis for our reputation in Sewage Town. Yechin could understand this kind of talk. A fully ripe fruit suddenly turning half-ripe and sour. High-end products turning into low-grade products for a whole year. This is definitely not going to turn out as expected, but the economic crisis in Sewage Town this year seems to have been resolved because of it. After all, isn't it better to have losses than bankruptcy? Young man, what on earth is going on? Why is this happening? He simply couldn't understand what had happened. And now, the most likely person under the sun to know the situation is this mysterious and unfamiliar face in front of him. His attitude towards Yechin now has improved 1,000 times, 10,000 times, just like seeing a savior. Even Arthur, the strongest man in Sewage Town, who came to see it yesterday, couldn't do anything, but he not only found the reason but even achieved a solution that he didn't dare to hope for. The reason he felt a little lost just now was also because he had thought too much and thought he could restore things to their original state. But how could that be possible? I'm not sure yet, but one thing is very certain, this must be man-made. Yechin said without hiding anything. 4 nights ago, around 11 p.m. to 12 a.m., did you hear any strange noises? 4 nights ago. Man-made. Man-made? A suppressed rage ignited in the old man's eye sockets, and his voice let out a hoarse roar. Who is it? What grudge is there to destroy the roots of our Sewage Town? But before he could finish speaking, he suddenly remembered something and muttered softly, 4 nights ago? If you say so, I do have some impression. That night, I heard a very faint sound of iron mesh shaking, like a gust of wind. I didn't pay attention to it. Isn't this it? Time, place. Which direction? Show me. The old man also knew that there was a huge breakthrough in the situation and agreed repeatedly. Remember, how can I forget? I know every inch of this place clearly. I can probably recall which direction. This way. The old man was a man of action, so he turned and led the way. Yechin followed closely behind. Despite his age, he moved quickly, so much so that he was a bit out of breath following in the fields. In this way, the two of them quickly arrived at the place the old man remembered. It's here. Look, there's nothing here. Yechin followed the sound and indeed, it was just a very ordinary place. Yechin had already observed it before coming in. The entire Black Devil pepper field was enclosed by a large iron wire fence. Upon closer inspection, it was clear that the lack of maintenance and the passage of time had severely corroded the iron wire, making it in a state where any movement could be detected. However, there were blind spots. On the ground, there were almost knee-high weeds. Seeing Yechin crouching down to move the weeds on the ground, the old man seemed to have a realization and rolled up his pants, squatting beside Yechin, and began to move them together. The entire row of iron wire fences was covered with weeds that had not been tended to for many years, obscuring the view below. If it was as speculated, no one knew exactly where the incident had occurred. This continued for several minutes until Yechin finally stopped. Seeing the hollow space Yechin had uncovered, the old man also stopped. Under the base of the iron wire fence, it had been completely chiseled open. Along with a few centimeters of iron wire above, a rectangular hole had been cut out. The opening was small, even small enough to be hidden among the overgrown weeds, appearing to be a size that a medium-sized dog could pass through normally. But on the other hand, this size of space was enough for a lean person to crawl through. The atmosphere suddenly quieted down, and Yechin didn't need to say anything more. The speculation was confirmed, and the cause of this incident was self-evident. Idiot! The old man remained silent for a long time, clenching his fists tightly. Who is it? Nightchen had already reached the limit of what he could investigate here and was gradually making plans to bid farewell. But before he could say anything, the old man once again roared in excitement. What on earth is Arthur up to let something like this happen? How many times have I said, how many times, to fill up the town guard, but he just won't. It must be the work of outsiders. Everyone in this town relies on this thing to survive. Nightchen hesitated to speak, not even sure how to articulate his prepared speech. Wait, Am I also one of the outsiders? The old man seemed to have realized something, gave Night-chan a complex look, and carefully spoke up. I'm sorry, I got a bit carried away, I wasn't talking about you. Night-chan nodded lightly, not really bothered. They're already in such a dire situation. What more do you want? Now that the issue at hand has been resolved, you see. The old man also regained his composure. Yes, the other party had completed the task, even exceeding expectations. For a moment, he even felt a bit embarrassed. Is the payment a bit too low? I only commissioned you to find the cause, offering 20 mist blue coins, but it seems you've already solved the problem. Night-chan glanced at him, his emotions genuine, and after a few moments of consideration, he shook his head. It's fine, let's leave it at that. Of course, it wasn't that Night-chan couldn't let go of his pride and act like a big shot, but this incident, although accepted through the commission board with this old man as the issuer, was essentially a matter concerning the entire town of Wastewater. By only accepting 20 mist blue coins, he felt like he was at a loss, but in reality, he was repaying a favor, even a debt of gratitude to the whole town, aligning with his fundamental principle of not wanting to owe Arthur too many favors. His urgent needs, clothing, ammunition, vehicles, and even fuel expenses were no longer his burden, and next week's rent had already been paid in advance. Regardless of his weekly salary of 21 mist blue coins, using the 20 coins received as payment to settle the remaining amount, he still had 10 coins in circulation. He could now confidently say that he was not lacking money for the time being. Thank you then, your commission is completed, and I've deposited the payment with the town guard, you can go back and collect it from Arthur. The old man hesitated for a moment, not saying anything more, appearing genuinely tight on funds. But you've done me a great favor, I won't mistreat you. When this batch of chili peppers ripens, I'll bring you a cart. No, I'll bring you the best cart stored in the warehouse from last year. Night-chan, there's really no need. However, after some thought, Night-chan didn't refuse. He would surely be going to many places in the future, and if he needed to give a gift, this local specialty would probably be well received, right? With that in mind, Night-chan glanced at the small stone he had dug up from the ground and said, I'll take this with me for now, otherwise I won't be able to keep up with the follow-up investigation. The old man nodded without hesitation. Of course, even if you gave this to me, this old man wouldn't dare accept it. If my little field withers again, I really won't survive. Hope flickered in his eyes. You will catch the culprit, right? Night-chan hesitated, not daring to make such a promise. After all, he had too many things on his plate, and at this stage, he had already fulfilled his duty diligently. The town guard will do their best, he said. The town guard wasn't just him, and Arthur himself couldn't possibly ignore this matter. Of course, he silently added in his mind, if the culprit hasn't left Wastewater Town yet. After bidding farewell to the old man, Night-chan returned to the main road, turned the key, and shifted into gear. As the engine revved, Night-chan took out the walkie-talkie on him and pressed the button. Arthur, I need to talk to you about something. Please return to the town guard office when you have a moment. Nightfall quickly received a response from the other end. He put down the walkie-talkie, shifted gears, revved the engine, and raced towards the town guard's headquarters. There were many mysteries surrounding this matter. What was this thing, and why was it causing plants to regress? And who was that person, and why target Sewage Town? What Nightfall was most concerned about. Why target Sewage Town at this particular time? What was about to happen in Sewage Town that would plunge it into a whirlwind at this moment? As long as he informed Arthur, Arthur would never give up on investigating this matter. By being close to Arthur, Nightfall would surely receive various information feedback on this matter, further enriching the intelligence and information he currently possessed. V-Room. The swift ride attracted many glances along the way. The town was small, the roads narrow, but with very few people around, Nightfall could ride freely. V-Room. The motorcycle came to a steady stop in the town guard's yard. Nightfall got off, pushed the door open, and headed straight upstairs. It felt like coming home. But just as he was about to reach the office, passing by the restroom, Nightfall suddenly stopped in his tracks. He looked in the direction of the restroom, where a mirror was reflecting his face directly back at him. Nightfall felt something was off. It wasn't vanity, but why did he look so handsome? His skin was soft and smooth, as if he had returned to his prime, looking younger than he was now. Wait, how many years younger? Nightfall's expression changed abruptly, and he immediately stepped into the restroom. Perhaps no one would refuse to look younger, but the question was, why was he getting younger? The recent events were still fresh in his mind. Plants regressed because of this thing, so what about people? Damn it! The urgency of the situation left Nightfall with no time to think further. He quickly closed the door behind him and summoned the spirit cat. Cat, take a look, is there something wrong with me? Meow? The spirit cat's figure appeared in a flash, perched on his shoulder, glanced around, sensing no one else's prying eyes, then materialized and looked at the mirror, expressing surprise. Wow! You look even more handsome, Nightfall. I know, but is that the right reaction now? However, Nightfall couldn't help but find the spirit cat's behavior a bit strange. You seem to have shrunk a bit too? The spirit cat twirled in front of the mirror, even struck a couple of poses, seemingly admiring its own beauty. Yes, it's great, meow. Does this mean I'll be forever? In human terms, forever 18? Nightfall, is your focus a bit off? No, how do we stop this? It wasn't that he didn't want to be younger, but he was already quite young. If this continued, Arthur might see him as a primary school student, which would be ridiculous. Meow. The spirit cat seemed to finally realize this and began to take the matter seriously. Reverting to a younger age might be a good thing, but if it couldn't be stopped and he regressed all the way back to childhood, it would be a big problem. That would mean losing combat effectiveness, even losing the ability to act. Meow. The power of this thing is very weak, but compared to anomalies, it's still far behind. It should be a supernatural item. No, it's not even as good as a supernatural item. It's just that its function is too unique, which makes it somewhat frightening. The spirit cat looked a bit puzzled, seemingly contemplating a solution. There are quite a few storage containers from the containment tower in the night house, but you probably don't have time to go back now, right? Nightfall nodded gently. Of course not. If it weren't for not wanting to leave Wastewater Town even for a short while during these turbulent times, why would I have taken on this task of clearing out a mutated giant rat? Even the Reaper's scythe was neatly dealt with by me. Dealing with a few small mice should be a piece of cake, right? I think you should go ask Arthur meow. No matter what, this place is also a gathering point for humans, gathering so many messy anomalies. To survive until now with some abilities, it's impossible not to be able to store even a weak supernatural item. Nightchen nodded lightly, pondered the current situation, put the kitten back in his pocket, pushed open the bathroom door, and strode off to the office. Bang! Pushing open the office door, Arthur was already waiting inside, seemingly extremely anxious about his sudden contact, even worried. What's going on? Arthur's voice sounded calm, but whether he was nervous inside was uncertain. After all, he knew almost nothing about Nightchen, and the fact that he had just joined a few hours ago and claimed to have an urgent matter to discuss with him was quite surprising. I took on the task from the Black Devil Pepperfield, and I've already found the cause. Overall, Arthur was quite happy, considering that from the actions taken, Nightchen had really gone to work after their last conversation, even if it was a performance for him to see. Well, it is indeed a bit strange. With no clues and no rush, you can go deal with the mutated giant. Arthur was halfway through his sentence when he froze, then suddenly stood up, almost spitting out the water he had just drunk due to this series of actions. What did you say? Found the cause? I didn't find anything when I went to check yesterday. Yes, Nightchen nodded. The situation is a bit complicated, and I came to give you the information to facilitate your follow-up actions. Arthur also realized his loss of composure, sat back in his chair, but his nerves were already completely on edge. So, what's going on exactly? This was a big deal that affected the entire Wastewater Town, and he was already considering whether to ask the people from the Twilight Sun cult to take a look. Clap. Nightchen placed the crystal-clear stone on the table and spoke, "Take a look at this." Arthur almost jumped up again, blurting out, "A supernatural item? Another supernatural item? Isn't this guy the one producing supernatural items? And here comes another one." To prevent Arthur from continuing to brainstorm, Nightchen began to explain. This was found in the soil of the pepper field, and its current confirmed function is degeneration. The entire pepper field is not withering, but rapidly returning to its growth process from before. Arthur also understood what was happening, his face turning extremely grim. "You mean, this is man-made?" "Exactly," Nightchen nodded, confirming Arthur's suspicion. "I found traces of unknown human origin at the scene." "Hold on a moment." Arthur waved his hand, opened his drawer, took out a delicate small box, quickly put on gloves, carefully placed the stone inside, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Then he looked at Nightchen, his expression quite peculiar. "Did you just bring it over like that?" Nightchen shrugged. "What else could I do?" He was also a bit embarrassed. It did sound unprofessional. Arthur seemed at a loss for words, opening his mouth several times but stopping himself. "What else could you do? You just brought it over like that, and you're standing here in front of me unscathed? Truly mysterious." Arthur marveled once again at Nightchen's strength, clenched his fists, and paced back and forth. Someone buried it in the town's pepper field in the dead of night? Damn, who could it be, coming to disrupt Wastewater Town at this time? He really couldn't figure out the identity of this person, and sat back down on the chair again. Are there any other clues? Night-Chin shook his head lightly, not surprised by Arthur's clueless look. There's not much to go on, only that this was done 4 nights ago. He knew more, like how the person resembled the one who robbed him, or the scar on their face. But some things were better left unsaid. How could he possibly know? 4 days ago. Arthur clasped his hands together, trying to find any possible clue in his memory, but it all led to a dead end. How could Arthur understand that someone who committed such a grand act did it just for 50 misty blue coins to save up for a trip to Glorious City? Of course, behind all this, there must be a greater mastermind at play. Do you have any suspects? Night-Chan asked tentatively. The old man in the vegetable garden suspects it might be the work of an outsider. Arthur, hearing this, gave Night-Chan a strange look and shook his head helplessly. Outsiders? Where would so many outsiders come from? Don't dwell on it too much. Wastewater Town is too remote, with too few people. We haven't seen many outsiders, so it might seem a bit xenophobic. Arthur's words left Night-Chan puzzled for a moment, and he couldn't help but speak up. Don't you suspect me of orchestrating this? There was nothing at the scene, yet I can provide you with so many clues and solve the problem. Arthur waved his hand impatiently. Enough, you don't need to probe me. I don't suspect you at all. If the timing is correct, 4 days ago, it was just us in the town, no outsiders arrived. He gave Night-Chan a meaningful look. Including you. You are the first outsider to arrive in town during this time, everyone else came after you. Night-Chan paused, as if he had discovered a secret. How can you be sure that no one sneaked into town unnoticed? Wastewater Town, small as it may be, is still a city. There are roads in all directions, and even without roads, one can find a way out. Before Arthur joined the town guard, he was the only one, so theoretically, if someone sneaked in, there was no way to detect them. Yet Arthur was adamant that there was no possibility of an outsider committing the crime. Arthur frowned, feeling conflicted, but ultimately chose to share this information. I can sense anyone unfamiliar entering the vicinity of Wastewater Town. Night-Chan was stunned, finding it hard to digest this information. What does it mean? That he has some kind of ability? No, this is definitely not a human ability. An anomaly? Or a supernatural object, and Arthur can achieve this through such power? So when Arthur candidly and simply shared this information with him, was it purely out of goodwill or to assert his power to some extent, to show that he is also powerful? Wastewater Town. Night-Chan smiled faintly, knowing that at least his decision not to leave, even temporarily, was absolutely right. I have a certain speculation, you can see if it helps. Night-Chan pondered for a moment and decided to provide a bit more clue, in a very subtle way. After all, Arthur had just shared a secret with him in a similar discreet manner. If there's anyone in town who likes to wear leather jackets, I suggest keeping an eye on them. Arthur was completely puzzled by Night-Chan's words and couldn't help but ask, slightly confused, leather jackets? Who wears that stuff? Everyone wears cloth. Why do you ask? He understood that Night-Chan wouldn't just randomly bring this up. There must be some discovery he hadn't mentioned earlier. Before coming back, I found the path the intruder took to enter the chili field. It's very, very narrow there, with tough wire fences, scratches are hard to avoid. Even so, I can't find any traces on the ground. Yechin said seriously, talking nonsense. The killer must be wearing very sturdy clothing, definitely not fabric. Considering the size of the space, it couldn't be more sophisticated equipment, so leather clothing is the most likely possibility. Arthur looked at Yechin strangely. The whole reasoning sounded quite logical, but why did it feel like something was off? At least if it were him, there was absolutely no way he could analyze such a clue. Impressive. Not only are you strong, but also a master detective? He couldn't ignore Yechin's speculation. After some consideration, he said, if that's the case, there is indeed one very suspicious person, one and only one. Their eyes met, the same face overlapping in their minds. No way. In Yechin's original thoughts, that person might have looked somewhat similar, but the likelihood was low because the faces didn't match. However, Arthur had just given himself an unexpected answer, completely ruling out a stranger's face, and in the small town, there was only one person dressed like that. But at this moment, Yechin suddenly remembered what the little cat had said about there being a margin of error if more than 3 days had passed, making that possibility even greater. That idiot who robbed himself. Yechin and Arthur had the same thought, could it be him? Now there was no evidence, he even felt like a puppet sent by someone behind the scenes to silence him. I see. Arthur also felt a headache, things were getting more and more complicated. I will carry out further investigations, you should rest today, you've worked hard. On behalf of Sewage Town, I thank you for your discovery. Yechin nodded gently. He also had this intention, after all, His main goal was not to maintain the town's security, but to investigate and find anomalies. Everything that just happened was a perfect answer to Arthur's support and assistance during this time. Oh, wait. Arthur suddenly slapped his forehead, opened a drawer, and took out a cloth bag. Here, the reward for this commission, 20 missed blue coins. Yechin nodded, picked it up and weighed it, not even counting. Arthur couldn't possibly be shortchanging him. The only thing that left Yechin speechless was, how did this drawer have everything? Is it really safe? You just casually leave so much money in the office? Arthur shrugged. What else? Who would dare to come to my office to steal money? That's not necessarily true. If you put 50 missed blue coins here, that guy obsessed with Glorious City would probably come. And this. You take it too. Arthur lightly touched the small box on the desk, his eyes filled with hard-to-hide reluctance. The stone-like object with almost supernatural properties found underground at the scene. Although technically this thing belonged to him, Arthur's attitude still surprised Yechin. Don't you want it? Of course, this is a supernatural object. Who wouldn't want it? I believe the value of our cooperation far exceeds its value, Arthur said seriously. Yechin raised his eyebrows, feeling extremely annoyed at this moment when he was about to take it. Isn't this just adding another favor to the mix? Arthur's way of doing things really puts himself at a disadvantage. Everything is out of sync. I believe it belongs to me by itself. Of course, you can object, we can debate, and then decide on ownership. Don't think I owe you this favor. Arthur was stunned, not expecting Yechin to say that. This is the difference in perspectives and backgrounds between the two. This thing, for Yechin, was not as valuable as imagined. The mind cat was always abnormal, gradually making Yechin's taste picky. Favors. Did this guy really care so much about this? I don't think so. After all, this involves an attack on Sewage Town, and our town guard has a certain ownership of it in terms of reason and emotion. Of course, you get 70%, and I get 30%, but it's not like money that can be split in half. Arthur chuckled, feeling even more determined to hand it over to Yechin. So let's consider that 30% as a supplement to the value of this commission. You've come this far, and 20 misty blue coins seem a bit too little. Yechin stared at him for a moment, then nodded helplessly. As you wish. Yachin's figure disappeared outside the office, and all of Arthur's expressions vanished. Yechin. So you're not from Radiant City after all. He stood up, gazing at Yechin riding away on his motorcycle outside the window, lightly rubbing his chin, then pressed a concealed button under the drawer. Boom! A slight vibration, and a deep secret passage appeared on the side of the office. Arthur then stepped into the darkness. V-room. The motorcycle's engine roared through the small town, and Yechin felt himself becoming less noticeable by the minute. Riding his motorcycle around every day, darting through the streets, had become a routine. As he looked at the familiar streets on either side, Yachin's mood improved. After sleeping for decades, wasn't it great to integrate so well into human society? Having spent the morning dealing with urgent matters, he was now fully prepared. Ammunition replenished, combat readiness restored, clothes changed to avoid standing out wherever he went. Most importantly, he put on a town guard vest, unexpectedly establishing a friendly, almost allied relationship with Sewage Town, giving him a significant advantage for the upcoming investigation. And now, he could start what he urgently needed to do. Revisiting the scene of the room used by his neighbor, the Twilight Cult. These people didn't come all this way just to sightsee, right? They stayed in their rooms last night and didn't leave this morning. It was already midday, and if they had any plans or purposes, it was time to set off, right? Parking his motorcycle at the entrance of the Mosquito Cabbage restaurant, Yechin turned off the engine, unlocked the door, and walked in. Lunchtime had passed, and it wasn't yet time for drinks, so the restaurant was calm. As soon as he entered, the boss, who was cleaning, greeted him cheerfully. Oh, you're here for lunch. Oh, the boss's words froze midway, then he rubbed his eyes. Everything in front of him remained unchanged, leaving him even more puzzled. Wait, you weren't like this morning, did you change your outfit? Why are you wearing the town guard uniform? Did you take care of Arthur? One special vegetarian noodle soup, to go. Ha? Oh, okay, sir, please wait a moment. Suppressing his doubts, the boss went to cook the noodles, while Yechin placed 2 misty blue coins on the counter and returned to his familiar spot. Sitting there calmly, Yechin raised his head and looked at the spot where the picture frame was. The benefits of the new vest were starting to show. It felt so natural and calm to observe and investigate. The photo in the frame remained unchanged, and staring at it made him feel a bit uneasy, as if something was amiss. When are you planning to pull me into a dream again? Regardless, that scythe move really impressed him, marking his first direct encounter with anomalies. A few minutes later, the boss approached with the noodles. He seemed to be moving faster than before, and Yachin was genuinely concerned that his curiosity might lead him to ask something that wasn't fully cooked. "What's with your outfit?" "It's nothing," Yachin waved his hand. "I'm now a part-time member of the town guard." "Restaurant owner?" Cattle, outrageous, admire, speechless. "Has Arthur lost his mind?" Yichin took the packaged food, turned and left the Mosquito restaurant, hung it on the handlebars, and set off once again towards the inn. This time the distance was very close. In a few minutes, Yichin arrived downstairs at the inn. Parking became a whole new challenge. The sewage inn, this cursed place. Surrounded by water at the back, if parked there, it might get washed away in the next drizzle. Parking at the front door might seem impolite. But in the end, the reason for planning parking spaces was due to the large flow of people and vehicles. Chaotic parking would block traffic. As for Sewage Town, a few cats, inside and outside the building, a small motorcycle. The only worry was whether it would be stolen, being left so lonely there. However, probably no one would dare to steal a police car. Climbing the stairs, Yichin once again enjoyed the stunned look of the innkeeper, all the way back to the top floor. Passing by rooms 402 and 403, Yichin's steps hesitated slightly, then nonchalantly pushed open his own room door. Click! The lights came on, returning to his temporary little nest. Lights on, the appearance before my eyes while spacious room silent. Click! Yichin's specialty was being fast, fierce, and accurate, promptly and accurately turning off the radio blaring music. Glancing briefly around the room, Yichin couldn't help but speak to the radio. "Has anyone been in the room after I left?" Yichin hadn't noticed anything, but since he had assigned the radio the task of guarding, he had to ask. "The magic of love goes round and round, thinking of you makes my heart bloom day and night while but I'm afraid." Click. What's this? Yichin thought he could keep up with the radio's rhythm by now, but this time he really couldn't understand a thing. While he could roughly grasp the meaning from the lyrics in previous songs, this time he was completely baffled. Why is it about the magic of love going round and round? The spirit cat spoke at this moment, surprising Yichin as it didn't even show its physical form. "I think it must be answering your question just now, meow. We need to think about what it means, meow meow." Yichin nodded gently. With the strange vibe of Sewage Town, he couldn't afford to be careless. If there was any important information being overlooked, it could lead to trouble. "Love. Well, this line is probably not significant. The focus is on the next one." An activated radio often communicates by extracting a line from the lyrics, but to sing that line, it must include the preceding or following lines. "Thinking of you makes my heart bloom day and night." Can thinking of you be understood as paying attention to you? So day and night means always? Someone has been paying attention to him all the time? There were plenty of people paying attention to him, like Arthur. But the radio had never seen anyone. It had never left this little room since its birth, so the meaning of this attention could be understood differently. "I just asked it." Yichin's expression changed drastically. He had asked the radio if anyone had been in the room, and the radio's answer was that he was under surveillance. In an instant, Yichin was speechless. Who knows if someone is watching him now? It was fortunate that the spirit cat hadn't shown its physical form. If someone was only watching him talk to the radio, it might seem like he was a bit crazy. After all, the radio didn't answer him, right? Who could it be? At this moment, only 3 forces might be surveilling him: the Sewage Town Force, the neighboring Twilight Sect Force, certain secretive town organizations, and the hidden hand behind the poison in the chili fields. The issue with Wastewater Town can be mostly ruled out. Arthur's attitude and approach are clear now, focusing on building good relationships. Such boundary-crossing behavior is not entirely unwelcome, but its significance diminishes after joining the town guard, making his actions more apparent. Moreover, since Nightfall discovered Arthur's ability to sense any outsiders in Wastewater Town, Nightfall believes Arthur must possess more sophisticated surveillance methods. If it's related to the 2 latter possibilities, it could be very troublesome. As for the hidden manipulator, being within its surveillance range is already a huge problem. Regarding the Twilight Cult, whether they can still be considered neighbors depends on one's own reaction. But how exactly are they monitoring me? Whether to outsmart them or confront them directly, I need to at least know the source of the surveillance, right? Magic circles. Circles? Does it refer to something circular? In an instant, a thought flashed through Nightfall's mind, and his gaze shifted, trying to find a circular object in this relatively small room. However, there was nothing there. The room itself was sparse, almost empty, with only essential items, and circular decorations were rare in daily life, let alone in a room lacking complete furnishings. Was my speculation wrong? Nightfall murmured, realizing he had no better solution at the moment, except to consider if there were any blind spots in his vision. In novels, how do they handle losing a target in a confined space? Nightfall paused, then suddenly looked up. the ceiling and the floor. Indeed, at that moment, Nightfall spotted a circular object, the only one in the entire room, a round wall lamp attached to the ceiling. What a great place for surveillance. Nightfall remarked indifferently, his tone ambiguous, whether sarcastic or neutral. Clang. Nightfall walked to the table, brought a chair under the wall lamp, drew his revolver from his waist, released the safety, stood on the chair, and aimed at the wall lamp. Except for a tiny gap at the top, there was hardly any room for maneuver. Then, Nightfall hesitated. He was definitely not a professional in this field. If he dismantled it himself, the inn would surely make him pay for it, right? In such a shady place, the prices for room amenities were probably inflated, risking him losing all the money he had saved, maybe even unable to afford this week's wages. This is... Damn it! Nightfall's mind was on the verge of exploding when he suddenly paused. What to do if you find a hidden camera in a hotel room before the apocalypse? Call the police. Then the police would involve the hotel manager, investigating the case while the hotel compensated. And now, in this Wastewater Town, am I not the police here? Without further ado, Nightfall returned to the table, picked up the walkie-talkie connected to the inn's ground floor, and pressed the button. Boss? A cheerful voice quickly responded from the other end. Yes, what room is this? Are you ordering takeout from the Mosquito restaurant? Nightfall's voice was icy, silently conveying to the other party, you're in trouble. This is room 401, you need to come over. Ha! The innkeeper of Wastewater Inn was puzzled, seemingly unfamiliar with such a situation, hesitated for a moment before responding. All right, please wait. Shortly after, Nightfall's door was knocked. Come in. Creak. The door was pushed open, and the innkeeper of Wastewater Inn entered, looking somewhat uneasy. Perhaps due to the scarcity of guests here, the innkeeper seemed not to have been summoned to a guest room on the top floor before. Even though from his perspective, Yechin had not yet shown any outstanding qualities, historically, who living in this position did not possess great strength and a domineering background? However, Yechin's identity in this conversation was neither of these, but Yechin deliberately adjusted his specially made windbreaker and spoke directly. My room has been bugged or wiretapped. How do you explain that? Ha! The innkeeper blinked, momentarily puzzled. You called me here for this? Your room has a camera installed? By whom? Isn't this a dispute between your big shots? Why involve me? For such an important room to have such a serious issue, do you really think our town guard won't punish you? The innkeeper. Nice, our town guard, you've adapted to your new identity quite quickly. I'm sorry. Where is it? Can you show me? Well, he also felt like he was in deep trouble. Yechin pointed upwards calmly. It's inside that lamp. Go and take it apart. With that, he solved the dilemma of not daring to dismantle it. The innkeeper glanced up, said nothing, and with a troubled expression, stepped on a stool, took out a keychain from his pocket, and began to work. Before long, the round wall lamp on the ceiling was removed. Yechin smoothly took it from him and started searching the inner wall of the round plate. After a pause, he pulled out a small black dot the size of a pinky finger. There was no need for further discussion. This was almost a complete confirmation. Whether it could record was uncertain, but eavesdropping was definitely possible. Holding it in his hand, Yechin suddenly thought of something else. Under the same function, the smaller it was, the more precise and complex the craftsmanship. There were not many things from the past that could be preserved until now, so, are there still places in the wasteland that can produce such things? Just a brief divergence, and Yechin stopped thinking about this question. The immediate problem had not been solved yet. See for yourself. The innkeeper's face was now as serious as water. Although initially a bit confused about the situation, he had probably sorted out his thoughts in this short time. If it were other guests, they might have been able to handle it, considering that this seedy inn had the backing of Sewage Town. But damn it, Yechin's current identity was the town guard of Sewage Town. The only perfect solution in front of him was to figure out what this thing was and who the hell planted it. Only then could he redirect the guests' anger and even make them satisfied with his efficiency and the inn's management. The inn was not empty. It just had few guests on the fourth or even third floor, while the first and second floors still had plenty of townspeople staying. What's wrong with local couples sneaking in for a secret rendezvous without booking a room? So, with only a handful of people in the inn, he was quite confident in finding the culprit. In a sense, Yechin had indeed called the right person. However, when the innkeeper recognized the style of the camera or bug, his face changed completely, turning deathly pale. This is... What's wrong? Yechin squinted. He never expected the innkeeper to recognize it at a glance. Easily recognizable? A distinctive mark with a special origin that the innkeeper couldn't afford to offend? In this place, the seedy inn was considered a small local power, and if it couldn't afford to offend it, it was almost certain that it came from outside Sewage Town. That means, are the followers of the Twilight God sect safe? Shoo! The innkeeper jumped in shock, glanced behind him, and carefully closed the door. I don't know. Too fake. In that case, I am now demanding that you close down indefinitely for sheltering the murderer and violating the privacy of your guests. The innkeeper. You're so young, how can you be more ruthless than Arthur? What about it? Assisting in concealing the evil deeds of others from the law enforcement officers of Sewage Town? Yechin shrugged, not feeling that there was anything wrong with it. Even before the apocalypse, not reporting such information was considered sheltering. You think they are not to be messed with, so am I easy to deal with after being specially arranged by them and then discovered? The innkeeper of Sewage was momentarily speechless. So, who let it in? How did you recognize it? The time has come. Yechin spoke with emphasis and persuasion. The innkeeper looked complex, but at this point, there was nothing left to hide. You guessed right, this is a standard bug from the Twilight God sect. Although rare, it's quite famous. I happen to have seen it before, that's how I recognized it. And, the innkeeper's expression was somewhat strange. Who could notice this thing? To be honest, Yechin wasn't too bothered. This was something that either party would do given the capability. Even if he himself hadn't already thought about sneaking into someone's room for scene reconstruction early on. I understand, you can go downstairs. Yechin gradually made up his mind, his thoughts becoming clearer. Ha! The innkeeper was stunned for a moment, but didn't make a move. Shouldn't I be in big trouble already? What does it mean to let me go? Do you have anything else? Yechin looked at him in confusion. The innkeeper finally came to his senses and shook his head repeatedly. Nothing at all. Yeah, what's the point of saying or not saying anything? First, I didn't plant it, second, I didn't discover it, and third, it has nothing to do with me. Whether evenly matched or overestimating oneself, two immortals on the fourth floor fighting passionately, it's none of my business. Clang. The room was left with only himself. Yechin's brows furrowed, as if contemplating. Pretending not to know anything for sure wouldn't work. He wasn't even sure if this was a camera or a bug. Although the innkeeper speculated it was a bug, this was something from the Twilight God sect, and no one knew if it was some kind of improved version. But no matter which one, the series of actions just now would surely be seen or heard by the other party. And how to make good use of the time before the other party saw this scene was the most urgent decision for him at this moment. The three core elements that best served the current interests were nothing but counterattack, establishing authority, and, under the premise of not escalating the conflict, restraining the other party from making further moves against him. As he pondered, Yechin suddenly smiled. I was a bit worried before that I might not be nimble enough in your room and get caught, but now, the opportunity and reason have been brought to you. With a firm resolve, Yechin looked at the mind cat. They are not in the room now, right? Definitely not meow. With such a commotion, if there were people in the room, they would have reacted long ago meow. Yechin nodded. And how about you, are you okay? You just did a reconstruction not long ago, can you handle it now? The mind cat nodded. Very good meow. Ready to strike at any time meow. With a smile, Yechin pushed open the door and stood once again at the door of room 402. Then, things got a bit awkward. How do I open this door? Despite all the calculations, Yechin almost overlooked the most basic problem. It was no longer a matter of whether they would discover his presence or not. People always lock their doors when they go out, so how could I get in without breaking in? After all, when I came back, my own door was perfectly fine. Wait. Nightchin paused for a moment, then returned to his room and squinted at the ground. The footprints were well covered, leaving no trace, and he could confirm that the door was intact. So, assuming we don't consider the other party having the absurd ability to walk through walls, the only way to enter my room without leaving a trace is... Nightchin pushed open the window, turned to the right, and looked at the neighboring room. It wasn't too far away, and the weathered wall between the two windows would show obvious signs of environmental impact. The wall between the two windows already had visible marks. Not bad skills. Parkour? If I go through the window, would it be like fighting fire with fire? The idea was good, but the execution was difficult. He wasn't a special forces soldier, and his physical fitness in the post-apocalyptic world might not even match that of an old farmer. The other party could make it over, but he might not be able to. Well, looks like I need to find a new ability again. Muttering to himself, Nightchin had a plan in mind and pulled out a grappling gun from his backpack. It had the shape of a handgun, with an extendable silk-like rope inside. At the end of the silk was an extremely sharp iron hook that could almost instantly pierce through any rock. Although his agility was lacking, with this tool, he could stick to the wall and swing over, directly in front of the other party's window. But this was the 4th floor, not a child's play. If he failed, he might end up with a comical death. As his thoughts raced, Night-Chin placed his hand on the grappling gun, following a familiar routine. Wake up! A flash of red light passed over the grappling gun's body comfortably, without any accidents, as if the gun itself emitted a soothing hum. Ah! Night-Chin stumbled, almost losing his balance due to the huge impact. He squatted down, mouth agape, letting out a painful roar. Food! Food! Almost losing control, Night-Chin turned back to the table, violently tore open a food package, grabbed a bowl, and poured its contents into his mouth, devouring it hungrily. Night-Chin! Are you? A steaming bowl of noodles was devoured by Night-Chin in a matter of seconds. Are you okay? Night-Chin breathed heavily, his eyes showing crimson blood vessels, indicating a sense of hunger. Hungry! So hungry! Not good! The spirit cat's expression changed drastically, and with a leap, it struck Night-Chin's forehead with a claw. A gray mist surged and seeped in. Night-Chin's fierce expression visibly faded at an incredibly fast pace. In contrast, the light on the spirit cat dimmed rapidly. Big brother? Night-Chin fell silent, glancing at the spirit cat and lowering his head. Are you okay? In that moment of activation, Night-Chin felt almost completely devoid of reason, unable to predict or interfere with his next actions. He struggled to eat the noodles brought back, attempting to alleviate his hunger. I'm fine, meow, but you? The spirit cat's eyes clearly showed fatigue, a hint of hesitation in its expression. I don't have much time left? Night-Chin calmly continued. Spirit cat. Not exactly. Why do you make it sound like I'm about to die? So, you must contain the first anomaly faster. Night-Chin nodded slightly, the pressure dispersing all the relaxation of the day. I understand, I will speed up the process. After some thought, Night-Chin was still puzzled. But why? Everything was fine, so why did it suddenly, without any warning, erupt into chaos? It's my fault for not realizing, meow. I forgot that activating items is a skill that consumes energy. And your current energy should have reached a critical point by now. Yi-chan understood its meaning. So, does that mean I can't continue activating items? To be precise, absolutely not until containing the first anomaly, meow. Yi-chan nodded, feeling the pressure. This meant that his combat effectiveness would be almost fixed at its current level until the end of the upcoming major event. It was somewhat gratifying to have activated 3 items in total. The revolver, combat type. The grappling hook, utility type. And Yi-chan glanced at the dumbfounded radio on the table, feeling a pang of heartache. Did I just pierce my brain? Did I use up a slot on this? As for the flashlight, Yi-chan was unsure, and it was hard to say if he had activated it himself, as it already possessed such power. Let's go. Yi-chan took a deep breath, pushed open the window, and instead of looking down, he gazed at the sky before leaping. Swish! In the moment of ascent, the distance between Yi-chan and the window of room 402 finally opened up enough for a displacement. He raised the grappling hook, aimed upwards, and shot. Bang! The buzzing sound of gravel filled the air as one end of the grappling hook firmly embedded into the wall. Yi-chan's falling figure came to a halt, and he pressed the button again, swinging towards the hook's landing point. Clang! The landing spot was delicate, and Yi-chen was able to grab onto the windowsill securely, lightly bumping his forehead against the glass. Yi-chen doubted that if he hadn't activated the grappling hook, calibrating it during its extension, his first-time use without any training might have led to a clumsy breaking and entering scenario. That would have been embarrassing and put him at a disadvantage right from the start. Who would have thought that someone had already executed a perfect infiltration? Snap! With a light touch of his fingertips, Yi-chen pushed open the window and entered the room, room 402. What's going on? Is this how you enter my room, only to find out that your own window isn't properly locked? But who could have imagined that not only did Yi-chen immediately notice their movements, but he also dared to take the initiative. Landing steadily in the room, Yi-chen stood still, surveying the room's surroundings. Spacious, neat, identical to his own room in almost every aspect of construction and decoration. The most absurd thing. Why did the other person seem so similar to him, as if they hadn't brought any luggage, leaving no personal items for investigation in the room? Should one be cautious and travel light? Or had they also received an urgent mission, rushing here in a hurry? Yi-chen's gaze shifted to the corner, where he lightly stepped onto the cross position of the folding bed frame. Then he squatted down, using fabric to wipe the spot he had just stepped on. Dirty areas would make the footprints stand out, while clean areas like where he had just stepped would easily collect dust. Surprisingly, this spot was the best place to stand at the moment. Little cat, let's begin. Try not to exceed the room's boundaries with the rewind. Meow. The spirit cat responded warmly, and soon the gray mist began to spread around them, conforming to the room's dimensions in a rectangular shape. However, Yi-chan couldn't help but feel that this time the mist seemed noticeably thinner. Everything before his eyes passed like a fleeting illusion, quickly returning to the night before. Creak. Two people, one dressed in a peculiar yet somewhat stylish academic gown. They walked into the room, inspected the surroundings, sat on the bed, and removed their hat. Their long hair cascaded freely like a waterfall. The other person had a youthful campus style with shoulder-length hair and a lively fringe. Ha! Is it really a girl, or two? Yi-chan looked strangely at the soul cat. How could it be so accurate in its nonsense, separating rooms by gender? The girl with long hair was slightly taller, with a fair and smooth face. The shorter girl with short hair had the usual bronze color, but her upkeep was excellent, not fitting the common wasteland appearance he had imagined. Does improving strength mean optimizing the body? If that's the case, in the future, won't we just judge who's stronger based on who looks better? Of course, this was a joke. Body optimization includes various aspects of physical fitness, at most improving skin quality to resist the erosion of the wasteland, without changing basic appearance. The so-called high-color individuals like Arthur seen so far, fundamentally had good foundations, enhanced by their peculiar abilities, adding a touch of mystery. Although he didn't fully understand the combat system or methods of the church personnel, approaching it from the perspective of genetic enhancement, they should already be at least enhanced 2 or 3 times, right? At that moment, the smaller girl suddenly spoke up. Sister Qingyu, it seems like someone in the next room was just eavesdropping on us through the door. I sensed it too. Not just now, when we arrived, we even made eye contact through the window. Yi-chan was extremely surprised, not quite uneasy, but at least confident that he was in the right place. Had he already been noticed yesterday at that time? Lost in thought, Yi-chan listened attentively. The girl with long hair, however, seemed indifferent, shaking her head slightly and lazily leaning back on the bed. It's normal. We haven't hidden our identities. Entities like the divine sect attract attention wherever they go. Maybe they are even followers of our sect themselves. Man, remember, in this kind of mission state, it's normal for both sides to test each other. As long as we can't be sure they are enemies, let's try not to escalate the situation unilaterally. The girl with short hair stuck out her tongue and also leaned against the headboard. Got it. I'm just curious about who it is. Secretly watching us is always unsettling. After all, we don't know what they're up to. Do you think it's people sent by the official of Sewage Town? Qingyu smiled at her expression. So work hard to become stronger, don't be lazy every day. As long as you are strong enough, even if many people have ulterior motives, what can they do? Just like our Twilight Divine sect, dominating the wasteland with pride, do you think any of those other big or small churches truly accept us without any hidden intentions? But what can they do? The girl named Qingyu smiled. We're even opening a church in their main city, and they dare not dismantle it. Then, she furrowed her brow. It shouldn't be people from Sewage Town. Our arrival was sudden, even the way the mission was issued was strange. As soon as we entered the town, we rushed over at full speed. The town guards wouldn't have had time to deploy before we arrived. The person next door must have been living here all along. She paused gently, wearing a perplexed expression. And the prices here, ordinary people can't afford them, right? Oh, so even you with a big family find it expensive. When this was mentioned, the girl named Man became enthusiastic. Yeah. How dare he ask for 20 mist blue coins a week? Renting a room here for 3 months could probably buy a house in Glorious City. And that Mosquito and Worm restaurant, the 4 of us eating 3 meals a day could save enough in a week to buy another house. Qingyu smiled, though it was a bit painful. She never blinked when paying, even renting 2 rooms at once. The prices in the wasteland and the city are different. Resources are scarce here, and the environment is harsh, so everything will definitely be a bit more expensive. The girl named Man persisted. Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Oh, you little money lover. This is how it is when you go on missions. These expenses are unavoidable. Lightfeather chuckled and lightly tapped Man's head. The church will reimburse these expenses. What are you worried about? Man seemed very aggrieved. I'm afraid. This place doesn't provide receipts, and if we bring back these prices to the church, they might suspect us of falsifying accounts. No, even the most extreme and remote missions in history have been done before. As long as you complete the mission and achieve the goal, when has the church cared about such trivial matters? Lightfeather smiled and then furrowed her brows. But you're right, we should still be cautious about this. After all, in a place like Sewage Town. She remembered the last piece of intelligence she had received before setting off, her expression turning stern. This place is likely already under the influence of a corrupt cult. A corrupt cult? What is that? Night Chen's heart skipped a beat, feeling like he had heard something extraordinary. Has Sewage Town already submitted to a power? Is this for real? Why do I have no idea, and I haven't sensed anything from others? He didn't doubt that the other party was deceiving him, as this was a private conversation with no outsiders. However, if this was true, if it was certain, then the situation in Sewage Town was evidently more complex, and Arthur's actions were even more worth pondering. Light Feather. Just then, the girl with bronze skin suddenly sat up in horror, her eyes sharp as she looked towards the corner of the room. Something on her wrist shook violently, revealing something like a hand cannon? I've been feeling uneasy all along, not sure what's going on, but suddenly I remembered. This is how I am seen by others. I always feel like there's something watching us there. Nightchin broke out in a cold sweat in an instant, feeling every hair on his body stand on end. She was pointing at herself. How is that possible? Isn't this a flashback to the past scenes? What should I do? Whoosh! The girl called Light Feather reacted swiftly, leaping up in an instant, almost at inhuman speed, drawing her gun and releasing the safety, rushing towards the cluttered corner. Nightchin didn't even have time to move, and the other person's figure had almost overlapped with his in an instant. Now almost face to face in his view, even the breathing was clearly audible. The exquisite face was pleasing to the eye, making his heart beat faster. But the problem was, who could appreciate beauty at a time like this? I've been found out. Yet, in the next moment, Nightchin almost completely relaxed. The girl took another step forward, completely overlapping with his body, as if merging together. In other words, she couldn't see him, let alone touch him. Swish! Although she didn't see anything, she didn't let her guard down at all. Her gun position remained unchanged, and she reached into her pocket with her left hand, pulling out a crystal ball emitting white light. The white light was surrounded by a gray mist, creating a peculiar sight with that white light. Such a pure supernatural item. The voice of the Mind Cat sounded surprised in Nightchen's ear, staring intently at the crystal ball, not looking away. This is almost a miracle achieved by an item that actively bestows abilities. Ha! Nightchen struggled to absorb this information. An item that actively bestows abilities sounds a bit like his activation ability. It's similar, but not quite the same. The Mind Cat organized its words, trying to be more straightforward. Your ability is to stimulate and evolve the abilities of the items themselves, possessing greater and more diverse possibilities. But for other anomalies like me, I can only bestow my abilities on certain items, which is different. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows slightly, but even so, it explained a lot of issues. Such bestowal is profound, it's like activating, consuming power, which anomaly would have nothing better to do? Even though she was weak, just activating 3 items almost made her lose her mind due to extreme hunger caused by the depletion of power. This is very precious, but the current group of people is unlikely to be high-ranking members of the Twilight God sect, at best just a combat team, which is thought-provoking. How many of these things does the Twilight God sect have? Yi Chen couldn't help but worry. When it comes to anomaly abilities, don't think about what's reasonable or not, everything is possible. There's no harm in retracing scenes. This is the ability of the Mind Cat, and the Mind Cat is just an anomaly. Will we be discovered? Otherwise, it's impossible. There couldn't have been someone hiding here yesterday, right? Absolutely not, meow. The Mind Cat's attitude was firm and decisive, not believing that her abilities could have such a flaw. Even if this is the past, a reenactment of scenes that have already happened. Unless they could already sense us being here today, is that possible? Yi Chen nodded gently. Indeed, if they truly possessed such power, there would be no need to fight. You are the real 001. What about her? Looking at Man in the distance, who was in a supporting position, holding her cannon ready, the Mind Cat fell silent for a moment. I think there's another reason, meow. Just like the Mind Cat's determination, after a dozen seconds, Xingyu finally lowered her gun, but the Night Pearl was still not retrieved. There's nothing. I've checked very carefully. This conclusion made Man a little anxious. But Xingyu, I really feel something is off. Xingyu fell silent for a moment, her expression turning serious. I trust your intuition, be cautious, let's be careful with our words and actions. Don't sleep too soundly tonight. If this place has really become the territory of the Rotting God sect, there may be even more powerful experts hiding than us. Man nodded, no longer playful. What about the person next door? Xingyu's expression was serious, stopping her from continuing. Didn't I just say, be cautious with your words and actions? But after saying that, Xingyu sighed. But it probably has nothing to do with him. Let's not make any moves for now. The situation is unclear. Let's try not to make enemies. I'll find a way to contact them tomorrow. Hearing this, Yi Chen couldn't help but be slightly surprised. So, at this time yesterday, the other party wasn't preparing to install surveillance in her room? Then when was it this morning when she was having noodles? Did they see her outfit as so strange that they were determined to investigate? So this morning's encounter was probably not just a coincidence of having breakfast at the same time. It couldn't be ruled out that they were paying special attention to her leaving the house, deliberately creating opportunities for contact. Ha! I went out and didn't come back all day. Even if they installed it, there's nothing interesting to see until now. Should we contact those two guys? Man asked tentatively. No. Shinyu shook her head decisively. They never listen to what I say. Didn't they just suggest splitting up earlier? We don't have any substantial clues. Going over to remind them might just get you laughed at for being timid. And they're too radical. It was me downstairs facing room 401, not them, otherwise they might have just gone ahead and installed the surveillance without permission. Yi Chen was stunned. This is really unexpected. Do you have internal conflicts between officers in your team? Who's right and who's wrong doesn't matter to me, but who the captain is still worth investigating. As soon as these words fell, the two of them fell silent, sealing their lips shut. They lay on the bed together, took off their robes, revealing the sleek black combat suits underneath. Go to sleep. We've been on the road for several days in a row. The lights went out, casting the room into darkness. Night-Chin fell silent for a moment, showing no leisurely elegance of watching a beauty fall asleep. After a moment of contemplation, he called upon the Mind Cat to close the scene back. It was time to leave, but not without giving them a little surprise before departing. Leaving the scene back, the sunny afternoon reappeared before his eyes. The visibility was excellent. However, looking at the round ceiling lamp above, Night-Chin found himself in a dilemma once again. How am I supposed to get up there? Night-Chin's purpose in coming this time was not to escalate conflicts or break the unspoken agreement, meaning he couldn't be discovered by the other party, but he still had to leave their surveillance devices untouched in their room to show his displeasure, warning, and mystery. This meant he couldn't just swagger in like in his own room, move a chair to the floor, and start dismantling it. The traces on the floor couldn't be hidden, and when they returned today and saw his clumsy movements, it wouldn't just be a matter of losing face, but, is that all? If it was perceived that the strengths of both sides were not comparable, then the intimidation would cease to exist. In this dilemma, the Mind Cat unexpectedly proposed a solution to Night-Chen. I think you should just do whatever you want, meow. Didn't you just get an ability with regressive effects? After you're done, just place it on the ground where you've been, and it will be restored in no time, meow. Night-Chen was greatly shocked. Could it really work like that? After careful consideration, Night-Chen realized it was worth a try. Night-Chen walked to the table, brought over a chair, placed it directly under the round ceiling lamp, and stood on it. Having watched the innkeeper's complete operation process, Night-Chen could now smoothly perform the same operation. Soon, the ceiling lamp was dismantled. Placing the small surveillance device inside, Night-Chen rubbed his hands together, revealing a mischievous smile. Imagine when they come back tonight and open it to see what I've been up to, only to find themselves inside. What expression do you think they'll have? Mind Cat, you have quite a twisted sense of humor. The Chaos Bell must have a lot in common with you. Probably. Quite shocked, meow. But have you considered that this device might not have been installed by these two girls, but by someone from 403 who opens the surveillance to see 402? Night-Chen rubbed his chin, his smile turning even more mischievous. Wouldn't that be even better? Meow. The conflict between them is already significant. With the vigilance of these two girls, even if it's well hidden, there's no reason they wouldn't notice. And then, Mind Cat, the city's tricks run deep. I want to go back to the countryside. With the plan confirmed to be flawless, Night-Chin moved the chair back to its original position, then took out the regressive stone and placed it under where he had stood just now. Everything on the ground reacted, the dust and dirt that had been stepped on elsewhere either disappearing or reappearing. As expected, everything was restored. Incredible. What is the principle behind this? Despite having a guess, Night-Chin couldn't help but feel amazed. It was in these unbelievable moments that he truly felt the world was gradually becoming unrecognizable to him. Time flew by quickly. After all, it had been 4 days since a vegetable field on the verge of harvest was returned to its state several months ago. At this rate, in just 10 minutes, this place would look as if he had never been here. Perfect infiltration. Boom! But in the passing of time, Yechen's expression suddenly changed drastically. Outside the window, the sound of a vehicle approaching could be heard from the stairs below. Hastily taking a step forward, Yechen returned to the window of the room, half of his body hidden in the shadow behind the window, looking down. An expected black SUV stopped in front of the inn. Who could it be? There were very few people at the sewage inn, and it was too expensive. Sewage Town was so small that local residents didn't need to drive at all, and gasoline was a strategic resource, which almost indicated that the people below were not from Sewage Town. Snap! Soon, 4 car doors opened simultaneously, and 4 people got out. They were dressed in robes completely different from the style of Sewage Town. Pure black with irregular white patterns distributed all over, with a badge on the chest that felt like a withered tree branch. Their identity was self-evident. Apart from the church's influence, no one else wore such attire in the wasteland. They're back? I'd better leave quickly. Ha! Just as Yechin was about to retreat, he suddenly froze, unable to help but take another look. Something seemed off. The robes of the Twilight cult were not like this. It wasn't just a matter of style, the color scheme between the two was too conflicting, right? Most importantly, the badge was a distinctive feature. Everything else could be different, but it was impossible for even this to be different, right? So, another church force coming here? Damn, this place must be toxic. What kind of anomaly is here that so many people are mobilizing? Well, it seems there is indeed an anomaly. This time, Yechin was being smart. These people had a high level of perception. Just like the last time he peeked at the Twilight cult members from the window and got caught, he wouldn't make the same mistake again. As for the strength of the other party, Yechin had no doubts at all. Anomalies were already at the top of the food chain in the post-apocalyptic world, and daring to approach anomalies knowing what they were, already indicated that the other party's strength wouldn't be too weak, at least on par with the level of the people in the pre-apocalypse containment tower. It was embarrassing to admit that they were all captured and locked up there, so there was no need to say anything about their level. Suppressing his gaze until he peeked outside again, the figures had all disappeared, apparently entering the inn. Should he leave now? He had reached the point where he had to make a decision, so Yechin assessed the environment in the room. The level of degradation was clearly not enough. If he left now, it wouldn't be a seamless departure, and it might even seem a bit suspicious, rendering all his previous efforts in vain. But considering the attire of the other party, the possibility of them being from the Twilight cult was very low, so they wouldn't enter this room. Let's not leave yet. Let's wait a bit longer. Yechin made up his mind, leaning lightly against the door, listening to the sounds outside. Before long, just a few minutes later, footsteps could be heard ascending the stairs in the corridor. This group of people eventually stopped in front of the room furthest out on the 4th floor, room 404. This inn in the wasteland could be considered quite a shady establishment, and at this time, it was unprecedentedly fully booked. This is damn ridiculous. Wah! Yechin could sense someone over there cursing fiercely, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't make out the words, as if they've set up a barrier. Meow. Yechin? Ha? A barrier? Are you sure you're making sense? I used a term that you could better understand. Anyway, it means that. Meow. When I was in the containment tower, they gave me a few fantasy novels to pass the time. It was so much fun. Meow. Cough. Holding the sun and moon, plucking the stars. There's no one like me in the world. Meow. Yechin. Wait, are we really locked up in the same place? Why is there such a big difference in treatment? I can only keep taking medicine and sleeping, and you can even read novels? How can I listen to anything? The cat of the mind shook its head. No way. Meow. You'll be found out. Meow. Yechin nodded, guessing the answer. Specialized skills require focus. If the little cat really had that ability, when the Twilight cult arrived yesterday, he could have eavesdropped from behind the wall, much closer than now. But not being able to see is one thing, seeing but not hearing what they're saying is another, really worrying. If we had that crystal ball from the Twilight cult, we could hear everything clearly here. That thing? Right, the little cat just said it was powerful, but didn't know its ability. But in general, it shouldn't be worse than a fossil. Wait. Yechin's expression suddenly changed drastically as he thought of something he hadn't thought of before. That crystal ball. Did she put it away? In the last scene of the flashback, the girl seemed to have ended the investigation directly, and the final position of the crystal ball was his hiding place, right where he had just started the flashback. Meow. The psychic cat was also momentarily stunned, the whole cat startled. Damn it! How could he not have thought of this? How could he have missed it? How could he not have seen it? How is that possible? Even if he was careless, the little cat would have reminded him, right? This is unreasonable. Yechin's face turned extremely ugly as he suddenly turned his head and saw, in that pile of debris, a bright crystal ball radiating light, faintly visible. We're done for. Meow. This thought undoubtedly crossed the minds of both the man and the cat at the same time. This is a trap that had been set up since that time. In the tense atmosphere, Yechin noticed that the light of the crystal ball in the corner suddenly went out, not at all like the scene he had imagined of you found out too late, it's all over. It went out. But it was precisely this slight movement that he couldn't see that made this psychic cat excited, as if the whole person had suddenly come back to life. Meow 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 meow. It's afraid of you, meow. The advantage is ours, meow. Yechin. Zundu Jaidu, how can I not see that the advantage is mine in this situation no matter how I look at it? Yechin drew his revolver, released the safety, and strode over confidently. And as Yechin walked over, the light of the crystal ball actually dimmed more and more, even disappearing completely by the time Yechin arrived. Really scared? Yechin picked it up with some hesitation, but all the shine, mist, and white light were gone, just like a slightly oversized glass ball, with no presence at all. I get it, meow. One of this thing's abilities is to lower its own presence, like psychological invisibility, so when it's out of our sight, we completely forget about it. Is that so? Yechin didn't completely relax, as he still didn't know its abilities. The other party left it in the room with a purpose. The most worrying thing is whether everything he has done since entering the room has been completely seen by it. Everything else is fine, but the psychic cat is exceptional. This is the biggest secret that cannot be discovered now. This worry persisted until Yechin's fingertips touched a small and familiar device at the top rear of the sphere. Click! Yechin pried it off, placed it in front of his eyes, and raised an eyebrow. Too damn familiar. Isn't this the same camera that was placed in his room this morning and was just reinstalled by himself this afternoon? No wonder, there was no defense in the room at all. Turns out there was surveillance at home. By using the crystal ball's ability to lower presence, hiding in a corner to evade intruders, then placing a camera on it, this combination can monitor anyone entering his room's every move, and then follow the clues. If that's the case, there is still a chance to salvage everything. The only concern is whether the footage captured by this thing is stored locally or transmitted over the network. In the most extreme case, if it's the latter, everything from the moment I entered until now might already be archived somewhere else. I don't think we need to worry, meow. This camera definitely isn't the work of the neighbors in 403, it must have been placed by the two girls in 402. Since there's nothing in the room, it can't transmit far. We just need to destroy it and then we can rest easy, meow. Yechin nodded, temporarily placing it on himself, examining the crystal ball. What about this one? It's not glowing anymore, can it still be used? The spirit cat jumped over, bluntly patting it with its paw. Well, there's no other way, meow. Since it's broken, let's just destroy it. Swish! In an instant, the crystal ball seemed startled, emitting a bright light that was even more dazzling than the sun outside. Oh, it's come back to life, meow, the spirit cat returned triumphantly. This scene made Yechin both amused and exasperated. This supernatural object was actually playing dead with him? What was there to be afraid of? Did the anomaly that granted you power know you'd be so embarrassed? How do I use it? Yechin took it back to the door, asking softly. Meow. Just infuse a bit of power, like when you activate something? Yechin furrowed his brow, holding the object in his hand, recalling the process of activation, feeling a hint of inspiration as an invisible force surged within him. It wasn't a red glow anymore, but a mist. Thicker and more intense than any mist he had ever seen before. Then, as if fully awakened, the crystal ball emitted endless mist and white light, sending an invisible beam towards the direction of corridor 404. All the voices became clear as if they were right beside him. They hadn't left yet, and the first voice to be heard was a hoarse male voice, angrily shouting, "Damn it, I don't believe it. How can there be only one room left at this price on the 4th floor of the sewage inn? Is Sewage Town trying to intimidate us?" Hoarse, such a strong resentment. Another voice, a sinister male voice, took over. "Not necessarily. Maybe it's really fully booked, they just don't dare to do this to us. F***CKU. Who the hell has enough money to come stay in this sh**thol? The owner of the sinister voice seemed to be provoked as well, growling lowly. "Are you a stupid pig? Haven't you figured out who's staying in 402 and 403 by now?" The man was stunned by the insult, not the type to only take abuse without retaliating, looking puzzled. "Who? You can't even smell the disgusting stench of the Twilight cult, can you? Can you please shut your foul mouth?" "Ha?" Yechin couldn't help but blink in surprise. Damn, the Twilight cult. He thought it was a consensus on who was the Wasteland Orthodox and who was the cult. Turns out it's all about shouting at each other. Alright, let's move on from this issue, it's not the time to conflict with them. Just then, a very ethereal female voice came from the other side. It was so pleasant to listen to, echoing in the ears like a kind of enjoyment but with an extreme sense of sadness and melancholy. "Loss. What's the situation in 401, who's living there, have you found out?" When suddenly asked about himself, Yechin felt a little nervous. "Why are you asking me? You two are like mortal enemies, just keep fighting, will you?" Another calm voice responded, sounding like the most normal among the voices. "Not sure." The boss was evasive, not giving us any information, which made me feel uneasy. The boss doesn't dare to tell us, either they are their own town guard or someone they can't afford to offend. We must be cautious at this time. Yi Chen. Grass. What the heck, being targeted for no reason at all. Shall we investigate? If the situation is tough, we can make contact. If not, we can force him to give in to us. Enough, tone down your arrogance in the main city of the God sect. The real show hasn't started yet. Are you in such a hurry to offend everyone and be the first one kicked out? This small town is extremely important to us, don't give the town officials a chance to play tricks. A light female voice sounded again, with an unmistakable tone. I like to be alone, you three stay here, I'll go book a room on the 3rd floor. The few exchanged glances, puzzled. Judge, why stay here, why not go to the 3rd floor and open 2 rooms? I emphasize for the last time, in the field operations of the judgment court, all should address me as captain. The cold female voice carried an even more icy tone. Her unmistakable ultimatum meant that even those beyond her line of sight could hear her clearly. If we are all away, who will monitor the actions of the Twilight God sect? Shall we send the people from 401? Yi Chen. What's it got to do with me? Why keep mentioning me every 3 sentences? Do you think I'm being messed with because you know I'm listening before speaking? Then, Captain, how about this? You stay in 404, and we'll go to the 3rd floor. Swish. A very cold air spread throughout the room. Even Yi Chen couldn't help but shiver. At such a distance, between the walls on all sides. Oh my, how can a human's killing intent become so substantial? Killing intent? Yi Chen was also shocked. The cold moment felt like winter. You say it's the other party's killing intent? This woman is stronger than those from the Twilight God sect just now. I suggest we better not provoke her for now. Do I need to tell you that? Unless necessary, I don't want to provoke anyone right now. Before Yi Chen could comment further, there was a sudden panic and urgency in the voice from the other side. That's what I think, Captain. Our strength is insufficient, and it's too easy to miss opportunities in this critical position. Only you personally overseeing the schemes of those heretical cultists can expose them, Captain. This speech seemed to be very effective, and the icy killing intent gradually faded away. TSK. Yi Chen clicked his tongue lightly. At least from the 2 conversations he overheard today, the cohesion of this group from the corrupt God sect seemed much stronger than that of the Twilight God sect. Just then, the one with the most steady voice among the 4 suddenly sounded puzzled. Why are we talking at the door? Another person hesitated and instinctively spoke up. Didn't we confirm that there's no one next door now, and we even used supernatural items for sound interference? Before the sentence was finished, suddenly there was no sound, not a single noise. It felt like dispersing. But there was no sound of the door being pushed open, even silence, as if nothing had ever existed. But at that moment, the spiritual cat on Yi Chen's shoulder instantly severed its physical state, and his ears were filled with its piercing cry. Meow, it's bad, quick, 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 find a place to hide, meow. Ha! Yi Chen was a bit confused, but without hesitation, he quickly searched for a hiding place. Just as he was searching, he pondered, why do I need to hide? It's definitely not that the people from the Twilight God sect suddenly returned, otherwise the cat wouldn't ask me to hide but to leave quickly. So, damn, did those few from the corrupt God sect just notice me? The leader on the other side had obviously surpassed his current stage of strength. Even the invincible night cat that he relied on every day had specifically warned him to stay out of harm's way. If he could fight, that would be truly miraculous. But, damn, this room is so empty, where could someone hide? Their power was so strong. And their teammate even emphasized the captain's perception. It was no longer a matter of finding a cabinet to hide in or hanging from the ceiling. These physical means were no longer sufficient. For a moment, Night Chen gritted his teeth fiercely. There was nowhere to hide, so there was only one solution left. I am a member of the Twilight God sect. I am the owner of this room. I know nothing. Night Chen established a new identity in his mind, then flopped onto the bed, pulled the thin blanket over himself with one hand, made a sideways movement, and pretended to sleep. The only slightly awkward thing was, this was a bed for 2 girls. Almost the instant he completed this action, he suddenly felt a chill all over his body under the blanket, as if it were snowing in the cold winter, and it felt like an invisible thorn was on his back, as if something was lurking in the shadows, watching him. At that moment, Night-Chin seemed to understand the feeling of Momo pointing out a problem with himself. The crystal ball in Night-Chen's hand also emitted a faint light under the blanket, maintaining the lowest power consumption, constantly indicating the direction of the peeping to Night-Chen. On the ceiling, a dark, wriggling giant eye opened. As disaster approached, Night-Chan's acting skills improved. After preparing to roll over and shoot at any moment, the faint tension combined with steady breathing, lying under the blanket on a bed that smelled better than his own, created a comfortable feeling of deep sleep. But in the next moment, Night-Chan suddenly thought of something. His expression changed abruptly, feeling like he couldn't keep up the act much longer. The supernatural object. The stone with regressive functions was still running on the ground. However, in that instant when the eyes looked over to Night-Chan's worried spot, all the coldness dissipated, disappearing along with those eyes, as if nothing had ever happened. Ha! Thought it was a trap, checked that it wasn't a reconnaissance-type supernatural object, and then left? Did they really believe he was asleep? Night-Chan was suspicious, so he maintained his state, not moving for several minutes, almost falling asleep for real due to the comfortable feeling, before he gathered his spirits and gently called out to the night cat. Little cat, is the crisis over? Meow. It left a long time ago. Night-Chan? With this simple response from the night cat, Night-Chan was almost fooled. Then why didn't you say anything? Meow. You looked so comfortable lying there. I heard that for most males, places where opposite-sex activities occur are very attractive and appealing. I thought you were enjoying this bed. Night-Chan? Where did a cat like you hear all this nonsense? Night-Chan immediately got up, rearranged the blanket, picked up the stone from the floor and placed it on the bed, exerting all his effort to restore his composure. This was different. Everything he had done before had shown his expertise, focusing on treating others as they treated him. But after this incident, if he didn't return the stone to its original state, and they found out he had been on their bed, it would truly be seen as perverse. Placing the regressive stone on the bed, Night-Chan couldn't help but ponder. What exactly happened just now? Did those people realize someone was eavesdropping, or were they worried about it, so they came in to investigate? That person was indeed very powerful, especially the way they entered the room in a special form. It really amazed him. He just didn't understand why he didn't feel his sanity points dropping. The spiritual cat was probably not discovered, and the crystal ball in their hand most likely went unnoticed as well, but pretending to be asleep had a certain probability of being found out. Overall, although the other party didn't know how to achieve such a form, the abilities in this state should be greatly compromised. Then, they should have noticed the supernatural objects running on the ground, worried about traps, or perhaps discovered it had been here before, so they chose to withdraw? TSK. Not much confidential information was disclosed. Maybe it wasn't so crucial if that part of the conversation was overheard. What mattered was who overheard it. Sleeping in room 402, they would undoubtedly be mistaken for a follower of the Radiant Dawn cult. In a situation where they temporarily didn't want to directly conflict with the Radiant Dawn cult, even if the conversation was overheard, choosing not to act upon it was still a possibility. They wondered if it was possible for their face to be seen while their back was turned, but even if not, their uniform as a guard of Sewage Town could most likely be identified. The guards of Sewage Town lying in the Radiant Dawn cult stronghold to protect their home? Damn it! Yechin couldn't predict the repercussions and future developments brought about by this incident. How would such a misunderstanding eventually unfold? The spiritual cat, as always, provided timely emotional comfort. Don't worry, I think you shouldn't dwell on it too much. This is a war between those two groups. What does it have to do with us? Oh no! Run, they're back! Yechin. Is this the rhythm of don't worry? Why does don't worry always lead to oh no in your case? Shoo! Yechin glanced at the traces on the bed, gritted their teeth, unable to consider much, rushed to the window in one breath. However, just as they were about to peek out of the window, Yechin had to stop. In the window of room 404 next door, a girl was leaning there, gazing into the distance lightly, like a bored girl who had finished her homework at home and couldn't go out to play. Her hair was twisted into a light blue braid, with wisps of hair dancing in the wind, giving off an excessively cold and gloomy vibe. The two didn't make eye contact, at least not from Yechin's perspective, but who really knew? The powers of both sides were no longer within the realm of ordinary people's abilities. Damn it! They managed to avoid the first, but couldn't dodge the 15th. Most importantly, they couldn't jump out of the window while she was leaning there, and perform the absurd act of using a grappling hook to return to their room like before. Damn it! Yechin took a few steps back, immediately communicating with the spiritual cat. Where are they now? The spiritual cat was reliable when needed, responding almost instantly. They should be on the second floor, but they're going up fast. Ha! They were running out of time, so did the decay cult retreat just now because they realized they were back? The best choice Yechin could think of now was to immediately push the door open and return to their room. But this meant they couldn't lock the door, making it seem like they were turning a blind eye to the situation. The traces they left in room 402 couldn't be completely erased, and the people in room 404 most likely had already noticed something was amiss. If they chose to leave like this, none of the original intentions of avoiding escalation of conflict and creating deterrence would be achieved. Instead, both factions' attention would be solely focused on them. Damn it, this won't work. This fire must be redirected back to them, burning between the two major cults, not on themselves. Amidst rapidly changing thoughts, Yechen raised their head, a crazy plan forming in their mind. They decided to take a bold gamble. Since they were already involved, they needed to make them pay more attention to each other. Bang! Nightchen fired a shot that shattered the surveillance camera hidden behind the crystal ball in the corner. He then lifted his head and looked up. Yes, there was no way to hide it anymore. The fact that he had been in this room before and caused trouble was now impossible to conceal. However, as long as he presented them with a more pressing matter and did not fully reveal his hostility, the priority of targeting him would always be secondary. Nightchen raised his head, holding the fossil, raised it high, and exerted all its power. Of course, it couldn't bring back the eye that had once been there, but it could recreate some of the impact and atmosphere it had when it appeared. A hint of decaying green substance flashed there and disappeared, only to be cleaned up when it left. But now, I want it to stay. Boom! The fossil emitted a dazzling white light, shining brighter than ever under Nightchen's drive, a hint of a corrosive smell entering his senses. Got it! Nightchen rejoiced, wasting no time in implementing his follow-up plan. Bang! 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 5 more shots. Nightchen hit the ceiling next to the decaying spot on the top of his head. The activated weapon understood his intentions, and all 5 bullets shot out in a scattered pattern, piercing through the ceiling, causing it to collapse completely, creating a hole. Snap! Boom! Nightchen shot the grappling gun, using the inertia to jump onto the roof. The moment he stepped on the roof, he heard the door in the room being kicked open with a bang. That was gunfire. The loud noise probably prompted the 4 members of the Twilight cult to react to the battle and rush back with all their might. Most of the members of the Rotting cult were probably still unaware of the situation, lurking in their rooms, waiting for an opportunity. Running along the roof, Nightchen quickly found the location of 404, and without any hesitation, threw the crystal ball onto the roof of 404. This thing couldn't be taken. The other party already knew he had been here and taken the item, so he could only face the situation where there was no turning back. An extraordinary item was not something he couldn't let go of. Instead, leaving it here could not only delay the pursuers but also inevitably lead them to inspect the room inside 404 during the process. With time running out, the members of the Rotting cult were even wearing their robes. There was no reason why they wouldn't be discovered by the Twilight cult in this situation. They had never met, yet they could even smell the scent of the Twilight cult. Nightchen didn't believe that the Twilight cult, as his archenemy, wouldn't sense anything. Bang! The footprints stopped where the crystal ball was placed, and Nightchen leaped forward, jumping from the 4th floor. The figure that leaped up from the hole he had pierced in room 402 the next second divided his sight. Bang! During the fall, Nightchen fired another shot from the construction gun, hitting some unfortunate spot on the outer wall of the 2nd floor. Rebounding along the iron cable, he completely concealed himself under the eaves and then landed steadily on the ground. Looking up, everything was just as he had expected. The opponents had varying strengths and weaknesses, destined to have different speeds. The first person to catch up to the spot where I placed the crystal ball would have to make a choice: either go straight after me or first check the status of the crystal ball. Making a decision would take time. Waiting for the second person to arrive would also take time, which might only be a few seconds in total, just enough time for him to leave the scene. However, this was not a long-term plan. Having more people on the other side was an advantage. Once they regrouped, they could split into 2 groups. One group would inspect the crystal ball and test its status while studying why he had placed it there, and the other group would continue to track him. In other words, as long as he could shake off the first wave of pursuers now, he could wait for the followers of the Twilight God sect to discover that 404 had infiltrated the enemy and combined with the clues on the roof of the room, shifting the focus onto their archenemy, allowing Yechen to swagger back to his room. He had already shown his strength. Once they caught sight of each other, who would dare to push the mysterious him to one side? Clatter! Yechen ran along the wall corner, returning to the main entrance, stepping back into the inn. The roof was a vantage point, offering a sweeping view. The 4th floor was also a vantage point, with all paths in the direction of the small town within sight. He didn't dare to enter the sewage ditch behind the inn. Unless someone wanted to ride a motorcycle in front of everyone, he could only return to the sewage inn. As expected, all the members of the Twilight God sect and the Rotting God sect went to the scene on the rooftop. The entire 1st floor was empty, spotlessly clean. There was only one figure pacing anxiously, with a heavy expression. The innkeeper. Honestly, when he saw Yechen, dusty and weary, walking through the main gate, he was momentarily dumbfounded. But he was also sharp-witted, almost immediately recovering his composure, his face turning pale. You. He raised his voice from the second word, his eyes almost popping out. What have you done? Take me to the nearest hiding spot. I'll explain later. Hurry. The innkeeper hesitated for a moment, glanced at the door behind Yechin, and without a word, turned back to his counter, opening a door. Push the TV aside, lift the carpet in the corner, jump in and close it. He glared at Yechin, a hint of regret in his eyes. I'll contact Arthur immediately, and I can't promise not to inform the two major sects if things get out of hand. Yechin smiled, without a word, rushing into the small room the innkeeper had mentioned. He had made the right bet. The sewage restaurant, sewage inn, and sewage town guard should be a unified entity, a defense system with different functions but close coordination. This was inferred from the events in the dream. Facing a deadly crisis, the mayor of Sewage Town took the town guard to the front line, settling everyone's families in the insect-infested restaurant, entrusting their protection to the restaurant owner at the time. Despite the long-standing uncertainty, the insect-infested restaurant was still thriving today, becoming increasingly popular, likely not just for its delicious food. The sewage inn and the insect-infested restaurant had a deep connection, and upon seeing the town guard uniform he had acquired, they seemed more friendly and cooperative. Arthur had strongly recommended staying at the sewage inn when he first entered the town and met Yechin, which was also evidence to support this line of thinking. Now bearing the identity of a town guard member, Yechin could at least receive covert protection from Sewage Town without being implicated. If Yechin's guess was correct, in the Twilight God sect's estimation, it was not appropriate to report that Sewage Town had aligned with the Rotting God sect. It would be more accurate to say that Sewage Town and the Rotting God sect had a certain ambiguous relationship. At the same time, Sewage Town was also in a state of compliance with the Twilight God sect. As mentioned in the conversation of the Rotting God sect members, Sewage Town was looking for an opportunity to make a move, surviving in the cracks. From this perspective, he, who was powerful and incompatible with the two major sects, seemed to have become an opportunity that Sewage Town could not afford to miss. Creak. People? What people? I've been here all alone, haven't seen anything. What's going on upstairs? Don't you dare smash up my little shop. Faintly hearing the innkeeper at the front desk dealing with someone unknown, Yechin closed the basement's wooden board. Click. He pressed the light switch along the wall, collapsing onto the sofa as if drained. Damn. What have I done? This was insane. It was like repeatedly leaping on the path of self-destruction. Most importantly, it seemed like it worked. Things have come to this point, and I have done my best. Beep. A vibration sounded from Yechin's waist, and upon touching it, he realized it was the walkie-talkie. The walkie-talkie was flashing urgently, indicating a direct call rather than a message. Yechin was feeling a bit guilty at this moment. It was quite risky to stir up trouble wearing the vest of the Wastewater Town guard. Nevertheless, no matter what, he had to communicate with Arthur about this matter. I'm here, Arthur. Yechin pressed the communication button. Ancestors. My dear ancestors, can you tell me what you're up to? Strictly speaking, they were still just in a cooperative relationship, and Arthur had no right to dictate what he did. After all, he came to Wastewater Town with his own purposes, but by seeking refuge with the Wastewater Town guard after hiding from the owner of the 600 shops, he had essentially sought refuge in Wastewater Town, which meant that he wanted to continue maintaining their relationship, thus making Wastewater Town bear the risk of this matter. Therefore, Arthur had the right to inquire. Upon hearing this, Yechin felt a bit helpless and let out a bitter smile. The situation had escalated unexpectedly, and Yechin himself was unsure how to explain it. Who would have thought that his initial goal was precisely to prevent the situation from worsening? Well, today when I returned to my room, I found that the room had been bugged by the Twilight cult. Arthur, what the hell? Just because of this? Do you have to seek revenge for every little thing? They bugged you, so you went and dismantled their surveillance in their house? It was an accident. An accident occurred during the process. I am inevitably attracting the attention of the two major cults, so I created an opportunity for them to unexpectedly encounter each other. Arthur was taken aback. Yechin's explanation was too simple, so simple that he needed time to understand its meaning. Are you saying that the Twilight cult will think it was the Decay cult who did this? Yechin shook his head. Not exactly, but the two groups will accidentally meet. And then there was silence on the walkie-talkie. How confident are you of success? Arthur's voice sounded a bit urgent after a brief silence. 90%. A moment of silence followed, and Arthur's voice seemed a bit rushed. Don't leave, don't leave. Trust me once, Wastewater Town will never betray your hiding place. Ha? Don't leave? Where would I go? After a moment of confusion, Yechin finally understood what he meant, finding it somewhat amusing. Arthur was afraid that under the pressure of the two major cults, he might betray him, so he dared not hide in this basement and left. Yechin was indeed quite worried. Just as Yechin believed there was a 90% chance of success in his plan, the Twilight Cult and the Decay Cult would be preoccupied with each other due to their confrontation and individual goals, leaving them no time to spare. Even if Arthur and the innkeeper had a 90% chance of not betraying him, there was still a 10% chance, right? If the Twilight Cult directly trapped him in this basement, how would he handle it? However, the problem was that Arthur didn't know that theoretically, he couldn't die. Being unable to win a fight was one thing, but being unable to die was another. Currently, he had nowhere else to go, and once he lost the ally of Wastewater Town, it would be difficult for him to investigate and act. Yechin wasn't prepared to leave. However, since Arthur had taken the initiative to speak, he would have to negotiate. The fundamental core conflict between them was that it was highly likely they would turn against each other in the end, something Yechin was reluctant to see happen. Do you need me to help you deal with the two major cults? Arthur fell silent, then spoke. It may not be necessary to do that, just to disrupt and prevent certain things. Isn't that the same thing? Many things were clear from actions alone. Yechin was now like a powerful agitator in a chaotic situation, and Arthur was unwilling to let him go, trying to pull him in every way possible. Besides the two major cults at the center of the vortex, what else could happen? But I heard that your relationship with the cult of decay runs deep. Arthur remained silent. If you ask for my help, what are you prepared to give in return? Don't mention hiding in this basement, the equipment, gasoline, ammunition you provided. Those are all ordinary things. Between us and the two major cults, anything one desires cannot be measured by them, isn't that so? Arthur stayed silent. Even now, you haven't told me what the Chaos Wheel is. Arthur remained silent. Finally, Nightchin smiled casually. Why do you think what I want to achieve here would be less than what the two major cults desire? As he finished speaking, Nightchin felt a bit uneasy himself. It was basically the moment of breaking or moving forward. He didn't know what the two major cults wanted, but he was clear that he was here for something exceptional. What the two major cults want, I cannot provide. Arthur carefully chose his words, feeling lost and conflicted, as if he had just escaped from a pack of wolves into a tiger's den. But he also confirmed one thing: there was no trace of fear towards the two major cults in Nightchen's tone. There was even a hint of confidence and resistance. What do you want? Nightchen didn't know how to answer that question. It was as if he suddenly understood why Arthur remained silent after he asked questions. Could this be said? Take away something invaluable. On the other end of the intercom, Arthur raised an eyebrow. Will it cost lives? No. Will it affect the future of Sewage Town? After these two questions, Nightchen began to look at Arthur with a different perspective. You care about the people of Sewage Town? No. If anything, it will only make it better. Make it better? Arthur frowned, not agreeing with this answer. How many people do terrible things under the guise of making things better? I can't promise to agree to your conditions, but I hope you can come to my house tonight to talk. I will at least tell you some answers about the Chaos Wheel, and you can reveal more about your intentions. I will do my best to satisfy your appetite under the broadest conditions. Arthur's voice paused. But rest assured, no matter the outcome, you can safely spend the night in that basement without fear of the two major cults' search. Nightchen nodded. Good. In the town guard's office, Arthur set down the intercom. His face was incredibly calm. Then, suddenly, he couldn't contain his laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Impressive. Impressive. Do you know how much you've helped? Arthur reached under the drawer, pressed the switch to the secret passage once again, and walked in, muttering to himself with doubt. But I still have to be cautious. What is your true purpose? In the basement of the sewage inn, Nightchen leaned back on the couch, sipping ice water, taking a brief rest. Yes, ice water. There was even a refrigerator here. However, the ice water was still a bottled drink, not a special Sewage Town concoction. Nightchen seemed lost in thought, appearing indifferent. It is said that humans can adapt to any environment in 3 days, although accepting things like thousand-worm silk cake or devil cockroach noodles is impossible even after 100 years, but drinking sewage was gradually becoming less of an issue. The main thing was, pondering had occupied all his brain cells to the point where he couldn't even taste anything. How should he approach Arthur when he meets him tonight? Should he say anything? Can he really say anything? Ultimately, moral standards are still at a pre-apocalyptic level, unable to engage in too dirty deeds or play dirty with someone with whom there is friendship. And most importantly, he couldn't break through here alone. The support of Sewage Town was crucial in every aspect. The reason why Yechin was still prepared to talk at night was that he felt everything had a suitable price, as long as he could offer conditions that would impress the other party. Arthur had a heart that was dedicated to Wastewater Town, which was the most trustworthy aspect of him. If he could plan a sufficiently bright future for Wastewater Town, then even extreme measures would be completely acceptable. In the words of the Mine Cat, as long as Arthur had not been bewitched by anomalies, he would understand that it was best for anomalies to be taken away by the right person. Moreover, the goals of the Twilight Cult and the Decay Cult were also very thought-provoking. What kind of goal would make Arthur choose such a drastic and irreconcilable path? Creak! The sound of the top-floor wooden boards being pushed came from the basement. Yechin squinted, loaded a new magazine into his revolver, and aimed at the entrance. Light shone through from the upper floor, and Yechin holstered his pistol. It was the innkeeper. What's going on upstairs? The innkeeper completely ignored Yechin, took out a glass of ice water from the fridge, and gulped it down, finishing several glasses in a row. He looked like he hadn't had water for days in the desert, but it was unclear if it was due to arguing too much or being nervous. After drinking, he sat down next to Yechin on the couch, unable to hold back any longer. You're a damn lunatic. Invading the Twilight Cult's room, shooting up the roof like a sieve, blowing up 403, really pushing it to the limit, that's the Twilight Cult. As he spoke, the innkeeper couldn't hold back a laugh. Damn. Ha ha ha, unbelievable. That's the Twilight Cult. When have you ever seen them in such a sorry state? But as he laughed, he soon couldn't find it in him to continue. My damn 403. What's wrong with you? Why blow up the house? Do you know how much I've priced the rooms at? Can you afford to compensate? Yechin, is this the time to ask for compensation? However, Yechin was clearly at a loss, so much so that he didn't even have time to respond to the issue of compensation. 403 was blown up? Yechin looked puzzled. I haven't encountered 403. Cut the crap. The innkeeper danced with excitement. If it wasn't you, then was it the damn Twilight Cult who blew it up? Yechin. Well, it's not entirely impossible. Don't rush, tell me what happened. The innkeeper rolled his eyes impatiently. How the hell would I know what happened? After you came in, I've been nervously guarding the front desk, and then a Twilight Cult girl rushed in through the main entrance, asking me if I had seen you. Hearing this, Yechin muttered to himself. You didn't rat me out. At that time, he was still talking to Arthur, and Arthur couldn't have given any instructions to him. Was it the fair-skinned one or the tanned one? When Yechin asked, the innkeeper couldn't help but give him a strange look. Kid, you seem to know quite a bit, huh? The tanned one, about 1.67 to 1.68 meters tall. That's the one called Man. Yechin felt relieved. It seemed that the one named Xingyu was more reliable in handling things between the two girls. With her around, noticing the anomalies of 404 should not be a problem, but without her, it might be uncertain. And then? Just as I was about to rat you out, that girl seemed to receive a call on her walkie-talkie, and after listening to it, her expression suddenly changed, and she rushed upstairs. The innkeeper also seemed puzzled, unable to stop his stream of questions. The Twilight Cult girl had just gone upstairs when 3 members of the Decay Cult came down. I thought things were getting out of hand, they were too ruthless, so I had no choice but to rat you out. They didn't even ask you a single word about your situation, so I quickly arranged a room for them on the 3rd floor. I immediately gave them the key, and then they left. Yechin, do you have to speak so confidently about the idea of betraying me at any time? As for those 3 followers of the Decaying God sect, it was indeed necessary to provide them with a room. Their conversation earlier indicated this. They probably haven't realized they've become a source of trouble yet, exposing themselves. After that, there was a continuous loud noise from upstairs. It felt like the building was about to collapse, and I had no idea what was going on. After more than 10 minutes, another person came down. Yes, the fair-skinned girl you mentioned was much more polite this time. She only insisted that I tell her who you are, nothing else. I said I needed to ask Arthur, and she left. The innkeeper was getting agitated again as he continued. I was so worried and restless that I decided to go upstairs to check. What I saw was a disaster. Room 402 was leaking everywhere, and room 403 was completely gone. I regret not exposing you. Where are those people now? The innkeeper's attitude towards him changed to a glare. Aren't you ashamed at all? The people from room 403 moved to a room on the 3rd floor. The 2 girls from room 402 refused to move and said they could manage with some simple repairs, and the people from room 404 never left their room. How does that sit with you? Yechin ignored the innkeeper's sarcasm, looking pensive. Based on the information available, it seems that the Radiant Sun sect and the Decaying God sect have clashed, with room 403 being the battleground. The outcome of the battle is uncertain due to lack of information, but it seems they tested each other's strength and were unwilling to engage in a full confrontation, signaling a temporary truce. However, this ceasefire is likely temporary, with both sides becoming more cautious and alert. From now on, they won't be able to take their eyes off each other, limiting their actions to maintain the balance of power. In the most extreme scenario, they may agree to join forces to eliminate their own internal threats before engaging in a final battle. However, this doesn't seem to be the case, as Lightfeather's attitude towards the innkeeper downstairs suggests otherwise. The decaying god sect probably has no idea where they are, or even that they've been exposed, at most suspecting a connection with themselves. On the other hand, the Radiant Sun sect likely knows that the innkeeper here has hidden me, which makes their attitude quite intriguing. Hey, what are you thinking? Compensation. You owe me for room 403. Yechin looked at him, feeling a bit helpless. Are you really that naive? Think about it, how did room 403 disappear? Before you saw me, there were 6 gunshots in the entire building. Could my 6 shots have taken out just one room? Well, it's not entirely impossible, considering that his 6 shots not only defeated the side of the abyss but also destroyed 2 major landmarks in the sewer town. The innkeeper also paused, realizing that Yechin's words made some sense. But why did they? Oh, wait, is this your intention? He looked at Yechin in shock, as if to say, you're playing dirty like this? He was indeed not as sharp-witted as Arthur, only realizing this now. Yechin nodded, tacitly agreeing with him, which left the innkeeper speechless. However, his calmness didn't last long, as an inevitable pain rose from his heart once again. Let me tell you, no matter what deal you and Arthur have, if you turn my inn into a battlefield again, I'll risk my life to take you all down with me. Yechin, it seems like you care more about the inn than this whole situation. Alright, let me give you the inside scoop. Don't worry about the losses, that's on them. If you don't dare to claim it, just find Arthur. He's in a good mood now and will definitely reimburse you. If you're bold enough, you can even claim 3 compensations. Innkeeper, 3 compensations? Is that possible? Oh, I see. You're a genius. I already inflated the prices. If I can make 3 claims, I'll be rolling in it. At that moment, he even looked at Yechin with admiration. I've been foolish, you're like the god of wealth. Feeling elated, the innkeeper suddenly looked worried. But the Twilight God sect asked me about you, how do I handle that? This time, I can't just brush it off. Truth be told, Yechin was already questioning his business acumen. If you can't handle it, find someone who can. Just tell her only Arthur knows. If Arthur doesn't tell her, let her find him herself, right? Although Arthur couldn't take on the 4 members of the Twilight God sect alone, he definitely had his own power, unlike the innkeeper who was completely powerless. Most importantly, Arthur was prepared for this situation in his communication with Yechin. He had taken this on, so why are you still resisting? The innkeeper felt like his horizons had expanded, but Yechin had already stood up and walked towards the exit, showing no intention of staying. The innkeeper panicked. Wait, where are you going? Yechin turned back, looking at him with confusion. Back to my room, why? Innkeeper? The innkeeper was shocked like never before. How dare you? As they climbed to the 4th floor, Yechin truly realized what the 4th floor of the sewage inn had become. The entire corridor's roof had been completely removed. In summer, looking up meant seeing sunlight. In autumn, it meant rain. The wind whispered constantly, as if promising eternal companionship. Room 403 had vanished entirely, even the floor connecting to the 3rd floor, or rather the ceiling of the 3rd floor, had been completely opened up. The only comforting sight was that the walls of rooms 402 and 404 were still standing, or else the entire 4th floor of the sewage inn would have been reduced to just one room. The corridor was eerily quiet. Passing by room 402 made Yechin the most uneasy, but nothing happened in the end. Creak, pushing open his room door, then closing it firmly. After this ordeal, he finally returned. Sewage inn, room 402, silence filled the room. 2 men and 2 women sat around a round table, not saying a word, the atmosphere so heavy it could make a guilty child bury their head in the ground. Thud. Xingyu slammed a camera on the table, asking coldly, Wang Lei, care to explain why this was in the light of my room? Wang Lei had several bloodstains on his face, his splendid robe torn to shreds, but the look of astonishment upon seeing the object was still evident. Wasn't this the one I placed in 401? Why do you have it? Indeed. Xingyu took a deep breath, seemingly trying to contain his anger, speaking calmly and coldly. Can you explain why you were monitoring room 401? Wang Lei glared back without reservation. Know yourself, know your enemy, and you shall be victorious. As the team leader, isn't it abnormal that there are still people living on the 4th floor at this time? Xingyu took a deep breath, trying to stay as calm as possible. And then? You can't even confirm if they are friend or foe. Shouldn't you make contact in a gentler way first? Don't you understand that planting surveillance in someone's room is highly taboo? Wang Lei looked at Xingyu, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Look at you, so cautious. Where's the fearless demeanor of the Waste First sect? Xingyu was finding it hard to control his anger, slamming the table heavily. So what if we're from the Waste First sect? Are we the first team of the wasteland, or are you the strongest in the wasteland? Are you used to being arrogant and thinking that everyone in the world should cater to your every whim? Do you have that kind of strength? Don't you understand how complicated this situation is? Bang! Wang Lei was completely defiant, even more imposing than Xingyu. With one palm, he split the table in half. Stop meddling in my affairs. Just see if what I did was right or wrong. Isn't today all because of 401? This just proves my foresight. If you had acted decisively yesterday and ordered an attack, none of this would have happened today. Man couldn't hold back anymore and stood up to speak up for Xingyu. Enough, Wang Lei. Are you really stupid or just pretending? That guy is a jerk, yes, but since he led us to the place of the rotting cult to meet us, doesn't that mean he's not part of the Abyss cult? He could have been an ally we could have gained, but because you directly violated them without leaving any room, it led to today's retaliation that cannot be reconciled. So what? Wang Lei was unyielding. It's precisely because of this reason that we discovered that the rotting cult is right next to us, isn't it? Otherwise, with your slow reactions, we might never have found out in our lifetime. Xingyu was almost amused. Is that so? Then you really do have foresight. After finally discovering that the rotting cult is next door, what did you do? Know the enemy and know yourself. We had enough time to find an opportunity, find a loophole, find a chance to catch the other side off guard and annihilate them in one fell swoop. I clearly gave the order to retreat. Why did you charge indirectly? Wang Lei snorted coldly, his eyes mocking from start to finish. Retreat again, find an opportunity again. Retreat at the sight of cultists, it's always the same logic. Who are you to judge as a commander leading a combat team? Xingyu took a deep breath, her chest heaving, grinding her teeth. So you bravely charged in, and then what? She pointed at Wang Lei's nose, saying coldly, you used up 2 of the 3 team's trump cards, half of the life-saving methods, depleted psychic energy, exhausted strength, and ended up being defeated? How dare you say the Twilight Cult is the top cult in the wasteland? How many years has the Twilight Cult not achieved such a humiliating record? Wang Lei's gaze shifted slightly, but soon he regained his confidence and cursed vigorously. Stop talking nonsense, we were evenly matched. If they had the ability to wipe us out, would they have let us retreat? Finding a breakthrough, Wang Lei continued energetically. Exactly. Retreat, it was your order to retreat. Do you only know how to retreat? Oh, I see, you didn't even fight with all your might, did you? Otherwise, we would have taken down those rotten cultists long ago, huh? Wang Lei. Shut up. If you're so great, why don't you go to 404 now? Isn't he in there? What are you still doing here? Weren't you just beaten to a pulp and pretending to have amnesia? If it weren't for Xingyu almost being surrounded and risking her life to protect you, would you still be here talking to us? Man felt like she was about to explode. Why are there people like this, getting more and more offensive in their speech? That's not called fighting seriously. What is fighting seriously? With your meager skills, do you really think you're so great? Wang Lei's face flushed for a moment. He definitely didn't dare to go cause trouble for 404 now. But then he instantly recovered and let out a cold laugh. Tisk, are you Xia Qingyu's little maid, so loyal to your mistress? Wang Lei had a look of sudden realization. Oh, I almost forgot. Being her maid is indeed not bad. Your master Xia Qingyu comes from a prominent family, all thanks to her good brother becoming a judge. Wang Lei, shut your dog mouth. You know Qingyu can't stand this. Man's face changed drastically, glanced at Xia Qingyu, charged her hand cannon, aimed at Wang Lei. This is me giving you one last chance, apologize to me. Wang Lei was startled, quietly moved closer to a teammate, which made Man so angry she wanted to laugh. It's okay, Man. Xia Qingyu clenched and unclenched her fist, gradually calming down as if she wouldn't be stirred by this person anymore. I remember telling you before, and I'll reiterate my promise now. She sat up straight, looking at Wang Lei expressionlessly. I'll give you all the credit, I don't want any. I have only one request, follow my orders, complete this mission successfully, can you do that? Wang Lei glanced at the hand cannon Man reluctantly put down, showing a hint of malice. Ha! The last lackey of Wang Lei and the team unexpectedly revealed a hint of reluctance at this moment. Brother Lei, the followers of the corrupt cult are too strong, if we split up again, I'm afraid. Think about it, Xia Qingyu's strength is slightly inferior to yours. Wang Lei's face turned pale and green alternately, before finally giving him a big slap. Stop the nonsense, are you coming or not? He seemed genuinely afraid of being left alone, whispering to the person beside him. We've come this far, don't let that petty woman seek revenge on you later and regret not leaving with me today. Wang. Xia Qingyu tightly grabbed Man's wrist, preventing her from saying another word. watching the two leave until the room 402 quieted down again. Man couldn't help but mutter, "Sis, it hurts." Xia Qingyu realized she was still gripping Man's wrist tightly, her nails digging into the flesh unconsciously. "Ah, I didn't notice." She lowered her gaze. "Why do I end up with such teammates? Actually, I think it's fine. Those two are just dead weight," Man said in a rather good mood. "But our strength is not enough." Xia Qingyu felt lost. Even if the four of us unite, it's difficult to pass the test of the corrupt cult, not to mention what lies ahead. Man fell silent too, the team's morale hit rock bottom. "Sis, should we retreat and seek help from the Grand Cathedral?" "Seek help?" Xia Qingyu chuckled softly. "I didn't dare say it before they left, but now I can tell you, at the moment we entered, I realized no one can leave unless we win." "Ha! The most crucial thing." Creak. The sound of the door opening and closing outside made them both look towards the door instinctively. Before Man could hear what Xia Qingyu wanted to say, she blurted out in shock, "The person from room 401 is back? How?" Man instinctively preheated her weapon and pushed the door open, only to be stopped by Xia Qingyu again. "Don't." "But he." "Let me try again, we have no choice." Man seemed to understand vaguely, suddenly coming to her senses. "By the way, sis, you said we can't leave anymore, why?" "Not us, but everyone outside the creator." Xia Qingyu stood up, gazing at the night falling outside the window. "This is a gift to the gods." Back in the room, Yechen's heart was still beating a bit fast. They really didn't come looking for him. Although he was sure everything was fine now, he was prepared for probing, conversation, but none of that happened. It was eerily quiet. The Twilight Divine sect seems to have suffered severe damage. Night Chen pondered while leaning on the bed. To be honest, in the current state of the fourth floor, he should consider himself lucky. The clash between the two major divine sects only resulted in the loss of one building. Room 402 was in ruins, 403 almost disappeared, yet 404, as one of the battlefields, remained unscathed. From a certain perspective, the comparison of strength between both sides was self-evident. This actually indicated a point, widely known, that the Twilight Divine sect was the top orthodox sect in the Wasteland, but being suppressed and defeated by the decaying Divine sect had almost one reason: fighting on enemy territory. It might sound like nonsense, but who had the home advantage was even more thought-provoking. Although there was no direct evidence, the Twilight Divine sect's disastrous defeat undoubtedly provided some evidence for their speculation that Wastewater Town may have already submitted to the decaying Divine sect. Coupled with the new photo in the frame at the Mosquito and Worms restaurant, showing the former mayor and a group of figures in black robes heading towards the lake decades ago, those people bore a striking resemblance to the attire of the decaying Divine sect. Despite some differences, considering it was decades ago, it was reasonable for equipment styles to have been updated. However, Arthur's attitude was also worth mentioning. So far, Night Chen had not seen any inclination from Arthur towards either the Twilight Divine sect or the decaying Divine sect, nor had he seen the decaying Divine sect receive any reinforcements from Wastewater Town. The overall intelligence system was as unreliable as an orphan, relying solely on their own strength to reach this point. They couldn't figure out who they were, only learning about the Twilight Divine sect residing nearby when they arrived at the Muddy Waters Inn, with no warning from the innkeeper. If this was considered cooperation, then it was quite incompetent. Knock, knock. The door was knocked, and Night Chen's eyes sharpened as he walked to the door. "Who is it?" "It's me, boss." Night Chen hesitated, not understanding why the innkeeper had come at this time. Creak. Night Chen pushed the door open from the inside, revealing the nervous innkeeper standing in front of the door. It wasn't Night Chen who made the innkeeper nervous, but his occasional glances towards room 402, as if fearing someone might rush out and take action against him. Here, the innkeeper of the Mosquito and Worms restaurant sent over a specially made noodle dish. Night Chen. What does this mean, suddenly giving out free dinner? And at this time, Night Chen also glanced at room 402, seemingly understanding why the innkeeper was so frightened. It was almost like openly declaring their stance in front of the two major divine sects: "We are on the same side." At this moment, when the two major divine sects had just had a setback. "Are you crazy too?" Taking the noodles, the innkeeper sneakily entered Night Chen's room. "Young man, do you think I can really go ask them for compensation?" Night Chen hesitated, somewhat speechless. "Didn't I analyze it before?" "As long as you dare, you can. The two major divine sects are powerful and wealthy. They won't care about your small amount of money. As long as they're not in an extremely bad mood," the innkeeper muttered to himself, looking even more troubled. "But what if, hypothetically, they are in an extremely bad mood?" Night Chen had already opened the steaming noodles, speaking casually. "Then you better think about ways to save your life." The innkeeper His expression was quite unpleasant at that moment. Just now, the two members of the Twilight Divine sect who were staying on the third floor checked out. I don't know where they went. Night-Chin paused in his noodle-eating motion, furrowing his brows. The two people who were in room 403 checked out. Why? Suddenly, he thought back to the scene he saw in room 402, as if he had realized something, clicking his tongue. Arthur had really blossomed, already half crippled and now losing half of his strength. This turmoil, which was just beginning, the defending champion Twilight Divine sect seemed almost destined to be eliminated. Unless, they were still hiding stronger means, or would make unexpected moves in the future. The only thing that doesn't seem right. Why would the Twilight God sect send such a small team to carry out the mission? Don't they understand that there are internal conflicts within their team? Is this really an attitude that values something highly? And now that the Twilight God sect has been weakened to this extent, the corrupt God sect could easily crush them. So what are they waiting for? Here's a suggestion. Wait a few days before asking for the money. Their mood right now is definitely not good at all. The innkeeper's face immediately turns sour. I feel like in a few days, they won't even be able to find anyone. Let me tell you, if they don't pay up, it's going to be on you. Yetchin. Is there a possibility that Arthur will reimburse me for this expense? So you're essentially asking Arthur for double compensation. Innkeeper. Damn. You're really tight-lipped, aren't you? Alright, I'm leaving. The innkeeper felt disheartened, lost interest in communication, and left the room listlessly. After the innkeeper left, Yetchin stopped eating noodles and furrowed his brow. Something's not right. Arthur definitely wants to secure his position, but isn't he being too hasty? He could handle this matter more gently, avoid escalating conflicts, yet he deliberately asked the innkeeper to bring him a bowl of noodles? Not to mention that they haven't even confirmed their alliance. Even if they do, wouldn't it be best to keep this relationship hidden? No, before meeting Arthur, I need to gather some information. The lack of intelligence feels really bad. Night fell. Yetchin glanced at the sky and pressed the walkie-talkie button. Arthur, where do you live? After waiting for a moment, there was no response from the walkie-talkie. What's going on? Didn't we agree to meet in his room tonight? Yetchin furrowed his brow and pushed the door open. Arthur's urgency to form an alliance with him was evident, so if he doesn't respond now, let's just hope nothing bad has happened. The strategic importance of Wastewater Town is too significant. Regardless of which faction is currently present here, they all understand this, so they might try to take action in advance to change the situation by directly taking over Wastewater Town. Quietly, without any disturbances, Yetchin reached the ground floor, where the innkeeper was still sitting at the front desk lost in thought. Why did you come down? Didn't we just meet? I can't reach Arthur. What's going on? The innkeeper was puzzled for a moment, then took out the walkie-talkie and tried to communicate. No response. Trying again, still no answer. The innkeeper's brow furrowed. Has something happened? Yetchin asked. It shouldn't have. The innkeeper shook his head, deep in thought. Did you propose some very harsh conditions, so he's preparing for it? Harsh conditions? Yetchin was taken aback. Indeed, his demands were quite extreme. But he couldn't agree with the innkeeper's speculation, as he hadn't actually made that demand yet. It was just a hint. I'll go check the town guard, Yetchin said naturally. He had planned to do some investigation before meeting Arthur, and the town guard's office was a good choice. The current situation made this move even more reasonable. The innkeeper's expression changed slightly, as if he wanted to instinctively stop him, but then hesitated. It didn't seem right to stop him. After all, he was currently a part-time town guard, so going to the office was a basic operation, right? However, the town guard's office during the day and at night might be different. Bang! Boom! At that moment, gunshots and explosions suddenly came from a distance, followed by a blazing fire. Oh no! In that instant, the innkeeper became even more panicked than when Arthur went missing. That place can't catch fire. Night-Chin furrowed his brows, feeling that everything that happened after Arthur suddenly disappeared was incredible, with a sense of an impending storm. What is that? Night-Chin couldn't help but ask. That's the sports field of Sewage Town, the innkeeper exclaimed. It's where the festival of Sewage Town will be held in 3 days. Festival? Night-Chin asked in surprise. This was the second time he had heard this name. What kind of festival is it, and why hold a festival? Who is it for, and what is it about? A series of questions left the innkeeper a bit dumbfounded. Don't ask me, ask Arthur later. The innkeeper evaded the question, but Night-Chin had a lingering feeling that this so-called festival would bring about some significant events. This was a turning point. It was necessary to take a look. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Night-Chin made a decision between going to Arthur's office and the fire scene. Even if he didn't consider the festival site itself, he was still a member of the town guard. Before negotiations broke down and things got ugly, especially when Arthur's whereabouts were unknown, he had a duty to help at the accident scene. Moreover, at this moment, at this location, there had clearly been a battle and gunfire, which was something that couldn't be ignored, perhaps leading to some truly useful clues. I'll go to the scene to investigate the cause and eliminate threats. You immediately organize the townspeople to put out the fire. Forget about fire trucks for now. Putting out the fire basically relied on running over with buckets of water. The more people, the better. Upon hearing Night-chan's orders, the innkeeper was clearly taken aback. You're acting just like Arthur. However, he quickly became delighted and agreed repeatedly. No problem, leave it to me, you've worked hard. It was just a moment of not reacting in time. With Arthur absent now, if Night-chan didn't work, it would be as if the town guard wasn't functioning. V-room. Night-chan twisted the throttle and raced towards the billowing flames. Arthur still couldn't be reached. Was it related to this situation? According to Arthur, anyone entering the town was within his perception, and as of their last conversation, no one else had arrived. And the followers of the Twilight Cult and the Decay Cult were all still in the inn, so who was fighting over there? But it seemed there were indeed some who slipped through the cracks. 2 members of the Twilight Cult had left the sewage inn. Besides them, the whereabouts of Arthur were unknown. Were they the ones fighting? Damn it! Night-chan cursed silently. It's chaotic. Little cat, can you still use scene retrospection? Night-chan was somewhat worried. After all, the Mind Cat had already used its ability twice today. The first time, the Mind Cat seemed very hesitant and conflicted. In theory, meow, but I don't recommend it, meow. Ha? Night-chan was puzzled, not understanding its meaning. Why? The Mind Cat hesitated for a moment before replying. My power is running low, I need to recover. I'm not questioning your strength, meow, but I'm worried that if you suddenly lose control due to excessive power consumption in a sudden battle, I should keep some emergency power, meow. Night-chan furrowed his brow slightly, then nodded gently. You're right, let's not use it for now. The sports field was not far, although in a different direction. It was even closer to the town guard office. Almost in the roar of the engine, he had already arrived. Whoosh! Click! Bang! Bang bang! Amidst the roar of the engine, Night-chan was almost about to ride his bike to the side entrance of the sports field when suddenly a moving sound came from behind a tree beside him. That shadow seemed to not want to come into contact with Night-chan, deliberately waiting until Night-chan's position was almost past him, then suddenly sprinting in the opposite direction. Night-chan didn't hesitate at all. Seeing that the first reaction was to run, if the culprit wasn't him, then he must have something to hide. Although the road was not very wide, there were only a few scattered trees on both sides. Most of it was wasteland, not much different from the road. That shadow had just been hiding under a tree. In the midst of the mad dash, Yechin executed an extreme turn, forcefully bending back in the direction he came from, speeding towards the dark shadow. The shadow knew that his legs couldn't outrun 2 wheels, so he swiftly turned and fired a shot. Damn it! Meeting head-on, no matter how fast he was like a stationary target. Yechin stomped on the motorcycle's brakes, then leaped with force, somersaulting in mid-air before landing on the ground. Amidst the somersault in mid-air, Yechin didn't forget to draw his revolver and fired 2 shots. Of course, he couldn't aim precisely while high-speed somersaulting, but his revolver could shoot automatically. Puff! The shadow grunted, a spray of blood bursting out, then without hesitation, threw several cylindrical projectiles, thick smoke covering everything in sight. Damn it! Yechin fell to the ground, enduring the discomfort of almost twisting his ankle, and as he stood up, all he could see was an endless haze. Smoke bombs? Are you that scared? Yechin cursed lightly, abandoning the pursuit. The opponent had vanished into the smoke, his visibility almost zero. Charging in recklessly would be suicidal, not brave. Well-equipped, exceptional physique, not using any strange abilities. Not from the church, but an enhanced genetic individual? Yechin stroked his chin, gradually forming judgments about the abilities in the wasteland. Giving up the chase, Yechin glanced back at the fire, his brow furrowed. Forget it, not chasing anymore. He lifted his motorcycle, noticing a few more weathered scratches from the abrupt break that flung him off earlier, making him feel a pang of regret. Boom! Thud! As he twisted the throttle, the motorcycle sagged momentarily, and each step he took afterward felt like a roller coaster ride, prompting him to halt. He already had a rough idea of what happened, but Yechin needed to confirm. Sure enough, there was a bullet hole in the front tire. The tire had burst. Yechin's brow furrowed, not out of concern for the tire but pondering why the tire was targeted. Was it an accident or a deliberate attack on the tire? If the opponent aimed precisely at the moving target, hitting the tire accurately, their marksmanship was superior to his own with the semi-automatic pistol. It also meant that they could have hit him directly but chose to target the tire. Did they not want to harm him, seek stability, or just wanted to retreat? Yechin glanced down at his black-brown town guard uniform, still distinctive and recognizable even in the darkness. The town guard consisted of only Arthur and Yechin, so if they avoided confrontation because of the uniform. Yechin gazed into the distant mist, feeling a hint of worry. His marksmanship wasn't inferior to the opponent's. If his 2 shots could hit steadily as usual, the person should still be alive, right? Returning to the outside of the gym, the thick smoke was already stinging people's eyes. How could such a huge fire have started? Yechin furrowed his brow. Before leaving the inn, he had heard a few loud gunshots and explosions, inferring that explosives ignited flammable materials, causing a small fire. As long as it was contained promptly, it could be extinguished before spreading. However, at his almost non-stop pace, the fire here was uncontrollable. The flames were about to reach Yechin's feet, making him squint. What? He pulled out a water bag filled with water from his body, unscrewed the cap, and poured some down. Surprisingly, the flames that touched the water didn't extinguish. They even burned on the water's surface. Gasoline? Yechin exclaimed in astonishment. Arthur was still talking to himself about how precious gasoline is nowadays, as they were reluctant to refuel their cars and switched to motorcycles instead. And yet, here, someone actually used gasoline to almost drench the entire huge stadium? Who could have such astronomical amounts of gasoline to do such a thing? Who would have the time to undertake such a massive project? Moreover, wouldn't it be more cost-effective to just use enough TNT instead? Annoying. If only there was a way to rewind the scene at this moment, maybe a huge secret could be revealed. Through the burning mist rising in the night, listening to the crackling of the flames, suddenly feeling like there was some different noise. But the sound was really too faint, so much so that Night-chan was a bit unsure. It wasn't until, from the vast sea of fire came a voice amplified as if by a loudspeaker, sounding like a bell tolling. Help me, ah! Ha! Night-chan's pupils contracted. There was actually someone in the fire scene? How did they survive? No! How did this voice come through? Just that voice a moment ago had basically reached the sound system level of a concert, and there was no electronic sound at all, as if it was a direct human voice. A mysterious side ability? Or some kind of supernatural item? It's getting more and more bizarre. But without a doubt, this person needed saving. Why were they in there? It should bring plenty of answers. But how? The heck to save them? He couldn't put out the fire himself. Even if he went crazy and kept resurrecting to drag the body in, there was no way to drag that poor soul out alive from inside. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Over here. Stop splashing water, put out the fire. Who the hell threw the smoke bomb? A flurry of hurried footsteps approached. Night-chan turned around, only to see the innkeeper leading over 10 townspeople rushing through the thick smoke. Splash! Buckets of water poured down, but almost no sparks were extinguished. Even if they could put out these flames, it was like a drop in the ocean for the huge stadium. My goodness! The innkeeper raised his head, looking at the blazing fire, stunned. How? How did it burn so big? Gasoline, Night-chan said calmly. Gasoline? This time, the innkeeper's eyes nearly popped out. Damn it! Which spendthrift did this? Must be out of their mind. Night-chan. Although I also think the same, but your focus is always off, right? Glancing at him, Night-chan sighed, realizing that this group of townspeople probably couldn't help much. Oh well, let the lunatic continue to let me handle it. Don't go fetch water, take these people and find me some bendable iron wires nearby, it must be quick. The innkeeper hesitated for a moment, then without a word, waved his hand and led the people away, while Night-chan squatted in front of the tire, silently taking out the fossil. The white light filled with gray mist kept flickering, and the bullet holes on the tire slowly returned to their original state. At that moment, the innkeeper returned, taking less than 3 minutes in total. Pretty fast. Where did you get them? Night-chan took a big bunch of iron wires, not sure whether to praise or doubt him. Hey, there's a wire mesh nearby, we took some down. Nodding, Night-chan wedged the fossil between the motorcycle's engine and fuel tank in the recessed position, wrapping the iron wire around it in circles. In the unstable areas, he pressed the wire bit by bit into a ball and wedged it into the gaps. This way, the fossil was completely secured in place. With the task accomplished, Night-chan wet the cloth with a water bag, covering his mouth and nose like a classic bandit. Then, he mounted the motorcycle, revved the engine, and adjusted the direction of the stadium. Wait! Hold on! In that instant, the innkeeper felt like his brain had crashed. What are you going to do? You're not going to ride in there, are you? Night-chan glanced at him, asking with a smile, what else am I supposed to do? Innkeeper! No, even if you're not afraid of fire, do you know that riding a motorcycle in there will explode due to overheating before you get very far? Yi-chan kicked the position of the fossil with his foot and shook his head. It won't explode. Yes, this was the method he integrated using existing resources. By utilizing the characteristics of the fossil, he tried to stall at this critical point as much as possible. As the fire burns there, the fossil continues to regress further. In other words, before the motorcycle overheats and explodes, this thing can be effective. But if it really explodes, well, it's hard to say. Yi-chan probably would be reduced to ashes. Of course, he could basically survive, but it would consume the already limited strength, intensifying the feeling of hunger. Using wire to secure it was not an option. Glue couldn't hold firmly for long, and the fossil was still regressing. If it falls off halfway while riding, it would be a disaster. Tape was even worse, it would probably burn completely in a matter of seconds. After much thought, the only way to fix this situation was to use the fossil for stabilization. Alright, go collect all the fire extinguishers in the town, and get more people to create a fire break on the outskirts. Without a sufficient quantity of professional firefighting equipment, this place is definitely beyond saving. Boom! Who knows what the situation inside is like, how long that poor guy can hold on. Every second slower is a loss of hope. As for the possibility of traps, in this post-apocalyptic world where human warmth is scarce, who would set traps in a way that only traps people with high moral standards? Yi-chan's figure dissipated in the sea of fire, and the innkeeper looked at that resolute figure with limitless complexity in his eyes. He didn't understand that Yi-chan wasn't afraid of death because he had the ability to resurrect. He was just somewhat awed by that departing figure. I really wish we could always stand by each other. In the sea of fire, Yi-chan could hardly see the road ahead. Or rather, being able to see it all was a testament to his strong will. The best news along this road was that the gate connecting the outside and inside was unlocked, or else he really wouldn't be able to get out of the car and open the door in this situation. Ah, help me. I don't want to die. The smoke was too thick, Yi-chan could barely open his eyes every few seconds. As for his skin, it was just okay. The spread of the fossil included his body, coupled with his passive ability to accelerate recovery. Except for the continuous burning sensation, there was nothing else. But fortunately, his voice, screaming like a slaughtered pig, was loud enough for Yi-chan to locate him accurately. Boom! The motorcycle hit a foundation, almost flipping over, and it took Yi-chan a while to stabilize the bike. Damn it! After all, it was a human-shaped place. Not every part of the terrain was smooth. The only regret was that even though it was fine to enter from the outside, how did he end up in the middle of the sports field and get stuck? It was troublesome now, with only one fossil. If he chose to walk, leaving the car meant he wouldn't be able to walk a step, but if he took it with him, the car would definitely explode. And the most crucial point, it hurt. Stepping on the fire directly, even if he wouldn't die, what then? The persistent pain would torment his spirit and will, making it a problem to even move forward. As for whether he could use the fossil to solve this fire, Yi-chan had also considered it, but the answer was no. The range was too large, too broad. The fossil could only regress within a certain range, and it took time. By the time this operation was completed, it would probably be tomorrow morning. Wiping his hand, Yi-chan was taken aback. What seemed to be blocking him was not a barrier but a platform. How could there be a platform in the middle of the sports field? Oh, Yi-chan probably guessed what this place was, similar to a temporary award platform, a stage where most people would be. Since it was confirmed that he had to go up, it was easy to handle. This kind of platform is so high that it's impossible to go up and down just by jumping. There must be steps. The height of the steps is enough for me to ride my motorcycle up. Yi-chan adjusted his direction, maintaining a slow and steady speed, moving along the platform continuously until he reached the edge. I don't want to die. Old man, do you know your grandson was killed in a trap? What kind of place is this? It's a trap, a trap. The pig-like screams didn't sound like those of a victim at all. Otherwise, by now, he would have either been burned to death or suffocated. How could he still be so full of energy? Or perhaps, it's unreasonable to survive in such a fire. Little cat, it seems to be a living person indeed, not some supernatural being, right? Fortunately, the spiritual cat was completely normal. For it, being in a non-physical state, the raging fire in this place didn't affect it at all, although the limited impact was already making it quite uncomfortable. It's too hot here, meow. Just looking at it makes me feel hot, meow. And I'm very uncomfortable staying here, let's hurry up, meow meow. Finally, Yi-chan found the steps. Not to mention the little cat, the continuous burning, smoke, and his dry throat were becoming unbearable. The water absorbed by the face towel had almost completely dried up, and Yi-chan didn't dare to take out the water bag. It was time to end this quickly. Roar! The motorcycle backed up 2 meters, Yi Chen gripped the throttle and charged up. In the middle of the platform, there was a pillar for support. Tied securely to the pillar was a handsome young man with a slight wave in his hair. He had no idea how long he had been tied up there. Strangely, even the pillar he was tied to was almost burnt through, but the rope binding him remained intact. Roar! The motorcycle cut through the raging smoke and endless flames, appearing in front of the pillar with a deafening roar, right before the man's eyes. Their eyes met. Yi Chen, dressed in a sharp combat outfit, expressionless, flames surrounding his body without touching him, like the king of flames. In this scene, in this setting, in this entrance, the young man felt like he would have proposed on the spot if he were a girl. Save me, brother! Not knowing what the other was thinking, Yi Chen was indeed taken aback as he looked at him. This was the first person he had seen since leaving the containment tower who looked so similar to him, dressed flamboyantly in what seemed like a fancy outfit in the wasteland, but in normal and stylish attire before the apocalypse, almost like a branded item. Coupled with that trendy hairstyle, Yi Chen almost thought he had seen a fellow villager. The man's condition was also peculiar. In the very center of the inferno, even though he was red all over from the heat, he seemed composed. The pungent smoke would have suffocated a normal person here long ago, yet he was shouting for help like a pig. Meow! Look at his right hand, 5 supernatural items meow. Yi Chen? Yi Chen paused, looking at the young man's right hand, each finger adorned with a ring. 2 of them emitted a faint gray mist in halo. This guy must be the real Lord of the Rings. 5 supernatural items? Where did this rich guy come from? Show me your 5. No wonder he survived here, but who knows what these rings are for? Who are you? Yi Chen raised his revolver, his voice hoarse as he asked. He wasn't trying to act deep or tough, his throat was just too dry. The young man was about to be scared silly, wriggling his body while shouting, Su Lezhang. My name is Su Lezhang. Brother, calm down, why pull out a gun at the drop of a hat? Yi Chen frowned, clearly not the answer he wanted to hear. What use was knowing his name? Was that what he wanted to ask? Which faction do you belong to? The young man hesitated imperceptibly. Faction? I'm just myself, Before Yi Chen could finish, Su Lezhang immediately shouted out, Radiant City. My family is from Radiant City. If we talk about influence, this would be mine. Radiant City? Yi Chen felt both surprised and unsurprised by this answer, finally seeing a living person from Radiant City. As for what he said about being the only one that mattered, Yi Chen dismissed it as nonsense. Was Radiant City getting involved in this place's mess too? What was the purpose of all these factions converging here? He had too many questions now, like what had happened here, why he was tied up, why he had come here, who else was here, and what their intentions were. But it seemed more appropriate to discuss this outside. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Su Lezhang trembled all over, fearfully closing his eyes. It was over. The handsome guy who appeared wasn't here to save him. I'm done for. However, after a few seconds, Su Lezhang realized something wasn't right. He wasn't dead. Opening his eyes, he saw the person who held the power of life and death looking equally shocked. Bang! Before he could plead for mercy, Yi Chen fired a second shot, not even giving him a chance to close his eyes. He also saw the bullet hitting the rope binding him, causing it to snap open. What the heck? What the? Meow! The rope turned out to be an ability. Su Lezhang finally understood this time. It turned out this guy wasn't trying to kill him but to help him untie the rope. Although it was a bit rough. The rope binding him was an ability? After a moment of shock, Yi Chen, looking at Su Lezhang's expression, showed a hint of pity. Who did you offend to the extent that they were willing to sacrifice an ability, leaving you tied up in this fiery hell, playing with you like a cat with a mouse until the last moment, yet offering no hope of escape? Damn it! Beast! Even Su Lezhang himself hadn't expected the rope binding him to be an ability. It was truly hopeless now. He seemed to have completely lost interest in Yi Chen, no longer moved by anything in this world. At the moment of life and death, a sense of heroism arose within him, and he laughed heartily. In life, what joy, in death, what fear. A real man. Ah, crack. Suddenly, Su Lezhang felt his whole body relax, as if losing gravity, falling down, and landing face first on the ground. Before he could lift his head, he felt something grab his collar from behind, and when he raised his head, he found himself thrown onto the back seat of a motorcycle. Click! Yi Chen started the engine in one go, having already found a clear path out without obstacles, and only needed to speed ahead. You're not my brother, how did you manage to get that thing off me? Having mentally prepared himself for death, he was suddenly saved, and this emotional shift made it hard for him to adjust. Most absurdly, he couldn't figure out how Yi Chen had done it. It was incredible. Just untied it directly. Are you stupid? Yi Chen was getting fed up with this idiot, driving and scolding at the same time. Su Lezhang? Damn it! If you could untie it directly, why did you shoot at me in the first place? V-room. The motorcycle drew a brilliant arc, rushing out of the fire in full view of the townspeople. Unbelievable. A magnificent scene, as if from a movie. He really made it out? In his mortal body, riding a motorcycle into such a fiery hell, and then coming out unscathed? No wonder Arthur valued him so much. Did you collect the fire extinguisher? Yi Chen stopped in front of the innkeeper, got off the motorcycle, took a few sips of water, and calmly asked, Oh, I found some. Yi Chen followed his gaze and noticed that the innkeeper, perhaps stimulated by the sight of gasoline all over the ground, actually dared to spend a fortune to drive over. However, the appearance of the open trunk was scattered, and even combined, there were not enough ordinary fire extinguishers for 20. Yi Chen fell silent. Is this all? Yes, this is all. The innkeeper smiled bitterly. Fires hardly happen nowadays. Everywhere is barren hardland. Trees and even wood are scarce, difficult to burn. Even if a fire breaks out, it's just a matter of pouring water. Never thought about something like gasoline causing it. Yi Chen sighed. Forget it, don't waste them, keep them for later use. Can such a small amount extinguish such a big fire? It can only be said that this fire is beyond saving, but it doesn't matter. After all, for the current town of sewage, the stadium is just a decoration, not significant in terms of property damage or casualties. As long as fire breaks are in place, this disaster will pass. I have something to do, you guys stay clear. Yi Chen finished speaking, then looked at Su Lezhang, who was fidgeting by his motorcycle, and smirked. You, come with me. With that, Yi Chen led the way to a lonely tree by the roadside, just enough to hide behind, facing him. Alright, first question, what are you doing in Sewage Town? With so many forces coming to Sewage Town, it's definitely not because each has their own business and coincidentally met here, but because they share a common goal. Arthur, the old riddle man, has been mumbling and still hasn't told Yi Chen what the chaotic turntable is. The Radiant Cult and the Rotting God Cult haven't had a chance to communicate yet, and even if they did, it might not be trustworthy. So far, the people from the Radiant City have become the best breakthrough. Ha! What purpose could I have? I didn't want to come at all. Let me remind you, you entered Sewage Town without permission. I should have arrested you. Then you were found at the scene of the accident, with some suspicion, so now it's interrogation. Snap! Yi Chen took out his revolver and flicked off the safety. The environment is indeed crude. I don't have time to take you back to the interrogation room now. I wonder if this will make you more immersive? Su Lezhang. You're going too far. I don't know, you're not letting me explain. I really didn't want to come, I was tricked. It seems that being pointed at by a gun greatly increased Su Lezhang's immersion, and he answered very cooperatively. It's a family power struggle. Ah, our family has a tradition where a member must undergo a major event on their 20th birthday, like a trial in a novel. My old man was deceived and sent me to this place. I'm so unlucky. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. What kind of family tradition is this, where adults have to undergo such trials? Your father is? To be precise, it's my grandfather, Su Lezhang said. He's the deputy lord of the lower district of the Radiant City. Wow, a lord level? Although not sure which district the lower district is in the Radiant City, having both lord titles in one place means it's not a simple title. How did you come here, and when did you arrive? This time, Su Lezhang looked at him as if he were a fool. It must be today. I just arrived tonight, otherwise, could you have seen me before? A helicopter dropped me directly in, and the moment I landed, I was tied up and hung there. Then, it's just as you saw. Yi Chen. Of course, it can't be guaranteed that Su Lezhang is telling the truth, but assuming it is true, then you, as the heir, are really too weak. No struggle at all, delivered all the way here, seamlessly transitioning from the heir to hanging and waiting to die? What's the difference between you and the pig in the slaughterhouse assembly line? But, assuming what he said is true, does that mean the people from Glorious City set fire to the stadium? According to Su Lezhang, he was set up to die, and as soon as he arrived, he was immediately captured, indicating that those below already knew when he would come, or he would go after arriving, which means the arsonist below is from Glorious City. It probably takes time to spread gasoline all over the stadium. This must have been fully planned, and it can basically rule out the possibility of entering the crime scene by mistake and being silenced, otherwise the other party would not leave his belongings behind, and go to such lengths to kill him in this way. Yi Chen is at a loss. Damn it, what does Glorious City have to do with this place? Even if there is a plot, why didn't anyone come, only sending a nobody to die? It makes even less sense if there is no plot, why would they burn the stadium? Even if they really wanted Su Lezhang to die in such a fancy way, there was no need for it to happen at the site of the Wastewater Town festival, right? Also, when Su Lezhang arrived, there was only one person, so the people below must have entered here even earlier, but Arthur said he could sense everyone entering Wastewater Town. So assuming there are no more outsiders, could this fire have been set by Wastewater Town in conjunction with Glorious City? Damn it! What's going on here? Have you seen who attacked you? Su Lezhang nodded repeatedly, then shook his head, with a touch of excitement and gritted teeth. I saw a bit, but I didn't see the face. That person looked fierce, wearing leather armor, muscles vaguely visible underneath, especially terrifying muscles. Leather armor? Leather armor again? Didn't Arthur say there was no one in the town wearing leather armor? It's almost the same as the person who robbed him, but a bit different. That person did so many crazy things just for 50 misty blue coins, but the person Su Lezhang described remained indifferent in the face of a wealthy and completely controlled scion of Glorious City. However, the overlapping parts of both sides seem to play a decisive role: leather armor and Glorious City. If the cause of the big fire was burning gasoline, then gunshots and explosions shouldn't have occurred there, and when he arrived, he encountered a figure in a combat uniform, which didn't match Su Lezhang's description of leather armor. Then who the hell was it? Does it mean that there are 5th or even 6th forces hidden here? Many things suddenly don't make sense. Of course, there is also a possibility that can explain everything. Every word Su Lezhang says is a lie. Officer, you have to stand up for me. These people are simply lawless, daring to do evil on your turf, officer. Yi Chen's train of thought was completely interrupted by Su Lezhang's shouting, looking at him coldly for a moment. Actually, he couldn't just show Su Lezhang a good face. After all, the other party hadn't offended him from start to finish, and his attitude was good, very cooperative. But, after all, he didn't know if Su Lezhang was lying to him. Showing a bit of coldness could make him uneasy when lying, to speculate whether he had found a loophole and then found a flaw in himself. Of course, I will do my best to capture the main culprit, Yi Chen said expressionlessly, but the premise of everything is that you are not lying. Su Lezhang was stunned for a moment, showing a look of sorrow and indignation. I'm not lying. I won't lie. Every word I say is true. Don't move from here. Yi Chen neither agreed nor disagreed, ordered the other party to stay put, then walked to the other end of the tree. No, I have to deceive him a bit, otherwise I really won't know what's true and what's false. His furrowed brow quickly relaxed. Yi Chen revealed a mischievous smile, then took out a piece of paper from his pocket, tore it into shreds silently, and kept all the pieces in the palm of his hand. Following that, Yi Chen took the fossil and placed it in the palm of the hand holding the scraps of paper. Within a dozen seconds, the paper completely restored itself. Putting on his poker face, Yi Chen coldly returned to face Su Lezhang. I just applied for the death note permission. Now, hold the paper in your left hand and the stone in your right hand, and read with me. Wait. Su Lezhang hesitated, clearly frightened. Death note? What's that? Yi Chen glanced at him, a hint of a cold smile on his face. It's what you're holding. You should feel it. It's a supernatural item. As long as you hold it and lie, your soul will be extinguished within a day, leaving no remains. Damn it! Su Lezhang felt the paper in his hand burning hotter. He could indeed sense that Yi Chen was not bluffing. This was truly a supernatural item. Enough, read with me immediately, or I'll deal with you for lying, I promise. Su Lezhang hesitated, but faced with the dark barrel, he dared not say a word against it. I promise. Yi Chen nodded in satisfaction and continued, if there was a lie during the interrogation just now, you will accept death as punishment unconditionally. For some reason, seeing that Yi Chen only wanted him to say those words, Su Lezhang felt a wave of relief. If I lied during the interrogation just now, I will accept death as punishment unconditionally. Death comes like the wind, always accompanying me. Death comes like the wind, always accompanying me. Yi Chen nodded, very satisfied, but was also surprised. He really dared. This mysterious thing, he couldn't be sure if what he said was true or false, saying such a contract-like content. Either he was confident he wouldn't die, or he truly had a clear conscience. Alright, now raise the hand holding the paper, then place the other hand holding the stone flat on top of it and wait silently. Su Lezhang, half believing, held the stone in his right hand and placed it flat on the paper, feeling extremely nervous. 10, 9, 8. Yi Chen silently counted down in his mind. 3, 2, 1. Swish! The paper in Su Lezhang's hand suddenly disintegrated in an instant. Fragments scattered and fluttered in the air, startling Su Lezhang. What? What's going on? I didn't lie. Yi Chen smiled slightly, feeling very pleased. Whether you lied or not, you'll know in a few days. The contract is now in effect. Gulp! Su Lezhang swallowed hard. Damn, is this really the death note? Does this Wastewater Town really have such a terrifying supernatural item? Luckily, I didn't lie. What I said was true, but there were many things left unsaid, so it can't be called lying, right? But man, you're too powerful. Alright. Yechin smiled, no longer needing to keep a straight face. So, do you know what's going to happen here? Zulashang was sent over. I don't know. Zulashang's face showed even greater despair. But obviously, they must be planning to throw me into the most dangerous, complex, and life-threatening place. Unless something unexpected happens, I definitely won't be able to get out of this place. Disappointed, Yechin turned his head away. It was as if he hadn't said anything, and this air of yours is too damn weak. Boom! An off-road vehicle came roaring from a distance and slowly stopped at the main entrance of the sports field. Bang! There was only one person in the car, and as the door opened, the girl with light blue hair got out of the driver's seat. Ha! Why is someone from the Rotten God cult here? Quiet, Yechin warned Zulashang, crouching down and hiding in the shadow behind the tree. Ha! Oh, okay. The girl glanced at the raging fire, frowned, and coldly looked at the innkeeper. Where are your people? Aren't they putting out the fire? The innkeeper swallowed hard. Can't extinguish it. After a moment of silence, the blue-haired girl pulled out a small square box from her pocket and then took out a water droplet. The water droplet was the size of two hands put together. It hung in the air, not dispersing into water droplets but instead firmly held in her hand. Exhaling, a faint mist spread over her hand, then the entire water droplet seemed to be stimulated by some power source, and the girl became excited. Kitten, what is she doing? Nightchen cautiously transmitted his voice. I don't know Meow, but she's activating her supernatural ability now. I suggest not contacting Meow, as it's easy to be detected when the other party is fully using their abilities. Whoosh! In front of the gym, the water droplet grew larger and turned into a water sphere bigger than the blue-haired girl. The girl was sucked into the water sphere, as if weightless, tilting downwards with her hair floating elegantly, exuding a mysterious charm. Then, the water sphere, with the girl inside, floated in the air over 2 meters above the ground. Wow! Nightchen looked at the fossil in his hand, hesitating to speak. Why do others look so cool when using their skills? Whoosh! Before Nightchen could observe further, the cloudless sky suddenly poured down heavy rain. Wow! The pouring rain hit Nightchen like an epiphany, and he quickly took cover under a nearby tree. The branches above swayed, almost blocking all the rain. Of course, it's not safe to hide under a tree during a rainstorm, but this was clearly not a normal rain. Nightchen raised his head in surprise to see a river suspended in the sky. The aerial river started from the water sphere, connecting to a distant sewage ditch, crossing a long distance including the inn and the town center, pouring down. Is this water borrowed from the sewage ditch? So, what is the ability of this supernatural entity? This was a question that wouldn't be answered immediately, as the entire stadium was now submerged in the pouring rain. Everyone fell into a silent stupor, and a few minutes later, the heavy rain engulfed the entire stadium. The fire was extinguished. Plop! As the water sphere violently contracted, the blue-haired girl fell to the ground, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. She seemed neither to expect nor need anyone's gratitude, gently wiping the blood from her mouth, then returning to her car and driving towards the inn. The world fell silent. Nightchen watched her depart, lost in thought. Why did she intervene in this matter? It can't be just a kind-hearted gesture to help extinguish the fire. This place is insignificant, with no casualties, and even the town of sewage doesn't seem to care much. So, Nightchen seemed to finally understand something. The two major cults don't want the festival to be affected, right? The significance of this stadium was that it would be the location for the Sewage Town Festival. Although it seemed that no one from the Twilight cult had intervened, it was likely because they lacked the means to extinguish the fire. However, this aerial river that brought the heavy rain crossed the entire sewage town, starting from the sewage ditch beneath the sewage inn. It wouldn't be difficult for the Twilight cult to stop her, but they didn't. At least on this point, both sides seemed to have an unspoken agreement. It was the people of Sewage Town who seemed not to want the flames to be extinguished. Nightchen looked thoughtfully at the innkeeper staring blankly at the stadium not far away. It seemed that the people of Sewage Town were not so keen on putting out this fire. Oh my god, the rotting cult? Why are they here too? Su Lezhang, who had been obediently following behind for quite some time, let out a deafening scream, leaving Nightchen speechless. Enough, can you not embarrass yourself like this? Your ring is like the one from Lord of the Rings, why are you so cowardly? This is not just cowardice, it's being set up so blatantly by your competitors, like a pig being led to the slaughterhouse on a conveyor belt. It's so embarrassing. So, what are your plans next? To be honest, facing the matter of Su Lezhang, Yi Chen's position was somewhat awkward. It did lead to some clues, but its significance was not as great as he had imagined. Should he just let it go? Not quite satisfied, not entirely at ease, unable to predict whether he would cause trouble in the future, but not letting go. Strictly speaking, he was the victim, and he had no reason to do such a thing himself. What are your plans now? Su Lezhang hesitated. I don't know. Of course, survive first, and then do something. Do something. Really not causing trouble? Beep beep. Just then, Yi Chen's walkie-talkie vibrated. Yi Chen, slightly stunned, reached out and took it out. Hey, it's Arthur, sorry I wasn't available earlier. Yi Chen squinted, tentatively asked, the gym just caught fire, do you know? Arthur fell silent for a moment on the other end, his voice steady. I already know, thanks for going there. Well, it was indeed a bit of trouble, but in the end, he didn't do much. Let's talk about this later. My house is in the north of the town, drive north along the town guard office, turn right at the third intersection and go uphill. The only two-story house is mine. Got it. Yi Chen put down the phone, frowned at Su Lezhang for a moment, then gradually relaxed. But it didn't matter anymore, this matter should almost come to an end. Including this guy, it was better to interrogate him than to interrogate Arthur. Besides, Arthur could sense everyone entering Sewage Town, so there was no need to worry about this guy's whereabouts. Just as Yi Chen was about to leave, Su Lezhang hurriedly stopped him. Wait, brother, can you protect me for a while? Yi Chen raised an eyebrow, impressed by his audacity, without a word, turned to leave. Wait, I have money, lots of money. 10 mist blue coins a day, how about that? Yi Chen's steps halted. 10 mist blue coins a day? It sounded like a good deal, but in reality, this amount of money was even more than what the town guard paid him. Without considering benefits and convenience, in terms of salary alone, the town guard paid him a weekly salary of 20 mist blue coins. Calculating, this nobleman from Glorious City was offering almost 4 times the amount. It was indeed a bit tempting, but it was just a fleeting temptation. Yi Chen shook his head. Very tempting, but I don't have time. If he could show some intelligence value, it would be good, but he was clueless and didn't even know what he was doing. The actual benefits were far less than in Sewage Town. He really didn't have time, running around every day and causing trouble. How could he waste time with him? Yi Chen's indifference to wealth completely impressed Su Lezhang. Even when Yi Chen got on the motorcycle and was about to leave, it made him realize that once this village passed, this opportunity might be lost forever. 30. I'll pay 30 mist blue coins a day. I don't need you to follow me all the time, can I follow you instead? 30 coins. Alright, Yi Chen couldn't ignore this money anymore. And if he didn't need to provide protection, it wouldn't affect his action plan. At most, he would have a tag-along. The only trouble was that this inevitable move would bring some inconvenience and easily expose some of his secrets. What's wrong? Su Lezhang was a bit intimidated by Yi Chen's direct gaze, couldn't help but swallow nervously. Okay. After a while, Yi Chen made this somewhat risky decision. There was one thing he couldn't ignore. Even if the other party was weak, funny, or silly, he was one of the participating forces representing Glorious City in the upcoming events in Sewage Town. Letting him follow might lead to unexpected gains. For example, if his enemies find out he's not dead and try to launch a second assassination attempt, hidden 5th or even 6th factions might surface before him. The two major divine sects might think that Glorious City has allied with them, thus making more urgent reactions. As for secrets, well, the Soul Cat probably hasn't been able to use scene retrospection for a long time. As long as there's no abnormal exposure, supernatural items are relatively inconsequential. Come with me. Yi Chen walked all the way to the back of the innkeeper, patting his shoulder, startling the innkeeper as he turned around suddenly. Ah, it's great, the fire is out, what a relief. Yi Chen, really? Why don't I see you looking happy at all? When you go back to the inn, bring him with you, and when you arrive, have him wait in my room first. The innkeeper hesitated, glanced at Su Lezhang, and said nothing. After all, he had seen Yi Chen come out of the fire with this person. But when he saw the row of rings on his fingers, he couldn't help but feel a twitch in his eyelids. Fine, but if something happens on the way back, I won't take responsibility. Yi Chen shook his head solemnly. No, you will be responsible. Innkeeper? This was a small test. Is he really just an ordinary person with no strength at all? And if Arthur really concealed something, the person who acted against Su Lezhang might be related to Sewage Town. If he chose to act against Su Lezhang on the way without knowing how much he knew, could he justify it to himself? Turning his head, Yi Chen gave Su Lezhang one last instruction. If you safely reach 401 and encounter an attack there, find a way to escape to 402. Stir up the water. Of course, if it's done by the Twilight Sect, you just have to accept it. But in any case, it was impossible to bring him along to meet Arthur tonight. After finalizing this decision, Yechin rode his motorcycle and headed towards the town guard's office. Without any further obstacles along the way, following the route Arthur mentioned, turning right at the third intersection, there was indeed a small hill, leading to a two-story villa. Perhaps because of the sparse population, Yechin had not seen anyone living in a building in Sewage Town so far. After some twists and turns, it seemed that only Sewage Town and Sewage Inn were places where people were active in buildings. The room's hall was lit, giving a warm and homely feeling. Knock knock. Creak. Yechin knocked on the door, and after a few moments, the door opened without even asking who it was. Behind the door stood the ever-sturdy and upright Arthur. Even at home, he still wore his cowboy hat, never taking it off. However, there was a hint of weariness in his demeanor. Come in, you must be tired from helping with the sudden fire. Yechin walked in, a fragrance wafting in, and there were two large plates on the dining table. One plate held purple-brown fruits, and the other, lamb skewers? What the heck? Your little kitchen is quite surprising. I thought you guys ate mosquitoes every day. I heard you're not used to the taste here. These are frozen products sent by a supply caravan that passed through the city a few months ago. I haven't been able to eat them myself, hoping they suit your taste. Damn, that's definitely satisfying. Arthur, you've scored big points with this. Yechin didn't hold back, sitting on the prepared chair, dipping the skewers in the seasoning and taking a bite. It was delicious, satisfying, and invigorating. It was at that moment that Yechin seemed to understand something. Why some people are willing to leave here for glorious city at all costs. Even in a post-apocalyptic wasteland, there are always those who tirelessly seek a better life. I heard you just rescued someone inside? Savoring the taste of meat in his mouth, Yechin finally remembered that he was here for a serious matter. Yes, I was just about to ask you. Have you sensed anyone else entering Wastewater Town? Arthur fell silent for a moment and nodded. Yes, there is one. If the person you rescued is not from Wastewater Town, then it must be him. Yechin narrowed his eyes. Are you sure there's only one? Arthur nodded. I am very sure. However, this time, Yechin probably wouldn't give up so easily. But the person who tried to burn this outsider is closely connected to the outside world, with ideas and premeditated actions. If there were no outsiders, then it must have been someone from Wastewater Town. The scene was full of gasoline. In a world where oil is so precious, ordinary people cannot access such a large amount of gasoline. If there were no outsiders, then the person who could do this is extraordinary. Yechin never mentioned Arthur directly, but every word hinted at him. He left a way out in his words. Though minimal, it still gave everyone a chance to resolve the situation. Yechin lowered his body, muscles tense. Why did you suddenly disappear, Arthur? The atmosphere turned cold, and even the hot lamb skewers couldn't change the fact that everything was cooling down. Of course, Yechin could maintain the current balance in a non-provocative way, enjoying the support and convenience of Wastewater Town. But the situation was getting more complicated. The issue of hunger was becoming urgent, and Yechin felt increasingly that he could not remain ignorant. At the very least, he needed to understand the basic purposes of these people, find true teammates. Besides, Yechin didn't think this matter would push Arthur to his limits. Even if he forcefully broke through, compared to Wastewater Town's current needs, it didn't seem so unspeakable. Strength is the confidence to speak. Indeed, Arthur fell silent, only speaking after a long time. I was doing something else just now. It wasn't me who did this. The person you rescued. Did they mention the appearance of the culprit? Still not admitting it. Leather armor, very strong. After a long pause, Arthur seemed to have finally made up his mind. Wait here, I'll get something. Ha! Yechin didn't mind Arthur leaving for a moment, as the current conversation theoretically wasn't at the executioner's position yet. However, Arthur's footsteps made Yechin squint. Are you injured? Arthur hesitated, then walked more naturally. Just a minor injury, had a little accident. Yechin didn't press further but patiently waited for Arthur to return, wondering what kind of answer he would give. Soon enough, Arthur returned. The only difference was that he was holding a piece of clothing. A piece of leather armor. Exactly the same as the one worn by the person who attacked him initially. Arthur, you can't be serious. I just took some money from someone's pocket, but you even took their clothes? Of course, Yechin had completely misunderstood the situation. I only concealed this from our previous conversation. Arthur spoke slowly, answering his doubts but bringing even greater shock to Yechin. I should have mentioned to you before that the town has two corps. One is the town guard that maintains all internal security issues, and the other is the town defense team that resists invasions from the outside. And this leather armor is actually the uniform of the town defense team. Yechin? Aren't you on the same side? Arthur shook his head. Not entirely, our ideologies have gradually drifted apart. Damn it. Everything is a mess, and now you're telling me you've split into two factions? So, the one who robbed me in the alley was from the town defense team's will? No. Arthur shook his head. That person has already been expelled from the town defense team, that's why you can see him. What does that mean? Is it because he's no longer part of the Sewage Town defense team that he can be seen? Why couldn't he be seen? Wait a minute. In that instant, Yechen suddenly realized something. It seemed like he had never seen the town defense team before. Even though he had wandered all over Sewage Town, there were only a few cats around, so how could he have seen anyone else? Even the large town guard was only Arthur. Oh, now there were two, which led to Arthur's disappearance, leaving only me to organize the firefighting. Wait. Even with such a big fire, why didn't the town defense team show up? No, if we follow this line of reasoning, the fire at the gym was probably the work of the town defense team. So they are connected to Glorious City and are the ones who want to kill Su Lezhang. Of course, all of this is based on Arthur telling the truth. Oh my god. Yechen rubbed his head. The more he knew, the more confusing things became. What is the town defense team's purpose? Where are they? Arthur shook his head, sat back in front of Yechen, clasped his hands together, looking extremely serious. Let's stop here with this matter. It's time to discuss whether we can reach an agreement between us. Yechen hesitated for a moment, then nodded gently. Yes. The reason for this meeting tonight was precisely to communicate further and determine definitively whether a cooperative relationship could be established. So, what do you really want to achieve in Sewage Town? Arthur asked. At that moment, Yechen actually felt a bit of regret. If they couldn't reach an agreement next, everything now would be in vain. You can speak boldly. As long as you can help us, I can offer you everything Sewage Town can provide. Yechen smiled helplessly. It seemed like boldness was no longer the issue here. I'm more curious about what Sewage Town really wants to do. Can you tell me? Obviously, Yechen was not willing to be the first to confess, preferring to understand the other party's demands before revealing his own. For example, if Arthur's goal was to preserve the anomalies of Sewage Town and prevent them from being taken over by the two major sects and various forces, then Yechen would obviously stop there and remain silent. However, Arthur didn't seem to mind the order of honesty. Let's go back 60 years. 60 years ago. Arthur's face showed a nostalgic expression, pausing. He had wanted to say a lot, but only when he started speaking did he realize how little he could actually say. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there were disasters everywhere caused by strange phenomena, and each region faced different disasters. Near our Sewage Town, there was a city where everyone lost their minds and turned into monsters that attacked on sight. As time passed, those monsters gradually left the city and arrived in places where there were still people, launching mindless attacks endlessly. In the more academic terms used in Glorious City today, they are called corpse-tide. Seeing no impatience from Yechen, Arthur continued. At that time, there weren't as many anomalous entities in the world. No, except for a few major churches, no one else controlled anomalous entities. The combat power was still at pre-apocalypse levels, and Sewage Town was attacked simultaneously by anomalies and a scythe. Arthur closed his eyes. And then, we paid a great price to repel the scythe. Seeing Yechen's expressionless face, Arthur couldn't help but feel puzzled. Aren't you surprised? How we defeated the scythe. The scythe. That was the scythe. Even now, it's not something ordinary forces can defeat. Shouldn't you be a little surprised? Yechen shook his head. I'm not surprised at all. Why should I be surprised? I've even defeated it with my own hands. Please continue, Yechen said, showing great patience. Arthur glanced at him in surprise and nodded. It didn't matter. Didn't this just prove that the other party had the strength to fight for what they wanted? Even though the things he heard were absurd, he remained unfazed, his expression unchanged. The price paid plunged the entire Sewage Town into a particularly bad situation. This impact has permeated every aspect of Sewage Town, completely changing our lives. It was also because of that incident that we discovered even more worrisome things. Nightchin squinted his eyes, feeling that many messy threads were finally coming together. Many things started to become clear. Almost certain of a possibility, Nightchin blurted out, and then, for some reason, you were afraid to seek help from the Radiant Sun sect, so you sought help from the corrupt sect, which was as powerful as the Radiant Sun sect at that time. Crack! Arthur almost instantly stood up uncontrollably, tense all over, looking at Nightchin with eyes that even carried a hint of fear. How did you guess? Nightchin gestured for Arthur to relax, trying to make sense of it. I've heard long ago that Sewage Town has a close relationship with the corrupt sect, maybe even has joined them. But in my eyes, your attitude clearly shows that you don't really like the corrupt sect. It's even Different from how you treat the Radiant Sun sect. Arthur's gaze flickered. Is this for real? Can such a conclusion be drawn from just this bit of information? Is this what an expert does? Shaking his head, Arthur forced out the jumble of thoughts from his mind and continued, that's just one of the things. To change all this, to solve this problem, we've done a lot. This includes countless wrong decisions, wrong choices. Arthur sighed, revealing a hint of sorrow at this moment. Can you understand? After all the turmoil, in the end, we found out that the initial impact was so acceptable, so beautiful, so worth it. But everything cannot be undone, cannot be changed. All of this has shaped today's Sewage Town, a nightmare-like place. Sewage Town has become a hotspot in the eyes of the church, but who will think about the future of Sewage Town? Now, let alone getting rid of those influences, even with the two major sects, we can't break free. I must change all this, so first, I have to kick out all these irrelevant people. Arthur finished in one breath, took a deep breath, and looked at Night-chan with a bitter smile. That's all I can say. Maybe you don't understand, but I think I've made my position and attitude clear. Not understand? Normal people definitely wouldn't understand, but with the unequal exchange of information, he understood completely. Night-chan was deeply lost in thought. Arthur talked about one impact after another. Wasn't he just talking about anomalies? Each anomaly has its own characteristics and terrifying abilities, affecting everything around it. Humans can gain abilities from anomalies but need to pay a price. Having experienced the disaster in Sewage Town 60 years ago, he almost understood what happened next. 60 years ago, everything was normal in Sewage Town, just surviving the first wave of disasters after the apocalypse, until that day when it was invaded by the tide of corpses and the scythe of demons. In desperation, Sewage Town used the Bell of Chaos to defeat the scythe. Since then, Sewage Town has been under the influence of the Bell of Chaos, needing to pay a certain price continuously, unwilling but unable to break free. Moreover, the scythe fell into the sewage ditch, causing something terrifying to emerge from below, sparking extreme concern in Sewage Town, even a warning from the Bell of Chaos. Sewage Town began to seek outside help. At first, the Bell of Chaos didn't know why it received something from the Radiant Sun sect. Therefore, the town of Sewage dared not seek the help of the Sunset Divine Religion, which had a better reputation and was more reliable, and instead chose the Rotting Divine Religion, leading to the scene depicted in the second photo in the frame. At that time, the mayor led a group of followers from the Rotting Divine Religion as they marched into the sewage ditch. What happened afterward remains unknown. What lies beneath the sewage ditch and its current state are also mysteries. However, the outcome is undoubtedly grim. The town of Sewage found itself sinking deeper and deeper, prompting them to seek new solutions. More and more influence, which means more and more anomalies. Sewage Town did not give up and continued to search for solutions, only to exchange one anomaly for another in the end. Instead of resolving the issue, the anomalies multiplied, turning Sewage Town into what it is today, a town piled with countless anomalies, where anything could happen, becoming increasingly terrifying. What transpired afterward, even Night-chan could not fathom. After all, he only knew so much at the moment. How many anomalies are actually gathering in Sewage Town? Besides the ones he has seen, how many anomalies are lurking within Sewage Town? What kind of influence would drive Sewage Town to go to such lengths, willing to make deals akin to bargaining with the devil, enduring one anomaly after another? What are the two major divine religions, and even the people of the glorious city, up to? They are converging here one after another, but what can they gain? Why is this newbie village shrouded in mystery? Even though he felt like he had gained insight, Night-chan found himself perpetually entangled in enigmas. One thing is certain, though, the spirit cat was right. They truly did not want anomalies. They wished someone could take them away, rid the town of anomalies, but no one could. As Night-chan's lips curled involuntarily several times, Arthur couldn't help but furrow his brow, feeling a sense of discontent rising within him. Listen to the tragic history of our Sewage Town, hear about my desperate determination. What's there to be happy about? Is this the reaction a normal person should have? Now that I've finished speaking, it's your turn. What exactly do you want to take from Sewage Town? Are you representing yourself or another force? Night-chan raised his head and, for the first time, dared to reveal his purpose to someone. I want to take the anomalies from Sewage Town. Arthur? Ha? For a long time, the room fell silent. What was he saying? He wants anomalies? How is that even possible? Anomalies choose humans, not the other way around. That's why the major churches in the wasteland emerged. Please don't joke around. After a considerable pause, Arthur responded somewhat displeased. This is ridiculous. If it weren't utterly impossible, he might have almost believed it. I've sincerely told you the purpose of Sewage Town. With this attitude, are you not prepared for an honest exchange with me? Arthur's reaction caught Night-Chen off guard. He couldn't figure out what to do with Night-Chen anymore. I've told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. If you don't believe me, what can I do? I'm serious, Night-Chen said earnestly. If you give me the Chaos Bell, I can take it away right now. Arthur, how can I give you the Chaos Bell? He felt like this guy didn't even understand what anomalies were, yet he arrogantly demanded to take them away. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had repeatedly shown him supernatural objects in person, proving he wasn't an ignorant child who had never seen such things, Arthur would have already shown him the door. Wait, how does he know about the Chaos Bell? Despite his myriad doubts, Night-Chen's broad knowledge added a certain persuasiveness to his words. At that moment, Arthur felt a sense of familiarity in Night-Chen's conversation, akin to his talks with Su Lezhang. I feel like you're talking nonsense, but I can't be certain. If I act like I believe you and you turn out to be lying, I'll look foolish. So, I'll just keep wearing this stern expression. The Bell of Chaos. I cannot give it to you, nor do I have the right to. It is not in my possession. Ha! Ye-Chen paused for a moment. He clearly remembered that the Bell of Chaos was in the hands of the previous mayor several years ago. He might have even passed it on to his own father or grandfather before. But why couldn't he give it now? That part of history did not belong to him. The fabricated false history depicted him holding the Bell of Chaos and defeating the Reaper. But in reality, he did not exist back then, so someone else must have defeated the Reaper in the same way. If not the mayor, then it must have been that young man. 60 years ago, didn't you obtain the Bell of Chaos from the Twilight Cult and used it to defeat the Reaper? It was initially in the mayor's possession, carried with him, and then it should have been passed on to your father or grandfather. They defeated the Reaper at the cost of the collapse of the building by the sewage ditch and the bridge, didn't they? Arthur was shaken to his core. How did he know so much, even the intricate details? He could barely recall the story himself, but this guy seemed to have witnessed it firsthand. It's different now, Arthur sighed and shook his head. Because of using it, everything changed, leading to what happened later. Now, it's like our God, imposing rules upon us, succeeding through generations. It will only appear when he desires and on the agreed-upon day. Ha! Ye-Chen's expression turned grim. So, the Bell of Chaos isn't with you? Then what's the point of all this talk? The spirit cat informed him that the deadline for his hunger outbreak was tomorrow, which was why this conversation with Arthur took place today. They also discussed the limited time left for him to contain anomalies. Despite reaching a consensus, progress seemed to slow down. Arthur hesitated, gritting his teeth. If you can prove your ability to handle anomalies, I will create an opportunity for you to see the Bell of Chaos. Ha! Ye-Chen was taken aback. It seemed like there was a turning point, but how could he prove it? He was sure he could handle anomalies because he was one. But if he had to prove it, Ye-Chen felt a bit at a loss. After a while, he suddenly remembered something and regained his composure. Why do you think the photos in the frame hanging at the Mosquito restaurant have been changed? Ha! Arthur was puzzled at first, not understanding what Ye-Chen was talking about. Then his face changed drastically as he rushed to his bedroom. Ye-Chen hesitated for a moment, then stood up and followed him closely. Arthur's bedroom was spacious, with a curtain covering almost half of one wall. As Arthur arrived, he swiftly pulled it down. When the scene behind the curtain came into view, Ye-Chen couldn't help but be amazed. The one at the Mosquito restaurant was just a small one. Why did you hang such a huge frame here? Wait, could this be the real deal? Nope, the spirit cat's voice faintly echoed in Ye-Chen's mind, then fell silent once again. Perhaps the spirit cat didn't want to reveal itself for too long here. Meanwhile, Arthur was completely engrossed in examining the photos in the frame, only turning back with a puzzled expression after a long while. It hasn't changed. Wasn't this the only one hanging here all along? Well. Ye-Chen squinted, finding it hard to tell if Arthur genuinely didn't know or was pretending. For now, let's assume he truly doesn't know. Think carefully with your head. Is the content on this frame meant for display? Is it something meant to be hung everywhere? What kind of photo wouldn't raise suspicion if hung everywhere? Shouldn't your dealings with the rot cult be kept secret? By displaying it openly, are you trying to make it known to everyone? Arthur's gaze shifted slightly, turning back to examine the photo once again, murmuring to himself. Yes. How could this picture be hanging here? Otherwise, wouldn't the entire wasteland have known about us and the decay? Arthur's voice trailed off abruptly, looking somewhat awkwardly at Ye-Chen. So, what was hanging here before? 60 years ago, after repelling the Reaper's scythe, the elders of Sewage Town stood in a row for a group photo. Arthur's mind seemed to be struck by a momentary shock, certain delusional memories shattered by the reality folding in on itself, his eyes widening involuntarily. Yes, That's right. You. He seemed to start believing a little, as Yechin truly displayed a mastery in the face of anomalies. Who on earth was this guy? Or you could tell me where the entity of this thing is. Yechin pointed to the wall, indifferent to which anomaly he encountered first. For him, the important thing was to successfully contain one. No, Arthur shook his head vigorously. Let's talk about the Chaos Bell. Show me your miracle. He drew his own pistol, surprisingly a revolver as well. I invite you to play the Chaos Roulette. Ha? What's this? Why suddenly invite me to play Chaos Roulette? Wasn't it Arthur who told me not to accept if someone invited me to play Chaos Roulette? Yechin looked at Arthur, his gaze serious and earnest. You still haven't told me what Chaos Roulette is. Arthur's gaze was complex, looking at Yechin, his expression carrying a hint of sadness, lost in his thoughts. Chaos Roulette is a rule left by the Chaos Bell, Arthur said calmly. Playing Chaos Roulette will attract the attention of the Chaos Bell, and the winner of Chaos Roulette will receive the Chaos Bell's reward. Yechin raised an eyebrow. Winner? So what are the rules for winning? Arthur's face was expressionless, as if discussing a very unpleasant topic. A 6-shot revolver, load 1 bullet, choose the order to shoot at your own head. For example, you start first, shoot a bullet at your head. If it hits an empty chamber, you're safe. Then you can choose to continue shooting or pass it to me. Once passed to me, I must shoot at my head. Similarly, if I hit an empty chamber, I can continue shooting down the line or pass it back to you, until a real bullet is fired. And then, the one who survives naturally wins. Damn! Yechin cursed. Isn't this just like the Russian roulette from before the apocalypse, in history? What kind of anomaly is this? Can't they learn something good? Why create something so barbaric? What kind of reward? What can it give that makes so many lives expendable one after another? It's not certain. Usually the stronger the opponent who dies in Chaos Roulette, the richer the reward. Arthur paused before continuing. For example, this revolver was personally bestowed with power by it, an anomalous object. An anomalous object bestowed with power by the anomaly itself? Yechin squinted, unable to help but take a closer look at the gun. The Mind Cat had told him that anomalies could turn objects into anomalous objects. However, this ability was inferior to his activation, as the anomalous objects bestowed by anomalies could only possess some of the abilities the anomaly had, whereas his activation could give ordinary objects entirely new abilities. Nevertheless, Yechin still earnestly examined Arthur's gun. This was an anomalous object empowered by the Chaos Bell itself. Its ability is the 6th shot, a guaranteed kill. Both fell silent. This was indeed the ability of the Chaos Bell, and it was the core of the core. To reward such a thing, it was truly extraordinary. As anomalous objects, even the crystal ball from before couldn't compare to the abilities of this one. So, Yechin paused for a moment and continued. Once I accept it, the chaotic roulette starts spinning. Do we have to pay with a life between us? Either I, as a deceiver, go straight to the west, or you sacrifice yourself to give me a chance to see it? Arthur nodded. Yes, it has to be this way. Yechin stared at him expressionlessly for a while before finally speaking. Forget it. Arthur's calm face showed no joy but rather furrowed his brows, looking somewhat disappointed. Are you afraid? Afraid? Yechin couldn't help but laugh, then spoke to Arthur. If I say I don't want you to die, would you believe me? What a joke. Although the ability of this gun is, the 6th shot is fatal, there is still a limit. Yechin believed that even at its extreme, this gun couldn't shake an anomaly. According to the Mind Cat, even the essence of the chaotic clock could only kill some ordinary anomalies, with at least 300 or so, like the Night House. But for stronger anomalies, it's a joke, like 002, 003. Like himself. If even the chaotic clock couldn't do it, how could an anomalous object with some of its abilities inherited do it? Of course, he wasn't truly immortal, or else wouldn't he be invincible? Would he still need to be cautious in dealing with the 2 major churches and hidden forces? According to the Mind Cat, assuming the research on the Containment Tower is correct, he indeed has the ability to resurrect, but all anomalous abilities require energy. Once the energy is depleted, he might never be able to resurrect again. Similarly, his current power is probably in a scarce state, so if he truly dies once, he might be directly consumed by hunger, losing his sanity. Therefore, before containing the first anomaly, he dared not die. In theory, there doesn't have to be a winner. Arthur didn't say whether he believed it or not, just presented a new possibility. What do you mean? As long as the chaotic roulette is activated, it will attract the attention of the chaotic clock. With each shot fired, its attention deepens. Usually, after more than 3 blank shots, it is already in a state of descent. Arthur's meaning was clear. If you want to see the chaotic clock, will it appear before we determine life and death? Like this? Yachin smiled. In fact, for him, sometimes dealing with anomalies was much easier than dealing with humans. Humans didn't know how strong he was, nor did they know he couldn't die, so they would set trap after trap with the determination to kill him, thinking that killing him would end it. Other anomalies might not, but if it's just the chaotic clock, I dare say, would you dare to kill me? I accept. Yachin smiled. I won't let you die. After Yachin's words fell, an invisible force seemed to cover the space between them. For some reason, when Arthur heard Yachin accept his invitation to the chaotic roulette, he felt a tinge of regret. What am I doing? Clearly, he had restrained everyone from messing with this thing, but at the most critical moment, when the fate of Wastewater Town was at stake, he chose to open the chaotic roulette with a powerful ally? Give it to me. Yachin grabbed the gun, emptied the magazine, loaded a bullet, and shuffled it into an unknown order. Then, he aimed at his own head. At the same time, Yachin silently sent a telepathic message. Little cat, call me when it's a real bullet. Click. There was still some tension, but then he decisively pulled the trigger. The first shot, a blank. Arthur's expression remained unchanged. Even from a probabilistic perspective, the probability of the first bullet being a blank was extremely low. Just as he was about to take his turn, Yachin had no intention of handing over the gun. Instead, he pressed the trigger twice against his own head. Click. Click. Another blank, and the next shot was already the fourth. Arthur couldn't help but swallow hard. Wasn't this the most thrilling aspect of this thing? But, it's already the fourth shot. As the leader of the guard in Sewage Town, even though he had been alone for a long time, he had dealt with too many townspeople who didn't listen, causing chaos. And the vast majority of failures ended with the third and fourth shots. The likelihood of a real bullet in the sixth shot is just as high as in the first shot. You can take my place, Arthur said sincerely. Night-Chen glanced at him, expressionless, and pulled the trigger again. He believed in the soul cat. Click. Another familiar sound of an empty bullet, unharmed. The next shot will be the fifth shot. It was at this moment that Night-Chen finally heard the voice of the soul cat. Meow. Night-Chen still didn't make a move to change players, aiming the revolver at his own head. From Arthur's point of view, Night-Chen was trembling uncontrollably, as if consumed by fear. Are you scared? Arthur chuckled. If you're scared, give it to me. Maybe it would prefer to take my life. With a gentle shake of his head, a hint of dimness appeared in Arthur's eyes. Blame me, we've all been deceived. It's just like that, silently interfering, pressuring, and luring people into a chaotic roulette. I knew, I've been cautious for so many years, but I never thought that at this moment, I would be deceived. It's a pity that once it starts, it can't be stopped, otherwise it will bring divine punishment to everyone. Listening to Arthur's last words, Night-Chen couldn't help but look strange, hesitating to speak. Do you think there's a possibility that it's the gun that's shaking? Arthur, what the hell are you talking about? Are you joking at a time like this? But as his gaze shifted, he was stunned. It seemed. To the naked eye, Night-Chen's limbs, body, even his breathing were very stable, not showing signs of trembling. Instead, it was the revolver. Shaking? What the hell? Meow. I can see it now. Meow. It's a pity you can't see its terrified ghostly face. Meow meow meow. Hearing the cheerful voice of the soul cat, Night-Chen hesitated no more and pulled the trigger heavily. At the moment Night-Chen pulled the trigger, even Arthur could see clearly that the pistol seemed to be out of control, reversing in Night-Chen's hand, as if making every effort to turn the barrel, grazing Night-Chen's scalp and pointing towards the sky. Bang! The real bullet flashed with a deafening sound and sparks, shooting straight into the sky. Night-Chen and Arthur looked at each other, both stunned. Arthur was stunned. What's going on? Why did the gun turn by itself and shoot towards the sky? And Night-Chen was stunned. So what does this mean? Did he win or lose? What about the chaotic roulette? Bang 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 bang. In the next instant, the whole town was filled with deafening gunshots. One after another, coming one after another. For a moment, it felt like being on a battlefield with gunfire everywhere. At this moment, Arthur's face turned infinitely terrified. Not good. It's warning me. Warning you? Arthur's face changed several times, finally looking at Night-Chen, not knowing what to say. This guy, aiming at his own head, scared of the chaotic roulette? But this was no longer something he could consider now, as he had been given the final ultimatum. I can't say anymore. Otherwise, everyone in the town will die by their own guns. Arthur risked his life to say the last sentence he could. At the festival in 3 days, it will definitely show up no matter what. Night-Chen squinted, sending a message to the little cat. What's going on? The soul cat's voice also showed a mix of 3 parts joy and 5 parts sorrow. Just run away, meow. It's really embarrassing, meow. But I suggest we stop here today, meow, otherwise this guy might really wipe out Sewage Town, meow. Grinding his teeth, Night-chan sighed, facing Arthur. Well, let's end it here today. 3 days later at the festival, is there anything you can tell me? Arthur breathed heavily and urgently, as if something was restraining him. Veins bulged on his forehead, and sweat dripped profusely in the cool weather. I can't say. In the next few days, I will help you prepare and provide hints as much as possible. I already understand what you want to achieve in Sewage Town. Are you really okay? To be honest, Yechin looked at his condition with some concern, afraid that he might collapse as soon as he left. I'm fine. I have a plan. See you at the Mosquito and Vegetable Restaurant tomorrow morning. Arthur reached out his hand, and Yechin hesitated for a moment before shaking it. Well then, let's cooperate happily. Watching Yechin leave, Arthur's breathing gradually returned to normal. Someone threatening to an extreme extent? How is that possible? Only a god can defeat another god. Standing at Arthur's doorstep, feeling the night breeze, Yechin furrowed his brows tightly. Obviously, his initial purpose had been exceeded. The reason for meeting with Arthur tonight was to understand each other's bottom line, to see if Arthur could accept him taking anomalies away from here, and if they could still cooperate. But this night had too many twists and turns. The big fire, mysterious forces, and Su Lejang, the town guard and the town defense team, the motives of the town defense team, and their unknown hiding place. And Arthur's extremely poor and abnormal state in the end. Little cat, what's going on with him? The mind cat pondered for a moment and expressed its thoughts. He is being controlled by an anomaly, and to a deep extent. Being controlled by an anomaly? Yechin couldn't help but blurt out, feeling extremely confused. So, are his actions, thoughts, and behaviors really his own, or are they anomalies? Meow. How should I put it, meow? I mean control not as in being manipulated by an anomaly, but more like, you know, like a devil's contract in human novels, meow. In a way, meow, he gained power from anomalies, thus bearing a price, and the entire Sewage Town is shrouded in the power of anomalies, bearing prices. If we were to liken this to a contract, I can't see the contents of the contract, meow, but I can sense that he seems to bear many, many prices. Heavens! Yechin looked back with some concern, unsure whether to admire Arthur's courage and strength or feel sorry for his condition. Most ordinary people seeking anomalous power would likely have met a tragic end, yet he had managed to survive amidst many anomalies. But that being said, this was truly exemplary. And Yechin could probably guess the reason behind his actions. In order to defeat the Reaper's scythe, he used the power of the Chaos Bell but couldn't bear the price of the Chaos Bell. To solve the Chaos Bell, he sought the help of other anomalies, bringing anomalies to Sewage Town. Until one day, he found a feasible solution, seeking the help of other anomalies to resolve the situation in Sewage Town, ultimately failing. This cycle repeated over and over, with more and more anomalies in Sewage Town, becoming an insurmountable deadlock. But now, he still hasn't learned his lesson. Yechin murmured, seeking my help to resolve anomalies. Isn't it the same thing all over again? He, too, was an anomaly. Don't say that, meow. How can they compare to you, meow? The voice of the mind cat resonated with enthusiasm. Poof. Yechin found it amusing, unable to resist a chuckle. It's not the same, meow. This guy has been struggling for so long, and he's managed to bring the big boss into his own home. Little cat, tell me the truth. Can my current power really withstand death once? Yechin had wanted to ask for a long time, because he truly felt that he was still too weak, and the idea of invincibility was illusory. Actually, no matter what, you can't die, not even if 002 and 003 join forces. It's just what? Just that once your physical body truly dies, the power is not enough to restore and forcibly resurrect. It will destabilize your sanity, then turn into pure power in flesh, meow. Yechin, isn't that the same as dying? So, how many times can my current power withstand resurrection? Meow. Yechin, I won't be able to withstand it all at once, right? The mind cat seemed a bit uneasy. Yes, meow. Generally speaking, successfully containing the power of a normal anomaly can ensure your sanity for one resurrection. This power can also choose to activate 3 items, meow. Yechin. His expression gradually became numb. So, when my power is almost depleted, using the power of 1 resurrection to exchange for 3 useless things, including a radio that can't do anything but sing randomly? Grass. A plant, it's too urgent. According to the current situation, Yechin will have to wait until the festival 3 days later to obtain an anomaly. Before that, he is not safe enough. Moreover, there is the imminent hunger. Little cat, what should we do? You heard it too, but my hunger probably won't last until then. Listening to Yechin's words, the mind cat quickly reassured him. Don't panic, meow. Didn't I reserve the power to rewind once? It should be enough, meow. To extend it by 2 days, right? Then think of a solution in these 2 days. If it doesn't work out, we can go back to our base and let the little house contribute some power, meow. Yechin sighed lightly. It is indeed feasible, but how much fighting power is left? The festival 3 days later is very strange. He doesn't even know what it is for, what will happen, what enemies there will be, what kind of battles will occur. Even if he barely makes it to that time, will he have the strength to contain anomalies? Let's go back to the room first. Since Arthur promised to help me prepare these days, it should be somewhat helpful. Is there still a clown waiting in my room? I don't even know if my room is safe. Rubbing his temples with a slight headache, Yechin got on his motorcycle and inserted the key. But just as Yechin was about to start the engine and leave, he suddenly felt something was off. His face felt itchy, and he felt like someone was watching him. Watching him, Arthur? He glanced sideways. Arthur's room was tightly closed, even the lights were off. It didn't seem to be him. Someone who can watch him without him knowing. Suddenly, Yechin thought of something that could do this. Crystal ball. The moment he thought of this, Yechin felt everything in front of him sway slightly, as if something extra had appeared. His gaze unintentionally fell on the rearview mirror, and Yechin's body trembled slightly. In the rearview mirror, there was a person sitting on his back seat. With long flowing hair, accompanied by a gentle breeze, strands would occasionally brush against his face, making him feel itchy. She was wearing a black tight combat suit. Her pretty face with bright eyes was looking at him with a complex expression. Xia Qingyu. Damn it! That was close. Luckily he and the mind cat had been using telepathy. The two of them sat on the motorcycle, one in front and one behind, quiet as if there was no sound at all. After a while, Yechin suddenly spoke. You should know that I can see you, right? Xia Qingyu's gaze shifted slightly, nodding gently. Of course, if you can see through the crystal ball's invisibility once, you can see through it a second time. I just didn't expect it to take this long this time. Her voice was different from the blue-haired girl from the decaying god cult, ethereal like a mountain spring, yet crisp and pleasant, carrying a sense of security that was hard to associate with cuteness. When did you arrive? Yechin's tone was not exactly displeased, but it was a bit uncomfortable. Although the other party had shown no hostility towards him from start to finish, the feeling of being secretly observed was still quite unpleasant. However, there was no need to blame anyone for this. After all, the current positions of both parties were not that of allies but potential opponents, and Yechin would have done the same. Looking back, perhaps hindsight was an even more excessive ability. Just now, Xia Qingyu expressed her stance clearly. I wasn't eavesdropping on your conversation. I've been outside the door all along. My identity doesn't allow me to be seen leaving the inn, so I had to go out like this. Glancing at Arthur's room next to her, Yechin lightly furrowed his brows, twisted the throttle. Hold on. The night in Sewage Town had almost no lights left. The headlights of the motorcycle were the only source of light. Yechin rode down a street, turned off the headlights, parked the motorcycle by the roadside, casually pushed open an empty room, and walked in. In the pre-apocalyptic era, this place should have been a small shop inside a milk tea or coffee shop, but now it was all abandoned. Pushing open a door without windows inside, Yechin sat on a stool. Were you waiting for me? Xia Qingyu looked around the environment. To be honest, being alone with a man in such a small room late at night made her a bit uncomfortable, but she managed to sit on another stool. Yes, I need to explain that I didn't install the surveillance in your room. Yechin raised an eyebrow. It's not you coming to find me in the middle of the night. I know, Yechin waved his hand. You don't need to explain this specifically. But as a captain, if you can't even control your subordinates and end up in a place like this, not only are you putting yourself in danger, but others as well. Listening to his words, Xia Qingyu's expression changed slightly. You know, you shouldn't think that I retaliated by installing surveillance in my room, right? However, Xia Qingyu agreed with the latter half of Yechin's statement. But I had no choice. The team for this mission was not of my choosing. It was forcibly assigned by the Archbishop. Mission. Forcibly assigned. Yechin became interested. It seemed like a breakthrough in the purposes of the two major divine sects that he had been unable to figure out. So you had a falling out with 2 team members, and the remaining strength is not enough to complete the mission, so you thought of hoping to join forces with me? Xia Qingyu, you installed surveillance in my room? Yechin's rhythm of seemingly seeing everything clearly completely disrupted Xia Qingyu's rhythm, leaving her at a loss for words. How you decide is naturally up to you, but if our positions are not in conflict, I hope the reputation and history of the Twilight Divine Sect can make you more willing to help us. The reputation and history of the Twilight Divine Sect. Although it sounded like something everyone in the wasteland should know. I didn't know. I just woke up a few days ago, okay? I only found out about the Twilight Divine Sect today. However, Yechen had some understanding in his heart. No matter what, the Twilight Divine sect carried the reputation of being the top orthodox sect in the wasteland, so they should be more reliable, but I refuse. Yechen shook his head. His core objectives now were two, or rather one, which was to contain anomalies. By containing anomalies, his hunger would be resolved, and his strength would increase. At the same time, as long as he contained the anomalies, the issue of Sewage Town would naturally cease to exist. If willing, Yechen would help Sewage Town, because he liked these people who had been kind to him, just like that rainy night 60 years ago. On the other hand, whether it was the Twilight Divine sect or the Decaying Divine sect, regardless of their purposes, since they stood on the opposite side of Sewage Town, there were naturally various reasons why he didn't want these things to happen. Yechen's straightforward refusal left Xia Qingyu at a loss for words, unable to use any of her prepared lines. She hesitated to speak, repeatedly opening her mouth but then stopping. I don't know what Arthur told you, but at the very least, I hope you haven't been deceived into becoming enemies with our Twilight God sect. At the very least, you should listen to our side of the story. Yi Chen remained non-committal. I think the one acting out of line here is you, isn't it? Firstly, this is someone else's territory, and you two major sects have barged in uninvited. Secondly, you seem to be acting in desperation. I don't understand why you feel the need to win me over when you don't even know my intentions. Truth be told, Yi Chen also wanted to hear what everyone had to say and how they viewed the situation. Xia Qingyu was right about one thing: Yi Chen couldn't determine if any of them were lying. The only way to distinguish truth from lies was to listen to each person's discoveries, find loopholes, and uncover the truth, much like in a murder mystery game. However, the recent experiences and conflicts had made Yi Chen unable to muster any goodwill towards the Twilight God sect, let alone trust them. All he could say was, Wang Lei really played us. Whoever ends up being the leader of this operation is truly unlucky. Do you really know what they are planning to do? Xia Qingyu asked softly. The reason I came to find you is that in this matter, anyone not affiliated with the Sewage Town or the corrupt God sect, regardless of their intentions, will not be allowed to succeed. Yi Chen raised an eyebrow. This girl left no room for negotiation. Either she was speaking nonsense, or she was absolutely certain. And speaking of which, does Arthur really know what he wants to do? He only mentioned saving Sewage Town but never elaborated on how to do it or what he intends to do. Seeing Yi Chen showing some interest in her words, Xia Qingyu seized the opportunity to continue. Our Twilight God sect was founded a year after the apocalypse and is the earliest church established in the wasteland. Since its establishment, we have fearlessly shouldered the responsibility of protecting the world. In the past 60 years, our people have dealt with at least 1,000 abnormal disasters, tens of thousands of cases involving anomalous objects, eliminated 27 anomalies, and contained 18 anomalies. Yi Chen was initially impressed by what he heard, but he almost burst out laughing in the latter part. Are they boasting? Eliminating anomalies? If not for the fact that the Mind Cat had informed him of how difficult it was to kill anomalies and he had witnessed firsthand how powerful they were, Yi Chen might have believed them. Anomalies were called such because they were beyond the capabilities of ordinary people to combat. They were on a different level, incomprehensible forms of life. Oh, but not me. And once one statement was doubted, then none of the other statements could be trusted. If you're so powerful, why haven't you solved the issues in Sewage Town? Can't you see that anomalies are everywhere here? Yi Chen was taken aback by her directness. She didn't seem extremely embarrassed by his insight but rather focused on how to respond. Initially, it was because this is the territory of the corrupt cult. Unless we are prepared to engage in a full-scale war with them, it's simply impossible to come here and deal with anomalies. And now, it's probably because even if the corrupt cult suddenly had a change of heart and wanted to do something good, they are still powerless. She seemed reluctant to voice something, like a doctor unwilling to tell a patient's family that the surgery had failed and there was no hope left, delivering the final judgment. This place is beyond saving. Yi Chen didn't like hearing that and coldly remarked, Really? Is it because you're unwilling to pay the price, or is it because there are exploitable benefits here? Xia Qingyu stared at Yi Chen, her temper flaring for the first time. What kind of talk is this? On the wasteland, some may say that the Twilight God sect is domineering, hypocritical, and so on, but no one has ever compared the Twilight God sect to those who witness disasters but do nothing, or even consider exploiting for profit. Damn it! Xia Qingyu was about to curse. Are these really people living in the end times? Let me tell you, in this place now, even our small team responsible for reconnaissance, preventing spread, and assessing early-stage hazards is no longer needed. Even if my Lord God personally comes, he cannot solve the problems here. Ha! Yechen was stunned. Your Lord God can't solve this problem? Xia Qingyu's practicality made Yechen reflect. For the church, shouldn't their own God be omnipotent? While Yechen was contemplating, Xia Qingyu continued without stopping, just wanting to clear the Twilight God sect's name. For a problem that even my Lord God can't solve, there are only two possibilities. One is a place occupied by other top churches, like the decaying God sect. The other is a myriad of abnormal combinations that have formed various problems which can no longer be changed by killing, but may instead cause harm to more people. This is a corrupt world. They are all birds of a feather. Actually, Yechen was no longer concerned about this, not about the relationship between the decaying God sect and Sewage Town. He was simply fascinated. The main god of the Twilight God sect, an anomaly, will personally join the battle? If that's the case, historically killing 27 anomalies and containing 38 anomalies might not be impossible. Maybe he had really misunderstood them. Which anomaly is your Lord God? As long as they were once locked up together in the containment tower. They were cellmates, he didn't know, but the Mind Cat must know. How can our Lord God be described as an anomaly? But when asked this, Xia Qingyu was still particularly proud, pointing to the sky. He is the only light in the wasteland, the sun hanging in the sky, the last hope of the apocalypse, the sole ruler of the day. Yechen? Don't say it's him. Even the Mind Cat's rapid breathing could be heard by Yechen at this moment. Damn! Is the Twilight God sect 003? The top orthodox sect in the wasteland? Third brother. You're so impressive? To be honest, whenever 003 was mentioned, Yechen felt that the position of 001 was really embarrassing. It's really hard to compare. But both the Mind Cat and 003 seem to identify strongly with their big brother status. In a flash, memories of what the Mind Cat had told him about 003 flooded into his mind. An anomaly with a more upright moral compass than humans, diametrically opposed to 002 for the sake of protecting human civilization, and the one who proposed the new containment theory, human civilization belongs to civilization, anomalies' lives are limited to anomalies. From this perspective alone, the Twilight God sect had indeed become a truly trustworthy entity. He needed to listen carefully. So, what will happen on the day of the ceremony? Yechen asked, even straightening up a bit. Sensing the subtle change in Yechen's attitude, Xia Qingyu was surprised, but then breathed a sigh of relief. Nothing will happen. From my analysis, the annual ceremony in Sewage Town is a day when the anomalies within the area are offered sacrifices, severely weakening the town's power. Sewage Town is brewing something big. The preparations are obviously not complete, but it's imminent. So from their perspective, they definitely want to postpone the ceremony until the day they launch their plan. This is why Arthur needs you, the reason he is so desperate to win you over. Their power is really not enough, time is not sufficient. If they have any chance at all, they will definitely launch their plan before the ceremony. So if you help them, their progress can be greatly accelerated, giving them time to do more. After saying this in one breath, all that was left was to wait for Yachen's reaction. Reluctantly, it made sense. What about the ultimate goal? Yachen squinted, staring intently into Xia Qingyu's clear eyes, trying to discern the truth in each of her words. Xia Qingyu gave Yachen an answer that was so unexpected, it was truly shocking. Sacrifice everyone within the boundaries of Wastewater Town. Yachen? Shocking words never cease, but Xia Qingyu continued. Wastewater Town has been involved in too many anomalies, paid too high a price. Perhaps the previous generations were unaware, but this price is tied to their bloodline. In other words, Wastewater Town has been cursed for generations. I don't know who they intend to sacrifice, but this is the territory of the Rot God cult, so it can only be the rotting tree. Wait, hold on. Yachen interrupted, his brain struggling to digest this information. So, what do the people of Wastewater Town gain? Xia Qingyu took a deep breath, a hint of sympathy and sorrow appearing in her eyes. By sacrificing everything to the rotting tree, they instantly sever the connections of other curses. Then, at the cost of everyone's death, they give the future generations of Wastewater Town a chance to break free from all these curses. As for you, me, and even the person you brought back to the room, all of us are considered intruders, asking for it. At this point, we can only die together. Besides feeling a chill down his spine, Yachen was also thrown into great confusion. In just a few words, Xia Qingyu's representation of the remnants of the Twilight God cult completely overturned everything Arthur had said, leaving Yachen at a loss. He just wanted to hear what others had to say. How did it turn into this mess? However, Xia Qingyu's words still had several points that didn't quite add up. I have 2 questions. Go ahead. Xia Qingyu sat up straight, ready to answer any questions. Whether the other party was willing to join forces with her had almost determined the outcome. According to you, the rotting tree, as the object of sacrifice in Wastewater Town, is the absolute beneficiary of the event. In other words, the members of the Rot God cult should support the actions of Wastewater Town. But, Yachin paused. It was precisely the members of the Rot God cult who set fire to the gymnasium. If they hadn't done that, the festival at the stadium would have been postponed, which is what you said the other party should have done. Yachin's question made Xiaoqingyu glance at him more sharp. To think of this so quickly. To be honest, I can't figure this out either, unless the object Wastewater Town intends to sacrifice is not the rotting tree. But how could that be possible? Yeah, how could it be possible? This is the territory of the Rot God cult. If the plan is known even to the remnants of the Twilight God cult, wouldn't the Rot God cult know? This kind of action is quite intriguing. Second question. Yachin paused, then continued. Do you know about the town defense team? Xiaoqingyu furrowed her brow. Town defense team? Are you sure it's not the town guard? Xiaoqingyu's words made Yachin raise an eyebrow. Her statement was now in question. She didn't know about the town defense team? If this plan is indeed real, is it the town defense team planning this, and can Arthur still be trusted? With such a significant lack of information, can Xiaoqingyu's speculation still be correct? After a moment of silence, Yachin sighed. No matter how many doubts there are, even if she still believes in Arthur, Xiaoqingyu had to be cautious about this matter. So, what do you want me to do? Xiaoqingyu was stunned, truly overjoyed. After advising for so long, even Momo scolded herself for being naive, and yet, it worked? She said urgently, I want you to maintain the status quo, understand their further plans, then call me, and we will go all out. There was a moment of silence. Yachin raised his head. Actually, isn't this something you shouldn't be concerned about? In the end, Xiaoqingyu and the small team she brought were just an action team. If the seriousness of this matter had truly reached the level she mentioned, it wouldn't be excessive to send a bishop to oversee it. Why did the Twilight cult send her? Did they really want to handle this matter? Xiaoqingyu smiled faintly. I don't know. Not only did they send this small team, but they also gave me such teammates. But, I don't want to wait for death. At least, I selfishly hope my sister can return alive. Yachin was stunned for a moment, unable to help but smile. Amidst all the righteous words and grand matters, the one following was actually such a simple wish. But it was precisely this that touched him the most. I understand what you're saying. You can consider me an ally. Before she could rejoice, Yachin added, of course, only if my investigation confirms you are right. If not, I will still help Wastewater Town. Xiaoqingyu nodded. I hope so too. If this matter doesn't happen, I have no reason to be enemies with Wastewater Town. Even she sighed. They are indeed pitiful. But in any case, for your righteous assistance, the Twilight cult owes you a favor. Yachin waved his hand. It's not necessary. If 003 could owe me a favor, that would be nice. He pushed the door open, turned to Xiaoqingyu. Need a ride? Night had truly fallen. Galloping on the road, the whole town looked lifeless, especially with Xiaoqingyu's sacrifice judgment in mind, adding a touch of coldness. However, Xiaoqingyu was still in the category of psychological invisibility that the crystal ball reduced, so she and Yachin parted ways downstairs at the inn. She had to enter through the window. During the process of going upstairs, Yachin was actually analyzing many things. Did Shulua return alive? Did he cause any trouble in his room? After all, he was a stranger. Could he have malicious intentions and set traps in his room? But the moment he reached the 4th floor, Yachin didn't want to say anything anymore. Why was he still alive? Standing in the corridor, his room in the distance, the sound of music and another voice singing passionately could be heard. Can't keep up with the rhythm of separation while at this age. We cherish rare freedom even more while wait. Are you turning my room into a karaoke bar in the middle of the night? Can someone tell me what 402 and 404 are doing and why they haven't dealt with you? Creak. Yachin pushed open the door expressionlessly, locking eyes with the singing eyes. Shulua was singing passionately, his high notes piercing through the entire corridor. Brother! Shulua seemed not to understand what was happening, opening his arms warmly and excitedly. Your radio is so cool. It can actually sense in real time what I want to listen to. Where did you buy it? Bring a batch to our glorious city. I guarantee it will sweep through the entire wasteland. Yachin's mouth twitched slightly, only uttering 2 words, get out. Shulua? Yachin entered, Shulua retreated. The space for movement was getting smaller and smaller due to Yachin's pressure, causing Shulua to scream involuntarily. Don't! You promised to protect me. How about I pay you more? Yachin really felt like exploding. I'm the one who's supposed to protect you, but I don't remember agreeing to let you stay in my room. I'll cover all expenses. Accommodation, meals, transportation, everything is on me. Yi Chen. Damn. A type of plant, rubbing his temples, Yi Chen felt a bit helpless. Indeed, if he didn't let her stay here, even living on the third floor wouldn't allow him to protect her effectively. Who knows if others have something similar to Xiaoqingyu's crystal, but some things are not very convenient, like discussing tactical deployment with the Mind Cat. You go to the door first, we'll talk later. Su Lezhan hesitated greatly. You're not tricking me to go out and never come back, are you? Yi Chen. Well said, I've figured it out now. Su Lezhan. No. I'm leaving. Creak. Watching the door close, Yi Chen felt speechless. However, this quirky and lively presence pulled him out of the heavy atmosphere. Leaning against the bed, Yi Chen communicated through his mind. Little cat, what do you think of what just happened? The Mind Cat quickly responded, the Twilight Cult is with 003. I unconditionally believe they are on the side of justice. But justice doesn't always mean making the right judgment, Yi Chen reminded. Good intentions can lead to bad outcomes, especially since her intelligence network is not sufficient for a more thorough analysis, and the current conclusions have unexplainable loopholes. You're right, but I think this inference is highly probable. Yi Chen sighed. What about the sewage town, and Arthur? Even during the chaos roulette, I didn't sense any lies from him, the Mind Cat pondered, its head much larger than Yi Chen's. I'm just a cat. Yi Chen. After a moment of silence, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel shaken by this crazy plan. If the Twilight Cult's speculation was correct, could the sewage town really succeed? The essence of this operation was transferring the debt of the old creditor to the new creditor, but whether to forgive their debt or continue collecting it depended on another anomaly that the sewage town was preparing to sacrifice. Now that the Twilight Cult and its mysterious mastermind were entering the scene, if the deduction was correct, the new creditor, the rotting tree, would be 002. Yi Chen was speechless. If the rotting cult was 002, didn't you two end up fighting each other as soon as you left the containment tower? Personal grudges turning into alliances, is that it? So, was it 002 who destroyed the world? Yi Chen asked. If so, then the rotting cult would undoubtedly be their mortal enemy. I don't know, meow. Sighing, Yi Chen pushed this matter out of his mind. It was too far-fetched, still too far-fetched, better focus on the present. Little cat, if I could contain anomalies, would their influence on the sewage town disappear once I contain the anomalies here? I don't know, meow. If it were that simple, although 002 can't contain them, he's strong, meow. He could just come over and get rid of these anomalies directly, right, meow? Yi Chen nodded gently. It wasn't that simple, not at all. However, Yi Chen's thoughts were gradually becoming clearer. Although it's still a bit difficult to sort out the information, the intelligence issue should be resolved after we capture. No, contain the first anomaly. Why meow? The Mind Cat clearly couldn't come up with a breakthrough solution on its own, so it questioned Yi Chen's confidence. And Yi Chen gave it an exaggerated answer. Of course, interrogation. After containing the Chaos Bell, a thorough interrogation. Mind Cat. Although as kindred spirits, there was a sense of shared suffering, this idea was too good. The festival is not the final battle. No matter what Arthur plans, we will still be allies at that time. There is no conflict between the two people from the Twilight Cult on this matter. Getting their help won't be difficult. Full of fighting spirit. In an instant, the bloom vanished, and both the man and the cat were full of fighting spirit. And then, when we communicated telepathically outside, is there a possibility that he sensed it? The psychic cat decisively shook its head. 99.999% impossible, meow. Surprisingly not 100%. It seems that the recent complex experiences have made the little cat less aloof. Then let him in temporarily. We'll assess the situation after the festival and make further decisions. It's just inconvenient for you during this time to materialize. Meow? The psychic cat voiced its confusion. What made you think I enjoy materializing, meow? Night Chen. Night Chen got up from the bed, opened the door, and saw the nervous Su Lezhan. Seeing Night Chen, it was like seeing a savior. So scary. Just now, there was a person standing ominously on the stairs looking at me. Ha? Someone was staring at you? What did they look like? I couldn't see clearly. They were dressed in all black. Night Chen raised an eyebrow, losing interest. It's nothing, probably someone from the putrid cult disturbed by you in the middle of the night wanting to harm you. Put. Su Lezhan almost burst out laughing. The putrid cult? Do they live here too? Looking at his expression, Night Chen clicked his tongue lightly. Something's not right with you. Why are you more panicked seeing the putrid cult than seeing someone planning to harm you? It's different. Although the old man foolishly got tricked and sent me here, the equipment is good. With that group at the stadium, it would take them a long time to kill me, and with you, the Flame War God, by my side, I'm definitely safe. Damn it, Flame War God, Night Shen's face darkened. What kind of nickname is that? Isn't it embarrassing? However, Su Lezhang obviously hadn't realized this yet. He hadn't finished speaking, pacing anxiously. But the putrid cult is different. They are mysterious and unpredictable, sudden and skilled in soul-snatching. Once caught by them, you'll slowly rot from head to toe. It's better to be dead. Night Shen, the putrid cult is so notorious? Enough, stop pretending. There's a bed over there, move it away from me. Su Lezhang looked delighted. Alright, I promise to behave. Just as he finished speaking, Su Lezhang saw Night Shen extend a hand, somewhat puzzled. Ah, Flame War God, what are your instructions? Night Shen remained expressionless, feeling like he was becoming immune. Money, don't forget the daily payment. Su Lezhang, today too? After taking on this protection job, 3 hours have passed in total, including 2.5 hours where Night Shen was nowhere to be seen, leaving half an hour for Su Lezhang to stand outside. This money is too easy to earn. The room fee is 20 mist blue coins per week. I've booked for 2 weeks. For meals, 3 meals a day, I'll have vegetarian noodles. For mist blue coins per serving, you settle the bill until the day of the festival, which is 3 days, totaling 76 mist blue coins. Su Lezhang, 20 mist blue coins per week for this damn room? 4 mist blue coins for a bowl of vegetarian noodles? Are you not lying to me? Why doesn't he go rob a bank? Alright. Su Lezhang beamed. What's this? How much is my life worth? The light went out. Night Shen lay on the bed, closing his eyes. It seems that things are becoming clearer in all aspects now. Although we can't be certain about what everyone is planning, we are better prepared in all aspects. For example, led by Arthur, the town guards and even every resident of Sewage Town seen so far, all have one core idea, which is to eliminate the anomalies in Sewage Town and save it. This coincided with his own purpose, as long as it wasn't really as crazy as the Twilight God sect claimed. Looking at the current team of the Twilight God sect, things became even clearer. Preventing the desperate self-immolation of Wastewater Town, maintaining the status quo as much as possible, monitoring the town guards, closely following the movements of the decaying God sect, and responding accordingly. However, the biggest doubt that had to be considered here was the vagueness of Xia Qingyu's purpose in coming to Wastewater Town. What exactly was the mission that sent this small team here? Sending them here was definitely for a purpose, not just struggling for survival like they were now. His own motivation was even simpler, consistent from beginning to end, which was to contain anomalies. The only thing he could understand for now was this, but obviously, there were more forces at play here than just these few, such as. Yechin opened his eyes and looked towards Su Lezhang, who was sleeping on the other side of the wall. Are you the first heir of the family? Su Lezhang was taken aback, clearly not expecting such a question from the mysterious figure sleeping in the same room. Ah, yes, Yechin squinted. How could that be possible? The deeper he thought about it, the more unreasonable it seemed. In such a large family, could the family head really be so incompetent as to let the heir be played to death without realizing it? In any period of family power struggles, the first heir was still a second-tier favorite, with one of the largest numbers of supporters among them. Even if the family head was confused, wouldn't there be at least one clear-minded supporter on his side? Yechin could never understand how, with the family head still alive, he could be played to death like this. Had he grown tired of living? Will you have reinforcements? Yechin asked. No matter what, when your supporters react, they will surely find a way to help you, right? Su Lezhang fell silent for a moment and shook his head. I don't know. Yechin squinted, another vague response. Let me rephrase. If I hadn't come, could that fire really have killed you? That's a silly question. Su Lezhang muttered. Of course not. No way. Su Lezhang explained. Unless it could burn for several days, and no one came to rescue me, I might have died from exhaustion. Yechin raised an eyebrow, Su Lezhang's words always switching between honesty and concealment, leaving him unable to determine if he was lying or telling the truth. Then why scream like that? If I hadn't heard you scream, I wouldn't have needed to go crazy like that. In a little while, the blue-haired captain of the decaying god sect will come, the fire will be extinguished, and he will be rescued too. Although at that time, he couldn't have imagined that the people of the decaying god sect would come to put out the fire. After all, until everyone's intentions were known, everyone was a potential opponent. It's definitely scary. So terrifying. Surrounded by flames, thick smoke, even with my abilities, I felt like I was suffocating. Yechin. It's really hard to imagine him as a secretive big shot with hidden power and secrets. What are your plans for tomorrow? Su Lezhang was taken aback for a moment, answering as if it were obvious. Of course, I'll follow you. I paid for it, so don't think you can shake me off. As soon as he mentioned this, Shula Zhang became excited, showing a very lucky expression. The original plan was to first contact the official authorities of Wastewater Town, see if my identity is useful. Under normal circumstances, I can apply for the protection of the local forces, and at the same time, they can receive a substantial reward from my old man. Isn't that convenient? I ran into you directly. Yechen fell silent, hesitating to speak. But is it possible that I am not from Wastewater Town? Shula Zhang clearly had a moment of confusion. Ah, your clothes. Yi Chen once again gave that speechless answer. Part-time job, just started today. Su Lozhan. No, what exactly are you? Su Lozhan blurted out. Rarely, seeing his usual panic, Yi Chen was in the mood for a joke. I'm from the Dark City. Su Lozhan. Do you think you're funny? Why not try the Twilight God sect? Yi Chen asked. From any perspective, the actions of the Twilight God sect in the wasteland are representative of justice, right? When in danger, with the identity of the glorious city, the possibility of getting help should be no less than that of the official in Sewage Town. However, obviously, Su Lezhang was once again stunned. Wait a minute, the Twilight God sect is here too? Yeah, Yi Chen nodded. But they probably won't save you now, because your singing just clearly affected their sleep quality. Su Lozhan. He was starting to feel desperate. The Twilight God sect and the Rotting God sect appearing in the same place? Isn't this damn world going to collapse? These bastards. They want me to die even more miserably. Yi Chen ignored his wailing and screams, lay back down, and closed his eyes. Get up early tomorrow and follow me. After speaking, Yi Chen couldn't help but pause for a moment. You have combat power, right? Su Lozhan. Yi Chen. Damn. Don't tell me you have 5 supernatural items in your hand like the Lord of the Rings. Are they all just decorations? With that said, Su Lezhang almost jumped up directly. Damn, you figured it out? Yi Chen was speechless. Are you serious? Do you think others are fools? With all those shiny claws of yours, who wouldn't see that they are supernatural items? You think you're being subtle? Ha! I thought it was pretty discreet. Su Lezhang awkwardly scratched his head. How should I put it, these are all defensive types. Yi Chen was slightly stunned. All of them? Exactly, Su Lezhang nodded. Each one is a different attribute of defensive ability, like the one before was for resisting burns from fire, and the one for water defense for underwater breathing, which is why I was burned for so long and still fine. Ah, Yi Chen's greed surged. Wouldn't stripping this guy naked make him invincible? Isn't that strong? Well, it's not that strong, but there's no harm without comparison. Look at what that radio can do all day long? Full of resentment. Very well, in the future, when we encounter danger, you resist damage, and I deal damage. Yi Chen made a decision that he was very satisfied with. Su Lozhang? Wait, really, are you my bodyguard and not the other way around? Hold on. Can you tell me what you're planning to do tomorrow? Rarely, Su Lezhang felt it was necessary to assess the risks to be faced next and the meaning of this bodyguard existence. If you really dare to challenge the Twilight God sect and confront the Rotting God sect, can't I pay a breach of contract fee instead? Good question. Yi Chen sighed, actually not very clear about tomorrow's plan. Everything that happened today completely disrupted his plans. He only had 1 day left until his next hunger, and the state of Sewage Town was likely to remain turbulent. Without any substantial full-scale conflict, there wouldn't be much of a storm in the small town. Whether it was the consensus reached with Arthur, continuing to fulfill the duties of the town guard, helping Sewage Town with something, or the consensus reached with the Twilight God sect, maintaining the status quo and learning more, there would be no conflict in any matter. He would still try to fulfill the duties of the town guard as much as possible tomorrow. I might have to pick up a few local commissions, Yi Chen said. If you don't want to move, you can also stay at the inn. Su Lezhang was dumbfounded. Wait, how broke are you really? How many part-time jobs do you have? The Sewage Town Guard, my ace fighter, and then you have to pick up commissions too? Source text. Translated text. The opponent's skill level is really lacking. It's okay, just a simple task, I'll follow you. Yi Chen could also sense the other party's astonishment and strangeness, feeling a bit speechless. It's really a case of not knowing the value of things at home, everything seems so effortless. Complaining about the missed coins? Oh, now things at home are what he spends money on, so it's fine. Suddenly, Yi Chen thought of advanced tasks. Even just looking at them could provide a lot of insight into the current situation of the wasteland, right? Have you taken on advanced tasks before? Put. Su Lezhang was clearly taken aback by Yi Chen's unexpected question, shaking his head repeatedly. Why would I take on that stuff, how could I? Yi Chen furrowed his brow, could his speculation be wrong? Not interested in the rewards? This was the most likely possibility Yi Chen thought of. As the eldest son of the deputy lord of the lower city district of the glorious city, he probably only issues tasks on the task board. Not exactly. The rewards for advanced tasks are so tempting that even my old man would be envious, but they are usually taken on by factions, and even if I took them on, I wouldn't be able to solve them. Is it that exaggerated? Yi Chen was taken aback. Although Su Lezhang's combat power was like a weak chicken in his eyes, that was only within the context of the big pot of bosses gathered in the sewage town. Not to mention, just having those 5 supernatural items in hand, as long as they didn't provoke anomalies, they could walk sideways in this wasteland. Even if it was a slightly weaker anomaly, as long as it wasn't an aggressive entity like the Clock of Chaos, facing off against something like the Mine Cat would only result in saying smelly and tough, right? Well, how should I put it? The advanced tasks on the task board are mostly monopolized by the major churches, and even the 2 major divine sects occasionally issue tasks on it. The difficulty of the tasks is not something a lone wolf like me with little combat power can handle. Damn it! Yi Chen furrowed his brow, thinking about many things for a moment. His information was too scarce to analyze, but it wasn't necessary to analyze it either. Firstly, the core of the 2 major divine sects was their respective main gods, which were anomalies. And the various characteristics displayed by the task board currently could also be confirmed as anomalies, circulating on the wasteland in a form similar to mist coins, with even deeper implications. And this anomalous task board could actually coexist peacefully with the 2 major divine sects? Just like mist coins themselves, a neutral faction among cellmates. Time to sleep. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, this time Yi Chen truly closed his eyes. A night of silence. Perhaps too much had happened today, one thing after another had left every faction exhausted, so this night, nothing happened. The next morning, Yi Chen opened his eyes, the faint sunlight shining through the gap in the curtains. Sitting up from the bed, Yi Chen rubbed his eyes gently. The frame didn't pull me into the world inside? Is it because of a limit on the number of times, or not wanting to? For a moment, Yi Chen couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Don't back down. If it's scared of you, how will it ever pull you into the dream again? For a moment, Yi Chen felt a bit pressured. After all, Yi Chen didn't want to spend the time containing anomalies at the festival 3 days later, so to ensure his condition before that, tonight was almost the deadline. Unfortunately, he didn't wait and slept through the night until waking up. I can only use the kitten's plan, by consuming the power of her next skill, to buy myself some time. Gurgle gurgle. Yi Chen got up and went to the bathroom, freshened up quickly, then returned to the room, where a symmetrical snoring sound filled the air. Ha! Almost forgot, there was still someone in his room. Yi Chen walked to the other person's bed and saw Su Lezhang sleeping soundly, looking extremely peaceful, as if in utmost comfort. Damn, it felt like a vacation, almost tempting to kick him. But this scene couldn't help but make Yi Chen feel like he was back in his university days, spending time in the dormitory. On weekends, waking up to see roommates sleeping like logs, and returning in the afternoon to find them still asleep. Never to return again. Yi Chen sighed, kicking the bed irritably. Hey, wake up. Su Lezhang felt the bed shake, clicked his tongue, and turned over. Don't call me. I'm not going. I won't go. Damn that place, whoever wants to go can go. Phew. Drifted back to sleep. Watching his state, Yi Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't he afraid of being attacked, sleeping so soundly in his own room? But as he chuckled, Yi Chen also felt something was off. The feeling of these words seems to contradict what he had been told. According to Su Lezhang, his old man was deceived, then his competitor threw him here, to give him a seemingly reasonable place to die. But this sleep talk seems like he had direct communication with someone about this matter. Probably even had a private conversation with the head of his family, and Su Lezhang questioning his presence here is completely different from his explanation, with a completely different meaning. Does he really know nothing about the situation in Sewage Town? Su Lezhang suddenly opened his eyes, seeing Yi Chen so close, he instantly pulled the blanket tightly, letting out a scream. Ah! What are you doing? Why are you staring at me sleeping? Yi Chen! Damn it! After a moment of twitching at the corner of his mouth, Yi Chen remained expressionless. I'm going out. If you want to come, then get up. Ha! Oh, okay. Su Lezhang finally reacted, quickly getting up. Watching him head towards the bathroom, Yi Chen shook his head lightly. Forget it, insufficient clues. After all, it's just sleep talk. Dreaming about things that don't exist is normal. Even if Su Lezhang has his own plans, compared to Sewage Town and the 2 major sects, it doesn't seem to pose that much of a threat. Soon, Su Lezhang was fully armed, ready, and Yi Chen nodded slightly. At least his appearance was very professional. Creak. Pushing open the room door, the corridor was quiet, exuding a kind of silent oppression. It wasn't until they reached the first floor, passing by the boss and nodding, walking out of the room, facing the sunlit street, that Sulajang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Oh my! The corridor feels so oppressive. You must have something on your mind. Yi Chen ignored him, silently mocking him in his heart, inserting the key into the motorcycle. Without Yi Chen needing to call, Sulajang naturally sat in the passenger seat. After all, he had sat there before, under special circumstances, his experience was quite sufficient. V-room. Amidst the roar of the engine, Yi Chen skillfully parked the motorcycle in front of the Mosquito canteen. What's this, the reception point for Sewage Town's missions? Sulajang jumped off the bike with high spirits. Yi Chen looked at him as if he were looking at a fool. Of course, it's for breakfast. Sulajang. But soon, he regained his high spirits. Of course. By the way, are there any good eats here? I heard different places have their own specialty foods. Coming all the way here, I have to try something fresh, to show off to those folks in Glorious City, ha! Yi Chen's expression was truly strange this time. Oh yes, definitely something your friends haven't tried before. As long as you dare to eat, it will be enough to boast about for a lifetime. Really? Then I must remember the name of this place. What are you doing? Why won't you show me? For the sake of avoiding spoilers, Yi Chen forcefully stopped him from stepping back to look at the signboard above, leading Sulajang into the canteen. Creak! The door was pushed open, and as always, the enthusiastic boss came out. Hey, you're here, same as usual today? This scene clearly made Sulajang wonder. And they say you're not from Sewage Town? Who else gets such treatment as a part-timer? Same as usual, show him the menu. The boss hesitated, glanced at Sulajang following Yi Chen, pondering something. Okay, sure. Turning around to grab the menu from the counter, a hint of seriousness flashed through the boss's mind. The people of Radiant City were openly mingling with this mysterious guy now? Was it a coincidence that Yi Chen was brought in as reinforcement for Radiant City, or would it bring some unforeseen changes? Let me see. Sulajang was probably a big foodie during his time in Radiant City, and now he looked excited to try out the new dishes at the new store. However, as soon as he opened the menu, his smile gradually faded, turning into shock. Seriously? Goddamn thousand silk cake, devil cockroach noodles. Signature dish? Bestseller? Gulp. Sulajang swallowed nervously, feeling a deep generation gap with Yi Chen at that moment. He decided not to mention the local customs. Are you really going to eat this stuff? Are even the two major sect leaders eating this stuff? So, what would you like, sir? The innkeeper's inquiry sounded like a devil's whisper in Sulajang's ear, forcing him to squeeze out a more and more strained, less and less pleasant smile. He could only nudge Yi Chen lightly with his elbow and quietly ask his final stand. Anything that's relatively less disgusting? His appearance reminded Yi Chen of his own initial struggles, ultimately generating some empathy. Yi Chen glanced at the menu and found that the new dishes created by the boss were already listed. He pointed at a particular item. I'll have a bowl of special vegetarian noodles. Sulajang felt saved, but inevitably, a new dilemma arose. Vegetarian noodles? Will they be tasteless? Oh, now he's being picky. A playful expression crossed Yi Chen's face as he smiled at him. Isn't it simple? Just ask the boss to add some extra chili for you. Hearing this, Sulajang nodded repeatedly. Right, good idea. You're quite knowledgeable too. In a pinch, a little spice can compensate for any lack of flavor. Sulajang made up his mind and turned to the boss. Boss, I'll have the vegetarian noodles, with extra chili. Alright, please find a seat and wait. The boss nodded and went back to the kitchen to prepare the dish. Seeing this, Yi Chen didn't say anything more and, as usual, found his regular spot under the frame table. This was actually a small test to see if Sulajang would react. This is unusual. However, Sulajang seemed completely oblivious to the oddity of the frame, his mind still stuck on the nightmare-inducing menu. Oh my goodness! Why did we come here to eat? This menu is too terrifying. If he dares to open in Radiant City, he could probably win the annual Dark Cuisine Award within a century. As his thoughts swirled, Yi Chen pondered. From these few words, Sulajang's dietary standards seemed similar to his own, and his culinary beliefs weren't much different from those before the apocalypse. What do people in Radiant City usually eat? Yi Chen's question left Sulajang momentarily unsure how to respond. Just normal things, Sulajang replied, not understanding why someone would ask such a question. Bread, meat. The variety of vegetables and fruits is relatively limited, but not exaggerated. Even ordinary people can occasionally buy some. Ha! Is the diet in Radiant City really that normal? After some thought, Yechin couldn't help but probe further. Seems normal. Wastewater Town is so remote, unlike Radiant City, it's normal not to have access to regular food. How is that possible? Shula Zhang blurted out excitedly, then quickly glanced around, lowering his voice. Noodles are more expensive than meat. Don't you know? They can afford noodles, so why can't they get meat and vegetables? Even if it's through trade, plenty of people can make it happen. Yechin furrowed his brow. Is that so? This was truly a blind spot in his knowledge, at least in his opinion. Who would like to eat bugs if given a choice? Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal, be careful, it's hot. In the silence, footsteps approached once again, and the restaurant owner came over with 2 bowls of noodles. Wow, this owner's skills are impressive. How can a bowl of plain noodles smell so good? Sulajan couldn't help but lick his lips, swallow, his face full of anticipation. Not hungry at first, now he was, that's the charm of good food. Seeing this, Yechin chuckled lightly. Indeed, as long as there were no bugs, this bowl of noodles would be considered acceptable even before the apocalypse. But, you just had to add something more deadly. Splutter. Wow, it's so spicy. In an instant, Sulajang drank a mouthful of soup fiercely, tears streaming down his face. It's so spicy. Sulajang was in so much pain that he couldn't speak, his face as red as if he had drunk several bottles of liquor, looking fierce, his whole body undergoing such drastic changes that even his ring was shining brightly. Water! Water! Yechin remained calm, as it seemed he had also experienced a similar situation before. Owner, bring some sewage special brew, chilled. Well, let's add something I dare not drink to your order. The sewage special brew is more expensive than the food. There must be a reason for it. Having mentally prepared himself, he had drunk the sewage special brew a few times before. The chilled brew was quickly brought over. Sulajang grabbed it as if it were a lifesaver, gulping it down in big mouthfuls. Unlike his previous state, his whole being quickly stabilized. Damn! Damn damn damn! Sulajan widened his eyes, as if confirming something impossible. Is this devil's black pepper? Yechin was slightly surprised. Sulajan's reaction was different from what he had imagined. Did he recognize this thing? Not only did he recognize it, but he also seemed to be able to taste it. But of course, Devil's Black Pepper was almost the only product that the sewage town could sell externally, and Glorious City itself was definitely one of the sales channels. It was still a bit unexpected though. That small plot of land, that acre of land, how much could it produce at most in a year? Yeah, what's wrong? The restaurant owner also seemed a bit puzzled. Sulajang was at a loss for words. Devil's Black Pepper, paired with this stuff? Most dishes were even insect-based ingredients? Really, Sulajang felt like his whole world had been turned upside down, more shocking than when he first saw the menu at the Mosquito restaurant. Do you really know how precious this ingredient is? Even in my house, only a few banquets would dare to have the chef slice a bit of it. This is such a waste. A bigger gap appeared. Yechin raised an eyebrow, couldn't help but glance at the Devil's Black Pepper again, recalling the taste that almost killed him initially. Did this thing hold such great value? If that was true, then the promise from the old man in the pepper field to send him a carload would need to be re-evaluated. However, Yechin had stopped trying to understand the value issue. The only thing he couldn't figure out was, do you really think it's delicious? It's not delicious, Sulajang said firmly, heartbroken. But this thing can improve your physique and promote the recovery of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy? Yechin's heart stirred, as if he was about to touch upon some knowledge gap he was eager to understand. The current human cultivation system in this world. But as a big shot, he really shouldn't be unaware of this information. After pondering for a while, Yechin found a question that he thought was relatively perfect. But isn't the enhancement method in Glorious City mainly based on genetic enhancement? This was a bit of improvisation. Arthur had mentioned Glorious City and genetic enhancement several times. Sulajan was a bit puzzled by the issue of night, but for a moment, he didn't feel anything wrong. Genetic enhancement, isn't it just opening up the psychic groove for humans? Without using psychic abilities, how much meaning does genetic enhancement have? Knight's eyebrows raised slightly, as if a certain answer was about to surface, and Sulajang seemed very supportive as well. Once he started, he didn't ask anything and continued, of course, that bit of psychic ability isn't enough for much, mainly it's about overall attribute amplification. But having it is having it, only with psychic ability can one have the chance to drive supernatural objects. Otherwise, how would humans drive supernatural objects? It's only from having psychic abilities that humans finally have a bit of extraordinary power. Even if this psychic reserve is at most 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of a supernatural object, or even less, it's still psychic ability. That was something only anomalies had originally, so people under the influence of the church generally also referred to it as divine power. It's genetic enhancement that gave ordinary people psychic abilities, allowing humans to truly adapt to this new world and survive. In an instant, a storm surged in his heart. Psychic abilities. Humans could grasp a bit of it now. Psychic ability is extraordinary power. Like when a kitten uses scene retrospection, when I activate, and when I use a fossil, a crystal ball, all of it consumes psychic energy. However, humans probably can't master much of it at their current limit, and most of them are stuck at the stage of driving supernatural objects. Continuing the calculations according to Su Lezhang's conversion method, the amount of psychic energy a genetic enhancer can carry is probably 1,000th or even 1/10,000th of a supernatural object, and the power of a supernatural object is only 1,000th or 1/10,000th of an anomaly, indeed not strong. But there are so many humans. If genetic enhancement could really become widespread, and genetic enhancement doesn't seem to be limited to just one or two enhancements, what if it could continue indefinitely? The endpoint of genetic enhancement. Could it be a new anomaly? In the end, Su Lezhang made a timely conclusion. In this respect, the church is indeed stronger. They possess stronger psychic abilities, and can even use the power of their own deities, which is why both orthodox and heretical teachings have so many followers. Boss, another bowl. Make it spicier. Ha? Still eating? In this moment, Knight suddenly felt that the noodles in his bowl weren't as appetizing, his brain quickly pondering. If this thing could really promote the recovery of psychic energy, then let's do it. When faced with difficulties, tackle them head on, and if there are no difficulties, create them and tackle them. Knight immediately took advantage of the boss not leaving and said, "Boss, give me a bowl with chili too." Boss? In that instant, the boss, who knew how much Knight resisted this thing, was completely shocked. "You? Finally coming around?" And not long after, 2 steaming bowls of noodles were placed on the table again. Knight took a deep breath, the fire in his eyes almost like facing death. Damn! Taking a sip of the soup, Knight felt his entire tongue once again completely covered and penetrated without mercy. No amount of mental preparation could withstand the piercing spiciness. But the inner cat was immediately surprised, its excited voice transmitting to Knight's mind. "It actually works, meow. This thing really works, meow." Knight's heart stirred, and for a moment, the impact of this news seemed to make the unbearable spiciness not so unbearable anymore. Has my power recovered? If this is true, I'll fight to have a pound of chili even if it kills me. No, meow. How could that be, meow? Your psychic energy reserve is too vast. Nothing except anomalies can restore your power. But it does slow down the depletion and passing of your psychic energy. In a sense, it's not wrong to call it a recovery, meow. And this special brewed sewage, meow. I think it's also necessary to give it a try, meow. That idiot just recovered a bit more than you. That's too unreasonable, meow. I suspect these two can be used together, completely enhancing the nutrition of the devil black pepper, doubling the effect. Nutrition. Yechen still felt absurd. Are you sure this thing is so nutritious? If that's the case, why are the people in Sewage Town all so dark? But if it's true, Yechen made up his mind. Boss, another cup of sewage brew and a bowl of special noodles. Just go easy on the noodles, extra chili. Restaurant owner? He was truly shocked. Is this guy not feeling well today? Finally figured out what's good and what's expensive, huh? But why not make money if you can? Alright, just a moment. Soon, steaming noodles and sewage brew were served at the same time. Yechen mentally prepared himself, and started eating eagerly. With the added spice, Yechen felt like he was spiraling into heaven. The only thing worth rejoicing was that the sewage brew seemed to soften the sediment of devil black pepper sticking to his tongue, making Yechen understand why Shi Lezhang recovered so quickly, while he barely survived after drinking who knows how many cups of sewage brew for the first time. But, meow. It really works, meow. If I can keep up with this food intake and reduce the frequency of my actions these days, maybe I can really hold on until the festival, meow. The little cat was excited. Yechen was shocked. Damn, it really is a good thing. Not to mention, just before, the old man in the vegetable garden promised himself a cart of devil black pepper and he would make a fortune on his own. Its value could no longer be measured in misty blue coins. How much do I have to eat in a day? Yechen felt he was mentally prepared, but the words of the spiritual cat made him feel completely unprepared. 2 bowls per meal, 5 meals a day should be enough, meow. Yechen? Are you kidding me? This is not just about whether I can endure it. How much money is this going to cost? The special noodles are fine, originally priced at 4 misty blue coins per bowl. The boss gave him a special price of only 2 misty blue coins per bowl, but the sewage brew is expensive. 5 misty blue coins per cup. At this price, 2 servings per meal, 5 meals a day. Damn! I'll have to spend 70 misty blue coins a day? Damn! Well, theoretically, I only need to eat until the day of the festival, but even a few days of consumption is enough to put me in an economic crisis again. Of course, theoretically, Shula Zhang is responsible for all my food and lodging, but if you eat like this, it seems a bit excessive. It's like inviting a friend over and offering to cover their expenses, then they start living in a 5-star hotel eating sea cucumbers and abalones 10 times a day. But, it's not impossible to solve. If you can't fleece a sheep, you can share the burden. Get some reimbursement from Arthur, then some from Xiaoqingyu, and ask Shula Zhang for more. Just like when the 4th floor of the sewage inn was demolished, I suggested to the innkeeper that everyone should chip in. Boss, can you give me a discount on the sewage brew? I'll be eating a lot in the next few days. A lot. Shula Zhang obviously sensed something was off and couldn't help but sit up straight. He seemed to have promised to cover food and lodging, but he never expected the expenses here to be so high. And Yechen's obvious shock after just eating 3 bowls was quite startling to him. Isn't that great, right? Rarely, the restaurant owner was very reluctant. Now is the best time for sales. Once we start, it won't be easy for others to sell at this price. The simplest. I'm giving you a discount, and this guy you came with, is he really going to charge full price? It also makes sense. Yechen couldn't help but think of a solution, and at this moment, the restaurant owner gave him a coincidental suggestion. Why don't you try getting reimbursed by Arthur? To be honest, the salary he gives you is a bit low, but there are regulations on the maximum salary for the town guard. Yechen, how can you also rip off Arthur like this? Creak. Arthur pushed the door open, looking weary and not quite awake yet. As soon as he entered, he noticed the 3 of them staring at him strangely, like a fat lamb waiting eagerly and willingly to be slaughtered. What's up? Arthur approached the table where Yachen was sitting and took a seat beside him. Special vegetarian noodles. What? You're also eating our outsider dishes? I thought someone was finally going to perform the live show of 1,000 silken biscuit rice. Yachen glanced at Arthur, looking very well, completely different from last night. It was as if nothing had happened at all. I've been exerting too much combat power recently, severely damaging my strength. I need high-intensity replenishment as there will be a lot of such consumption in the future, you see. Yachen directly took the menu from the boss, pointed heavily at the special vegetarian noodles and the sewage special brew in front of Arthur, full of implications. Arthur rolled his eyes impatiently, really wanting to say, is this it? Come on, can't you show some of the grandeur from last night and make me believe I'm not dreaming? Alright, just put it on the town guards tab for your orders later. Arthur waved his hand grandly, full of vigor. However, he felt a bit uneasy afterward and played it safe. How much do you want to eat? Yachen asked candidly. 2 servings per meal, 5 meals a day. Arthur? Shula Zhang? Restaurant owner? Are you a pig? Isn't this a bit extreme? From not eating at all to eating like there's no tomorrow? Wait a minute. Why do you want to eat so much? Can't you have something else? If it's just about the quantity, don't eat these 2. Eating something else should significantly reduce the cost, and that should be fine as long as you're happy. My recovery speed is falling behind. I've done the calculations, and to maintain my peak strength, I must consume this amount of devil black chili. Everyone, are you out of your mind? Eating black chili to maintain strength? I completely understand why Yachen would want to give himself a discount, and I also understand the necessity of satisfying wholesale-like consumption to meet the discount. The restaurant owner, understanding Arthur's spending limit, offered a solution. I can discount the sewage special brew to 3 mist blue coins, but it only applies when purchased with the special vegetarian noodles. 2 servings per meal, 5 meals a day, which means 50 mist blue coins per day. Damn! Even at a discounted price, it's still expensive. For the first time, the restaurant owner himself felt that his pricing might be a bit outrageous. The town can reimburse you 50 mist blue coins per week. Arthur made a quick decision, stating his preferred number as if his previous grand gesture never happened. Shula Zhang swallowed hard and then stated his expected amount. The total for our previously discussed food and lodging expenses is 76 coins, I can add another 24. Yachen breathed a sigh of relief. You guys are amazing. He patted Shula Zhang on the shoulder, his eyes filled with the approval of a shrewd businessman, making Shula Zhang almost forget he was a bodyguard. You, kid, have a bright future ahead. Shula Zhang's payment of 100 mist blue coins would still deduct 40 coins for accommodation, but he had enough to cover that. The town guard's weekly salary was 25 coins, and Shula Zhang had to pay himself 30 coins a day. Yachen breathed a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he had been frugal since his first day here, constantly making money, or else the sudden turn of events would have been too much pressure. But then again, your restaurant is making a killing. It's not just me eating here, there's also the Rotting God sect and the Lingering Light sect. As long as you're shady enough, the three of us will keep the entire tourism industry's profits flowing, right? Creak. The shop door was pushed open once again, bringing in a brighter light than before, and two pretty girls walked in. They were no longer wearing robes but instead sported more convenient and professionally styled women's combat jackets, with the only difference being the emblem from the robes now displayed on their clothes. Both were familiar faces, just not convenient to greet each other. Xia Qingyu and Xia Manman. They walked lightly and went straight to the front desk, where they saw Yechen at a table, causing Xia Qingyu to furrow her brows slightly. Your table. Seems a bit too complicated, isn't it? The mysterious figure Yechen, Sewage Town, and Glorious City. But soon, Xia Qingyu's brows relaxed, revealing a sense of calm and tranquility as she sat at a nearby table by the wall. Qingyu, over there. Shoo. Xia Qingyu waved her hand, signaling the boss to come over. The set menu for that table, 2 portions. Oh, this. Alright. The restaurant owner once again entered the kitchen, muttering under his breath. Damn it. Can this dish already be marked with a sign? Creak. Just as the members of the Twilight Divine sect had sat down, the restaurant's door was pushed open once again, this time by another group entering, as if cooling down the entire heated atmosphere of the restaurant. Yechen glanced over, then lowered his head to continue eating his noodles. It's really lively this morning. They flocked in like mushrooms after the rain, pointing towards yet another extraordinary day. The Rotting Divine sect. Almost as if it had been agreed upon, the members of the Rotting Divine sect were also not wearing their robes today. And compared to the Twilight Divine sect's group, their internal order was evidently more distinct. The blue-haired girl led the group, followed by 3 others in a triangular formation, forming a solid combat formation. However, the blue-haired girl always seemed indifferent and bored. Swish! This continued all the way until the door closed, and the scene inside the restaurant became clearer. They couldn't help but notice the 2 figures from the Twilight Divine sect dining inside. Heretics! Trap! As if rehearsed countless times, the 3 instantly switched to combat mode. Amidst the mist, various supernatural abilities were revealed. Man reacted the fastest, as if some armor was forming inside her clothes, her hand cannon on the verge of erupting with full force. In an instant, tensions rose. Man, no need. Xia Qingyu softly intervened, forcefully suppressing her ready-to-launch attack. At the same time, the blue-haired girl also glanced at Yechen and Arthur's table, her gaze slightly freezing, before waving her hand behind her. What are you doing? We're here to eat. Impatiently speaking, the blue-haired girl walked straight ahead and found a table closer to the front desk. The same dishes they're having, 4 portions. Yechen. Wait, are you all ordering this much? I'm responsible for finding you normal food, not ordering what I eat, right? What's going on? So noisy. Su Lezhang seemed very cautious, asking in a subdued voice. Yechen glanced over, probably understanding his mood. The Twilight Divine sect and the Rotting Divine sect were basically archenemies. Let's be honest, these 2 groups, especially 2 combat units, sitting in the same place to eat was definitely a quite impactful spectacle. But what else could they do? Yechen took a big sip of chili soup and half a cup of sewage brew. If anyone causes trouble here, we'll have to take action. For Sewage Town, how you fight behind my back is your business, but if you start something in public, we'll have to step in. That's right. Arthur nodded. Su Lezhang, right? Remember, as long as you stay in the town guard, no one will dare to lay a hand on you at the Mosquito Inn or Sewage Tavern. Bang! Before the words had even settled, a slap in the face arrived swiftly. The door of the Mosquito and Vegetable restaurant was kicked open, and 2 people entered aggressively. What kind of crappy restaurant is this? That thing we ate yesterday was almost inedible. I asked around, this is a century-old shop, it must be Xia Qingyu's deliberate doing. She buys herself meat noodles and gives us these deadly spicy vegetarian noodles. Damn! Maybe she's bribed everyone here? Bribed? If the noodles are still terrible today, we'll just tear this place down. Come to think of it, did we bring any money? Are you kidding me? Does the Twilight God sect need to pay for food? The 2 of them walked in with great momentum, like they were performing a duet, exuding a silliness even greater than Su Lezhang's. And they were asking for a beating. Just as they finished speaking, they suddenly saw the table of people from the rotting cult in the room. Their faces changed instantly, and they brandished their weapons. Damn, the rotting cult? At the moment when the leader was about to pull the trigger, his follower behind him desperately grabbed his arm. Calm down, Lei Ge. It's just the 2 of us. Look over there. Sure enough, Wang Lei immediately saw Xia Qingyu at the table against the wall of the room, and he relaxed completely. Hey, Xia Qingyu, what are you doing? Clearing out the heretics? Xia Qingyu didn't even lift her head or seem to have any intention of speaking. She was already ready to start her breakfast. In the silence, Xia Qingyu ignored him, and the people from the rotting cult seemed to have no intention of acknowledging him either, leaving Wang Lei alone in his endless embarrassment. In an instant, his face turned red and then white, engulfed in anger and shame. Damn it! You damn whore have already colluded with the heretics. Wait until we get back and face the judgment of the court. However, Xia Qingyu seemed as unmoved as a stone, losing her patience the moment Wang Lei left. You! Wang Lei's anger flared up, redirecting it towards a new target. That is, Arthur. What are you standing there for? Is Wastewater Town openly welcoming the rotting cult, intending to be enemies with my Twilight God sect? Do you know what price you will pay? Ahem. Honestly, without a god's eye view, Yechen wasn't really clear on how the Twilight God sect's factions were divided. But just looking at it today, Xia Qingyu, did you really not offend anyone? Couldn't your teammates have been a bit more selective? Sorry for the interruption. Xia Qingyu stood up, not even glancing at Wang Lei, and gently shook her head at Arthur and Yechen. This is their personal behavior, it has nothing to do with the Twilight God sect. Bullshit. What do you mean it has nothing to do with the Twilight God sect? Now I represent. Before Wang Lei could continue his rant, Arthur stood up, drew his gun, released the safety, and aimed it at Wang Lei's head. Wastewater Town has never declared allegiance to any church power. Anyone who disturbs public order in the town's public places will be forcibly expelled, regardless of casualties. Wang Lei's face darkened, but before he could react, Yechen also stood up, revealing his identity as a member of the Wastewater Town Guard. Alright, is that how it is? Wang Lei shook his sleeves heavily, loudly uttered his final threat. Let's go! But before he could elegantly turn and leave, his companion gently grabbed him, speaking in a low voice with a hint of pleading. Lei Ge, we came here to eat. Wang Lei, eat your head. Wang Lei, who had been suppressing his anger for too long, struck out at his teammate. Why can't we eat anywhere else? Do we have to come to this damn place? The innkeeper's face darkened. Wang Lei's follower was still trying very hard to give one last reminder. Lei Ge, I asked around, this is the only place in town that offers food to outsiders. Wang Lei, damn. Looking around, Wang Lei, feeling extremely frustrated, led his subordinates to the other side of the wall, putting up a final show of strength. Boss, we're ready to order. The boss walked over without any distinction, his face devoid of expression. What do you want to eat? Wang Lei hesitated for a moment, choosing to trust the opponent's taste at this moment. Their set meals, 2 portions. Yi Chen. Another person who can't order, huh? The boss remained expressionless. Special vegetarian noodles, 8 missed blue coins per portion, no chile. Sewage special brew, 10 missed blue coins, only at room temperature, totaling 36 missed blue coins, pay first before we prepare. Wang Lei. Seriously? 36 missed blue coins for 2 people, and they still lack this and that? Yesterday Xia Qingyu bought 4 portions and it seemed to be just over 20 missed blue coins, right? He got ripped off, but he had no evidence. Hesitating, Wang Lei pawned 5 items to finally exchange for this meal. What else could he do? This is the only place in town where you can get food. Watching the boss return to the kitchen, the 2 guys over there scratched their heads, and Su Lezhan couldn't help but mutter to Yi Chen in a low voice, they seem like clowns. At his words, Yi Chen couldn't help but give him a strange look. Seriously, if you say someone looks like a clown, how much more of a clown could they be? But it's true, I have never seen such people in the Radiant Sun sect. They have always been known for their elite members, Arthur added in agreement. Yi Chen didn't think much of it, after all, he had seen more absurd scenes than this in novels. As power expands, even the strongest places inevitably have some bad elements mixed in. With that said, Yi Chen looked at Arthur and finally got down to business. What happened to you yesterday? Arthur didn't answer, instead looking at Su Lezhan. Yi Chen also realized and looked over, feeling quite nervous for a moment. What are you looking at me for? This person is from the Radiant City, hoping to meet you and seek refuge. Yi Chen conducted a very formal introduction. Of course, Arthur nodded without any thought or hesitation. This is a very good start for the friendship between Sewage Town and Radiant City. Rest assured, our town guard's strongest members are already protecting you. Su Lezhan, Yi Chen. Let's continue using the same title, everything is the same, just that Sewage Town is also nominally contributing. Lezhan, go sit at the table of the Radiant Sun sect for a while. Su Lezhan? He felt more and more insulted. Why do you sound like the adults are discussing? Go play with the relatives' kids outside. I won't accept it. Okay, Su Lezhang agreed and walked towards Xiaoqingyu. Soon, a surprised exclamation came from that direction. Hey! You! Momo, it's okay, let's eat. Ha! Watching this scene, Arthur seemed pensive. You seem to have a good relationship with the Radiant Sun sect? Yi-Chen was still sipping his soup, feeling a bit full from all the food. It's not that we have a good relationship, but there seems to be no reason for conflict. Arthur nodded lightly, with a pensive smile. Yes. After all, your goal is quite exceptional. Pausing for a moment, Arthur couldn't help but mention, just be careful, she's not simple. At his words, Yi-Chen's hand holding the utensils paused for a moment, and he calmly replied, why? Arthur glanced cautiously in that direction, lowering his voice. Do you know who she is? Who? Just as he would be willing to listen to what Xiaoqingyu had to say while cooperating with Arthur, Yi-Chen was also willing to hear what Arthur had to say. After all, he only needed to listen, the choice would come after listening. In order to fight for themselves, they were both exposing each other's secrets, and the truth was gradually emerging in the mutual dismantling between them. She is the youngest judge in the history of the Twilight Divine Sect, having received blessings from the main god of Twilight more than twice, her strength now comparable to any bishop in the city. Since joining the Judgment Court, she has risen rapidly, achieving remarkable feats, even completing A-level missions, earning her the title of Sun's favorite in the outside world. Such a person coming to Sewage Town, yet choosing to show weakness to the enemy. Don't you think her reaction seems a bit too deliberate? I don't think so. I actually think that guy named Wang Lei is the one with real issues. The possibility of him being the Oscar Best Actor is almost non-existent. So, Arthur, what are you afraid of? Why are you so concerned about the two major divine sects? It seems like you never knew what they were here for, or maybe you didn't need to guess because they are here to stop you. You only told me about my purpose, but how do you plan to achieve it? It's time for us to continue the unfinished conversation from yesterday. How do you plan to make all this happen? Silence. In the silence, Night Chen chose to give Arthur some time. You just mentioned missions, right? I haven't had the chance to start an A-level mission. Is it really powerful? Hearing this, Arthur once again looked at Night Chen strangely, hesitating to speak several times. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if you popped out of a rock. Do you really know nothing about the mission board? Night Chen had no response. In this post-apocalyptic wasteland, he was indeed not much different from someone who popped out of a rock. Arthur didn't mind, as he also didn't know what Night Chen knew, or how much. Anyway, if he said something, he must know. The mission board, also known as the Wandering Mission Board, categorizes missions not by type, but by impact and severity. Generally, D-level missions are personal disasters, C-level missions are minor disasters, B-level missions are regional crises, meaning if not properly handled, they could lead to the destruction of a small area. Like a small place like Sewage Town. A-level missions are city-destroying dangers, often capable of directly wiping out a large city of glorious city level. You should also know, there are hardly any cities like that left in the wasteland. Damn! If we compare this record to Xiaoqingyu saving Glorious City, it is indeed impressive, belonging to the elite among the elite. Even for an event at the level of Sewage Town, it is appropriate to send someone like her. If that's the case, Arthur's series of fancy operations, as mentioned by Night Chen, are mainly based on the theory of acting, which indeed makes sense. So, who determines the rating of the missions? Night Chen was clearly puzzled. Firstly, the person issuing the mission cannot have the authority to rate it, otherwise it wouldn't have been as systematic as it is now, with ratings from A to D being widely accepted. If it's the Wandering Association, the organization that registers the missions after they are issued, they don't have that ability. It's almost like predicting the future. How can one tell how serious a mission is just by registering it? The one responsible for rating must be the deity worshipped by the Wandering Association. The anomaly itself, the Wandering Balance. It is the deity that promotes the existence of the mission board, even widely recognized on the continent as one of its incarnations. It not only governs the mission ratings but also judges the qualifications of the recipients, whether they have the possibility of completing the mission. So, for the past few decades, only a few major orthodoxies have been able to take on missions above B-level. Damn! Night Chen paused for a moment. Another anomaly? The Wandering Balance. I wonder if Little Cat recognizes it. But it also explains why in the past, only the orthodoxies could take on high-level missions, most likely another anomaly under the 003 faction. Through the delegation of the board, the Twilight Cult and other orthodox sects primarily focused on protecting human civilization can solve problems to the best of their ability, which is a bit like a battle of immortals, a proxy war. In this place where anomalies are rampant, How many battles of immortals are hidden behind? Of course, if the Soul Cat were to pick up on this, it would definitely be something like, "Aren't you the biggest boss here? Do you understand what I mean?" Arthur whispered. It will judge whether the recipient has the ability to complete the task. Many Orthodox sects also use this method to test out their best teams. In other words, she brings the most carefully selected and suitable best team from Anomalies and the Twilight Cult. Can such a combination create the current situation? Internal discord in the team? Ha! Arthur's words almost overturned everything he knew, leading all the motives of the Twilight Cult towards conspiracy. Reversal, reversal, endless reversals, spinning the night into a dizzying whirl. Arthur. Night Chen shook his head. But you still haven't told me, what does Wastewater Town really want to do? Arthur fell silent. I was warned, he said. I wanted to tell you yesterday. But I trusted you too late, giving Chaos Bell the chance to discover and interfere. It's too late now, I've been silenced, the whole Wastewater Town has been silenced. So, I can't say anything. How can I trust you then? But if what Arthur said is true, does forced silence also mean that their plan is under the watchful eye of Anomalies? In other words, no matter if there is really some force in Wastewater Town trying to sacrifice, it's unlikely that Arthur is leading it. How could the creditors of Wastewater Town sit idly by and let such a thing happen? After much thought, there is only one way I can tell you these secrets, Arthur said firmly, with a touch of desperation that Night Chen couldn't understand. Through the delegation board. You mean, as long as you can unlock the advanced permissions of the Wanderer's badge, you can see the tasks of Wastewater Town on it. Most of the answers are there. Only Anomalies can fight Anomalies, but even Chaos God is powerless to stop the existence of the delegation board. Chaos God. Night Chen noticed this title. Has Chaos Bell actually become the god of Wastewater Town in essence? Just like 003 to the Twilight Cult. It's really not easy for you to still be alive. You were so disrespectful yesterday. As for the chaotic mess in Wastewater Town that can't be sorted out, Night Chen actually finds it quite normal. Judging from the strength he heard, he is at least a cellmate with a number below 50. I understand. But my permissions. Arthur smiled bitterly. That's your dilemma. In theory, you just need to complete another ordinary local task to attract the attention of the Wanderer's balance. With your abilities, you should undoubtedly be able to obtain advanced permissions. But since this is a loophole, as I know it, it means others know it too. Do you understand? Night Chen laughed. He fully understood. Whether it's the town defense team or Anomalies, anyone who doesn't want their plans disrupted will make a desperate attempt to stop it. However, will Anomalies intervene? Night Chen laughed. I was just afraid he wouldn't intervene. Let's go, Lu Zhang. The motorcycle roared, speeding towards the direction of the town guard. Lu Zhang, in the passenger seat, had no worries about Night Chen's driving skills, still trying to come to terms with the complexity of the recent events. My goodness, you are really calm. Just now, it was too complicated, so many people in a small restaurant. Night Chen nodded in agreement, then glanced strangely at him through the rearview mirror. That being said, aren't you also one of the complex ones? Although you don't quite fit in, but who doesn't see you as a representative of Radiant City? If we just leave like this, will they start fighting again? Night Chen retorted irritably at the words. What, if we're not there, the sun won't rise as usual? Su Lozhan. Oh, I'm just worried. Well, more curious actually, it's the Twilight Divine Sect and the Rotting Divine Sect after all. And then there are internal conflicts. But come to think of it, Arthur must be overwhelmed, right? That's true indeed. When he's not around, Arthur with the current lineup at the Mosquito restaurant probably can't achieve overwhelming strength. Of course, it would be ridiculous if anyone really thought he only had strength on paper. Not to mention, with his gun aiming all targeting the sixth shot as a kill, not something Wan Lei can handle. The motorcycle came to a steady stop in front of the town guard. Night Chen lightly jumped off and landed steadily. Can I come in? Su Lezhang seemed slightly uneasy as they arrived at the place. Although they are not part of the same system, they are from the same functional department after all. In the past, when in Radiant City, every time they came to such a place, it was mostly because of brawls. Why not? You don't have to go too deep. I'm just taking on a commission. Su Lezhang suddenly realized. Oh, a commission. His expression showed a hint of surprise. So, when you asked me yesterday, can you take on advanced ones? Nowadays, those who can take on advanced commissions are either elite squads of the major divine sects or the top-tier individual strengths. These individuals, apart from those who have undergone genetic enhancement in Radiant City 4 times or more, are often agents of certain abnormal worldly powers. Not yet. However, Night Chen's words overturned all of Su Lezhang's speculations. But soon, Su Lejong was slightly shocked, his mouth slightly agape. You're so confident. Don't you know who's in charge of the review? It's personally witnessed by the anomalies and then approved. But it doesn't seem impossible, given this guy's strength. Let me see if there are any simple commissions. Muttering to himself, Night-chan opened the commission board. Following that was a long silence. Fewer. Much fewer. Overnight, nearly 2/3 of the commissions on the board had disappeared. Don't forget, the ordinary commissions on the board are local commissions. But where did so many people in Sewage Town come from to take on commissions? This is the wasteland. This kind of thing is not something you can play with if your combat power is not at a certain level. From what he had seen so far, certainly not the whole picture, but the only one with actual combat power seems to be Arthur, right? And since Arthur reminded himself of this matter, it's natural that he wouldn't have taken all of them and left no way out for himself. Isn't that strange? Browsing through the remaining commissions, most of them were from outside the city, involving clearing aberrant creatures, collecting items, capturing various things, and going to other gathering points to find someone, run errands, or deliver messages, seemingly all leading him away from Sewage Town. He didn't know when it started, maybe it was from the last time he looked at the commission board. Once you leave, you can't come back, so that time he didn't go to clear the mutant giant rat. It's as if, standing in front of this commission board, he was truly connected to this world. As he interacted more and more with the commission board, Night-chan couldn't help but transmit a message in his mind. Little cat, who is the owner behind this commission board, can you tell from the available information? I can't guarantee, meow. I analyzed it based on the names of certain worshippers, it should be 014, the Wandering Libra meow. 014? Night-chan was slightly surprised in his heart, feeling both unexpected and expected. It's another one starting with a 10. But it's one position later than the sequence of the Mistforged. What are his characteristics? The Mind Cat pondered for a moment before speaking. He seems to enjoy causing trouble, right? You can imagine him as a ruthless arms dealer meow, selling equipment to whichever side is weaker, until they can't afford it anymore. Back when he was in the containment tower, he liked stirring up trouble like this meow. But now I'm not so sure. After all, back then everyone was more interested in playing around, everyone was an invincible big shot. But now it seems like everyone has a broader perspective meow. Since Nightfall hadn't witnessed those times firsthand and chose not to comment, it continued to search through the commission board. Eventually, Nightfall found a few commissions that didn't require leaving the town, although they were either unreasonable or difficult to complete. Large quantity of medicines stolen from the sewage clinic, request to recover all lost medicines or supplement with an equal amount of various types of drugs. Reward, 20 mist blue coins. This is quite a pit. It doesn't ask you to find the culprit, nor is it like the Devil's Pepper Field where you find clues or reasons, it just asks you to recover the lost items, and all of them. How do you recover them? If the medicines were stolen, either they were sold for a high price or used in a hurry by the thief and their friends. Where do you even begin to recover them? Even if you find them, do you retrieve them from someone's stomach or from outside the town? Just based on the content of this commission, there's already a strong sense of the commissioner making you do the dirty work. And then there's a commission that truly made Nightfall feel out of place, a commission that was outrageously out of place. Assassinate Arthur. Reward 1,000 mist blue coins. Now that's a real fortune. But this commission was hanging there so blatantly out of place. Don't forget, Arthur is responsible for managing the commission board in the Sewage Town area. But there it was, hanging right there. Arthur couldn't possibly ignore it. The only reason it could be there is that it's impossible to remove. So, the commission management agencies in Sewage Town and the Wastelands don't have the authority to remove commissions, only the right to oversee and operate them, right? After a moment of thought, Nightfall glanced at the publisher of the commission, unsurprisingly finding just 2 words. Anonymous. Arthur was truly audacious, hanging this commission there like that, offering 1,000 mist blue coins. Who knows how many people would be willing to take the risk? And who wants to kill Arthur? Although it doesn't require leaving Sewage Town, and the mission target is relatively straightforward and within reach, Nightfall certainly couldn't accept this commission and continued to look further down. Soon, another commission caught Nightfall's attention. Investigate the whereabouts of the Mosquito Canteen owner at night. Mission brief, I have never seen him at night, just like the Mosquito Canteen, a restaurant with a nearly 100-year-old legacy, is as mysterious. Every time it closes at night, he seems to disappear as well. Reward, 10 mist blue coins. Publisher, Anonymous. Category, Local Common, visible only to non-residents of Sewage Town. Ah, this. Nightfall side. Is this another hidden side quest opening method? Revealing the unknown side of the canteen owner. Shaking its head, Nightfall continued to read further down. Another commission, different from the ones seen before. Overall, visibly more complex. Attached to the commission was a report from the Glorious City Experimental Institute. Commission, obtain special resources. Commission content, there is an irrationality in the sewage of Sewage Town, carrying strange energy that cannot be used for daily life, yet Sewage Town claims it is edible, shrouded in mystery. I have speculated that Sewage Town has its own special treatment process, but Sewage Town does not have the conditions to treat sewage. Commission requirements, investigate the reasons in detail and provide evidence, or extract and deliver the original water source of the sewage ditch. Commission reward, 100 mist blue coins. Publisher, anonymous. Delivery location, sewage clinic. Why is it the sewage clinic again? And why isn't Arthur dealing with this matter? Yechin still doesn't understand why these 3 tasks were exposed in front of him. These 3 tasks clearly involve the secrets of Sewage Town. Arthur has the power to make them disappear from the task board by himself or at least send someone to take them. Since he can see them, does it mean he wants Yechin to investigate these 3 tasks? To uncover things he can't say but can find out here. Of course, there is another possibility. The speculated enemies and unusual obstacles may have already begun, and these 3 tasks are the beginning of a series of conspiracies blocking his path. But why? What can he find in them? Yechin sighed and left the task board, walking straight to the small town map board beside him. His fingertips lightly touched the locations of several tasks. In the next moment, the 3 tasks seemed to connect in a line, making Yechin's gaze suddenly sharpen. The sewage clinic, located almost adjacent to the town guard position, is not only the town's sole medical institution but also the officially designated clinic for the town guard. The Mosquito restaurant, seemingly investigating the restaurant owner personally, is actually interconnected. Exploring this secret is actually delving into the entire Mosquito restaurant's mystery. Then there's the sewage issue. When discussing sewage supply, one cannot ignore the sewage inn, which sits directly in the sewage ditch and serves as the collection and supply point for the town's domestic water. Unconsciously, among the few tasks he could take, one by one encompassed the 3 core aspects of Sewage Town in his eyes. Conspiracy or coincidence? What's wrong? Su Lezhang saw Yechin's constantly changing expression and couldn't help but ask curiously, with a hint of worry. Yechin was about to get stuck in his thoughts but was interrupted, so he glanced at Su Lezhang and decided to change his thinking. After all, things are often confusing for those involved. You'll see when you look. You should have basic permissions, right? Why are you so sure I have them? Su Lezhang couldn't help but complain in his mind. Who would give a wanderer's badge to an ordinary person? Yes, I'll go check now. Just as he stood there, Su Lezhang's sudden exclamation rang out. What? Assassinate Arthur? Wow! 1,000 mist blue coins? Who in this small town can come up with so much money? For a moment, even Yechin couldn't help but be speechless. Why, are you only focused on assassinating Arthur? However, Su Lezhang's reaction did give Yechin a little inspiration. Are assassination tasks on the task board usually rare? Su Lezhang was puzzled and shook his head repeatedly, clearly not as Yechin had speculated. Not rare, but who would post such tasks locally? You can't hide anonymously, you know. Generally, the local security department monitors the task board, which is no different from declaring your hopes in front of the law enforcement officers. Not only will you be targeted, but the target will also react. Most importantly, the availability of assassins is too limited. This price is better suited for higher-level tasks, with a higher success rate. Yechin raised his eyebrows and returned to the task board, examining it once again. Do you think it's a setup? Su Lezhang. When did I say that? Forget it. I can't keep up with the big guy's thinking. I didn't say anything. I don't understand anything. I'm just talking nonsense. Don't follow my lead. Yechin remained noncommittal, lightly tapping the task board with his finger, and a faint mist spread over his hand, causing the 3 tasks to disappear. He successfully accepted them and chose to do so anonymously. Although, choosing anonymity is not much different from deceiving oneself. There are only a few tasks left on this task board, and Arthur should also be aware. As 3 of them were missing upon their arrival, a glance was enough to figure out what was going on. How strange. Yechin twisted the throttle. Get on, we need to be more careful from now on. The engine roared, and in no time, just a minute or 2 north from the town guard office, they arrived at the sewage clinic. The distance between the 2 places was even closer, as there was a slight detour during the few minutes of travel. So close? Yechin furrowed his brows. This didn't seem right. What happened 7 days ago? Arthur didn't come to handle it. Or was it like the chilly field, with no clues, so they finally issued a commission? But who was the commission given to? Were there any locals skilled in tracking, more professional than Arthur? While pondering, Yi-Chen got off the motorcycle, and the full view of the sewage clinic unfolded before his eyes. True to its name, it was just an ordinary clinic, not much different from a pre-apocalyptic community clinic. As soon as the door was pushed open, the hospital's disinfectant smell hit them. It was the most feared smell of childhood. "Please come in." Taking a step inside, a middle-aged man's face soon appeared. He seemed spirited, with better skin quality than the average in Sewage Town, but his bald head stood out in this small town. After all, Yi-Chen hadn't even seen a barber shop since he had been walking around. The bald doctor looked at them, furrowing his brows. "Outsiders? It doesn't matter, you're not injured, leave. Healthy people are not welcome here." Yi-Chen raised an eyebrow. Could one really tell if someone was injured with just one look? Were they truly professional or just bluffing, not wanting to deal with him? However, Yi-Chen hadn't come here for medical treatment in the first place. "I've taken on a commission, you had medication stolen here, right?" "Ha?" The doctor was momentarily stunned, his eyes scanning Yi-Chen's town guard attire, showing visible doubt. "You're from the town guard?" "No, that couldn't be." Soon, as if he had figured out something crucial, he wore an unfriendly expression. "Damn it! How long has it been, and you think you can find anything now? Unless you're here to give me back the medication directly, forget it." Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes. The other party's reaction was completely unexpected, not only unwelcoming but almost driving away. Was this really the attitude of someone seeking help to find something? If they didn't want to find it at all, why were they hanging around? "It's been a while?" Of course, Yi-Chen couldn't just leave like that, so he asked as if he didn't understand the implications in the doctor's words. Seeing that Yi-Chen had no intention of leaving, the bald doctor, with a sour face, reluctantly replied, "It's been 7 days since it happened. You coming now, what good would it do?" 7 days ago. 7 days ago, no outsiders had arrived in Sewage Town, so was it someone from within the town who stole it? Sewage Town was good in this aspect. The security investigation was too simple, with almost no transient population, so it was easy to figure out who did it by just looking around the town. The situation became much simpler in an instant, although it still didn't increase the chances of recovering the stolen medication. "Since the commission is still open, it means it can be taken. Now that I've taken it, I have to execute it, as it affects my completion rate for tasks," Yi-Chen said. "I hope you can cooperate, don't lose hope, I will do my best to help you recover it." The bald doctor didn't say anything more, just chuckled. "As you wish, but if you can't bring back my medication, I won't pay you any reward." Yi-Chen nodded, as he had already anticipated this outcome. "Any leads?" Surprisingly, the bald doctor nodded. "Of course, I do." He sat down, took a sip of water, and then began to speak in a surprisingly detailed and articulate manner. 7 days ago, someone climbed over the back wall into the clinic at night, swift and clear in their actions. It's evident they had been here for treatment before, not just once. From the backyard, there is only one small alley leading to the clinic, which must be passed through back and forth. There should be some clues. The thief entered through the backyard and then used a secret passage to access the basement, probably wearing gloves, maybe even shoe covers. I didn't see any traces at the scene, the pharmacy was completely emptied. Perhaps you can try to find some clues. Yi-Chen, wait. Aren't you the one who reported the case? Why do I feel like you're about to solve it yourself? Could it be that you actually witnessed the crime with your own eyes? That night, were you in your room? Of course. The bald doctor sneered. I know what you want to say. But when the villain came in, what could I do? Fight back? I definitely pretended to be asleep. Yi-Chen, that's quite rational. What about the next day? Yi-Chen paused. Have you personally checked the traces in the alley you mentioned? The room fell silent at his words, confirming the bald doctor's suspicions. Of course, he said expressionlessly, I can't leave this clinic. Ha? Yi-Chen narrowed his eyes, momentarily puzzled by his words. Can't leave. What does that mean? Is he in a captor-captive relationship with Arthur? But that doesn't seem to make sense. If Arthur is really inexplicably holding this doctor captive, shouldn't there at least be a guard present? Moreover, the other party's actions seemed so free. Focusing on the task at hand, Yi-Chen was well aware that 7 days had passed, and hope had become extremely faint. Where is the basement? Clap. The bald doctor pressed a button, the wall trembled, and then a dark passage opened up. It was pitch black, with no end in sight, no glimmer of light. Looking down from the room bathed in sunlight, it was extremely eerie. I won't go down. It's best for this kid following you to stay here too. It might not be safe to go down if you're not from the town or the town guard. The bald doctor seemed to imply something, then turned and went upstairs without looking back. There are 2 rooms downstairs, the pharmacy on the left, the operating room on the right. Don't go to the operating room, don't even look. As the doctor ascended the stairs, he suddenly turned his head, his face alternating between light and shadow at the boundary, appearing extremely eerie. Don't blame me for not warning you. With those words and attitude, the doctor disappeared completely between the stairs of the first and second floors of the clinic, leaving behind a heavy sense of eeriness and gloom. Especially for Shula Zhang, he felt very uneasy. Why do I feel like this doctor is not quite normal? Shula Zhang whispered nervously. This is a bit scary. Should I go down or not? Yechen frowned. Either way. Intuitively, I think you'll be safer staying here, but it's probably best to follow me. Shula Zhang suddenly felt more determined, no longer tormented by the dilemma of whether to go or not. Is this the expert's opinion? No. Yechen glanced at him, turned on the flashlight on his shoulder, and headed downstairs. The expert's opinion is to stay here and not move around. But I prefer you to follow me. In case something happens to you, I can immediately know and provide assistance. Shula Zhang. After hesitating for a moment, Shula Zhang tightly followed, stepping into the dark passage. That bald doctor is quite scary. At least going down, he could be with the bodyguard. As they descended, a sense of unease grew stronger in both of them. Why was the basement of a clinic built so deep? And why do all these places in Sewage Town have basements? He had been to the basement of the sewage in himself. Shula Zhang tried to appear not fragile as he sought help in a more dignified manner. I feel very uneasy, very uneasy. Can you pay more attention to me? Yechen's footsteps paused as he descended the stairs, turning to look at Shula Zhang. A premonition? It's still related to supernatural abilities, like a danger perception ability? Shula Zhang gritted his teeth, feeling increasingly uneasy. It was difficult to suppress his fear, afraid that he couldn't attract enough attention from Yechen. It's somewhat related to the supernatural ability I have. Every time I have this feeling, something bad happens. Yechen squinted his eyes. Although he didn't rule out the possibility that Shula Zhang was just seeking attention because he was too timid, he had to be cautious. Although this guy was funny, Yechen never thought he was simple and had to be vigilant. After hesitating for a moment, Yechen hung his flashlight on Shula Zhang's shoulder and took out a classic-style guard flashlight for himself. Don't shine it on me, don't shine it on yourself, and don't take it down. When you encounter danger, hide well, aim at the enemy when attacking. Shula Zhang was puzzled. This is an offensive supernatural ability? He's really going all out. His bodyguard is awesome. The light shining in the darkness made Yechen feel much safer, even though he was always comforted by the presence of light. Finally, there were no more uneven steps on the ground, and the two arrived at the corridor of the basement together. The corridor began to have dim lights, otherwise Yechen might have suspected he had entered a vampire's lair. The corridor was not long, but it was a bit exaggerated to call it a basement, at least in Yichen's eyes. It was more like a negative first floor. Only two areas were visible below the corridor. The left side was blocked by a solid wall, while the right side had a transparent glass window through which the situation inside could be clearly seen. Two plaques at the top of the corridor clearly indicated the locations. However, Yechen remembered the doctor's advice at the clinic and didn't even glance inside. He was certainly interested in exploring the operating room that had given him numerous warnings, but for propriety's sake, he had to go to the pharmacy first. This way, if he didn't listen to advice and went to the operating room next, he would have a reasonable excuse. I believe there are clues there. However, as soon as he entered the pharmacy, the room was visibly empty. If this place wasn't always like this, it meant it had already been emptied by thieves. Judging from the current situation, the sewage clinic could almost be declared out of operation. With such a big deal, Arthur. Forget it, he must be overwhelmed. Nothing is trivial now. Yechen crouched down, and the floor was covered with fresh dust, as if no one had been here for a long time, similar to the scenes of previous incidents. It's the work of the guard team, isn't it? Yechen obviously had no direct or even indirect clues, but he had this feeling. It looked very similar, the style was very similar. He raised his head, squinted slightly, and decided to seek the opinions of others. Have you noticed anything strange? Shula Zhang was stunned, apparently not expecting to be involved. You're asking me? I don't think there's anything strange here. There's nothing here at all. Even the private medicine cabinet in my own home doesn't have this little stuff. Alright, I know you have a private medicine cabinet. Surgical knives. Yechen pointed to the wall where several racks were placed, filled with countless, various surgical knives that looked unsettling. Even an expert in dissection wouldn't need so many strange and bizarre knives. In a large hospital, a certain clinic would only have a few common items that could be used on patients, let alone a place like Sewage Town, where there aren't many people or patients. Yechen paused. It looks like they're for collection, but they're obviously cleaner than the floor, as if they're used frequently? In an instant, Su Lejang felt a chill. Damn, you're right. Could that bald guy be a psycho killer? He hadn't paid attention before, but now that he did, Su Lejang was getting more and more alarmed. I didn't realize until you mentioned it. Individually, this set of knives isn't worth much, but as a whole, it could fetch a fortune in Glorious City. Ha! Yi Chen furrowed his brows. So, stealing for money is ruled out? Otherwise, compared to drugs, this row of surgical knives should hold more value, yet only drugs were taken. Was it a need for emergency medication or simply a lack of understanding of the item's worth? Yi Chen lightly tapped his finger, feeling the logic getting trapped in a loop. A psychopathic killer. Seems unlikely, considering that the sewage clinic is the designated sewage calming hospital of the town guard, also the only hospital, always a reliable choice. But then again, Sewage Town itself is not exactly reliable. Little cat, have you noticed anything I missed? Brainstorming. But even in this matter, the mind cat isn't exactly professional. No meow. But it seems simple, just a scene backtracking should do the trick meow. Yi Chen. No, keep your power. I know backtracking the scene would work, but with so much going on right now, with 3 commissions alone, the mind cat's backtracking ability can only support 1 use. How can it be enough? Even if we do decide to use it eventually, it should be after all 3 commissions have been fully explored, confirming the importance of this place before deciding to backtrack. But, if we don't use the ability, the clues end here. However, since the doctor claims there are traces in the alley, let's go track them. Yi Chen shook his head, patting the spot next to him where Su Lejang was seated. Lejang, we. Yi Chen's hand passed through the air, his pupils contracting sharply in confusion. The space beside him was empty, just like this deserted pharmacy with only himself. Su Lejang was gone. Su Lejang? Yi Chen called out without controlling his volume, one last time to confirm his safety. This pharmacy, the entire basement, even the corridor leading to the clinic's first floor, were all empty. So empty that even if Yi Chen shouted here, it would be loud enough for Su Lejang to hear and respond from any area within. Infinite silence, not a single echo. It can be completely ruled out that he left on his own accord. Would such a coward suddenly leave without a word? The only remaining answer, even made Yi Chen shudder a bit. Whoever it was, managed to silently take someone away from his side without him or the mind cat noticing? Right, the mind cat. Little cat, are you there? Hear meow. The mind cat's voice reassured Yi Chen. If the cat could respond, then the problem wasn't with him, he was still in reality. Unlike a few days ago in the dream, arriving in Sewage Town 60 years ago, when the cat wasn't around. Saying he wasn't worried would be a lie. Have you sensed anything? Unusually, the mind cat also showed a hint of unease. No meow, it's indeed strange meow. Yi Chen furrowed his brows. I remember you can sense anomalies, right? That's right meow. Yi Chen gradually started analyzing. So we can be sure it's not related to anomalies, the mind cat thought for a moment, then shook its head gently. Not necessarily meow. If the anomaly influenced him from a faraway place, making him leave in a peculiar way that I couldn't notice, then it's possible meow. Leaving in a peculiar way. Yi Chen crouched down, there were no footprints on the ground, but it seemed smoother. Such traces. Unless Su Lejang slid out? How could that be possible? Squinting, the smooth path continued all the way to the room's main door, which was the corridor's location. Click. Yi Chen released the revolver's safety, holding the gun with one hand and shining the flashlight with the other towards the front, striding towards the corridor. The corridor was empty, as always, with a touch of eerie emptiness. As he turned his head, the passage from the first floor to here was still open, without any changes. Gone up? How could that be possible? It would be one thing if it was a smooth ride, but Su Lejang was not a slime, so how could he have slid up here without making any noise? Looking up, the words operating room emitted a crimson hue, with the bald doctor's warning still vivid in his mind. Don't go to the operating room. Don't even look. Unlike the solid walls of the pharmacy, the outer wall of the operating room was made of glass. This meant that standing in the corridor, Yi Chen could clearly see what was happening inside. 2 empty operating tables, darkness, silence, nothing else. But now, wasn't this the perfect reason to ignore warnings? Bang! Yi Chen kicked open the door to the operating room and walked in. Inside the door was a small compartment similar to a reception room. Walking a few meters further, behind a side door was the operating room that he had just seen from outside through the glass. However, in that instant, Yi Chen suddenly felt everything in front of him spinning. Everything in front of him seemed to be caught between illusion and reality, unclear yet very clear. as if the camera's focus was adjusting, the walls were moving, and he could barely keep his balance. Thump! 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 3 somewhat old-fashioned gates opened with a creak. The overhead lights suddenly turned on one by one, illuminating the dim and lightless room. The world seemed to have stabilized, but it felt like it had changed its appearance. The walls were covered in blood, resembling a bloody slaughterhouse. It was as if he had switched to a different dimension in the same space. Damn! Yechin cursed, leaning against the wall. In that split second, he felt like he had experienced a portal from a novel. It stinks. Just now. Ah! Help me! Yechin, help me! Before he could even communicate with the soul cat, Yechin's ears were filled with the deafening and familiar sound of a pig being slaughtered coming from the next room. Su Lezhang? Yechin quietly stopped his voice, lightly touched the wall, felt the wet liquid on his hand, and quickly moved away. Blood? What the hell kind of place is this? I'm not. Giggle giggle. What a fresh toy, it's been a while since an outsider's pig has come to town. Mary, be gentle, it's been so long since that old pig upstairs brought us an offering. Don't ruin the fun so quickly. After 2 eerie and sinister female voices, there was a drilling sound like a dental drill. Just hearing it made him feel a terrifying sensation of being pierced somewhere on his body. Sizzle. Ah, Lezhang? In that instant, Yechin almost thought Su Lezhang had met a tragic fate and was gone. But the next second, the pig-like screams rang out again. No! No, don't kill me. Wait! Don't look over there! Please, sisters, wait. No! What are you? Yechin breathed a sigh of relief, adjusted his posture, and slowly approached the door. Indeed, as long as this guy could still scream like that, Yechin could listen to the situation inside very calmly. The situation inside was still ongoing, and Su Lezhang's screams seemed to have piqued the interest of the 2 women. Oh, this little guy has good defenses, he hasn't been cut open yet. Giggle. Is it a mutant? Then let's strip him naked first, the master will surely like it. He. Don't, please. Su Lezhang's voice became weak and feeble, no longer the pig-like screams. Yechin knew it was time. If he continued to watch, Su Lezhang would really be in trouble. Bang! Yechin kicked open the door to the compartment, and the scene inside came into view. Su Lezhang's limbs were firmly restrained on the hospital bed. The whole room was in a mess. Yes, in a mess, completely different from what he saw through the glass. Surgical knives were scattered everywhere, the ground littered with bloody limbs and debris, the walls painted with a river of evil blood. The sound of the door being kicked open startled everything inside. Su Lezhang, bound tightly, felt a surge of energy as he struggled like a fish out of water, bouncing back with all his might, letting out an excited roar. Yechin! You've come! I knew you would come to save me. Yechin ignored him, as the 2 evil and eerie enemies had turned their heads at the commotion. Oh, this toy is so much fun. We didn't choose him, but he came chasing after us. In that instant, Yechin was dumbfounded. He had thought they were 2 deranged killer sisters, but now he realized his perspective was too narrow. Were these 2 really human? They wore long nurse uniforms, their skin invisible from certain angles. It wasn't until they turned their heads that he saw their silver faces devoid of any features. A silver face? That wasn't skin. Though their clothes were intact, these bizarre creatures, in their madness, seemed to pay little attention to their appearance. Swinging knives wildly, their pants were slashed with countless cuts, revealing tantalizing thighs. Silver thighs. This wasn't skin, it seemed to be a material like rhodium alloy. Click. Sizzle. As if in response to Yechin's thoughts, one of the women casually picked up a surgical knife from the operating table, and with a click, cut off her own hand, blood gushing out in an instant. Ah! Before Su Lezhang could wail at the gruesome scene, the woman fumbled on the table, picked up a half-meter-high chainsaw, and placed it directly on her still slightly fleshy arm. In an instant, the deafening buzz echoed through the room. Hey, girl, your punk style is a bit over the top. And this isn't a punk-style apocalypse, it's a creepy apocalypse, so. Damn it! Little cat, what is this? An anomaly? Yechin gestured to Su Lezhang in secret, taking a few steps back, drawing his gun and aiming it at the other's forehead, scrutinizing them closely. As an anomaly, they seemed too weak, but as humans, they were too eerie. Not a meow, but definitely related to anomalies, meow. They are all creations of anomalies, meow. It seems like some deranged anomaly reshaped their bodies for their fanatical followers, sewing souls into this, meow. Anyway, it's something like that. Were these individuals favored by anomalies? Just like how the bishops of the Twilight cult were often bestowed power by 003, Yechin wondered if Xiaoqingyu was one of them. At least for now, her combat style seemed to involve firearms and supernatural abilities. He. Handsome boy, you're much prettier than him. I can't wait to disassemble you and put you back together. How about I swap my head for yours? I love your eyes, so serene like the night sky with stars. Bang! Yechin couldn't bear the disgust, the seriousness of the most inhumane words, and pulled the trigger. The bullet, with its fiery tail, traced an exquisite arc and shot out. Snap! The bullet hit the unknown creature's forehead, leaving a small dent before bouncing off. Bounce off? Oh, dear boy, that's not nice. If you blow up my head, how can I have the face to swap heads with you? Or maybe, she pointed at Su Lejean, lightly running the chainsaw hand across. Or maybe, you actually want that head? Yechin. Ha! At that moment, a scream from the heart of the cat echoed in Yechin's mind. I know who it is. For 33 stitched doll, meow. That anomaly is just twisted, meow. It enjoys cutting and stitching different things together for pleasure, meow. He claimed that one day he would sew together a new abnormal meow within 100. Once it broke containment, amidst the chaos it subdued several researchers, over 10 animals, a pile of furniture, and even 2 weak abnormal beings, dismembering them and sewing them together in a mess, with their internal organs spilling out. Ugh! It's so disgusting, meow. Please, do not contain this fellow. I strongly recommend eliminating it directly, meow meow meow. Yi Chen. He had never seen the soul cat so emotionally stirred up, obviously truly disgusted. Even if he wanted to, he felt a nauseating sensation. It was so shocking that even a normal person would rather die than fall into the hands of such an enemy. As long as I can do it, I strongly support extermination. Mary, what are you doing? Just as Yi Chen was about to take the next step, let's call it a mannequin for now, looked puzzled at another mannequin named Mary, only to see that mannequin completely motionless, as if frozen in place. With just a glance, Yi Chen instantly understood what was going on. Was this little fool Su Lezhang actually smart enough to understand his hint? And he even remembered that he had a flashlight on his shoulder. That mannequin had been petrified. The number of enemies was directly halved, and the situation instantly improved. Otherwise, facing 2 indestructible chainsaw killers, Yi Chen really felt there was a possibility of losing. Not to mention, if he were truly cut in half by the opponent's various weapons, the spiritual energy consumed for resurrection would be equivalent to eating devilishly spicy chili for the next 3 days. And most importantly, he really didn't dare to die in front of these 2 things. When he was resurrected, who knows what he would turn into? If he ended up having Su Lezhang's stupid head in the future, I'd rather just die. Bang! 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 Without saying a word, Yi Chen swiftly aimed at the mannequin on the operating table, which was changing directions, and fired 4 shots. The 4 bullets hit the shackles that bound Su Lezhang's limbs to the operating table, and then the remaining bullet almost grazed the mannequin's head and was shot. The distance brought greater impact. Even though not a scratch was made, the immense force pushed the mannequin out. Ha ha, I'm saved. Yi Chen, you're my savior. Su Lezhang's excited laughter made Yi Chen want to punch him, and he shouted angrily, fool. Shine the flashlight on her. Oh. Su Lezhang finally reacted, leaping up and running behind Yi Chen, shining the flashlight at the mannequin from a slightly backward angle. By the way, are you okay? Chainsaws, damn it, aren't we done for if we don't dodge? Ha, did you really ruin Mary with this thing? What a pity, without Mary, I can only have you 2 play with me in the future. It would be interesting to attach legs to the head, right? Dodge! Bang! Yi Chen raised his leg and kicked Su Lezhang out, then he himself dodged to the side. Swish! The mannequin moved at a speed unlike a normal human, almost slicing through the 2 of them with the chainsaw, and a slight delay would have gutted one of them. But she seemed not to pursue further, swinging the chainsaw and cutting through the entire wall connected to the ceiling, causing half the room to collapse. Bang! 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 You don't want me to leave? Well, I never thought I would let you, this ghostly thing, leave here. One magazine after another emptied, the mannequin hung upside down on the ceiling like a spider, dodging Yi Chen's bullets at an extremely chilling speed. Its agile and terrifying speed completely evaded all of Yi Chen's attacks. Then, with a momentum as if splitting the heavens and earth, the rotating saw teeth descended from above. Damn! At night, while changing the magazine, Night Chen rolled on the ground with all his might. Then, with a loud bang, the ground was smashed as if hit by a human-shaped cannonball, creating a pit. Bang! 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 Another burst of bullets poured out, hitting 3 out of 6 shots, but causing no harm. Night Chen, it's bad. Mary is moving. Night Chen's pupils constricted. Every move he made was on the brink of crisis. If that puppet named Mary woke up, the situation would undoubtedly worsen beyond imagination. Bang! Bang! Night-Chin glanced over. Mary still seemed numb, just a bit more agile. Without hesitation, he raised his gun, aiming at her elbow joint. 4 shots landed, hitting the same spot successively, successfully disarming one of her arms. Alright, Lu Zhang, hold that puppet down for me. Lu Zhang, damn, are you a bodyguard? You are. How do I hold her down? I'll try my best. Hurry up. Click. Night-Chin sprinted towards Mary at full speed, reloading while lifting his leg for a sweep, kicking Mary over. He then pressed the muzzle against her other arm joint, pulling the trigger without hesitation. Bang! 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 He completely disarmed one arm, and Night-Chin breathed a sigh of relief, glancing back at Lu Zhang. Sister! Be gentle, please. No problem. Bang! Bang! Another magazine completely disarmed Mary's leg joints, leaving her with 3 limbs. Even if she woke up, she would no longer be combat ready. However, as Night-Chin reached for another magazine, he paused. Oh no! Out of bullets. Ammunition was heavy, and Night-Chin couldn't carry so many magazines every time he went out. Apart from the 4 or 5 he kept on hand, the rest were stored in the inn. With all bullets spent and the enemy's strongest still unharmed, even bringing all remaining magazines wouldn't help. The opponent was agile, never staying still to become an easy target for continuous shots. The only chance to win was if his flashlight worked wonders again. But the puppet was insane, not stupid. It kept moving continuously, sacrificing attack power to prevent Lu Zhang from shining on it for more than half a second. The method to defeat Mary was becoming less likely. At this moment, Night-Chin deeply missed the Chaos Bell, even Arthur's beggar version of the Chaos Bell, which would have been invaluable in this situation, because it could deliver a fatal blow. Night-Chin, I can't hold on anymore. Damn! Night-Chin gave up on using the last magazine to disarm Mary's last leg, pulled out a grappling hook gun, and shot it towards the puppet's chest. Of course, the dodging puppet evaded Night-Chin's shot, but the hook caught its shoulder. The hook firmly held it, allowing Night-Chin to use the recoil to rush towards the puppet like a flying projectile. Oh, seeking death? The puppet sneered, temporarily ignoring Lu Zhang, who was within reach, and not caring about the hook claw on its shoulder. Instead, it activated the chainsaw and swung it towards Night-Chin, charging at it. At this speed, in this direction, and with the irreversible gravity of the hook's movement. In the next second, Night-Chin's path would inevitably meet the chainsaw, cutting him in half. Night-Chin! Lu Zhang was saved, but bewildered. He couldn't understand why his teammate had suddenly taken such a reckless action. Smack! Night-Chin, charging forward, no longer held the gun but flattened it, using the first point of contact to push up. Sizzle! The chainsaw struck the gun's barrel, its gears cutting at a terrifying speed, sparking brightly. Yet, despite this, the chainsaw failed to cut through the gun. This was Night-Chin's method, the only thing that could withstand the chainsaw. With the resilience of supernatural objects, Night-Chin resisted the cutting of the chainsaw head-on. Bang! As the harpoon pulled them closer, Night-Chin let go of the harpoon with his right hand, grabbed the puppet's neck with all his might, and then, using the momentum, headbutted it. Bang! Obviously, the opponent's head was not made of flesh and blood at all. Night-Chin felt like he had hit a metal plate, seeing stars. Nevertheless, the puppet was momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was wondering why its chainsaw hadn't cut through Night-Chin's hand, or maybe it was thinking, is he headbutting me? But regardless, Night-Chin seized this opportunity, pressing down on the puppet's center of gravity with the hand gripping its neck in midair, left foot on its wrist, right foot on its chest, like a martial arts novel, stepping on it as it fell from the sky. Boom! A pit was smashed into the floor of the room. With its wrist pinned down, the chainsaw could no longer be adjusted and only chopped at the ground. Amidst the swirling smoke, Su Lezhang slightly opened his mouth. Brother, do you know? You just looked like a war god. What are you standing there for? Finish it off. Upon landing, Night-Chin shifted to a half-crouching position. His left foot firmly pressed on the puppet's wrist holding the chainsaw, his right leg exerting all its strength to restrain its leg's counterattack, his arms locking the puppet's neck with his forearms, pinning it to the ground. In the struggle and stalemate, veins bulged on Night-Chin's forehead. This was an extremely fragile balance in the midst of chaos, and the puppet was bewildered, never having seen someone fight so wildly. Waiting for the slightest chance of reaction, it could use its legs to leverage and throw Night-Chin off, returning everything to the initial situation. Here it comes, here it comes. Su Lezhang was still reliable at the critical moment, rushing over, grabbing the puppet's legs in a dive. Crawling forward, the flashlight on his shoulder shone directly on the puppet's face. Night-Chin, you must hold its hand. The chainsaw's buzzing sound was close to the ground, echoing nonstop by Night-Chin's ear, making Su Lezhang tremble with fear. If you hold its feet, everything will be fine. Similarly, Night-Chen was quite worried about Su Lezhang's side slipping up. After more than 10 seconds, the puppet stopped struggling. Night-Chen did not relax his vigilance, turning his foot from pressing the puppet's wrist into his left knee, his right foot on the puppet's chest, squatting down, pointing his gun at its forehead. Bang 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 bang. The final 6 bullets all hit the same spot on the forehead, finally piercing through, leaving it silent. Is it dead? Night-Chen checked the wound, slumping to the ground, breathing heavily. Yes, it's dead. The sudden battle had almost used up all of Night-Chen's strength, yet he had narrowly escaped death. There were too many unexpected events, too many possibilities. He couldn't win this fight on his own. Although he had won, Night-Chen's confidence seemed to have suffered a huge blow. Little cat? Night-Chen, you're amazing, meow. With such limited resources and an imbalanced power comparison, you managed to fight so beautifully, meow. You were so cool just now, meow meow. Night-Chen was not affected by its words. He opened his mouth without a hint of a smile. At this point, do you still think I'm the strongest 001? He hadn't even fought abnormally, just a fanatic of some abnormality, and almost died? Was this worthy of being called an anomaly, worthy of being called 001? With such an opponent, forget about 002, 003, even the Chaos Bell could play with its eyes closed, right? The inner cat fell silent for a while, then spoke softly. That's not the point, meow. Even though the tiger is the king of all beasts, its teammates can be formidable enemies, unstoppable in every way, but they can also die from a venomous bite. But if the tiger can put on equipment, it can be invincible, meow. The inner cat's words flowed more smoothly, its mood becoming more cheerful as it spoke. In your eyes, all the anomalies you're experiencing now, the power has been accumulated through decades of exploration. But you've just arrived in this world, so it's normal to feel out of place. However, you have the potential to become stronger, meow. On the day we successfully contain the first anomaly, I guarantee you won't be as embarrassed as you are today, meow. Yi-Chen smiled lightly, feeling a bit better. Then I'll wait and see. It makes sense. Isn't my greatest advantage throughout the whole process compatibility? Forget about being the source or not, I don't understand and I don't want to. While other anomalies can only rely on their own abilities, I can theoretically use the abilities of any anomaly. It's that simple. When I have the Chaos Bell, not even the Reaper's Scythe can touch me. With the Chaos Bell in hand today, aren't these two just like toys to play with? Little cat, is there any cellmate suitable to be used as a close combat weapon? I miss it. Mind cat. Your recovery attitude is quite fast. I'll keep an eye out. The sewage town is almost turning into a boiling pot. There must be a few close combat anomalies with good traits. Yi-Chen sighed, holstering his gun at his waist. Fine. After this, I'll have to get more ammunition from Arthur again. Thinking so, Yi-Chen kicked the foot of Su Lezhang who was sitting beside him. Are you okay? Returning to the cause of all this, Su Lezhang suddenly disappeared from his side. Indeed, even now, I can't figure it out. How did you get in? Oh, how did you get caught here? Su Lezhang also looked puzzled. I don't know. Weren't we looking at the knife rack in the pharmacy together? Then suddenly I felt a chill. When I turned around, everything started spinning, you were gone, and then those two puppets dragged me all the way here and tied me up. Everything started spinning. Yi-Chen squinted, picked up the chainsaw from the ground, found a relatively weak spot where the window had collapsed, and cut through. Boom! In no time, a new exit was opened. Stepping out, everything was a familiar sight. The silent and eerie corridors, and on the other side, the pharmacy where he had been. But Yi-Chen knew something was off. Before he entered the operating room, before the spinning, it wasn't like this. It was as if a hidden reality had been pulled back into the real space. This definitely isn't the ability of the stitched doll. It doesn't have such traits, meow. Yi-Chen nodded lightly, but waves of doubt rose in his mind. So, is there something else hidden in this place? Let's go. With that said, Yi-Chen took the lead towards the dark underground passage to the first floor. It was time to evacuate, as they were literally running out of resources. What's more worrying is that the things beneath this clinic, the bald doctor upstairs couldn't possibly be unaware of, or even worse, he might be the mastermind. Perhaps the moment they go upstairs, they will face a second wave of boss battles. If the doctor knows about this place, and if the doctor is still being held captive by Arthur in this place, damn, could Arthur be planning to use this thing to kill me? Yi-Chen's footsteps paused as he ruled out absurd answers. A more plausible truth was on the verge of emerging. Arthur knew that there was something here that could trigger anomalies, and upon learning his purpose, he let himself here in this way? If I die, it just means I was bragging. If I really solve the anomaly, it will be the most convincing proof of all. The only problem is, little cat, are you sure the stitched doll isn't here? The mind cat shook its head. It's not here, meow. But I think it might often appear here, at least those two puppets know how to summon it. Oh, if only we could keep one of them alive, meow. Night-Chan's heart stirred slightly. Mary, should be considered a live mouth, right? Standing at the exit of the secret passage, both of them stopped simultaneously, and Su Lejong instinctively assumed a fighting stance. Dr. Bald was standing at the entrance of the secret passage, looking coldly at the two of them. Their gazes met. What are you doing? Dr. Bald asked indifferently, his voice exuding endless coldness. I heard gunshots. Night-Chan raised an eyebrow. Things were getting out of hand down there, and all you have to say is that you heard gunshots? We were attacked, Dr. Bald squinted, seemingly taken aback by the unimaginable answer. Especially since this answer implied, you actually managed to come back alive? Of course, he couldn't be so foolish as to ask such a question directly. Instead, he wore a look of anger and seriousness. Didn't I tell you not to go to the operating room? Night-Chan squinted. What's this, trying to intimidate me? But on second thought, Dr. Bald did give such instructions, and also mentioned that Su Lejong shouldn't go down. Could it be that the thing down there didn't attack the town guards? In a moment of realization, Night-Chan seemed to have grasped some key points. Of course, his face always looked 3 times more unpleasant than Dr. Bald's. We didn't go, but they came to capture my teammate. Night-Chan pulled out his empty pistol. And now, I should be the one questioning you. Why are you hiding such things under your clinic? Night-Chan's words made Dr. Bald's expression uncertain. In fact, he was indeed a town guard. You dismantled my operating room. I won't answer any of your questions. Night-Chan released the safety catch. What if you must answer? After a long pause, Dr. Bald smiled. I refuse. What will you do, kill me? Night-Chan furrowed his brow, showing genuine doubt. Why not? Based on what I saw down there, I can easily conclude that you are scheming against innocent people, engaging in bloody sacrifices and activities. Being in this place, you can't clear your own involvement. If you are like them, the servants of the Stitched Dolls, you must give me a reasonable explanation or evidence to leave here. Stitched Dolls. The moment he heard the unusual name, Dr. Bald's pupils contracted unprecedentedly, his face changing drastically. But as Night-Chan finished his sentence, he almost burst out laughing. You scoundrel, Arthur, this scoundrel. He called you here, but didn't tell you anything? Seeking justice, how ridiculous. Because of that bastard, I have now lost even my freedom. I have already given all the warnings within my reach. Dare to say I haven't harmed the innocent. But if we talk about blood debts, you should go find him, not me. Dr. Bald's angry roar made Night-Chan's heart tremble. It was hard for him to lie because the content of this lie was too easy to expose. Arthur must be aware of what's going on here. Damn it, why can't I get around you, Arthur? What the hell are you up to? And these one after another enigmatic people, damn it, I'm so fed up, I really want to catch one and interrogate everything out of them. As his thoughts turned, Night-Chan temporarily set aside the idea of questioning the other party. The reason was simple, he was out of bullets and couldn't fight anymore. He couldn't pass judgment on him, especially since even if the two puppets below had attempted to murder Su Lejong, he had already eliminated them. The best outcome of further questioning would be to force out how to attract the Stitched Dolls, but he wasn't fit for another battle now. It would be more detrimental than beneficial to arouse its vigilance. And it seemed that Dr. Bald couldn't leave Sewage Town no matter what, and he would have to come back sooner or later in the next few days. Leaving him here shouldn't be a problem. Did you send another commission? The topic of Yechin jumped too far, leaving Dr. Bald momentarily unresponsive to what the other party was saying. It wasn't until that moment of realization that his expression changed. You're not one of Arthur's people? No, you're not from Sewage Town. He muttered for a moment, pacing back and forth in front of Yechin, casting a slightly apologetic glance at Su Lejong midway. You let him go down with you, I thought you wanted to use him as. Never mind. Dr. Bald stopped in his tracks, quietly asking Yechin, do you also seek the blessings of the Stitching God? The Stitching God. Blessings. At that moment, Yechin was very certain of one thing. This Dr. Bald was indeed a follower of the Stitching Doll. As for what blessings? Forget it. I don't want any, nor do I need any. Maybe, I want to see it. Dr. Bald seemed to be in a dilemma. You got into a fight with Shueo and Mary, wanting to gain blessings perhaps. Well, I could introduce you, but on one condition. Dr. Bald made up his mind at that moment. If you bring me the deep water source from the sewage canal that I need for another commission, I'll find a way for you to see him, deal? Yechin's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Can you really do it? Your faith must be no less than theirs, appearances can be deceiving indeed. Yechen gradually lowered his gun. It seemed unlikely that he would start a fight with him under the current circumstances. Is this data for you or for the research institute in Radiant City? Yechen remembered clearly that the commission had a piece of data from the Radiant City Research Institute attached to it. It's none of your concern. I only promised to introduce you to the stitching god. This reaction, neither denying nor confirming. Yechen took a deep breath, pointing towards the door, signaling Xu Lezhang to leave first. Today's business is not finished, I will come back. Dr. Bald smiled rarely, though a bit awkwardly. Feel free, but you better hurry, before the ceremony. Watching Xu Lezhang smoothly push open the door, successfully leaving the sewage clinic, Yechen breathed a sigh of relief, maintaining a certain vigilance, and calmly walked out. The sunlight once again shone on him. Yechen turned around. The secret passage of the sewage clinic was already closed, and Dr. Bald was no longer in sight. Finally out. Xu Lezhang had already jumped onto the back seat of the motorcycle, almost shouting, "Come on, let's go." Everything that just happened felt like a dream. The bloody and dark underground contrasting with the bright sunlight now felt so out of place. Do you know who in Radiant City wants the data from the sewage canal? Yechen sat on the motorcycle, turning back to ask. Xu Lezhang shook his head. I have no idea, definitely not me. I didn't suspect you either. Why are you so worked up? As time went by, Yechen didn't like to pressure him anymore. Yechen believed that Xu Lezhang would inevitably disclose various things to him proactively in the time to come. This was reflected in the fact that their relationship had indeed improved after the experiences, not just an illusion. The motorcycle continued along the road, turned at an intersection, turned back, and finally entered an alley, then proceeded straight ahead, stopping at the entrance of the clinic. Xu Lezhang? Why are you back again? Soon, he remembered the first thing the two of them came for, feeling inexplicably puzzled, and blurted out, You haven't given up on that commission yet? Yechen ignored him, squatting down, carefully examining the traces on the ground. That commission couldn't be completed, but it won't waste much time to come and see. I want to confirm something. Xu Lezhang nodded in a somewhat understanding manner. Professional, that was his evaluation of Yechen, including their previous battle. Although Yechen did not display any surprising combat power, the feeling of going all out and pushing his resources to the limit made him feel belatedly impressed. Only a ruthless person could grab a monster holding an electric saw knife with a grappling spear, then use a handgun as a shield to face the electric saw like a swordsman, and press down on the monster's neck. Yechen was unaware of Xu Lezhang's chaotic thoughts, just deep in thought while crouching on the ground. As Dr. Bald had said, this path was rarely traveled, so the traces on the ground appeared very fresh. After entering the apocalypse, there were only a few places in Sewage Town where people still moved around, and only a few roads were still in use between them. Like this road, not only was the road surface poor, but it also did not connect to any important places, so there were hardly any pedestrians. Therefore, the tire tracks were very conspicuous. Even the tire tracks from 7 days ago were clearly visible. Because there was only that one. Get in the car. Yechen called out, got into the driver's seat, revved the engine, and drove back in the direction they came from. Upon reaching the intersection, Yechen glanced at the marks, then turned left and continued forward. The marks became increasingly faint as the road surface improved. Nearing an area with more pedestrian traffic, he stopped. The marks had reached their end point. The garrison's courtyard. Boldly drove into the garrison's yard. It was just outrageous. Wasn't the sewage clinic the designated medical institution of Sewage Town? Wasn't it closely related to Arthur, even being the detained party? Was the garrison lacking medicine? Did Arthur need to steal medicine? It seemed inappropriate to use the term steal, as the other party had been open and aboveboard throughout. It was truly puzzling. What was Arthur's relationship with the cultists here at the sewage clinic? Yes, cultists. So far, even the Rotting God sect hadn't truly given Yechen the standard of cultists, but the sewage clinic had indeed crossed the line of common sense. Boom! Arthur wasn't inside. To be honest, Yechen had no interest in talking to Arthur now. Everywhere was full of doubts, and anything could be dismissed with silence. Communicating with him was truly a waste of time. The motorcycle started again and headed in a familiar direction. After much deliberation, Xu Lezhang finally asked from the passenger seat, "So, where are we going now?" He wanted to rest. Yechen glanced at him and couldn't help but chuckle. "Obviously, we're going to eat." Xu Lezhang. Click. The motorcycle stopped in front of the Mosquito canteen. Yechen pushed the door and glanced at the scene inside. Everything seemed intact. It appeared that there hadn't been a fight after he left. Why are you back? I mean, welcome. The canteen owner popped his head out from behind the counter, revising his unfriendly remarks several times before finally welcoming them. Food, as usual, 2 set meals. The owner was momentarily stunned, then realized. He almost forgot that this guy needed to eat 5 meals a day. Alright, please wait, I'll go prepare. Does this gentleman eat? Shula Zhang, burp. Oh nar. Skillfully taking his familiar seat, Yechen looked up at the painting, becoming more audacious. Lei Zhang, what do you think of this photo? Shula Zhang was puzzled, looking at the photo, pondering, but couldn't figure it out. What did Yechen mean? He thought of many phrases that could make him sound more cultured, but in the end, he struggled to say the simplest thing. Nice scenery? Yechen, aren't you curious? Why are they rowing a boat into the middle of the sewage ditch? Shula Zhang suddenly resonated, slamming the table and turning to the canteen owner who was bringing the dishes. Yeah, why are they rowing a boat into the sewage ditch? And why is this scene hanging here? Innkeeper. Yechen, what the hell are you, a dog? Why ask this in front of others? I don't know either. The innkeeper chuckled and turned back with a complicated expression to fetch the second bowl of noodles. As he turned, his brows furrowed, muttering to himself, even Glorious City has set its sights there? At the dining table, watching Yechen, who had a face that said not enjoying it but was still eating heartily, Shula Zhang couldn't help but feel uneasy. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong just now? Yechen shook his head. No, you didn't say anything. You said it so well, perfectly drawing their attention to me. Thinking of one of the 3 commissions, Yechen glanced at the leisurely figure behind the counter, occasionally stealing glances at Shula Zhang, the restaurant owner. After a moment's thought, he called him over. Boss, I'm actually curious, where does the food in your restaurant come from? The restaurant owner was taken aback, his eyes gleaming with pride. Hey, let me tell you, it's truly a spectacular sight. Just like that, our mosquito breeding industry in Sewage Town is invincible. The restaurant owner was completely enthralled. If you come to Sewage Town and don't see this spectacular sight, it would be a pity. No need, I really don't want to see a mosquito breeding factory, I'm afraid it will traumatize my soul. Where is it? Can we see it now? Yechen asked curiously. The restaurant owner was genuinely surprised, not expecting Yechen to show interest. Yes, it's just a few 100 meters outside of town. Since the restaurant doesn't have customers at this time, shall I take you to see it? Outside of town? Yechen decisively changed his mind. You want to trick me into going out? No way. But I've never seen anyone deliver goods to you. How do you store your stuff? The boss was puzzled, not understanding why Yechen suddenly became so interested in the restaurant's operations. In the basement, there are refrigerators, ice cellars, all the equipment needed to store ingredients. I receive a large batch of goods every time. Downstairs? Yechen stomped his foot, finally finding an opportunity, and naturally asked, Can I visit? Of course not. The restaurant owner's refusal was firm and without hesitation. Without giving Yechen a chance to react, the boss continued, What are you up to? Get comfortable, thinking of settling in Sewage Town, opening a restaurant and competing with me for business? Yechen, your thinking is really out of line. You're overthinking it, but Lu Zhang mentioned to me last night that the taste here is very classic. He wants to invest and open a branch in Glorious City. Shula Zhang, when did I say that? He forced a smile, admitting Yechen's words. I do really like. The friends in Glorious City might really like. I think someone will be willing to give it a try. The restaurant owner actually believed him. It's not impossible, if it's really profitable. Shula Zhang, if I bring this thing to Glorious City, even if I make it back alive this time, my old man will think I've gone crazy and beat me to death. Speaking of which, Yechen finally helped Shula Zhang, who had been quietly cooperating with him despite being tricked several times, and initiated a deeper probe. With so many people around lately, don't you consider staying open at night too? Sometimes I wake up hungry at night, but can't come over to eat. The restaurant owner hesitated, looking troubled. Well, I remember there are kitchen utensils on the first floor of the inn. I close at 9, you can buy a meal at 9 and reheat it yourself? Yechen decisively shook his head, that wouldn't taste good, and might upset your stomach. The restaurant owner couldn't help but mutter to himself. That won't work either. I'm getting old, I can't stay up late. Yechen nodded gently, not saying anything more. He silently gave up on the task of tracking the whereabouts of the restaurant owner at night. Firstly, the two parties were now in a cooperative relationship. Secondly, the Mosquito restaurant was currently his crucial source of food and would be essential for supplementing with Devil's Black Pepper in the coming days. Sneaking in at night could lead to serious consequences, even tearing apart the relationship they had built, which seemed unworthy. After chatting for a while, Yechen wiped his mouth and left the restaurant. Hey buddy, why can you eat so much? Watching Yechin eat 2 bowls in a row within a few hours after leaving the sewage restaurant, while he couldn't eat a bite, Zulashang couldn't help but question his soul. Most importantly, how can you eat so much without gaining weight and still maintain such a good figure? Is that even fair? Because I'm hungry. Zulashang. Ah, you're really funny. Yechin ignored him, took out the walkie-talkie, and contacted Arthur. I need to replenish my ammunition. Is it convenient now? Arthur's voice came a few seconds later, sounding somewhat tired. Not convenient. How much do you need? 10 magazines. Is it for the same handgun model? Yes. After a moment of thought, Arthur's voice came through. I don't have time to trade right now. If it's convenient, I'll have someone put it in your room this afternoon. Not convenient. Arthur. Then I'll pass it to the innkeeper. Can you pick it up from him tonight? Yechin thought for a moment and nodded. Okay. After some thought, Yechin asked, do you know what tasks I've taken on? Hearing this, Arthur hurriedly interrupted Yechin. I don't know, and don't tell me. I'm busy, I'll hang up. Without giving Yechin a chance to speak, the walkie-talkie beeped with a busy signal. Couldn't even say it? Yechin looked up at the time, it was almost 11 o'clock. In fact, it was already quite fast, but thinking about what happened underground at the sewage clinic made it hard to feel that time was passing quickly. Instead, it felt unreal and distant. Out of the 3 tasks he had taken on, 2 couldn't be completed, leaving only 1. After some contemplation, Yechin patted Zulashang on the shoulder. Lezhang, can you do me a favor? Zulashang blinked. Why? After asking, he regretted it, realizing how rare the chance to survive with this big shot was, but he nodded with a sense of justice. Okay. After all, we're roommates, right? Hearing this, Yechin couldn't help but curl his lips slightly. Actually, you might not be quite fit to be my roommate. Back in the inn, seeing the innkeeper sitting at the front desk, Yechin walked in nonchalantly, while Zulashang followed behind him with a bold stride. Boss, he wants to talk business with you using our personal relationship, you handle it. The innkeeper was indeed puzzled, wanting to ask Yechin what personal relationship they had, but he quickly understood the real purpose. Ha? Business? What business could we have? Is he planning to bring people from Glorious City to stay at my shady inn and then split the loot together? Facing the innkeeper's puzzled gaze, Zulashang, full of confidence, spoke up. Boss, when we leave Sewage Town, I want to buy some sewage to take with me. How much does it cost? Money is not a problem. The innkeeper was taken aback, feeling like he deserved a slap. But this, clearly had its advantages. And when the other party said, money is not a problem, the innkeeper believed it. After all, it was Glorious City. As for selling some sewage, it wouldn't hurt to explore new revenue streams. Wasn't the sewage inn also there to make money? Of course, this unexpected business made him more cautious. What do you need sewage for? To drink? Zulashang nodded approvingly, excitedly clapping his hands. Exactly. I found the sewage in your house quite interesting. I'm thinking of taking some back to let my friends taste it. Maybe I'll even open a beverage shop and call it Special Sewage Drink. Yechin, I don't think I gave you so many lines. Why are you adding drama to it? You've even thought of a shop name. Do you really have this plan? I heard that you are in charge of water collection and supply in Sewage Town, so I have to discuss this business with you. The innkeeper was obviously shocked, and besides being shocked, he was also puzzled. Why? I heard that Glorious City still has a pure water production line. Isn't that much cleaner? Su Lezhang waved his hand. I'm tired of it. I've been drinking it every day since I was young. Who can stand that stuff? The innkeeper seemed to have a hard time understanding this guy's mentality, but why not make money? You don't even have to sell much to make a lot of profit because what I sell is illicit. Alright, I can sell you a few boxes, enough for you to have a banquet. Unexpectedly, Su Lezhang shook his head with extreme disdain. A few boxes? What can I do with a few boxes? I want to open a beverage shop, understand, a beverage shop. Rarely, the innkeeper felt a bit of a headache, and the money was right in front of him but he couldn't earn it. I really can't do it. The output is insufficient, I can't give you that much. If you don't think of a way, make it a rare product and sell it at a high price. Tisk, indeed one of the 2 black shop owners in Sewage Town, they really understand each other, and can even give suggestions in reverse. Why is the output insufficient? Su Lezhang looked perplexed. Isn't it just the sewage in the ditch? Load up a few trucks for me, the more the better. What's the difference between that and picking up money? The innkeeper gradually became speechless. It's not that simple. I have to purify it too. You don't think you can drink the water directly from the ditch, do you? Su Lezhang was very cooperative and extremely shocked. Isn't this water drinkable once boiled? The innkeeper rolled his eyes. Who told you it's drinkable directly? If that were the case, I'd be thrilled. Anyway, it's not possible. Just give me a few boxes to get rid of them? Su Lezhang also resorted to being unreasonable directly. At the very least, you should give me a truck, right? I've said it. Money is not a problem. You figure out how to do it, give me a quote, isn't it simple? Damn it. Don't rush, let me see the situation. The innkeeper's expression became more and more conflicted. Money is not a problem, just a few words ultimately made his mind waver. I might be able to get a batch of goods tonight and see if I can allocate a truck for you. Yechen squinted his eyes, and Su Lezhang also made a perfect follow-up. Goods? The innkeeper suddenly realized he had let something slip, his face changed drastically, and his expression darkened. Enough, stop prying into business secrets, do you still want it? Su Lezhang stopped at the right moment, shaking his hand in a manner that said, you're so irritable. Yes, 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 oh, you're so stingy, I'll wait for your news. With that, Su Lezhang went upstairs on his own, leaving behind a silhouette that made the innkeeper and Su Lezhang sigh. Burning money. Yechen shrugged at the right time. Some people are like that, just try to understand. The innkeeper came to his senses, nodded deeply in agreement. Exactly, there are even people who specifically drink sewage? He even wants to open a beverage shop to let many people drink sewage. Yechen added a few more cuts at the right time, gradually reducing the innkeeper's suspicions, bidding a simple farewell and heading upstairs. Pushing open the door, Su Lezhang had already collapsed on the bed, his face full of sorrow and indignation, feeling that his image had been completely ruined and life was no longer worth living. Smiling gently, Yechen placed the magazine from the drawer into the bullet bag, leaned against the head of the bed, and fell into contemplation. There was indeed a problem, and the time was tonight. Looking up, Yechen glanced at Su Lezhang. Do you have a telescope? Su Lezhang, who was still in a state of despair and loss, rolled his eyes, his voice somewhat impatient. Do I look like Doraemon to you? Later, he rummaged through his backpack by the bedside and pulled out a very delicate telescope with some flashy stickers on it. Here, it's for my own collection, not as professional in functionality, but the clarity is good. Beautiful, Yechen praised, taking the telescope and putting it in his pocket. Su Lezhang had a thought and suddenly stood up. Wait, are you going out tonight? Yechen nodded without hiding anything. After all, he wouldn't be in the room tonight, and he was the one who took the commission. Su Lezhang became interested and pulled up a chair next to Yechen. Can you take me with you? Yechen was puzzled for a moment and looked at him. Why? Su Lezhang seemed confident in his response. Remember our agreement. I'll follow you, and you provide protection. But the focus of this agreement is for me to provide protection, not for you to follow me. Yechen interrupted him, saying, my actions are at night, and it's me who will be causing trouble, very dangerous. The inn is the safest place. Well, that makes sense, Su Lezhang couldn't argue, but he couldn't just give up like that. I just helped you. I acted as your shield, even though I don't know what you did, but obviously the innkeeper is suspicious because of you. You owe me for this favor. Yechen didn't deny this favor but just reminded him, are you sure you want to use this favor in this situation? Su Lezhang hesitated for a moment but quickly reaffirmed, I'm not afraid. I feel as long as I follow you, you will owe me more favors. You got it wrong. Yechen thought to himself. You follow me, I protect you, shouldn't you owe me more favors? After a moment of hesitation, Yechen nodded slightly. Fine, just don't mess things up for me. Pausing for a moment, Yechen stared into his eyes. Do you also want this data? Yechen hadn't forgotten one thing, the investigation he was conducting, which originated from a third commission. And on that third commission, there was a test report from the Glorious City Research Institute. In other words, this thing was likely something of interest to the Glorious City. No, really. Su Lezhang decisively shook his head. Oh, so there must be another purpose then? Su Lezhang, let's be lenient with others, brother. Seeing his embarrassed look, Yechen chuckled softly. Fine, but, he said seriously, if you want to continue following me later, you must be more honest with me. Without waiting for his reaction, Yechen got up and walked to the window. Just as he opened it, hesitated briefly, then turned back. If you want to follow, come over. The upcoming discussion was related to the knight's actions, and since he had decided to take him along at night, there was no need to hide much about the current situation. As for Su Lezhang, he naturally followed along eagerly, although he didn't quite understand why Yechen was standing by the window. Hold on to me, Su Lezhang? At the last moment, he grabbed Yechen's arm, who had already taken out the grappling hook gun, fired a shot at the wall, skillfully swung into room 402. Then, two dark shadows almost collided with the girl sitting by the window combing her hair. What the hell? The sudden entry of the shadows through the window startled the girl, her hand cannon overheating and ready to fire in the next second. Wait, Stop! Xia Qingyu reacted quickly and finally managed to call out Xia Man, who thought it was an enemy invasion, looking at the shadow with a touch of helplessness. Can't we just use the front door? What the? The people from room 404 are in the room. I can't just knock on your door. Yechen put down Zula's hang and walked in casually. Whoa. Although, he was actually feeling awkward too. After all, he hadn't thought that much before setting off, and this way of appearing was a bit too wild. Sis, what's going on? They're not. For now, it's an alliance. Xia Qingyu comforted her and pulled out 2 chairs. Please, have a seat. Whoa! Su Lezhang tried to whoa several times but couldn't quite whoa it out, feeling a bit disjointed. At first, it was Yechen suddenly grabbing his grappling hook and flying him out of the window, wanting to whoa a bit. Then before he could shout, they flew into another room, wanting to whoa again. And before he could yell, he found someone in the room, immediately wanting to whoa again. At that moment, he realized. This seemed to be a room of the Twilight Cult, and he couldn't whoa directly. Seeing that the leader of the Twilight Cult not only didn't attack but also let him sit, he couldn't help but whoa out. You, indeed have an affair. What kind of sneaky way is this? Yechen sat down on a chair without courtesy, but his gaze passing over the 2 girls' beds seemed a bit odd. After all, he had slept with. Didn't go out today? Xia Qingyu nodded. No movement on the decayed side, Her voice suddenly paused, looking at Su Lezhang beside Yechen. Her voice trailed off. Is he your confidant? For now. Yechen gave a rather ambiguous answer, but Xia Qingyu clearly needed more assurance. Trustworthy? Yechen shook his head without hesitation. Not trustworthy. Xia Qingyu. Su Lezhang. Xia Man probably could already simulate the current mental journey of these two. Xia Qingyu was probably saying, you don't trust him, yet you involve him in matters? Su Lezhang was probably thinking, do you really need to say this in front of me? Xia Qingyu didn't quite understand Yechen's thought process, but in fact, Yechen was very clear-headed, just playing with fire. The situation in Sewage Town was already a mess. The town guard, Twilight, who could Yechen dare to say was absolutely trustworthy? At least Su Lezhang's current behavior and the agreements on both sides provided sufficient reasons for him to be around, showing capability and establishing initial trust through several battles and experiences. Since he was following along, might as well put him to work. After all, Yechen's ambiguous relationship with Sewage Town's officials, even with the Twilight Cult, was quite obvious. Other forces with eyes could see it, not really a big secret. The worst-case scenario would just stir things up more. The best-case scenario was to gradually learn more, maybe even gain a steadfast ally. For Yechen's position, the only thing that couldn't be exposed right now was his anomaly, and the fact that he carried one, nothing more. Xia Qingyu thought for a moment and tacitly accepted Su Lezhang's presence. After all, the relationship between Glorious City and the Twilight Cult was quite close, far better than the Decay Cult, a force not well received in the Wasteland. Then, she spoke up. Let me introduce Xia Man, Reconnaissance and Area Attack Specialist in my team. Xia Man. Xia. She's also surnamed Xia? You. Xia Qingyu took over without much fluctuation. Yes, my sister. Ha? Yechen's expression remained unchanged, but he felt a bit surprised inside. Different skin colors. But with a silly person on the scene, he boldly asked the question that Yechen was too embarrassed to ask, a question that could likely offend someone. Your sister? You two are quite adopted by our father, but closer than blood relatives. Xia Qingyu interrupted Su Lezhang's casting, and that matter came to a close. Yechen seemed to have an epiphany, recalling a conversation he had with Xia Qingyu before. I just want to let someone live and leave. Was that person Xia Man? Of course, with the information provided by Arthur as a factor, Yechen couldn't confirm the truth of that statement. The scene fell into a somewhat quiet state for a moment. Alright, we've wasted enough time. I like things simple and efficient, Xia Qingyu said calmly. What brings you here so suddenly? The other party was direct, and Yechen was equally straightforward. He also preferred simplicity and efficiency, or as Shula Zhang would say, professional. You want to borrow that crystal ball-shaped ability you've used recently. Put. Xia Man was shocked. How dare you ask for that? Are you serious? Hey, don't be too. Xia Qingyu gently pulled Xia Man back and nodded. No problem. Xia Man? Sister, I've always been by your side. When did you? Oh, could it be that night? Ha? Xia Qingyu had no idea what Xia Man was thinking, took the crystal ball in hand, and looked serious. Of course, I want to know what you need it for. Yechen nodded and took it. Not now, but I'll share information with you after it's over. Xia Qingyu frowned, then relaxed. Fine. The exchange of an ability item was completed. Holding it for the second time, this time openly, Yechen couldn't help but be curious. Aren't you worried I won't return it? This is a high-level ability item, not on the same level as my radio. After a moment of silence, Xia Qingyu smiled confidently. You could have taken it when you visited my room that day, but you didn't. That was because I didn't want to start a full-scale war with your remnants of the divine cult and let the fire burn down to the corrupt divine cult. Yechen muttered to himself, knowing it was best left unsaid. Is there anything else? Yechen hesitated. Actually, getting this item was the purpose of his visit to Xia Qingyu this time. But since she asked, do you have any powerful weapons? The recent battle with the puppet made Yechen reassess his current strength, and his weaknesses were too obvious. His revolver was effective against humanoid and regular creatures, but once the opponent's defense exceeded that of a humanoid monster, he was at a disadvantage. Before the chaos he contained was released, he needed a truly powerful weapon. What kind do you need? There may not be any more ability items, but we do have one powerful weapon in stock in a physical sense. Yechen nodded. Just a regular one. Xia Qingyu fell silent for a moment, weighing the pros and cons, then nodded. Alright, I have one. Sis. You wouldn't. Xia Manman was almost unable to describe her feelings. Sister, are you suddenly in love or something? How can you give this to someone you don't even know? It's fine. Xia Qingyu crouched by the bed, pulled out a pure black box from underneath, and took out an object as wide as a shoulder, with a round head and a long rod-like tail, resembling some kind of launcher. Yechen obviously didn't recognize it, but Shula Zhang almost spit out his water, screaming. What? A mini nuclear missile launcher. Yes, it's the roundy mini nuclear missile launcher. Xia Qingyu checked its condition and placed it on the table. Although it's called a nuclear missile, its power is only slightly higher than a common RPG, with a small damage radius. Its main feature is being miniature and portable with high power. When using it, you need to be aware that its trajectory is curved, somewhat like a grenade. So you have to pay attention to the distance to the target. It's hard to hit from far away and easy to blow yourself up if too close. As Xia Qingyu explained calmly, Yechen didn't immediately pick it up. It was too precious, a different kind of precious compared to an ability item, a top-tier heavy firepower in this complex power struggle. What do I need to give in return? Looking at Yi Chen's serious expression, Xia Qingyu's lips curled slightly. Thank you for not asking how much. It's just a gift to further strengthen our cooperation and friendship. You can use the upcoming tasks for more complete intelligence sharing as a return. This time, Yi Chen took on this famous round and plump deal. Seeing Yi Chen walk towards the window again, even Xia Qingyu, who always had a calm expression, couldn't help but twitch his lips slightly. Please, can you stop coming and going like this every time? My sister's gaze at me is as if I'm having an affair. Wait, this intelligence is free, you can go back and take a look. Intelligence? Yi Chen was stunned for a moment, then turned around to take the note Xia Qingyu handed him. His eyes scanned the note, which was written in a clear and elegant font with a few words. Decaying God Cult, Lin Zhao. At that moment, Yi Chen's focus was no longer on the intelligence itself. Can you still contact your temple? If so, there's a problem. The situation in Sewage Town is a mess now. Why not send reinforcements? The only team on the mission is divided, with no guidance or support? No, Xia Qingyu shook her head. Yi Chen frowned. That's even more of a problem. Did you already know the detailed information about the Decaying God Cult team when you came? No, stop guessing. Xia Qingyu shook her head. I thought about it and put it together. She pointed to the location 404 and sighed. Just take a look, you'll see, she's quite famous in the wasteland. I see. Yi Chen nodded in understanding, but couldn't help but mutter to himself. Actually, you seem quite famous in the wasteland too. Is there anything else you need? Su Lozhan. This is not right. You guys have a problem. Since when did the Twilight Cult become like this? Asking for people and things in return? But it's still a good thing overall, making the next actions more foolproof. Some minor details can indeed be optimized. Do you have any extra men's boots? A suit would be even better. I'll buy 2 pairs at a high price. Xia Qingyu? Xia Manman? How do I have a men's boots? Yi Chen was also helpless. The basic reserve supplies are insufficient, we can only buy from Sewage Town, but the problem now is we can't buy from them, otherwise no matter what we do in secret, they'll know it's me. I was planning to solve this problem with supernatural items, but it's still inconvenient. It would be better if there were equipment that had never appeared in Sewage Town's site. Isn't this the meaning of allies? Making up for each other's shortcomings. Xia Qingyu took a deep breath and pulled out 2 boxes from under the bed, throwing them over. Our spare desert boots, unisex, might be a bit tight. You don't have to return them. Thank you. Ding. Yi Chen's hook gun retracted for a moment, taking Su Lejang over the wall and leaving. In the room, only Xia Man was left looking at Xia Qingyu quietly, everything understood without words. Sister. Xia Qingyu. Ah. She rubbed her temples. Walking back to the room, Yi Chen closed the window tightly, walked straight to the table, and sat on the stool. Obviously, Su Lejang had already sneaked over. Oh my god. Dude, when did you hook up with Twilight? What do you mean hook up? Watch your words, it sounds bad. Yi Chen was gradually getting used to his roommate and without looking up, he replied, it's cooperation. Su Lejang suddenly realized, I get it. Just like you and me? Yi Chen glanced at him and shook his head. No, you and I have a superior-subordinate relationship. Su Lejang. So the question is, who is the superior and who is the subordinate? Theoretically, Yi Chen is his bodyguard, so he should be the superior. But it seems like he doesn't have the face for it. Su Lejang quieted down, and Yi Chen earnestly began to read the intelligence. Name, Lin Jiao. Identity, Saintess of the Rotting God Sect. Part-time duties in the Judgment Court, elusive. Background, untraceable. Suspected orphan abilities, unclear. Suspected to possess multiple abilities related to the Rotting Tree achievements. Led the team to annihilate one orthodox sect. Annihilated 3 evil cults with abnormal beliefs. Key experience, once attracted the descent of the Rotting God during an assassination attempt. The intelligence is scarce, just a few sentences. The expression on Yi Chen's face changed instantly upon reading it. Attracting the descent of the Rotting Tree God? 002's attention to her seemed excessive. Putting down the intelligence, Yi Chen fell into contemplation. As for the forces Lin Jiao annihilated, there's no need to dwell on the Orthodox sect. The Twilight God sect, as the leading Orthodox sect in the Wasteland, can be said to represent the true orthodoxy. It can be concluded that the various Orthodox sects in the Wasteland today were all factions sheltered by Camp 003 back then, anomalies close to human factions. The Rotting God sect, as a direct force of 002, eliminating one is reasonable. As for the evil cults with abnormal beliefs mentioned in the intelligence, Yi Chen could infer from what he saw and heard in the underground of the sewage clinic, like a force of abnormal stitched dolls and their fanatics. Logically speaking, this should be staunch supporters of 002's Rotting Tree. But the Spirit Cat always believed that the apocalypse was not caused by 002, so the stance of decay is still somewhat elusive. Giving off a vibe of a leader of an evil sect in a martial arts novel, striking evil while mocking the hypocrisy of the orthodox sects. Lin Jiao, Xia Qingyu, 2 prodigies highly regarded by their own main gods gathered in the sewage town. Is it really a coincidence? Behind this, are the gazes of 002 and 003 present? The warm sun reached the zenith of the sky, bringing back a drowsy afternoon. Glancing at the time, Yi Chen slowly drifted into slumber. At night, 9:30, Sewage Town, like every other night, lost its lights, as if plunged into eternal darkness. The back door of the sewage inn was quietly opened. A figure cloaked in black stealthily emerged, not using any light but swiftly made their way to the edge of the ditch. The operation has begun. On the rooftop of Sewage Town, Yi Chen put down the telescope, silently watching the moving black dot, his fingertips caressing the crystal ball, infusing it with his power. Amidst faint flashes of white light, Yi Chen had completely disappeared from the sight of outsiders. I say, are we really invisible now? A hoarse voice came from beside Yi Chen, sounding skeptical, but you seem to see very clearly. Isn't your ability a bit like the Emperor's new clothes? The good atmosphere was disrupted, and Yi Chen gave Su Lejang a disdainful look. Shut up, didn't I say no talking when you come with me tonight? This is invisibility, not silence. Ah, I'm just helping you cover all the bases. Quiet. Rubbing his forehead, Yi Chen increasingly felt that bringing Su Lejang out tonight was a big mistake. But now that things had come to this point, there was no turning back. Hold on to me. Using the leverage of the grappling hook, Yi Chen and Su Lejang landed steadily on the ground. Under the invisibility of the crystal ball, they swiftly chased along the shallow shore of the ditch. Although it was just a ditch, it was exaggerated in every aspect, like the shallow shore resembling a beach with tides rising and falling, leaving clear footprints as they ran. At this moment, Yi Chen once again felt fortunate for changing his boots, otherwise, with his recent wide range of activities, anyone could easily recognize him. Even if tonight's stealth tracking was perfect, it would lose its meaning. The figure ahead was getting faster, and so was Yi Chen, following at full speed for over a mile until Yi Chen suddenly stopped in his tracks. The two of them had actually chased the dark figure and ran to the other edge of the sewer ditch. When they turned back again, the sewer inn was faintly visible. The terrain here was even more hidden behind the rocks, impossible to be observed from the direction of the sewer inn. Oh my goodness. Pant. I'm so tired. Can't run anymore. Yi Chen covered Su Lejang's mouth and glared at him. Keep your voice down, bro. The man in black, the innkeeper, stood quietly on the bank, seemingly waiting for someone. Yi-Chin believed in the psychological invisibility ability of the crystal ball, but with himself and Lin Jiao having seen through it twice before, Yi-Chin didn't dare to be careless. He stayed put at a distance of over 100 meters, crouching behind the rocks, holding up his binoculars. The innkeeper looked around, probably confirming the presence of any trackers, with a hint of anxiety, as if waiting for a target that made him uneasy. Gradually, after more than 10 minutes, Yi-Chin hadn't even noticed when and from where 2 trucks followed by 3 vans stopped next to the innkeeper. The night was too dark, the vehicles didn't even have their lights on, maintaining silence and slow speed, quietly stopping next to the innkeeper. Without hesitation, Yi-Chin looked through the binoculars, his pupils shrinking as the massive amount of information almost overwhelmed his brain. Leather armor. The people getting off the cars were wearing leather armor. And according to what Arthur said, the only people in Sewer Town wearing leather armor were from the town defense team. Town defense team? Why? Isn't the innkeeper one of Arthur's people? Betrayal? Complicity? Conspiracy? Does Arthur know they are from the town defense team? No. Are the town guards and town defense team really not on the same side? Throughout, the opposition between the town guards and town defense team seemed to be just Arthur's word. This scene once again threw countless truths into the fog. Suddenly, Yi-Chin seemed to have a sudden realization and handed the binoculars to Su Lezhang. Look, are these the people who set fire to the stadium that day and were planning to burn you alive? Su Lezhang hesitated, quickly looked over there, and began to tremble violently. Yes, it's... Smack. Yi-Chin covered his mouth, glaring at him fiercely once again. No more warnings, keep quiet. Thankfully, there was no sign of movement over there. In fact, Su Lezhang was also speaking in a hushed tone, but in his excitement, the proximity made Yi-Chin a bit too nervous about being too loud. Are these really the people? Trying to kill him? No, is the town defense team cooperating in the attempt to kill him? Does this mean there is a connection between the town defense team and some factions in Glorious City? It's really dancing on the edge of a knife. The first ones to rush to put out the fire were himself and the innkeeper, and the people who put out the fire were completely chosen by the innkeeper. How many of them are hidden members of the town defense team? And, in his haste to see Arthur, he entrusted the innkeeper and the town defense team to escort Su Lezhang back to the inn? Su Lezhang quickly understood all this, sweating profusely. Damn it! How long have I been on the brink of death? How about I refund you the bodyguard fee from the first day? Yi-Chin said awkwardly. Su Lezhang, is this a joke from hell? He forced out a wry smile. No need. Superficially, the innkeeper and the people in leather armor didn't exchange a word, still waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Who will appear here tonight? Splash! Amid the long wait and silence, the sound of waves parting suddenly came. A wave split on the sewer. A graceful figure emerged from the water, her blue hair soaring high into the sky, sprinkling water droplets. Blue hair. Yi-Chen's heart skipped a beat. The girl revealed a breathtaking yet indifferent beauty, slowly walking out of the water. Apart from her hair, she seemed untouched by the water. She raised her hand and pulled out a string of transparent, giant water bottles. One by one rose from the sewage, standing firmly on the shore, resembling forbidden chemical vessels. There seemed to be some mechanical devices on the water tanks, not purely operated by manpower, or it would be too terrifying. You've worked hard, but why did you come to escort it? The innkeeper took a step forward, asking in a somewhat familiar tone, unlike the usual attitude seen between the innkeeper and guests. Short-handed, Lin Jiao replied indifferently, scanning her surroundings before heading towards the sewage inn. The deal is done. No one detained her, nor did anyone try to stop her. Her presence seemed to exert pressure on them. Yet, at that moment, Yi-Chin's expression changed abruptly. Lin Jiao headed straight back to the sewage inn. This was the only way. Swish! Lin Jiao's speed was astonishing. As she passed by the rocks where Yi-Chin was, she suddenly stopped and looked in their direction. Had she been discovered? Yi-Chin's heart raced. If possible, Yi-Chin didn't want to confront her. Her track record was too brilliant, and she possessed rare supernatural items. Moreover, she had the backing of 002, making it a troublesome situation regardless of the outcome. After a moment, Lin Jiao turned her head, gave a faint smile to Yi-Chin's back, and continued swiftly towards the sewage inn, leaving only a black dot in the distance. Had she been spotted or not? Heavens, we're so lucky! Su Lezhang exclaimed, still shaken, patting his chest. She didn't notice us. Yi-Chin squinted, observing the movements of the innkeeper and his group. They showed no desire to communicate, simply loading the sewage tanks onto the trucks, with the innkeeper meticulously selecting one in particular. Yi-Chin's expression turned peculiar. Hadn't they noted down this incident and budgeted to sell a truckload to Su Lejang? Eventually, the convoy started quietly, driving away from the place. Even the innkeeper drove off, leaving Yechen worried about the worst-case scenario, returning to find no trace of himself. After hesitating, Yechen chose not to follow any of the trucks but instead quietly lurked. Rather than wondering where the trucks carrying the sewage tanks were headed, Yechen was more concerned about where the sewage came from and why Lin Zhao emerged from the water. The answer to this question was crucial. It might unveil the role of the decaying cult in Sewage Town, or even shed light on the mystery of the relationship between the town guards and the town defense team. Perhaps having rested well during the day, Yechen was full of energy and patience. After everyone had left, he waited for an hour before approaching the spot where Lin Zhao had emerged from the water an hour earlier. Looking at the dark green water, Yechen felt a bit uneasy. It's too dirty. But then, he chuckled at himself. Why be so particular? It's already the end of the world. The only issue now was how to dive underwater. After a moment of hesitation, Yechen lightly tapped Su Lejang. Lejang, let me borrow the underwater breathing ring. Su Lejang. Perhaps due to Xia Qingyu's generosity, Su Lejang felt a sudden urge to lend the ring, thinking, it wouldn't be polite to refuse. Did this mean their relationship was worse than that between the Twilight Cult and Xia Qingyu? How could I give myself such a feeling of relying on others? Gritting his teeth, Su Lejang removed his blue ring and handed it over boldly. Here you go. Seeing his demeanor, Yechen almost burst out laughing. Giving it to me? Su Lejang? Don't joke around. Just kidding, I'll return it later. Yechen slipped the blue ring onto his finger, feeling a bit strange. Damn! Why do you have all your supernatural items in the form of rings? It's weird to let others use them. All sorts of chaotic thoughts floated out of his mind. Yechen leaped into the center of it all, the sewer. He dove down, continuing to descend. The entire sewer was a chaotic mess, impossible to see through. This was tricky. What could he see in this darkness, even if he dove down? Little cat, activate detection. Okay, meow. Swish. In an instant, Yechen felt the chaos in front of him dissipate, the scene spreading out with himself as the center, reaching 10 meters in radius. Impressed by the psychic cat, Yechen quickly found his direction, wasting no time as he dove deeper. As he descended, the sewage flowed over Yichen's body, causing occasional itching that made him extremely uncomfortable. This water is so unpleasant. Even the smell is so pungent. Yichen muttered, unsure if being an anomaly put him at risk of skin diseases. The fact that he could still smell the water was thanks to his underwater breathing ability. No matter how he breathed underwater, it was still an internal cycle within that environment, allowing Yichen to do what no one else could to smell the sewage underwater. The psychic cat empathized with Yichen's discomfort, as even though it could switch between physical and illusion, it was still in the same environment. It's so uncomfortable, meow. I was just thinking how my power is depleting faster than I imagined, meow. Now I'm sure, the sewage is actually draining my power, meow. The sewage was draining his power? Yichen's expression changed slightly. If that was the case, then this place was truly not suitable for a long stay. And Yichen reaffirmed one thing. This water, damn it, was definitely not drinkable. It would be better not to have sewage special brew. Drinking it could deplete one's spiritual power and lead to loss of control, risking one's life. But if not this water, then what water could it be? The Rotten God sect couldn't possibly build a water treatment plant under this sewer, right? It was a dark joke, but not too far-fetched. It seemed entirely possible. So, the Rotten God sect controls the lifeline of Sewage Town by blocking the water source, maintaining a facade of closeness with Sewage Town while actually being distant and untrustworthy? But that still doesn't make sense. Can't the Twilight God sect provide a water purification device for Sewage Town? Of course, there are many prerequisites for this, such as why the Rotten God sect is rooted here. As he descended, within a radius of 10 meters, there was nothing but chaos, and Yichen found himself lost in his thoughts at times. Then, he remembered something he had almost forgotten amidst all the twists and turns. Collecting water. Yichen maintained his diving position, using one hand to open the water bag at his waist, removing the stopper. The water inside and outside the bag mixed, eventually filling up with sewage. And then, nothing. It wasn't that the water was gone, but the water bag was gone. Within seconds, the leather of the entire water bag had completely rotted, riddled with holes, rendering it useless as a container for water. And it was gone. Not the water, but the water bag. Yichen suddenly realized that the deteriorating water bag seemed to be slightly moving. It was so subtle that he couldn't be sure if it was a visual effect caused by the flow of water. So fast? The shocking speed of decay caught Yichen off guard, but then he remembered something. The moment he descended, his whole body was already immersed in water. So from that moment on, whether he had water in the bag or not, it was doomed to be destroyed. Wait a minute, damn it. Yi Chen's face changed abruptly, unprecedentedly panicked. If he didn't go up soon, wouldn't his clothes be completely ruined in no time? He was fine going down, but coming up was turning into a comedy. What's more frustrating was that he only had this one set of clothes now. Damn it! But wait, Lin Jiao also dived into deep water. How come nothing happened to her? In any case, one must never streak, or else no matter who you meet, your own character setting will collapse catastrophically. Swish! The power of psychic energy emanated, protecting Yi Chen's whole body. With not much consumption, it seemed that the impact of this sewage on himself was relatively small. A faint gray mist spread from Yi Chen's body, unnoticed by anyone, and the power in the water unexpectedly receded quite a bit. Continuing downwards like this, deeper and deeper, darker and darker around him, even the power of the Mind Cat found it difficult to illuminate even a bit. Endless darkness, surging with indescribable fear. Actually, Yi Chen didn't know what he was afraid of, but this kind of environment made one's heart chill, as if something unspeakable could jump out of the darkness at any time and place. Perhaps this was thalassophobia. In an instant, Yi Chen turned off all the lighting on his body. At the limit of the Mind Cat's detection, a beam of light pierced through. It was so dark, really too dark, making even that distant, faint beam of light appear extremely dazzling. After the murky sewage, Yi Chen finally saw the source of that bright light. Then, he couldn't restrain the roar in his heart anymore. What the? Submarine? In the underwater drainage ditch of a small gathering point in the wasteland, there was a submarine parked. What kind of hellish joke is this? Even though this drainage ditch could almost match a small lake in size. Even though this sewage town had already become absurdly toxic in every way. But damn it, how could a strategic weapon of the high seas be parked down here? In an instant, Yi Chen understood many things. First of all, this thing could not possibly have existed at the bottom of a drainage ditch from the beginning, but must have been transported and deployed from the outside. So it was almost certain that this was deployed during a certain period of the Rotting God sect, most likely as an underwater operational base. Lin Jiao had just come up from underwater, handing over rows of supplies to the town defense team of Sewage Town. The Twilight God sect was not wrong. The connection between Sewage Town and the Rotting God sect is even deeper than imagined. When did it start? Perhaps it was from that old photo in the frame, the moment 60 years ago when the town mayor led the Rotting God sect members on a boat to the center of the lake. It had already determined everything that followed. It's just unknown what the Rotting God sect did, and whether they regretted it. Puff! Yi Chen emerged from the water, completely soaked, breathing in real air with big gulps. This dive, his most correct decision was to bring that crystal ball down. Otherwise, who knows what kind of supernatural functions that submarine, modified after the apocalypse, would have added. Damn, buddy, you're finally back. Do you know how creepy it is down here? Sitting on a rock by the water, Yi Chen looked up and gazed at the bright moonlight. The third commission also failed. Ha! Su Lezhang didn't quite understand. So far, wasn't everything going smoothly? How did it fail? You can try a bit yourself. Yi Chen gave him the opportunity to try in his words. Judging from the current situation, probably only storage-type supernatural items could obtain samples in the sewage ditch. Even if it was a supernatural item, it was uncertain whether it could withstand the corrosion of this water source, which meant one thing. Firstly, he didn't have it, and secondly, even if he did, or borrowed it from Su Lezhang, the sewage clinic was definitely not the first research institution, which meant he had to take this supernatural item with him. This commission was just not cost-effective at all. This can't be. Damn it! Su Lezhang exclaimed, as a glass jar he put in the water disappeared in no time. Yi Chen glanced at it. The other party used some kind of chemical specialized container, yet it corroded faster than the water bag on his body? Because abnormal power could delay the erosion of power in the sewage? However, this kind of corrosion, although not as corrosive as acid, was still a problem for Su Lezhang, who was ultimately an ordinary person. Even if his skin wasn't all injured, it was still a problem. And actually, these were not problems at all. After all, Yi Chen now had many allies. If he discussed it with the Twilight Divine sect, given their expertise, they might come up with some sampling solutions. But, what was the value of this data after all? Should he really give it to that shady doctor at the sewage clinic? Lezhang, I have an idea. Yi Chen suddenly had a brilliant idea and said something that sounded extremely explosive to Su Lezhang. Can you randomly post a normal commission, and then let me take it, completing it instantly? Su Lezhang? No, are you serious? By doing this, do you still want to gain advanced permissions? Wouldn't the wandering balance just slap you to death? This won't work. The wandering balance evaluates and grants upgrade qualifications based on the content, status, and difficulty of the commission. Your trick won't pass, and you might even be punished. Yes, a trick, that was the best solution Yechin could think of at the moment. He smiled. He was never afraid that the wandering balance wouldn't grant him an upgrade qualification, he was just afraid of not having the opportunity to meet. In fact, how to complete the commission was irrelevant. The wandering balance's position was either with the Iron 003 faction or neutral, and he didn't need to figure it out because both were manageable. If it was the Iron 003 faction, then 003 would support him, wouldn't it help? If it was a neutral faction, even 002 could take commissions from it, so why couldn't he? Don't worry, I'm confident. The question is, can this work? Su Lezhang gritted his teeth and once again deeply felt the madness in his bodyguard's bones. In his eyes, this was equivalent to provoking an anomaly infinitely. It was fun to watch the excitement, but if it involved him, it wouldn't be so fun. And he also wanted to help but couldn't. Well, there is something that is difficult to talk about, but it's somewhat similar to your approach. Su Lezhang scratched his head. I can only take commissions now, not post them. I used to rely on money and brushed a bunch of commissions with my buddies in this way, and I was permanently blacklisted by the wandering camp. Yechin. God, getting banned for brushing orders? Under Yechin's gaze, Su Lezhang felt extremely embarrassed. But he couldn't help but think, aren't you following the same path? So, really, it won't work. Once you do this, you'll have no chance with the wandering commissions in the future. No, we're not the same. Let's go. Yechin sighed. Let's go back and meet with the people from Twilight first. A hook shot lightly hit the window of 402. Yechin hesitated for a moment, not rushing in directly, but gently knocked on the window. After all, it was late at night. Creak. The window was quickly pushed open from the inside, and Yechin and the two entered smoothly. Clatter. Their shoes stepped on the wet floor, water dripping everywhere, especially looking at each other wearing their own shoes. Heavens. Xia Qingyu rubbed her forehead. Why didn't you change clothes before coming? Yechin. Is that your first concern? I forgot, Su Lezhang timely added from the side. By the way, it seems you don't have spare clothes, right? Xia Man also chimed in. Sis, you're not going to give her your clothes, are you? Yechin. Xia Qingyu clenched her fists. Man, that's enough. Taking a deep breath, Xia Qingyu brought 2 chairs over and placed them there, then sat dignifiedly on the bed. Sit, it's fine, I'll clean up after you leave. There's a hairdryer in the room, you can take it if you need it later. Yechin sat down without courtesy, shaking his head. It's not necessary. Although I don't have spare clothes, I have fossil regression, although, it's a bit outrageous to use abilities like this. So, your mission is over? Yechin nodded lightly. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. At the bottom of the sewer, I saw a submarine in operation. Puff. Xia Qingyu almost sprang up from the bed like a spring, blurting out, a submarine? Really? Dropping this level of bomb right from the start? Don't talk nonsense. Xia Man also jumped up in shock, speaking continuously, we've been down the sewer before. The water is so murky that even abilities can't penetrate too far. The further down, the more severe the corrosion. How could you see a submarine? Yechin glanced at Xia Man, not feeling any resentment towards her for repeatedly opposing him. Instead, he found her straightforward nature quite lovely. Of course, Xia Qingyu gave a more reliable feeling. Even she was stunned this time. New or old? Equipped with torpedoes or missile launchers? Is it from Sewage Town? Or the Rotten God sect? A series of questions made Yechin feel inadequate. How would I know? I just took a glance from afar, not sure about its age, offensive capabilities, but I'm fairly certain it belongs to the Rotten God sect and Sewage Town is aware. After hesitating, Yechin added a word for Arthur. Also, I need to point out that Sewage Town's military strength includes the town guard and town defense. Their relationship and objectives may be different. This was about the time he had probed Xia Qingyu before. He asked her, do you know about the town defense? And Xia Qingyu puzzledly asked, town guard? I got it. Xia Qingyu took a deep breath. Your professionalism is admirable, and I'm glad we have good cooperation. Yechin nodded. The current cooperation with the Twilight cult was obviously more pleasant than with the Enigma man Arthur. Of course, they must have their own concealments. Here, your ability, I'm returning it to you. At the moment of handing over the item, Xia Man looked extremely surprised and astonished. Wow, you really are returning it? Yechin. Man. Xia Qingyu was at a loss, taking the crystal ball. We will follow up on the investigation, and if necessary, we will sneak in secretly to uncover the rotten cult's intentions. Similarly, I will provide you with subsequent intelligence sharing. Sneak in? You're quite ruthless in your silent actions. Wang Lei's various accusations against you indeed seemed a bit baseless. I need a small favor from you. Xia Qingyu remained silent, waiting quietly for Yechen to continue. First, could you please place a local commission in Sewage Town in your personal name, and let me pick it up directly? Xia Qingyu visibly looked surprised. What commission? Anything. Yechen said as he did with Shula Zhang, the simpler, the better, so I can complete it directly once I pick it up. Damn it! Shula Zhang nudged Yechen discreetly with his elbow. Don't mess around. She can't help you with this. If I had known you were so persistent, I would have thought of another way earlier. Xia Qingyu's expression didn't change much, just a bit puzzled. What's the point? Ordinary commissions are not high-level commissions, and any kind of reward is possible. In this sense, ordinary commissions are for freelancers to earn some extra money. I need one more ordinary commission to attract the attention of the Wandering Balance and upgrade to a high-level qualification. Xia Qingyu raised an eyebrow, pondering. Do you want to see the high-level commission issued by Sewage Town and the advanced commissions? Yechen's expression changed slightly, and in that moment, his heart sank. Oh no, this is bad. He completely forgot, Xia Qingyu and Shula Zhang are not the same. Xia Qingyu, as the most dazzling new star of the Twilight God sect, must have the authority to receive advanced commissions. In other words, she must have already seen it. But obviously, since she didn't ask her and she didn't tell him, he ended up exposing his secret investigation. Do you want to investigate the information of the recipient through this commission? Even investigate the true purpose of these people coming here, including us? Xia Qingyu shook her head unexpectedly, showing no particular concern. That thing, how should I put it? You will most likely be disappointed. Well, you can see for yourself. She clasped her hands together and asked solemnly, but are you sure you can handle it? You should understand what qualifies you for an upgrade. Such actions may well incur divine punishment. Yechen nodded. 90% sure. To be honest, the Wandering Balance could certainly speak without reservation, as everything came from the judgment and word of the Cat of the Soul. But from any angle, it didn't seem to have deliberately offended him, right? Xia Qingyu pondered for a moment and nodded. All right, the local commission registration review takes 9 to 18 hours. If you're not in a hurry, I'll post it on the local commission board at 6 tomorrow morning, and you can see and accept the commission by midnight at the latest. How about that? No. Wait a minute. Xia Manman, for the first time, disregarded Xia Qingyu's obstruction and even went against her desperately. How can you do this? Are you crazy? Forget it. Xia Manman felt that her sister was beyond help, standing directly in front of Xia Qingyu and turning to communicate directly with Yechen. I'm begging you. Can you stop fooling my sister when you're bored with life? If she does something so absurd, it will ruin her future. Yechen was stunned for a moment, glanced at Su Lezhang beside him, and also nodded repeatedly. Well, Yechen gradually understood. In fact, this matter was very simple, too simple, so simple that anyone could help themselves complete it. But unfortunately, no ordinary person could help themselves. The whole thing revolved around the secret of Sewage Town, where the people were either sealed or spoken riddles, or were innkeepers with unclear identities, to the point that to hinder himself the ordinary commissions on the commission board were almost all taken. Could he find someone in Sewage Town to help him quickly complete the commission? Among all the available reinforcements, Su Lezhang was the most damn blacklisted user, and between Twilight and Decay, he couldn't possibly ask Lin Jiao from 404 to help him brush commissions, right? But indeed, in the eyes of those who didn't understand the situation, this was indeed a self-destructive act. Xia Qingyu was the true star of tomorrow of the Twilight God sect, and most of the missions of the major god sects in the Wasteland came from wandering commissions. If this matter provoked the anger of the Wandering Balance and truly deprived her of the right to use the Wanderer's medal, what future would a top combatant have without the opportunity to fight? It was like the Mistforged permanently revoking someone's Mist coin's usage rights. Without spending money, could they still survive? How about? This was actually a small matter, but the size of the matter was determined by how much risk was taken. For Xia Qingyu, the risk she had to take was very significant. No need, I will help with this matter. Similarly, it would be even better if you could help me with a favor. Whoosh! Skillfully adopting the classic posture, he returned to his room, feeling a long-lost sense of there's no place like home. Although, something seemed to be missing. Click! Yechen closed the doors and windows, heading to the bathroom. I'll dry my clothes, you do as you please. Entering the bathroom, Yechen searched around and finally found the hairdryer. After all, it was a top suite for 20 mist blue coins a week. Phew! Thinking about the huge noise of the hairdryer, it felt like it could explode at any moment. Yi Chen wondered if it was because it had been around for too long or if the appliances produced in the post-apocalyptic era were of such quality. The clothes quickly dried up, considering it had been some time since he went diving and had been running and swinging all the way. The wind had dried him up quite a bit. Plus, after chatting in room 402 for a while, he wasn't as damp anymore. The boots were completely soaked, which was troublesome, but if he let them air out tonight, they should be fine by tomorrow. Time. 2 days left until the festival began. He had spent a whole day messing around without completing the task, but he had discovered quite a few unexpected things. However, if everything went as planned, he would be able to complete the task tomorrow night and see the truth of Sewage Town. And the only possible breakthrough point he could find at the moment was the sewage clinic. But without getting a sample, it seemed difficult to convince Dr. Baldy to help him summon the stitching doll. Also, the little cat clearly didn't want him to take it in, and he was quite reluctant as well. So the capture battle might turn into a more intense annihilation battle. He just didn't know if annihilation would grant him its abilities. Suddenly, Yi Chen paused. He suddenly realized what was missing when he entered the room. The radio's singing. Although it often gave him some crappy tasks, making him crack up, gradually, listening to it had become a habit, and not just any habit. Yi Chen's expression changed slightly as he pushed open the bathroom door. The window was open, and a gentle breeze blew in. There were a row of footprints on the floor, as if someone had run towards the bathroom and then dragged back. Yi Chen looked up, stiff as a board. Blue hair fluttered in the wind, and the moonlight of the night shone on her delicate and quiet face through the window, giving off a scent of moonlight. She sat quietly on his bed, a smile on her lips that didn't seem entirely natural, as if she were waiting for him to come home, just like in those goddess novels or dramas. But in reality, at this moment, in this place, under these circumstances, considering the past experiences and the person herself, everything indicated a completely different direction. The rotting god cult. Lin Jiao, you're out. She smiled and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. After all, it would be impolite to barge in when you just came back and went straight to the bathroom. Yi Chen glanced at Lin Jiao's side and then at the other side of his bed, where Su Lejan was tied up. He raised an eyebrow. Thank you, but isn't it also impolite to barge into someone else's room without permission? Lin Jiao's smile gradually faded. It wouldn't be fun otherwise. If we have to be so formal, isn't it impolite for you to secretly follow someone at night and peek in a supposedly hidden place? Yi Chen's expression changed drastically. She found out? She knew he was there at that time? But why didn't she expose or attack him then, and instead waited until now? Why? Do you know, I feel bored every day. This world is just too boring, but what's happening in Sewage Town right now is one of those rare things that I find very interesting. Lin Jiao stood up, completely ignoring Su Lejan, and took a few steps closer to Yi Chen. Curious why I didn't make a move back then? Well, I actually don't want to be your enemy because you are quite interesting to me, more interesting than the whole Sewage Town. Interesting. Yi Chen didn't know how to describe this feeling. Damn, you call this Sewage Town, which is currently a mess, interesting? Well, he could understand to some extent, considering the information gap between them. Night Chen had no idea what was happening here. But who told you to go straight to Yue Wei's room? Night Chen was ready to fight at any moment, patiently listening to the other party's words, but feeling a slight movement in his heart. So, the real reason for taking action. Was it actually because of sharing information and discussing future plans with Xia Qingyu after returning from the scene of the incident? Yes. I should have thought of it earlier. The best way I had considered to protect myself was to make the followers of the Yue Wei Divine Sect and the Decay Divine Sect keep an eye on each other, so that no one would want to harm me, avoiding pushing either side too far, right? But now, with negotiations and entanglements, it seems that I have already chosen the side of the Yue Wei Divine Sect, so the Decay Divine Sect cannot continue to ignore me. Do you know, I also thought about trying to win you over, just like Yue Wei and the people of Wastewater Town did, even if I'm willing to say a little more. Whether you want to be a righteous avenger or an ambitious person, my reasons can be more convincing than anyone else's, maybe even more righteous than the Yue Wei Divine Sect. But, Lin Jiao lowered her head slightly. I'm just lazy. Watching them all trying to please you for their own purposes, I suddenly didn't want to anymore. It could also be social anxiety? I don't know, but actually, I don't like talking to people in the sect either. Besides giving orders in the team, I don't talk. But it doesn't matter, I should still be relatively strong. So maybe, I should apologize. Lin Jiao took a few steps forward, her long hair seeming to sway more. If I weren't so lazy, so procrastinating, I wouldn't have to come to this point now. After all, it seems like you're in contact with everyone. You have your goals, so it doesn't matter who you cooperate with. Night Chen furrowed his brows. The other party said a lot of irrelevant things, creating a strange sense of discord, almost making Night-Chen feel that the other party didn't come to fight him. But soon, Night-Chen understood what this sense of discord was all about. It was like in various plots before the final battle. When the protagonist meets the formidable enemy, the main villain would act like a fool, willing to spend a long time talking, saying everything, revealing all his secrets, his plans, his thoughts to the protagonist. But it wasn't out of kindness, it was because victory was assured. Because those words were spoken to a dead person. Not good. Lin Jiao's eyes gradually turned black, complemented by her dark blue hair, exuding a strange beauty. Then, her body floated, her long legs no longer touching the ground, just like the operation of extinguishing a fire in front of a fire scene. However, that time was aided by the power of supernatural objects, while this time, boom! In midair, Lin Jiao's body began to emit a spreading gray mist from the inside out, rendering a powerful force like a supernatural object. In that instant, the psychic cat that had been observing the situation all along let out a deafening scream in Night-Chen's mind. An abnormal power, meow. Damn it, meow. How much power did 002 give her, meow?